Chapter 1 sealed for 3 millennia, now breaking free from divine source. Int the vast expands oft hey 3000 Tao states, countless riot being shave flourished. At this juncture, as the golden arap approaches, numerous prodigy asanda anomalies fever the spotlight. Indeed, even semi-ancient monstrosities, who had sealed themselves away in distant epochs, Hafkasin Tauntalin Thizage. Above a theme in ancient sects and hidden clans, celestial phenomena manifest daily, each occurrence heralding the birth of fagifted prodige or the wakening of intaberation. They have you'll come forth in anticipation of the impending golden era. On the of this golden age, with an onoft heaten most powerful state softy continent, the floating light holy state, the ancient land familia waits. In this radiant forbidden land, where a various divine herbs and miraculous plants abound, powerful ancient beings gaze expectant lie from below a divine stone suspended every heart off the forbidden zone. When shall the divine son awaken? Our ancient land family has awaited his day for far along. One figure, exuding gonora reminiscent of internal river, spoke thus. The divine son on suppressed a generation of prodigies, unrivaled across hey 3000 Tao states, ha proclaimed that 3000 years shin swood Martha goldenage, and Thusha sealed himself within the divine source. Now that the reason did approaching, Hestate would waken on Thevio of this goldenage, and it must be so. Another ancient being, whose presence was equally formidable, clapped his hands and smiled. Their remaining powerful and tedious in a deadened agreement, their expressions reflecting shared conviction. Indeed, the accomplishment soft divine sonar unparalleled throughout hedges. His words shall undoubted like a matopasto day, the divine son shall awaken. At a cadeprier, they had sensed the forthcoming golden age, yet divine son had foreseen it, 3000 years in advance such foresight in all soft time. Their divine son washborn with unparallelable possibility of chaotic divinity, and at his birth, celestial phenomena enveloped the 3000 Tao states, lingering long after. Once awakens, the so-called prodigy ascendant anomaly isophather factions, shall swiftly birally gate mediocrity. Although 3 millennia zema brief span fort hosensian taberations will have sealed themselves, that degree if thyr anomaly cannot merely be compared bethelingtho their self-imposed isolation. Will let divine son of ancient Lin family has been sealed in these puck, those ancient taberations for ever nearly urge seri but starlight before him. Among themina powerful beings, Oniunman Cladina blackened goldrobe, taloned with Ava sage's harpas and knife, studulently with his hands clasped behind his back. His cherishadone, Hehad not seen for 3000 years. As the words faded, the forbidden land soon fell into serene silence, without powerful beings gistinge expectant, the divine stone above. Their invincible divine son of ancient Lin familia sealed within, poised to awaken. In the midst of myriad gazes, at a certain moment, that divine stone began to tremble, radiating boundless brilliance, even amidst the resplendent light of the forbidden land. Buzz, buzz. Creak, creak. Amidst the resonant sounds, that divine stone, perfectly rounded, fractured with cracks, as a font the verge of collops. Witnessing this scene, the expression so fall the ancient Lin family's formidable beings transformed into fervent excitement. Theek knew that their divine son, Linchin, was about to bring nigh through to divine source Yanduin here. Buzz, buzz, boom. Finally, following Gavio Lintramer, that divine stone should redeck plosively, and amidst he cascading light off dawn, Adeli figure clad in upper plerobe emerged. Simultaneously, above a theskia soft ancient Lin family, Adavine eye piercing through hedge descended, a towering figure turned away from the masses appeared, and the chaotic divine shadow coalesced. Various phenomena arrived to nourish, as if to celebrate the emergency of semi-existence. At this moment, the entire ancient Lin family trembled in unison, and all members soft ancient Lin family exclaimed with exhilaration. We welcome His Highness, the divine son. Asher breaks free from the divine source. Such an extraordinary phenomenon couldn't be evoked by the invincible divine, son Hohadre Ned Suprema 3000 years ago in the ancient taberations sealed away from fair earlier time as cannot compare. As the phenomenon unfolded, the entire floating light holy state and theme in ancient sect sand hidden clan soft hey 3000 stay, tester to their gazes towards the NCA, their expressions filled with trepidation. They golden agisto arrive at Amaro has Theminster, who suppressed a generation of prodigious 3000 years ago awakened? In the forbidden land, amidst their bathed in radiant dawnlight, Linchin gradually opened his eyes, extending his palm to stir the radiant energy spilling from the divine stony, a faint smile gracing his enemy fetchers. Three Sandiers, has Citrul arrived so swiftly? And today off to Golden Age survival is tomorrow? Over 3 millennia ago, had traversed from Blue Star, devoid of Fanny Golden Finger were the requisites system often associated with travelers. Fortunately, he was born with exceptional talents, possessing the fam undefeated dopable sanda chaotic divine body, rarias a phoenix feather, existing gon lion also flegend. His lineage was extraordinary as well, bank the son of Flinhauren, the patriarch of Theant Lin family, oft Heaton most powerful forces within the floating light holy state. His mother, Yun Qingro, also possessed a background of distinction, bank the grandolder of Yun family, Thestrangesklin the Tian divine state, a position of unparalleled authority. With such qualifications and background, his path of cultivation was naturally smooth. He began cultivating gat theogophony and asin deadtoth spirit serial bithri, abelto wakupon theer. By 5, he defeated the Halasinofa's sacred land in floating light holy state, gaining would spread acclaim, and yarning the titly off divine son of Theancient Lin family. The cultivation realms heredified into body refinement, meridian opening, spirit sea, Yuan Dan, divine abode, 9 catastrophes, ascension, saint, great saint, saint king, divine realm, quasi-emperor, and emperor. His subsequent cultivation journey unfolded seamlessly until Theogov 16, when Lynch and Hadel Reedy attained 9th catastropherium, unmatched among the prodigious oft Hay 3000 Dao states. Just when have found Theoreo Finvincibility among is contemporaries Amiwadadius, the long-awaited Joel Din Finger systemphonally arrived, albeit 16 years late. The fierce message from the system upon binding was to inform him that 3000 years since, they golden achieved Hay 3000 Dao states will dawn. At the time, countless opportunity is and for to encounters Wudaris, amp the long-sealed path to become Gan Emperor Wudri open, summoning prodigies from various eras to contend for the singular tight-leaf emperor. At that moment, Lynch and Hadel Reed suppressed a generation of prodigies, and the prospect of competing with prodigies from other eras filled him immense joy. To engage with a Vinmar formidable and Amalia's in competition was indeed astro cuff good fortune. Today marketh the time of his planned awakening, coinciding with Theviof de Golden Era's arrival. At this instant, a crisp notification echoed Lin Chin's mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening from the divine sourcey the unrivaled sign and systems hull serveth the host with utmost dedication. Detect a damus match between the host's cultivation methods and physiqueth homing sacred method and chaotic divine drahava now been bestowed upon the host. Upon receiving these information, Lin Chin raised Danny brow. The method thought corresponds to me chaotic divine demon physique, the chaotic divine demon sutra? Quite commendable. With that, hesittled in toe cross-legged position and, with Amara thought, begun to revis cultivation method. The cultivation method had practiced previously was the ancient Linfamalis most powerful divine art. The sole sovereign art will a formidable, it paled in comparison to the compatibility of chaotic divine demon sutra with this physique. The chaotic divine demon physique was exceeding lyra reth they'd appeared in 3000 Dao states, leaving behind in traces, with no cultivation method extant. After revising Toalin with chaotic divine demon sutra, Lynchen believed that his foundation doubtedly grow stronger, surpassing his former self. Thus, it could also be celebration of his return from self-sealing. Buzz. In an instant, azure Jav chaotic divine light erupted from Lin Chin's body, enveloping Thespace, revealing boundless might. The extraordinary radiance spilling from the divine source Wastranin, continuously flow into Lin Chin's body, augmenting his power. Below, numerous powerful beings soft ancient Lin family, poised to greet Lin Chin's awakening, were awestruck by the sight before them. An ancient being stroked his snowy beard, gazing skyward in admiration. The divine son has just urged from the divine source, and already has sat in you insight sand brain eye throughs? In Mise, the singularly of Emperor and Thyserano weighs an owner. Theather powerful member soft ancient Lin family voiced thyr agreement. Oncio your ancient Lin family's divine son Lin Chen emerges, the myriad prodigious soft Hay 3000 Dao state of the previous lysolent figure in the black and gold robe, observing Lin Chen above, reveal a gentle smile upon his knife-like face. Meishner Shalons again suppressed the prodigy so fall race in this world, just asheded 3000 years ago. Uppenheismergenst, Heis invincible. Chapter 2 Sig Ninjanath Forbidden Land, the innate emperor weapon, the heaven-slaying blade. Acknowledgement of the emperor weapon, shocking thworld. Within the forbidden land, boundless chaotic divine light shimmered, a manifestation of Lin Chin's spiritual power, seemingly undergoing a form of baptism, resulting in transformation. Almost a breath later, the chaotic divine light gradually receded until it vanished entirely, revealing Lin Chin's figure within. At this moment, Lin Chin exuded Dana von Marformata Baera, becoming increasingly enigmatic. Lin Chin slowly openedizes, asthma gracing his lips. Howled have a thought, I could inadvertent lie advance a level, crossing ninth catastrophe and breaking through to second catastropherium. In theorem of 9 tribulations, each tribulation corresponds to a level of cultivation, and with the passage of each tribulation, the entity is they tinger, such trials undergo transformation. The tribulation has just transcended as the fierce level of spiritual power tribulation. The perfect limached cultivation technique generates spiritual power, making the crossing of this tribulation a trivial endeavor. At present, his spiritual power is several times as stronger than before, and this combat prowess is dramatically. Ashes feet touched the ground, Lin Chin surveyed his surroundings sans slight like competition gratitude. Esteemed elder soft Thecklin, extend my heartfelt thanks for your presence. Lin Chin boasts in appreciation. Up in hearing his words, the numerous formidable members soft ancient Lin Family responded with benevolent smiles. There is no need for such formality as from the divine Nessun we have awaited his day for a long time. Indeed, the awakening of the divine Nessun marks the time for a your ancient Lin Family to display it. Precisely, other ancient familia sansect shave seen t awakening of prodigious in recent years, flaunting their prowess. The our Lin Family, hassle so zint he emergency of exceptional talents, we have a mere labinable to contend with them. However, no they too, that divinesen, have awakened, they golden erase in the horizon, and this stalemate umatonent. Lin Chin, with own hand behind his back, smiled calmly in response to their words. Thegolden erasemething I adurely anticipate I hopeth those individuals donate to eve me over lit disappointed after waiting for 3 millennia. As the say words s'escaped his lips, the expression soft ancient Lin Family slid reflected Dawson's ofassurance. With a cultivation level athesican stage of Hanina tribulations, coupled with Thunmached foundation of the divine Nessun Lin Chin, Nuni the 3000 prefecturescu drivelhum. At that moment, a figure Cladina Blagoldrobi approached Lin Chin, speaking Gina Tranquilvis. Myson, after 3 millennia apert, doyum is yorfather? Thuff his words were gentle, his eyes radiated joy and longing. Seeing this, the surrounding powerful figures instinctively created semi-distance, allowing space for the father and son. Lin Chin beheld the familiar visage before Hyman could not help but break into a smile. Father, after 3 millennia, your main is distinguished as aver. Theman before Heim was known either than his father, Lin Howren, the patriarch of Theant Lin Family, a formidable presence at the pinnacle of the divine realm. Moreover, he health illustrious state left he strongest beneath the quasi emperors in the 3000 prefectures. Upon hearing Lin Chin's words, Lin Horn also smiled warmly. Myson, let us depart a day marks the day off tea competition, for the foremost rank of Lin Familis prodigies. Ask the divinison, Idison Lefitting thought he observeth the current talents of Lin Family, for they shall be your subordinates in the future. The foremost ranking in the competition? Up in hearing this term, a hint of nostalgia flicker red in Lin Chin's eyes. Hurry Colette Hadgering istai me mung thimadger sect soft hey 3000 prefectures, ha defeated countless so-called top-tier contenders. The foremost ranking, as Thenum suggests, refers to those strongest disciples within a faction, titless Sukas Saint Son and Saint Daughter representing themist powerful individuals among them. However, today is the day of competition for the ancient Lin Familis prodigies, and instead of innocent, Hindy doubt Tao witness it firsthand. Gaining insight in Tata current strength soft Lin Familis talent swoodenable from to maintained. Here Supremashi and Dadvin Sepharther went the golden era arrives. Just as Lin Chin was about to respond, a crisp system notification echoed in his mind. Detection indicates he host is sent the forbidden area of the ancient Lin Family signiness no available. Host, would I like to proceed with the sign-in? Sign-in? Lin Chin's expression shifted had nearly forgotten about this invincible signin system. Event hof ha hadel ready be none paralleled amongst the spears before his self-sealing, experiencing the functionality of the system was still quite enjoyable. If you understood correctly, the invincible signin system should allow him to sign in at specific locations torsi of earwords. Without hesitation, Lin Chin insolent liar solved, proceed with the signin. The host has made dead decisions and is being processed. Signin successful, Congratulations, host. You have obtained a primordial imperial weapon, the slashing heaven blade. From no one, the host only needs to arrive at the extraordinary realm town lock for their sign-in opportunities. A primordial imperial weapon. Lynchen was taken ack. These invincibles ignin system certain has its merits. Their word from the fierce signin turned out to be an imperial weapon. Such treasures, cultivated with immense effort by mighty emperors, are scarce even within the ancient Lin family. Most importantly, the imperial weapon acquired from Thessinonese primordialon, birthed from the Vriasensiophia Venendirth, boasting power surpassing that of ordinary imperial weapons. Noticing Lynchen's momentary distraction, Lin Hairang cooed nolware. Myson, what a cupid your thoughts? Theater powerful member soft ancient Linfamo lie revealed expression soft concern. I am awaiting something to fin me on sit arrives, we shall depart. Something? What could be so significant to warrant Lynchen's attention? All the powerful figures, including Lin Howren, were perplexed. At that moment, a clear sound of a blader engine resonated through the forbidden area. Buzz. Following this, a 4-foot-long battle blade, shimmering with a dark ethereal glow, pierced through the air and hovered before Lynchen. Upon the black battle blade, a non-parallel ray of power radiate unabashedly, enveloping the forbidden area with pure imperial might. In that instant, all the divine lights within the forbidden air reddened, with only the black battle blade resplendent lightening. All the powerful figures were recaptivated with this hidden spectacle, fixing their gazes in the black battle blade. Feeling thune adulterate imperial might emanating from the blade, all the powerful figures were retaken aback. An imperial weapon. The black battle blade death a thad suddenly appeared before a the divine ness in ways indeed a formidable imperial weapon. Moreover, it appeared to be primordial imperial weapon without a master. Did the divinison, who had just awakened from the divine source, have a primordial imperial weapon come forth to recognize him as its master? Truly remarkable. In contrast to the astonishment of Theathers, Lynchen's face bore an trace of shock, only a deep curiosity. An imperial weapon, one he had never possessed before. He extended his hand, rest into pont the hilt of the black battle blade, inquiring, "Are you the slashing heaven blade?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. Rip. As Lynchen's palm made contact with the hilt of slashing heaven blade, the blade trembled violently, as if brimming with excitement. Endless blood energy erupted, slicing through his space within the forbidden area, creating numerous pitch-black spatial rifts. Simultaneously, Lynchen's instant a thread of connection forming between him and slashing heaven blade, a bond of mundane spirit. The slashing heaven blade had taken the initiative to recognize a him as its master. In that moment, outside death of forbidden area, amidst Heskias of ancient Lin family, various celestial phenomena began to dissipate. However, just then, the phantom of a black boundless battle blade emerged. The black battle blade illumined in the heavens, as if it had severed ancient past, splitting the river of time, standing as the sole entity between heaven and earth. The disciples of the Lin family paused in their activities, awestruck by the manifestation of the black battle blade. Within this black battle blade, Thazen said the purancy of the blade's path, alongside imperial might. This was the manifestation of an imperial weapon recognizing its master. But when did the ancient Lin family acquire such a black battle bladey imperial weapon? Most critically, how had this black battle bladey Cassines its master? Was it theorisant lie awakened divine essen? Some of the contemporary prodigious of Lin family exchange edge lances, their is reflecting a hint of astonishment. Their divine essen was indeed extraordinary. Not only the ancient Lin family, but within the 3,000 prefectures, countless ancient beings sensed this occurrence, falling into silencio of contemplation. Had the usually low-profile Lin family decided to revialit Sphinx and Thevio of the Golden Era? The initiative of an imperial weapon recognizing Jit's master had not been witnessed in the 3,000 prefectures for man years. Within the forbidden area, Lynchen focused his mind, absorbing slashing heaven bladey into histogen fornituring. Raising hishid, flashed as my the stonished member soft ancient Lin familian Lin Howren. Let us proceed ditus demito observeth the competition among Lin familis prodigious for the foremost ranking. With that, has stepped forward, exiting the forbidden area and leaving behind a multitude of speechless members soft ancient Lin family. Exchanging glances, that powerful figure soft ancient Lin family were fled with awe. Their divine essence had become even more fursometh than he was 3 millennia ago. Chapter 3. The Innate Tao Body, the First Sequence Prodigy, Lin Tingtao. We humbly welcome your highness, the Divine Sun. Above the vast expanse of the ancient Lin family, the spectral image of a black battle blade lingered for a brief moment before gradually dissipating. The prodigious divine son of the ancient Lin family had merely awakened and already caused such an astonishing phenomenon. When he truly emerges, the entire realm of the 3,000 Tao states shall tremble in response. Upon the elevated platform deep within the sacred square, a towering figure stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his deep and authoritative voice resounding. All prodigies who entered the first sequence, provided they secure a place within the top 3, may be bestowed the titles of Divine Son or Divine Daughter by their family. As the voice faded, expressions of anticipation adorned the faces of all the powerful members of the ancient Lin family present. It had been ages since they had established a Divine Son or Divine Daughter. They wondered which prodigies would earn such a prestigious honor this time. With this thought, the gazes of the formidable individuals converged upon the 10 prodigies at the center of the square. They were the first sequence prodigies representing the ancient Lin family in this competition. Each one was a true marvel, renowned throughout the floating light sacred state. All were under a century old. Yet their cultivation had already reached the 5th realm of divine sanctuary, with some even standing at the pinnacle of the 5th realm, the apex of the divine sanctuary. Amidst the eager anticipation, one of the 10 prodigies, a resolute young man, surveyed the others and spoke with nonchalance. I shall claim one of the positions of the Divine Son. Should anyone dare to obstruct me, they shall not escape my unrelenting suppression. Upon hearing this, the other first sequence prodigies could only muster wry smiles. Who among them would dare to vie for glory against such a monstrous talent? After all, who had not fallen victim to his prowess? Beside him, a strikingly beautiful and graceful woman shook her head with a smile. Brother Lin Tingtao, do not jest with us. With your half-step to the 9th calamity cultivation, who could possibly contend with you? Among the younger generation, perhaps only those peculiar beings on the platform could rival you. As she spoke, her gaze, laden with trepidation and seriousness, shifted towards the figures standing behind the towering man on the platform. At her words, all first sequence prodigies, including Lin Tingtao, wore solemn expressions. Those peculiar beings were prodigies chosen and self-sealed by the ancient Lin family eons ago, having only recently awakened from their dormant state. According to lineage, they belonged to a generation far beyond their own, yet their ages were comparable. The most disheartening fact was that each of these individuals stood at the half-step to the 9th calamity. Among the first sequence prodigies, it seemed that only Lin Tingtao could potentially contend with those ancient anomalies. On the platform, the towering man, Lin Jin, waved his hand and spoke in a deep voice. The competition for the ranking of the first sequence prodigies will take the form of a grand melee, with the final standings determined by the order of elimination. Note that no alliances may be formed. Each must fight independently. With the proclamation, he declared, "Let the battle commence." As his hands swept through the air, an overwhelming force surged forth, enveloping the center of the square. A transparent protective barrier imbued with an aura of profound mystery rose around the 10 first sequence prodigies. In that moment, it seemed as though the very space they occupied had expanded, becoming vast and boundless. This was a spatial technique, designed to enlarge and fortify an area, allowing the prodigies within to engage in battle with unrestrained fervor. As the transparent barrier rose, the onlookers from the ancient Lin family couldn't help but clench their fists in anticipation. Soon, the strongest prodigies of their generation would determine their fates within the barrier. The once united first sequence prodigies now stood several tens of miles apart. Their surroundings transformed into a colossal arena, measuring 1,000 miles in length, width, and height. The prodigies exchanged glances, fell silent for a moment, and then simultaneously unleashed their formidable powers, each selecting their opponents and charging forth. Battle. The clash erupted with a thunderous roar, reverberating through the air, yet one figure remained tranquil, standing motionless amidst the chaos. The other prodigies, in their fierce combat, deliberately distanced themselves from him, wary of encroaching too close. Meanwhile, above the sacred square, Lin Chun, with his hands behind his back, observed the scene within the transparent barrier, a playful smile gracing his lips. Are these young ones truly the first sequence prodigies of our ancient Lin family? Quite impressive indeed. rivaling even the prodigies of my generation, particularly one who can be deemed a once-in-a-millennium talent. As he uttered the last words, his gaze settled on the figure standing motionless, a flicker of admiration in his eyes. Surrounding him, Lin Hauren and numerous elders of the ancient Lin family shared satisfied smiles. Being praised by Lin Chen indicated that the current generation of prodigies held a commendable standard. As for Lin Chen addressing those older than him as young ones, they paid it no mind. He had earned that privilege. Though merely 16, his lineage afforded him such stature. Standing beside Lin Chen, Lin Hauren suggested, "The one you refer to as a once-in-a-millennium talent is named Lin Tingtao. He is the strongest among the current youth. If you find him worthy, why not have him as your follower?" "I believe he would not refuse, follower." Upon hearing this proposal, the eyes of the elders brightened, and they nodded in agreement. Indeed, should Lin Tingtao follow you, it would undoubtedly foster his growth. Such is his fortune. Lin Shun appeared somewhat hesitant. The notion of a follower had not crossed his mind. It was not that he was unwilling, but rather that he found it difficult to locate a suitable candidate. Most so-called prodigies simply did not meet his standards. Even those who might barely qualify would soon find themselves outpaced, becoming a burden instead. It was better to forego an additional encumbrance than to invite one. Noticing Lin Chen's reluctance, Lin Hauren chuckled reassuringly. "There is no need to hastily decline. Lin Tingtao possesses not only the pure imperial bloodline of our Lin family, but also a formidable special constitution known as the innate Dao body." Innate Dao body? Lin Chen's expression shifted to one of surprise. He recognized this constitution as exceedingly rare, possessing immense physical prowess and an innate affinity for the Dao, allowing one to harness the power of the Dao in battle. Most importantly, this constitution enabled rapid cultivation with minimal bottlenecks, akin to a weakened version of his own chaotic divine demon body, with the lowest achievement being that of a great sage. To think that Lin Tingtao possessed such a constitution. Under these circumstances, the notion of him being a follower was worth considering. Fixing his gaze on Lin Tingtao, who appeared oblivious to the surrounding chaos and had closed his eyes in feigned slumber, Lin Chen smiled softly. "Let us observe further. Should he secure the first position in this competition, I shall inquire whether he wishes to become my follower." As his words concluded, the elders and Lin Hauren released a collective sigh of relief. Their faces adorned with smiles. Lin Tingtao's strength undoubtedly placed him at the forefront among the current prodigies, making his victory in the first sequence all but assured. Lin Chen's statement essentially indicated his agreement to have Lin Tingtao as his follower. Now, it was up to Lin Tingtao to seize this exceptional opportunity. After all, becoming the follower of Lin Shun was a rare fortune not to be taken lightly. At that moment, Lin Shun waved his hand and chuckled lightly. "Father, esteemed elders, let us descend to observe. Since we are here, we ought to show our presence and extend respect to the first sequence prodigies." With that, Lin Shun flashed a smile and descended towards the platform of the sacred square. The elders and Lin Hauren exchanged knowing smiles and followed suit. Today, Lin Chen's willingness to accept a follower was a significant omen. Come tomorrow, when the Golden Age unfolds, the ancient Lin family would project immense authority across the 3,000 Dao states. They would no longer remain in the shadows. Upon the platform of the sacred square, the towering man, Lin Jin, crossed his arms, his eyes filled with admiration as he observed the battling prodigies within the transparent barrier. Truly, they were the first sequence prodigies of the ancient Lin family, formidable indeed. Suddenly, as if sensing something, Lin Jin's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly bowed in reverence towards the heavens. "I humbly welcome your highness, the divine son, as well as the patriarch and esteemed elders." As his voice echoed, all members of the ancient Lin family present in the sacred square trembled in unison. Had the divine son? The patriarch and the esteemed elders arrived at the sacred square. They quickly looked up, only to behold the imposing and handsome figure of a young man. He possessed unmatched double pupils, his gaze too formidable to meet. Exuding an aura of authority, surrounded by an ethereal essence of the Tao. Just a fleeting glance instilled within them an overwhelming sense of reverence. Trailing behind him were many familiar powerful figures, the patriarch and the esteemed elders. That the patriarch and elders willingly walked behind him made the identity of the handsome young man abundantly clear. He must be the invincible divine son of the ancient Lin family Lin Chun. In the next moment, a chorus of synchronized and fervent voices erupted throughout the sacred square. We humbly welcome your highness, the divine sun. With your highness's awakening, the 3,000 Tao states shall surely tremble once more. They finally had the opportunity to behold the invincible divine son of their ancient Lin family. Situated behind Lin Jin, a few figures, who had originally appeared as calm and indifferent as a tranquil lake, now raised their heads, their expressions gravely serious. Could this be the prodigious descendant endowed with both unparalleled dual pupils and a chaotic divine demonic body? Although they were reluctant to admit it, they could distinctly sense that Lin Chen surpassed them in strength. Chapter 4. The Pros and Cons of the Golden Era. Ancient Oddities bow. Amidst a chorus of respectful exclamations, Lin Chen ascended to the high platform. Surveying his surroundings before smiling gently, "Esteemed clansmen, there is no need for excessive courtesy. I have come to witness the competition among the foremost prodigies of the ancient Lin clan. They are the true protagonists here." As he spoke, Lin Chen nodded towards Lin Jin. "Elder, it has been quite some time." In Lin Jin's eyes shimmered a mix of nostalgia and awe. "Your Highness, indeed it has been ages. It has been a full 3,000 years since we last met." He could perceive that Lin Chen's cultivation had deepened significantly compared to 3 millennia ago. The 9th layer of catastrophe, 2nd stage. Has the sun just awakened and already made a breakthrough? What an overwhelming sensation it is to face a genuine prodigy. Lin Chen's voice seemed to possess a certain allure, compelling many powerful members of the ancient Lin clan to involuntarily straighten their postures. At this moment, all gazes in the sacred square were fixed upon Lin Chen. These looks were imbued with curiosity, reverence, admiration, and fervor. This self-proclaimed invincible son, who had secluded himself for 3,000 years, had his legendary exploits widely circulated. It was no exaggeration to say that many among them had grown up hearing tales of Lin Chen. Previously, they could only listen to stories about him, but now, to finally behold the man himself, the excitement was beyond their control. At this juncture, Lin Haoran and several clan elders also arrived at the high platform. Lin Haoran, hands clasped behind his back, spoke in a deep and authoritative tone. "The sun speaks wisely. Although today marks the auspicious occasion of the awakening of Lin Chen, the true protagonist remains the first sequence of prodigies engaged in battle. I implore everyone to maintain silence and continue observing their contest." Yes, clan leader. Indeed, the first sequence of prodigies was still vying for the positions of Holy Son and Holy Daughter, and their clamor was a great disrespect. After all, His Highness the Sun had awakened, and they would have ample opportunities to meet him in the future. But this was a singular chance to observe the competition for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. With silent reverence, the members of the Lin clan in the sacred square redirected their attention toward the transparent protective shield. They too were intensely curious about the outcome of this contest for the positions of Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Besides Lin Tingtao, who could rival the ancient oddities, who would claim the remaining 2 spots? Lin Qian observed the order swiftly restored and smiled faintly. Within the ancient Lin clan, unity remained as steadfast as ever, which reassured him. The Golden Era was a momentous occasion for all within the 3,000 domains. It brought both benefits and drawbacks. The advantages lay in the opportunity for everyone to rapidly grow stronger, achieving heights previously unattainable, while the disadvantages were equally stark. With immense gains came immense crises. Such grave dangers could significantly impact even the ancient Lin clan, an ancient imperial lineage spanning countless millennia. A slight misstep could lead to the ancient and mighty forces of the 3,000 domains seizing the opportunity to plunge them into the abyss. However, Lin Chen believed that with his awakening, the Lin clan would remain the united entity it had always been. Even if challenges arose, they would not falter. Should anyone dare to infringe upon the ancient Lin clan, he would crush them without hesitation. As Lin Chen pondered, a voice of admiration resonated from behind. "You are indeed the invincible Sun Lin Chen from 3,000 years ago, are you not? After your awakening, I found it hard to believe the tales of your exploits, considering them exaggerated. But now that I see you, I realize how wrong I was. Your talent and strength truly deserve the title of the greatest of the ancient Lin clan across all eras. I am inferior to you." 5 figures, each embodying remarkable prowess, stood shoulder to shoulder behind him, their faces reflecting admiration. The speaker, an unassuming young man standing at the center, appeared exceedingly ordinary, the kind of face that would fade into the crowd unnoticed. Yet, He sensed that this unremarkable youth was the strongest among them, mere steps away from attaining the 9th layer of catastrophe. Squinting slightly, Lin Qian displayed a hint of speculation on his face. These 5 figures, whom he had initially overlooked, were likely the prodigies of the ancient Lin clan who had chosen to seal themselves in a previous era, or perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to them as ancient oddities. At that moment, Lin Howren's gentle voice chimed in Dachshunner. These 5 are your ancestors. By generational standards, it is quite complicated to delineate their lineage. However, before your awakening, our ancient Lin clan maintained its dignity and repelled the encroachments of other forces. Thanks to these 5 in recent years, they have thwarted countless prodigies, ensuring our clan did not lose face in the 3,000 domains. The 5 remarkable ancient oddities raised their palms slightly in respect towards Lin Howren and the elders. We have met the clan leader and esteemed elders. Upon seeing Lin Chun, they felt that their era had passed. This level of prodigy, fortunate to be within the ancient Lin clan, rather than among other forces. Hearing their words, Lin Chin's eyes reflected understanding. Just as he had surmised, these 5 were indeed the ancient oddities of the ancient Lin clan. It must be said, each one of them was formidable, capable of reigning supreme in ordinary times. Regaining his composure, Lin Qian offered a slight bow to the 5. I am Lin Chun, honored to meet the 5 esteemed ancestors. Your efforts over the years have been greatly appreciated. I shall take charge of the matters to come. The 5 ancient oddities smiled broadly at his words. This Lin Qian did not conceal his intentions at all, but they found it delightful. Had he been the scheming type, they would have been dismayed. It was precisely this straightforwardness that aligned with the ethos of the ancient Lin clan. From now on, we shall await your commands. Son, though we are your forebears, in the realm of cultivation, merit is paramount. Your talent and strength earn our respect. Upon hearing this, all the strong members of the Lin clan on the high platform displayed expressions of astonishment. The 5 ancient oddities, usually so proud, had just met Lin Qian and already pledged their allegiance? Was it truly that swift? They had anticipated that it would take a contest for the 5 to submit to Lin Qian's authority. Yet the agreement had been reached upon their first encounter. Lin Qian was momentarily taken aback but quickly broke into a smile. Then let us address each other as equals. There is no need for generational distinctions. As we are all of the younger generation, reintroducing himself, he declared, I am Lin Qian. As his voice echoed, the 5 ancient oddities exchanged glances and smiled broadly. The youth at the center raised a corner of his mouth and, with a slight bow, introduced himself first. Tian Di Tong Chun, a splendid name. I am Lin Shanhe, honored to meet you. Lin Chun, beside him, the only enchanting woman among the 5 smiled coyly. I am Lin Huangxian. Dear brother Lin Chun, henceforth, you must take good care of your elder sister, so that no one bullies me. The other 3 young men of the ancient oddities each introduced themselves in turn. Lin Mie Lin Qian, I am thoroughly convinced upon this first meeting. Lin Tianxin Lin Qian, feel free to command me. Lin Long, honored to meet you. Lin Shun. Lin Qian regarded the 5 with a faint smile. Rest assured. From this day forth, none shall dare infringe upon the ancient Lin clan. Should anyone attempt, we shall eradicate them completely. His tone was calm, yet it brimmed with an inexorable killing intent. Upon hearing this, Lin Shanhe and the others couldn't help but chuckle heartily. Excellent, from now on, we shall jointly safeguard the dignity of the ancient Lin clan. With such unparalleled prodigies at their helm, the golden era would undoubtedly mark a moment of ascendance for the ancient Lin clan. Meanwhile, Lin Howren and the clan elders observed the scene, their mouths agape in incredulity. Indeed, they were all still young. They had just met and were already united as one. However, this boded well for the unity of the clan. Suddenly, they began to anticipate the arrival of the golden era tomorrow, which promised to be immensely entertaining. Chapter 5. You 3, commendable, Lin Tingtao, would you be willing to become my follower? Within the transparent protective shield, the vast arena had become pockmarked, filled with waves of terrifying energy. Yet, one area remained profoundly tranquil, untouched by any damage, as if it were detached from the chaos surrounding it. Lin Tingtao stood still, eyes closed in feigned slumber, emanating no discernible aura. Even as the tumultuous aftermath of battles approached, it dissipated into nothingness before reaching him, leaving him entirely unaffected. The external conflicts held no relevance for him. He was merely waiting, awaiting the conclusion of the grand melee. At a certain moment, Lin Tingtao slowly opened his eyes and spoke softly. Has it finally come to an end? As he surveyed the vast arena, he noticed that apart from himself, only two figures remained. These two figures, one male and one female, bore disheveled auras, their garments torn and stained with traces of blood. It was evident that they had just endured an extraordinarily arduous battle. Yet at this moment, despite their injuries, both individuals wore radiant smiles upon their faces. They had fought to the bitter end, securing places among the top 3 of the first sequence. This signified that they were about to be bestowed with the titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter by their clan. The titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter carried immense prestige, granting access to greater cultivation resources and the support of the family. With the advent of the Golden Era, their futures promised to be resplendent. Confronting the ancient prodigies, they were not without opportunities to pursue. At that moment, the deep and authoritative voice of Lin Jin resonated throughout the expansive arena. You three, having secured the top 3 positions in this first sequence competition, are entitled to the titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter. As the announcement echoed, the transparent protective barrier began to dissipate, and the vast arena, stretching for thousands of miles, returned to its previous dimensions. In the central area of the sacred square, Lin Tingtao and the 2 others stood shoulder to shoulder, each adorned with broad smiles. Even for Lin Tingtao, being conferred the title of Holy Son was a source of great joy. However, they were somewhat puzzled as to why no congratulatory voices resounded throughout the sacred square after the competition for the Holy Son and Holy Daughter had concluded. Not only was there an absence of congratulatory remarks, but the entire sacred square was enveloped in an eerie silence. Even those elite individuals from the first sequence who had just been eliminated appeared somewhat out of sorts in the next instant. As if sensing something amiss, the 3 simultaneously fixed their gazes upon the elevated platform. Previously, they recalled that there had not been such a multitude of powerful clan members present. The clan leader and various elders, who were rarely seen, had all converged here. It seemed that every elder had arrived without exception. The 3 were taken aback by this sight. Each elder of the ancient Lin clan was a being of divine realm, and a significant number of them had reached the pinnacle of that realm. Most crucially, they were all exceedingly ancient, holding positions of authority that surpassed all except for the quasi-emperor ancestors of the clan. The mere competition for the titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter among these elites could hardly warrant such a gathering. At this moment, Lin Tingtao sensed a slight discord, his brow furrowing. He noticed a strikingly handsome youth standing before the clan leader and the elders. Why were the clan leader and the elders standing behind that youth? Not only the clan leader and elders, but even those 5 ancient prodigies seemed to hold him in utmost reverence. Who is this person? The voice was thick with confusion. As these words were uttered, the 2 first sequence elites standing beside him suddenly changed their expressions dramatically. They recalled that today was not only the day they competed for the first sequence, but also the time when the self-proclaimed invincible sun, who had been dormant for 3,000 years, was to awaken. Earlier, during the conclusion of the first sequence competition, they had sensed that the sun had broken through the divine source and awakened, even compelling the emperor's weapon to recognize him as its master. Manifesting extraordinary phenomena. Could it be? The 2 exchanged glances, unable to suppress their nervous swallowing. The youth who commanded the clan leader and elders' attention, and who even garnered the respect of those 5 ancient prodigies. Could he possibly be the invincible son of their ancient Lin clan? Had the sun come to witness their contest for the titles of Holy Son and Holy Daughter? With these thoughts, the 2 traditionally resolute first sequence elites felt a twinge of anxiety creeping into their hearts. They did not wish for this, yet it was the sun. Lin Tingtao, observing the expressions of the 2, also came to this realization, his body involuntarily trembling. Was that youth truly the invincible son? The very son who had always inspired him to strive for excellence? Lin Chen. The sacred square was enveloped in an oppressive silence. All members of the ancient Lin clan wearing expressions of silent joy. The Holy Son and Holy Daughter had been determined, and all the prodigies of the ancient Lin clan had gathered at this moment. What expressions would the 3 Holy Son and Holy Daughter wear upon seeing the sun? On the elevated platform, Lin Howren and the assembled elders remained silent, directing their gazes toward Lin Chun. Earlier, Lin Shun had expressed his desire to consult Lin Tingtao about accepting him as a follower. Now that the competition had concluded, it was time to broach that subject. Lin Shun surveyed Lin Tingtao and the other two, nodding in satisfaction before breaking into a gentle smile. "You three have performed admirably." His soft voice resonated throughout the sacred square, reaching the ears of all the members of the ancient Lin clan. In the center of the sacred square, upon hearing the praise, Lin Tingtao and his companions felt a sudden surge of astonishment. While countless individuals had praised them in the past, they had never experienced such a profound sensation before. Given the circumstances, they had now confirmed that the striking youth before them was indeed the self-proclaimed invincible son of their ancient Lin clan. This legendary figure had now openly commended them. Or rather, he had approached Lin Tingtao directly. Amidst Lin Tingtao's palpable nervousness, Lin Xin offered a warm smile. "Lin Tingtao, do you wish to become my follower and cultivate alongside me?" As the words were spoken, the sacred square erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. All the members of the ancient Lin clan gazed at Lin Shun and Lin Tingtao in utter disbelief. Did they just hear correctly? The son wished for Lin Tingtao to become his follower? If anyone else had uttered such words, they would have been met with scorn, for who had the audacity to speak such presumptuous declarations? Yet now, the one making this statement was Lin Shun, the son, and they felt not a trace of arrogance, only incredulity. The son was willing to take Lin Tingtao as his follower? According to legend, there had once been an ancient prodigy from a powerful sect who sought to follow the son. However, the son had simply replied with a phrase that had echoed through the ages, "To be my follower. You are not worthy." What was most astonishing was that the ancient prodigy had not felt humiliated, but had instead sighed in acceptance, acknowledging, "Indeed, while my talent is commendable, it is indeed a delusion to aspire to be your follower." That ancient prodigy had already surpassed the ninth tribulation realm, at the same level as the son, Lin Shun. If the son had deemed that ancient prodigy unworthy of being his follower, now he was actively inquiring if Lin Tingtao, who was only at half the ninth tribulation realm, would be willing to follow him. Lin Tingtao could hardly believe his ears, his expression one of bewilderment as he glanced at the two first sequence elites beside him. "Did you two hear correctly? What did the son just say?" "The son said he wants your clan brother to be his follower." The two first sequence elites were incredulous. Had they not awakened from their slumber? Were they truly hearing things? Upon hearing their words, Lin Tingtao remained in disbelief. He gazed at Lin Xin, stuttering, "Son, is it truly possible for me? I am merely at half the ninth tribulation realm." He felt as if he had never been this devoid of confidence before. Was he dreaming? At that moment, Lin Tingtao felt none of the calmness he had exhibited during the competition. Instead, he was engulfed in profound shyness and anxiety, akin to a novice before a master. Lin Shun, upon hearing this, smiled lightly. "Your cultivation level is not the primary concern. Our physiques are quite similar, and we share a significant affinity. Thus, I extend this invitation to you. So, will you follow me and cultivate at my side?" The words may have seemed audacious, yet no one found them out of place. Such declarations from the son, Lin Shun, were entirely justified. With this confirmation, Lin Tingtao finally realized that he was not dreaming. Everything he was experiencing was indeed real. His body trembled with increasing intensity, and without a moment's hesitation, he knelt on one knee, his expression flushed with excitement as he respectfully clasped his hands and declared, "I, Lin Tingtao, willingly become the son's follower. Wherever the son directs, there shall I follow." Chapter 6. The Bestowal of the Chaotic Fist. The Golden Era approaches. With those words echoing throughout the sacred square, all members of the ancient Lin clan gazed enviously at Lin Tingtao. To cultivate alongside the son was an opportunity of monumental significance, one that evoked deep admiration. Moreover, Lin Tingtao, as the most formidable prodigy of their clan, was indeed more deserving of such an honor than others, even rivaling the ancient prodigies. Furthermore, the fact that the son had not taken in the ancient prodigy of the ninth tribulation realm, yet chose to actively accept Lin Tingtao as his follower, hinted at undisclosed reasons. In a moment of unspoken understanding, nearly all members of the ancient Lin clan wore smiles, extending their congratulations to Lin Tingtao. "We congratulate Holy Son Lin Tingtao. We congratulate Holy Son Lin Tingtao. We congratulate." As the congratulatory voices filled the air, Lin Tingtao wore a look of sheer disbelief, as if he were lost in a dream. He had imagined countless scenarios of meeting the sun. Yet he had never anticipated that on their first meeting, the sun would choose him to be his follower. The honor of becoming Lin Chen's follower overshadowed even the title of Holy Son he had just attained. Lin Chen extended a hand, gently smiling at Lin Tingtao. "You have just become the holy son of the family, and now you will also be my follower, as the divine offspring. It is only natural that I present you with a token of our first meeting. My father has informed me that you possess an innate Tao body, and fortuitously, I have devised a unique divine art that is perfectly suited for you. Henceforth, I shall bestow it upon you." With these words, Lin Chen gently tapped his finger, and a flash of chaotic divine light swiftly vanished into Lin Tingtao's brow. Lin Tingtao felt an invisible, formidable power lifting him, compelling his body to stand upright involuntarily. Before he could fully grasp the might of the divine offspring, he sensed waves of profound and majestic information surging within his mind. This is the divine art personally created by the divine offspring? Not daring to delay, Lin Tingtao promptly closed his eyes and began to immerse himself in understanding. At the age of 13, he had cultivated a strong divine art that perfectly harmonized with his chaotic divine demonic body. This divine art defied conventional rankings, being extraordinarily powerful, and was one of his signature techniques. It was named the Chaotic Fist. By embodying chaos, a single punch unleashed chaos itself, devoid of any embellishment, shattering myriad laws with sheer force, a truly pure offensive technique. It remained uncertain how much Lin Tingtao would comprehend upon his initial encounter with this divine art, or whether he could unleash a fist imbued with chaotic power. At this moment, the sacred square was enveloped in silence. With all members of the ancient Lin family wearing expressions of palpable envy, Lin Tingtao, the Holy Son, had indeed encountered an extraordinary opportunity. Having just been conferred the title of the first Holy Son, he was now following the divine offspring and had received a personal divine art from him. If the divine offspring were to impart his powerful techniques, Lin Tingtao could very well soar to unprecedented heights. As his understanding deepened, mysterious energies radiated from Lin Tingtao's surroundings, and his face frequently shifted between confusion and clarity. Initially, confusion dominated his experience, but as time progressed, clarity began to prevail. After the span of a tea ceremony, under the watchful gaze of all the ancient Lin family members, Lin Tingtao's face illuminated with profound understanding as he gently thrust his fist forward. It appeared devoid of any strength, lacking in any power. Yet, with that single motion, the heavens and earth shifted, and the very fabric of space fractured, as if the laws of existence recoiled in that instant. Boom! As the fist struck, a massive spatial black hole manifested in the sacred square, devouring everything in its vicinity. If a typical fifth-level cultivator of the divine concealment realm were to face such a blow, they would surely meet their demise or sustain grievous injuries. Lin Tingtao opened his eyes, incredulous as he gazed at his own palm. That punch, had he truly executed it? He had merely drawn upon a thread of spiritual energy, yet it possessed such incredible might. Should he unleash his full power, could he not obliterate thousands of miles of space in an instant? Terrifying, truly terrifying. The chaotic fist imparted by the divine offspring had revealed a fraction of its essence, and yet it wielded such fearsome potency. At that moment, Lin Chen's voice, tinged with admiration, echoed. "Indeed, to grasp even a hint of true meaning upon your first understanding is commendable. Your talent and comprehension are undeniable. With the arrival of the golden era tomorrow, you should seize this opportunity to truly break through to the ninth calamity realm. At that time, you may just begin to master this divine art. Thank you, divine offspring, for bestowing this technique." The chaotic fist. He understood that this was one of the divine offspring's signature techniques. He felt that this divine art surpassed any he had previously cultivated. Moreover, just as the divine offspring had stated, this technique was indeed in perfect harmony with his innate Tao body, allowing for a fluid cultivation experience without any hindrance. Lin Chen waved his hand dismissively. Preferring to avoid trouble, he typically eradicated sources of inconvenience directly. His decision to accept Lin Tingtao as a follower was twofold: to experiment and to benefit his family. If Lin Tingtao were to create trouble for him, he would be displeased. Thus, he needed to ensure that Lin Tingtao possessed the strength to resolve his own troubles, ensuring that no issues would arise for him. Lin Tingtao, upon hearing this, displayed unwavering determination in his eyes and vowed, "Rest assured, divine offspring, I, Lin Tingtao, shall not tarnish your esteemed reputation. Should anyone dare to offend, I shall eliminate them without hesitation." Lin Chun nodded in satisfaction. Very well. With that, Lin Chun raised his gaze to the sky, now painted in hues of approaching dusk, squinting slightly as he spoke softly. "Today is drawing to a close. The golden era will soon arrive. I wonder what caliber of prodigies this era shall bring forth. I hope they do not disappoint me too greatly." His voice, though calm, resonated deeply within the ears of all present upon hearing these words. The expressions of all the ancient Lin family members turned solemn. The golden era. What fortunes would emerge across the 3,000 Dao states with its arrival? On the high platform, Lin Howren, hands clasped behind his back, intoned with authority, "With the competition for Holy Son and Holy Daughter concluded, the ancient Lin family shall now have 3 holders of these titles. The first Holy Son, Lin Tingtao. The second Holy Daughter, Lin Yakan. The third Holy Son, Lin Zhou." As his words fell, the sacred square erupted in a chorus of congratulations from all the members of the ancient Lin family. "We congratulate the 3 prodigies on their ascension to Holy Son and Holy Daughter." Lin Tingtao, Lin Yakan, and Lin Zhou could not help but reveal smiles of joy at the announcement. They were the strongest of the first sequence in the ancient Lin family, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter. Tomorrow, they would embark on their journey to elevate the reputation of the ancient Lin family. The Golden Era, Chapter 7. Signing in at the Divine Offspring Palace, the influx of Blade Dao's fundamental power, granting you an opportunity for transformation. With the conclusion of the first sequence's struggle, Lin Howren, along with the clan elders, briefly conferred with Lin Chun before departing in succession. Accompanying Lin Chun was the newly appointed first Holy Son, Lin Tingtao. As a follower, he was required to remain close at all times, never departing. Following the departure of the powerful figures, the members of the ancient Lin family in the sacred square also began to disperse. The arrival of the Golden Era represented a tremendous opportunity for everyone. At its onset, a tidal wave of spiritual energy would engulf the 3,000 Dao states, resulting in a dramatic surge in the density of natural spiritual essence. It was possible that, through the spiritual energy tide of this Golden Era, they might break through their current cultivation bottlenecks and advance further. At the Divine Forbidden Peak, within the Divine Offspring Palace, Lin Chen gazed at the familiar and majestic structure before him, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. 3,000 years had passed, yet this place remained unchanged, just as he remembered. This had been his residence and the site of his cultivation. Although 3,000 years had elapsed in the outside world, it had felt like merely an instant to him. He had been apart from this place for 3 millennia. Behind him, Lin Tingtao surveyed his surroundings with curiosity. Is this truly the Divine Offspring Palace constructed specifically for our divine offspring? The ancient Lin family has never had a divine offspring before. The current divine offspring, Lin Chun, is the first in history. The Divine Forbidden Peak was once said to be the retreat of a quasi-emperor ancestor. However, following the birth of the divine offspring, that ancestor willingly relinquished his claim, allowing for the construction of the Divine Offspring Palace specifically for Lin Chen's residence. Previously, he had only heard of its extraordinary nature, but now experiencing it firsthand, he found the density of spiritual essence to be several times greater than any other location within the family. Not only that, the entire Divine Forbidden Peak was enveloped in powerful formations and restrictions, boasting not only astonishing defensive capabilities, but also lethal potential. It was likely that even a typical Divine Realm cultivator would face certain death should they attempt to assault the Divine Forbidden Peak. Lin Tingtao, follow me into the palace and await the arrival of the Golden Era. At that time, when you break through to the 9th Calamity Realm, I will also be able to protect you. Yes, Divine Offspring, the 9th Calamity Realm. Could he truly achieve a smooth breakthrough under the tidal wave of spiritual energy from the Golden Era? Although he possessed an innate Dao body, he had yet to reach the threshold for breaking through to the 9th Calamity Realm. He hoped that, as the Divine Offspring had suggested, he might harness the power of the Golden Era to meet the requirements for breakthrough. Within the Divine Offspring Palace, Lin Chen and Lin Tingtao sat cross-legged upon the cushions, their breath steady as they adjusted their states. Even Lin Chun, curious about the impending arrival of the Golden Era, wondered what form it would take. Just then, a familiar, crisp notification tone resonated in Lin Chen's mind. Detection indicates that the host is currently at the Divine Forbidden Peak. Divine Offspring Palace. Sign in is now available. Would you like to sign in now? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Chen's expression shifted. Earlier, when he was at the Sacred Square, the system had not issued a notification, indicating that it was not a designated area of significance. However, the presence of the sign-in feature within his Divine Offspring Palace implied that, in a crucial sense, this palace held even greater authority than the Sacred Square. With this realization, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Truly, the Divine Forbidden Peak was an excellent location for his cultivation needs, unlike other places where he could not fully absorb spiritual energy. Without hesitation, Lin Chen opened his eyes and silently declared, "Sign-in." He was eager to discover what treasures he might acquire through this sign-in at his Divine Offspring Palace. His previous sign-in had yielded an unclaimed innate imperial weapon. The host's decision has been recorded. The system is currently processing the sign-in. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received an influx of Blade Dao's fundamental power. The source of the power of the Sword Dao bestowed upon him? Lin Chen's expression was one of astonishment. In the past, he had never wielded a weapon. He had relied solely on his fists to dominate the world, suppressing an entire generation. Now, upon awakening, the system granted him an innate imperial weapon of the sword category, and now it was offering him the foundational power of the Sword Dao. Was this an indication that he was to change his cultivation path to the Sword Dao? At that moment, the system's melodious prompt echoed once more. "Host, would you like to utilize the foundational power of the Sword Dao?" Hearing this, Lin Chen glanced at Lin Tingtao, who was seated cross-legged on a nearby mat, and pondered for a moment. He had sensed a trace of the aura of the Sword Dao emanating from Lin Tingtao, indicating he was a practitioner of the Sword Dao. If he allowed Lin Tingtao to observe his experience with the foundational power of the Sword Dao, it might prove beneficial for Lin Tingtao. With that thought in mind, Lin Chen parted his lips and softly spoke, "Lin Tingtao, awaken." As soon as the words fell, Lin Tingtao opened his eyes in bewilderment, surveying his surroundings. Had the era of the Golden Age arrived? Why did he not feel anything? What of the surge of spiritual energy? Confused, Lin Tingtao stood up and respectfully clasped his hands toward Lin Chen. "Your Highness, do you have any instructions?" Lin Chen responded with a gentle smile. "I perceive the aura of the Sword Dao upon you. You must be a practitioner of the Sword Dao, correct?" Lin Tingtao, though still somewhat perplexed, nodded in acknowledgement. As he spoke, a hint of pride involuntarily surfaced on his face. The perfection of the sword's intent was a level that even the majority of strong individuals in the ninefold catastrophe realm could not achieve. To reach such a stage before ascending to the ninefold catastrophe realm was indeed a testament to his extraordinary talent. Hearing Lin Tingtao's words, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. In that case, you may seize this opportunity to progress further and comprehend the profound essence of the sword." With that, Lin Chen hesitated no longer and silently commanded in his heart, "System, activate the foundational power of the Sword Dao." Request from the host received, initiating the bestowal of the foundational power of the Sword Dao. In an instant, Lin Chen felt waves of pure, potent Sword Dao energy enveloping him. His understanding of the Sword Dao deepened continuously in his mind, evolving from nothingness to profound comprehension. Lin Tingtao's expression remained perplexed. What did the words of His Highness mean? What did it signify that he could further advance his sword intent and grasp the essence of the sword through this opportunity? Before he could inquire further, Lin Tingtao sensed an exceptionally pure Sword Dao aura emanating from Lin Chen. This was the foundational power of the Sword Dao, the primordial energy necessary for breaking through to the divine realm. How could such formidable power be unleashed by His Highness? Could it be that His Highness had already comprehended the foundational power of the Sword Dao? Lin Tingtao was taken aback. Suddenly, he understood the meaning behind Lin Chen's words. The opportunity referred to was indeed for him to observe the foundational power of the Sword Dao. Without further contemplation, Lin Tingtao focused intently, immersing himself in the pure foundational power of the Sword Dao radiating from Lin Chen's being. Perhaps, through this rare opportunity, he could indeed advance his perfected sword intent and achieve the essence of the sword. Inside the Divine Sun Palace, an eerie silence soon enveloped the space. Only the occasional faint sound of sword resonance emanated from Lin Chen's form. Chapter 8. The Golden Age approaches. comprehending the perfect essence of the sword. Breaking through the ninefold catastrophe realm, Lin Chen's consciousness was submerged in a realm of swords, where all things were transformed into blades. Each blade of grass and every tree was a sword. The gentle breeze was a sword. The earth itself was a sword, and even the vast sky was a sword. Initially, Lin Chen felt bewildered by the notion that this world was composed of swords. Yet gradually, he came to realize that it was not the world that was made of swords, but rather, with a mere thought, all of heaven and earth could become swords. The agency lay not with the world, but within himself. In the 3,000 Dao provinces, countless ancient lineages and powerful individuals quietly observed the sky. They watched as the sun sank completely and the moon gradually ascended, as the moon climbed higher. The tension among the powerful from various lineages mounted. The time of the Golden Age's arrival drew nearer. At a certain moment, when the moon reached its zenith, the auras of the powerful from all ancient lineages surged violently. The Golden Age had arrived, boom. Across the 3,000 Dao provinces, in every corner, spiritual energy surged in waves at that very moment. The density of spiritual energy throughout the 3,000 Dao provinces thickened instantaneously, becoming viscous and rich, multiplying in intensity by dozens of times. Countless practitioners found their cultivation bottlenecks shattered under the overwhelming spiritual energy of heaven and earth, breaking through to new realms. An unknown number of strong individuals rejoiced, celebrating their newfound advancements. Even many ordinary individuals, lacking any cultivation aptitude, found their physical forms strengthened under the waves of spiritual energy, transcending the norm. Various ailments and plagues vanished entirely, returning to normalcy, and even those lacking limbs regained their lost appendages. The contemporary prodigies and ancient anomalies, awaiting the arrival of the Golden Age, revealed their battle intent in that very moment. The age of contention had commenced, and they were poised to showcase their true prowess. Countless prodigies broke through, surpassing the limits of their cultivation and growing even stronger. In one of the top 10 strongest states of the 3,000 Dao provinces, Yuntian divine state, the Yun family. Boom! I, Yun Shinxiu, shall break through the ninefold catastrophe realm today. In this golden age, who among the prodigies dares to challenge me? A figure resembling a youthful sovereign stood proudly in the sky, unfazed by the descending calamity overhead. Exuding a bold smile, I in the same rank of strongest states, Luoxia Heaven State, at the Luoxia Holy Land, a stunning figure, seemingly descended from the heavens, stood gracefully in the air. Above her, terrifying purple calamity lightning rained down relentlessly. Yet, these menacing bolts, potent enough to obliterate an ordinary practitioner of the ninefold catastrophe realm, vanished into nothingness as they approached her. The beautiful figure shifted her gaze towards the direction of the floating light holy state. Her voice resonating with a chill, Lin Chun of the ancient Lin family, the invincible son, is hailed as the strongest prodigy of all ages. Yet to ascertain who truly holds that title, a battle must be fought. In the realm of the demon god state, where myriad tribes converge, young dragons soared skyward, pure-blooded cheilants roared towards the heavens, and true phoenixes sang in harmony, their voices clear and spirited. They were the pinnacle of the demon race. And now, having undergone the baptism of spiritual energy, all ascended to the ninefold catastrophe realm. Not only in these states did prodigies break through to the ninefold catastrophe realm. Across the skies of numerous ancient lineages within the 3,000 Dao provinces, figures of outstanding talent emerged. Whether contemporary prodigies or ancient anomalies, they all directed their gazes towards the floating light holy state and the ancient Lin family. Their eyes burned with defiance and battle intent. Lin Chun, the invincible son of the ancient Lin family, was proclaimed the strongest of all ages, yet they refused to accept this. As the Golden Age approached, they too had undergone their own transformations, and they would surely compete with him to see who was truly the strongest. Within the floating light holy state, at the ancient Lin family's divine forbidden peak, inside the divine sun palace, Lin Chen's eyes gradually opened, and an astonishing gleam of sword light erupted from his pupils. In an instant, two formidable spatial rifts manifested within the divine sun palace, remaining unhealed for an extended period. Merely the emitted sword light held such overwhelming power, leaving one to fathom the might of a full-blown release. Lin Chen glanced at his palm, a surprised smile gracing his features. He had not anticipated that this time he would directly reach the realm of the perfected essence of the Sword Tao in a single stroke. Such a significant enhancement had caught him off guard. Indeed, he had now leaped past the realms of sword intent and sword understanding, achieving the third stage of Sword Tao cultivation, the essence of the sword. Moreover, it was not merely a preliminary comprehension but a perfected level of the essence of the sword. This rate of advancement was truly astonishing. Buzz. With a mere thought, Lin Chan manifested a pure essence of the sword in his palm. Where the essence of the sword resided, space itself seemed to dissolve, impossible to mend. Sensing the might of the essence of the sword, Lin Chun nodded in immense satisfaction. His understanding of the Sword Tao was now a stepping stone towards breaking through to the foundational realm of the Sword Tao. It was no exaggeration to say that his comprehension of the Sword Tao now surpassed that of many Saint King realm practitioners who had immersed themselves in Sword Tao for tens of thousands of years. Rising to his feet, Lin Chun sensed the rapidly intensifying spiritual energy surrounding him and lifted his gaze. The Golden Age had finally arrived. His voice was calm yet tinged with excitement and battle intent. After 3,000 years of waiting, this moment had truly come. He could feel his cultivation advancing swiftly on its own, and before long, he would undoubtedly complete the second calamity and break through to a new realm. At that moment, Lin Tingtao, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes wide. Accompanying this, an overwhelming and pure powerful aura erupted from within him, enveloping the entire Divine Sun Palace. Within this vast and pure aura, one could faintly perceive the sharpness of the essence of the sword. That was the sharpness of the essence of the sword. Sensing the surging power within him, Lin Tingtao's face lit up with exhilaration. He had broken through. Under the waves of spiritual energy, he had truly ascended. Now, he was a bona fide practitioner of the ninefold catastrophe realm. Not only that, but with the assistance of Lin Chun, he had also achieved a groundbreaking advancement in his perfected sword intent. Now, his mastery of the blade has transcended the previous pinnacle of the perfect knife's essence and has reached the profound meaning of the one knife. A double blessing. Lin Chun, upon witnessing this scene, broke into a delighted smile. Having successfully overcome the trials of the ninefold calamity, it is time to venture forth to face the tribulations. The Golden Age has arrived, bringing forth myriad celestial fortunes. Only those who truly transcend the ninefold calamity will possess the strength to contend. Yes, Your Highness the Divine Sun. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he stepped forward and vanished from the Divine Sun Palace. At this moment, within the ancient Lin family, several figures, exuding formidable auras like Lin Tingtao, emerged from their abodes and soared into the sky. These figures were none other than Lin Shanhe and other ancient prodigies. They too had broken through to the ninefold calamity. Thunderous roars echoed as calamity clouds materialized, swiftly enveloping the entire ancient Lin family. The ancient Lin family transformed into a battlefield of tribulation. Lin Chun, hands clasped behind his back, approached the entrance of the Divine Sun Palace, gazing up at the vast sky with a bold smile. Heavenly talents of myriad races, are you prepared to be subdued by me? As the words left his mouth, a powerful aura surged forth from within Lin Chun. The ninefold calamity, the third level, the second trial of the ninefold calamity, the trial of the physical body, has been successfully passed. The ninefold calamity consists of the first trial of spiritual power, the second trial of the physical body, the third trial of the five organs, the fourth trial of the six viscera, the fifth trial of the sense of smell, the sixth trial of the sense of hearing, the seventh trial of the sense of sight, the eighth trial of the soul, and the ninth trial of refining all calamities to achieve transcendence and ascend to the heavenly realm. Each successful passage through a level of calamity enhances the corresponding being's power tenfold. Chapter 9. Breaking through the ninefold calamity. The true words of heaven, the talent list is coming. Above the ancient Lin family, within the heavens, the bright moon was obscured by layers of calamity clouds, casting the world into darkness. 6 expansive black calamity clouds nearly covered the entire sky above the ancient Lin family. Thunderous roars echoed as massive calamity thunder resonated from deep within the black clouds, exuding a terrifying aura. Amidst the flashes of lightning, 6 imposing figures could be faintly seen standing tall beneath the calamity clouds. Confronted with the terrifying purple calamity thunder emanating from the depths of the clouds, they exhibited no signs of fear. Instead, each bore a hint of a smile. Today, they shall conquer the ninefold calamity. In this golden age, they will be the protagonists. At this moment, all members of the ancient Lin family sensed the commotion and gathered in the open area, gazing up at the sky. Each face was adorned with expressions of joy and anticipation. They understood that these 6 calamity clouds were summoned by the prodigies of their ancient Lin family. Each cloud represented a level of the ninefold calamity, and the thunder contained within could instill fear in any ordinary being facing the ninefold calamity. 5 of the calamity clouds were summoned by the 5 ancient prodigies who awakened from the divine source. The remaining cloud was conjured by Lin Tingtao, the foremost prodigy and follower of the divine sun. Should they successfully navigate the thunder tribulations of the ninefold calamity, their ancient Lin family would boast a total of 7 prodigious beings under 100 years old at the ninefold calamity level. Their invincible divine son, Lin Chun, had successfully ascended to the ninefold calamity 3,000 years ago, and now, amidst the tide of spiritual energy, his cultivation would undoubtedly surge further. With such a plethora of top-tier prodigies safeguarding their ancient Lin family, they would surely dominate the 3,000 states in this golden age. Thunderous roars erupted, bang, bang, bang. Amidst the gazes of the multitude, streams of purple calamity thunder brewed and cascaded from the black clouds. Descending upon the 6 prodigies below, in response, the 6 prodigies merely smiled faintly, releasing their cultivation aura to shield themselves, taking no further action. However, those terrifying purple calamity thunders, capable of obliterating ordinary beings at the ninefold calamity, dissipated into nothingness upon being swept by their auras, as though they had never existed. Under their might, the terrifying power of the purple calamity thunder was rendered inconsequential. Witnessing this, the expressions of the ancient Lin family members grew even more jubilant. This tribulation would undoubtedly be a success, given the state of the 6 prodigies. Bang, bang, bang. Streams of purple calamity thunder continued to crash down, their power compounding without cease, yet their outcome mirrored that of the previous strikes. Vanishing into thin air, before the divine sun palace, Lin Qian surveyed the situation above with satisfaction, nodding in approval. It seems that the prodigies of our ancient Lin family possess strength far surpassing their peers. Splendid. With them safeguarding our family, other ancient lineages and hidden clans are but mere chickens and dogs. He could sense that the tide of spiritual energy continued to surge, but what Lin Qian truly anticipated were those so-called celestial fortunes. In the past, the 3,000 states had also witnessed the emergence of a golden age during the ancient era. Based on experiences from that time, the arrival of spiritual energy tides should herald the descent of celestial fortunes. These fortunes typically come with age restrictions, allowing only the younger generation of prodigies to enter and seize the opportunities within. This time, it was unlikely to be any different, but he wondered what kind of fortunes awaited this time. At this moment, the rumbling of thunder in the heavens gradually subsided. Boom! The final bolt of purple calamity thunder struck down, once again transforming into nothingness without any surprise. The black calamity clouds enveloping the ancient Lin family trembled reluctantly before gradually dissipating. Soon, the bright moon reappeared in the sky, casting its radiant light upon the world. The 6 prodigies stood in midair, exchanging glances filled with sincere smiles. They had successfully navigated the ninefold calamity. From this day forth, they would no longer be mere cultivators of the divine concealment 5th realm, but formidable beings of the ninefold calamity. Below, all the members of the ancient Lin family watching this spectacle felt an unspoken connection and simultaneously raised their voices in congratulations towards the heavens. Congratulations to the 6 prodigies for successfully breaking through the ninefold calamity. Congratulations to the 6 prodigies for successfully breaking through the ninefold calamity. Congratulations to the 6 prodigies for successfully breaking through. Their voices brimmed with fervor and excitement. These 6 prodigies would be the leaders of the ancient Lin family in this golden age. They would lead the entire ancient Lin family to dominate the 3,000 states. Making all factions aware of their family's majesty, Lin Tingtao stood in the sky, overwhelmed with emotion as he heard the congratulatory shouts from below. Instinctively, his gaze turned towards the direction of the divine sun palace. He too, like the divine sun, had successfully broken through to the ninefold calamity. With this cultivation, he would undoubtedly be able to alleviate concerns for the divine sun, no longer a burden. Deep within the ancient Lin family, Lin Howren and the clan elders gazed at the heavens, their faces lit with joyous smiles. They had a premonition that the Golden Age would present a remarkable opportunity for their ancient Lin family to advance even further. It was not only the ancient Lin family celebrating. All the factions across the 3,000 states were rejoicing. Among their ranks, prodigious talents had also successfully broken through to the ninefold calamity, becoming the most elite of prodigies. Yet, just as the various factions in the 3,000 states were celebrating, a voice filled with boundless authority and devoid of emotion resonated from the infinitely high heavens. The Golden Age is upon us, the tide of spiritual energy recedes, and the talent list shall descend in 1 hour. The talent list, which records the 100 most gifted prodigies under 100 years of age from the 3,000 states, will grant rewards to those who make the list. The voice reverberated throughout the 3,000 states, reaching the ears of every living being within. The once celebrating powerful figures of various factions trembled at the sound. How could they not recognize the source of this voice? It was the voice of the heavenly Tao of their 3,000 states. The heavenly Tao proclaimed that the talent list would descend in 1 hour. Anyone who could make the list would receive the gifts of the heavenly Tao. They recalled that during the ancient era, a similar list had emerged, albeit not this talent list. The prodigies who successfully made the list back then became the founders of great powers, their names echoing through eternity. As the supreme voice of the heavenly Tao fell, the various factions of the 3,000 states sprang into action. 100 most gifted prodigies would be recorded. Would their talents be able to secure a place on the list? Not long after the heavenly Tao's declaration, at the summit of the divine Forbidden Peak within the ancient Lin family, Lin Qian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a playful smile gracing his face. The talent list is indeed quite intriguing. It provides an excellent opportunity for me to understand which prodigies currently exist in the 3,000 states. Beside him stood Lin Tingtao, Lin Shanhe, and other prodigies of the ancient Lin family. Not only had the two holy sons and holy maidens, Lin Yakin and Lin Zhou, arrived, but even the other first-tier prodigies had gathered. Here, all the prodigious talents of the ancient Lin family were assembled. They had come to await the arrival of the talent list. Yet, unlike Lin Chen's playful smile, the faces of these prodigies were tinged with anxiety. Even Lin Shanhe and other ancient prodigies were no exception. They were uncertain whether they would secure a spot among the top 100 on the talent list and, if so, what their rankings would be. After all, they were not only competing with contemporary prodigies, but also with ancient prodigies who had sealed themselves away in ages long past. This was not merely a contest of one era. It was a competition among the most extraordinary prodigies from several epochs since the ancient era. 1 hour, just 1 hour more, and the answers would be revealed. As Lin Chen approached, Lin Haoran and a group of clan elders stood with expressions brimming with eager anticipation. They were fervently curious to discover how many prodigies from their ancient Lin family would secure a place on the prestigious talent list. Their ancestors had, during the archaic era, achieved a similar honor. Yet only one had managed to ascend to such heights. This time, perhaps the ancient Lin family could shatter that record. At this moment, seizing the opportunity before the talent list was unveiled, Lin Qian turned his gaze towards Lin Haoran and inquired, "Father, ever since awakening, I have not seen Mother. I wonder where she might be now." His mother, Yun Qingru, like his father, was a formidable presence in the realm of deities. In such an occasion, if she were still part of the Lin family, she ought to be present. Upon hearing this, Lin Haoran chuckled softly and replied, "The pressing matter at hand is the talent list. My dear Chen, do you possess the confidence to make it onto this esteemed list?" Though posed as a question, his tone bore no hint of uncertainty. Rather, it felt like playful banter. The clan elders exchanged knowing smiles, shaking their heads in amusement. What a question to ask at such a time. How could the invincible scion, Lin Chun, possibly not make it onto the talent list? If anything, the real query should have been whether he had the assurance to claim the top position. Taken aback for a moment, Lin Chen then broke into a broad smile. "Father, your question is quite insightful. However, the first position on the talent list is already within my grasp. No one shall contest it with me. I am merely curious about what the heavenly reward for claiming first place will be." His tone exuded unwavering confidence, devoid of any hesitation. Regardless of how the other prodigies fared during his self-imposed slumber, upon his awakening, all titles of supremacy would surely change hands. This was not arrogance. It was an expression of his profound self-assurance. Chapter 10. Pre-booking the first position on the talent list. The countdown begins. Lin Zhou, talent list, 81st place. Pre-booking the first position on the talent list. Lin Chen's bold declarations resounded throughout the plaza, leaving Lin Tingtao and the other prodigious members of the ancient Lin family utterly awestruck. Perhaps it was only the divine scion, Lin Chun, who could possess such unparalleled confidence, even amidst a multitude of contemporary prodigies and ancient anomalies competing side by side. He believed he could secure the top spot. For others among the elite, merely ensuring a place within the top 100 of the talent list would be a remarkable feat, yet they held steadfast faith that their divine scion would undoubtedly fulfill his aspirations and ascend to the pinnacle of the talent list. If even the scion, endowed with both the unparalleled dual pupils and the chaotic divine demon physique, were unable to claim the top position, then truly, there would be no such thing as a first place on the talent list. Lin Howren and the clan elders, upon hearing this, could not help but display pride upon their faces. This was their ancient Lin family's prodigy, their invincible divine scion. The aura of invincibility had indeed been successfully cultivated. As time swiftly passed in anticipation, an hour soon elapsed. Just after the hour mark, amidst the palpable tension felt by the powerful figures from the various factions across the 3,000 Dao states, the supreme voice of the heavenly Dao echoed once more from the lofty heavens. The hour has come. I shall now begin the tally of the 100 most gifted prodigies from the 3,000 Dao states. No sooner had the voice faded than a colossal golden list, radiating with boundless divine light, materialized in the sky above the 3,000 Dao states. This moment, the golden list bore only 3 enigmatic characters, exuding an aura of profound significance. Talent list. Upon seeing this golden list, countless prodigies across the 3,000 Dao states instinctively clenched their fists. The moment had arrived to witness whether they could ascend the ranks of the talent list. The rewards from the heavenly Dao were rare and invaluable, serving as a crucial advantage over their peers. In the 100th position on the talent list, from the Luotian state, Luotian Holy Land, Bei Guan, possessor of the Brahma war body, with unparalleled talent, rewarded with a heavenly gift, a holy king weapon, Buzz. The voice of the heavenly Dao resounded, and as it did, a name gradually emerged at the end of the previously blank golden talent list. Talent list 100, Luotian Holy Land, Bei Guan. Following this, a weapon of terrifying might, a holy king weapon, appeared in the heavens, descending towards the direction of the Luotian Holy Land. As prodigies across the 3,000 Dao states witnessed this spectacle, their expressions shifted in astonishment. Wasn't Bei Guan the ancient anomaly that had self-proclaimed its prominence since ancient times, awakening only 5 years ago? His name had resonated throughout the 3,000 Dao states over the last 5 years, recognized by countless prodigies as a true powerhouse. The once diminished Luotian Holy Land had regained its former glory due to Bei Guan's emergence, earning the respect of other factions. Yet, it was astonishing that such a prodigy only ranked at the very bottom of the talent list. It was unfathomable to consider what kind of monsters occupied the higher ranks. Some prodigies, inferior to Bei Guan, hung their heads in dismay, lamenting their fate. The talent list, it seemed, was beyond their reach, with Bei Guan occupying the last position. They feared they might remain nameless on the list. However, the attention of many prodigies shifted toward the heavenly gifts bestowed upon those who made the list. Merely securing the 100th position on the talent list granted a holy king weapon. If they could place even higher, would they not have the chance to acquire divine or even imperial weapons? With such thoughts, excitement surged among the prodigies. Even without an imperial weapon, obtaining a divine weapon suited to their capabilities would yield immense benefits. In the Luotian Holy Land, a resolute-looking ordinary youth gazed at the holy king weapon silently floating before him, letting out a sigh as this merely the 100th position. He had initially believed that even amid this era swarming with prodigious talents and ancient anomalies, he would secure a spot within the top 50 of the talent list. Yet, he found himself fortunate to have merely made it onto the list at all, in contrast to his sentiments. The many powerful figures from the Luotian Holy Land beside him were filled with elation. Their holy land had dwindled to just one holy king-level expert, having exhausted much of its former resources. The fact that their ancestor could obtain a holy king weapon was an immensely fortuitous event for the entire Luotian Holy Land. Ancestor, do not be disheartened. Your accomplishments are already remarkable. They exclaimed, "Under your guidance, our Luotian Holy Land shall surely reclaim its former glory." Bei Guan cast a sidelong glance at these ungrateful juniors and sighed once more. "Very well, it is as it is. I wonder which prodigy shall ascend to the first position on this talent list. Will it be a contemporary prodigy or another ancient anomaly like myself?" Unconsciously, Bei Guan's gaze wandered towards the direction of the floating light holy state, home of the ancient Lin family. Could it be the legendary figure, hailed as the most powerful prodigy in history, the divine scion of the ancient Lin family, Lin Shun? That individual possessed both the unparalleled dual pupils and the chaotic divine demon physique. At the front of the Lin family palace, Lin Chen remained composed, unaffected in the slightest by the authoritative voice of the heavenly Tao. Merely the 100th position on the talent list does not warrant much of my attention. Beside him, numerous prominent prodigies wore bittersweet smiles. They understood that the talent list held little significance for them. Bei Guan had previously clashed with them, and none had emerged victorious. That ancient anomaly had been on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level of tribulation. Now, after the surge of spiritual energy, he had likely achieved true mastery of that realm. If he had only managed to secure the last position, what could they possibly expect? Perhaps only the 3 holy sons and daughters, along with 5 ancient anomalies from their Lin family, stood a chance of making it onto the talent list. Lin Shun noticed the change in their expressions and offered a gentle smile. "Fellow prodigies, do not lose heart. The talent list is merely an appetizer in this golden age. There are countless opportunities for celestial encounters yet to come. Failing to make the talent list does not signify that you cannot rise above and surpass those prodigies currently on the list." He continued, "The prodigies of our ancient Lin family ought to possess an unwavering belief in their invincibility." With that, Lin Chen shifted his tone. "Furthermore, this is the talent list, not a ranking of cultivation or combat prowess. You are not without the opportunity to be included." At his words, the expressions of the first-tier prodigies brightened. Indeed, this was merely the beginning of the golden age. Why should they be so anxious? Perhaps in the forthcoming time, they would gain other celestial fortunes, allowing them to rise above and surpass those currently featured on the talent list. A momentary victory does not equate to true victory. Only those who ultimately prevail can claim victory. Regaining their composure, the first-tier prodigies of the ancient Lin family gratefully bowed to Lin Shun. "Thank you, Divine Scion, for your guidance. We were indeed lost in our thoughts." They felt fortunate that the Divine Scion had awakened them. Otherwise, at the onset of this golden age, they might have doubted themselves in the time ahead. How could they muster the courage to contend with those true prodigies? To realize their folly in a timely manner was not too late. With the golden age just beginning, nothing had been determined. Who could confidently claim that they would be the last to laugh? At this moment, the authoritative voice of the heavenly Tao continued to resonate, and the golden list in the heavens had already revealed a dozen names. Each of these names belonged to prodigies renowned throughout the 3,000 Tao states. Genuine marvels in their own right. 81st on the talent list. Floating light holy state, ancient Lin family, Lin Zhou, possessor of the radiant saint body, exuding great majesty, rewarded with a heavenly gift, a medicinal herb cultivated for 100,000 years. The voice echoed, and a new ranking appeared on the golden talent list. The talent ranking, 8th one. Ancient Lin family, Lin Zhou, immediately following. A large medicinal herb exuding a rich fragrance descended, arriving at the location of Lin Zhou. Before the divine sun palace, Lin Zhou's body trembled, his face alight with excitement. 8th in the talent ranking. I have actually secured the 81st position in the talent ranking. The prodigies ascending the ranks have only grown stronger. He had thought hope was dwindling, yet here he stands at the 81st position. After all, his current cultivation, under the baptism of the spiritual energy tide, is merely half a step into the 9th calamity realm. Not yet having truly broken through to that level, most of the prodigies who previously ranked had already ascended to the 9th calamity realm after the cleansing of the spiritual energy tide. Lin Shen and the other outstanding individuals gazed at Lin Zhou's ranking on the golden talent board, all smiling and offering their congratulations. Congratulations to Lin Zhou, the Holy Son, for ranking 81st on the talent board. This marks the first prodigy from the ancient Lin family to enter the talent ranking. Moreover, as a contemporary prodigy, this undoubtedly heralds a propitious omen. Chapter 11. How is it that another prodigy from the ancient Lin family has ascended the ranks? Thank you all, Lin Zhou anticipates that you too will join the talent board. Though he forcefully suppressed the surging emotions within, his voice still trembled with excitement. Ranking 81st on the talent board signifies that his innate talent is recognized as 81st among all prodigies under 100 years old across the 3,000 Dao states. At that moment, a crystalline fruit, exuding a rich medicinal aroma, fell from the heavens, landing before Lin Zhou. Despite its simple emanation of fragrance, it brought a sense of tranquility to all present, calming their tumultuous emotions. Beside him, Lin Howren gazed at the crystalline fruit in astonishment. Oh, could it be the 10,000-year heavenly crystal sacred fruit? This is a rarity that has become extinct in the current 3,000 Dao states. Although only one exists, consuming it could allow a powerful figure in the sage realm to directly break through one level of cultivation, with the post-breakthrough state being solidified, devoid of any superficiality. Lin Zhou, you should keep it safe. It will serve as a significant boon for you in the future. The heavenly crystal sacred fruit. The clan elders examined it, their expressions filled with wonder. This is indeed the long-lost heavenly crystal sacred fruit. Currently, only the heavenly Dao can produce such treasures in the entire 3,000 Dao states. Thank you, clan leader, for this valuable information. They cautiously placed the fragrant heavenly crystal sacred fruit into a jade box. Lin Chen rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. In previous eras, it had become extinct, likely due to the insufficient density of spiritual energy to sustain its birth. However, with the advent of the Golden Era, the density of spiritual energy has increased dozens to hundreds of times. Those rare treasures that had vanished in earlier times might very well re-emerge across the 3,000 Dao states. This is undoubtedly one of the blessings and opportunities of the Golden Era. It seems I must pay more attention to this aspect in the future. In the boundless heights of the celestial dome, the imposing voice of the heavenly Dao resonated continuously. Each announcement unveiled a new ranking on the talent board and bestowed rewards from the heavenly Dao. Across the 3,000 Dao states, many powerful figures of various factions felt a mix of joy and anxiety upon hearing the rankings. Those whose prodigies had made it onto the talent board began to celebrate within their factions. For some ancient sects, receiving the gifts of the heavenly Dao was not the primary concern. The honor of the talent board ranking held far greater significance. The ranking would endow them with confidence, a vital edge in the upcoming competition of the Golden Era. Conversely, those factions that had yet to hear their prodigies' names grew increasingly anxious. With only 100 rankings available, if their prodigies failed to ascend, they would be at a disadvantage in the early stages of the Golden Era. Talent Board Ranking 66. Floating Light Sacred State, Ancient Lin Family, Lin Yakin. Possessing the 7 orifices, exquisite heart, unparalleled prodigy. Awarded a gift from the heavenly Dao, an unmatched divine weapon matching her physique. At this moment, the authoritative voice of the heavenly Dao proclaimed a name. A new ranking appeared on the radiant golden talent board. Talent Board, 66th rank. Floating Light Sacred State, Ancient Lin Family, Lin Yakin. Upon hearing this name and the reward, the expressions of countless powerful figures and prodigies across the 3,000 Dao states turned solemn. The Ancient Lin Family. Once again, it is the Ancient Lin Family. Previously, a prodigy from the Ancient Lin Family had ascended to the talent board, ranking 81st. Now, another prodigy has made it onto the talent board, achieving 66th place. Most importantly, the reward is a divine weapon compatible with her physique. This is indeed a divine weapon. Gazing at the golden talent board in the celestial dome, many prodigies felt a surge of envy. Even some ancient anomalies could not help but feel a pang of jealousy, for their ranks were merely in the 70s or 80s, far inferior to Lin Yakin's, let alone the rewards granted by the heavenly Dao. The Ancient Lin Family has 2 contemporary prodigies ranked among the top 100 on the talent board. In the square before the Divine Sun Palace, Lin Yakin covered her mouth in disbelief. She has actually ranked 66th on the talent board. Divine Sun. Am I truly the 66th on the talent board? Lin Shun, upon hearing Lin Yakin's inquiry, smiled and nodded. Indeed, you are ranked 66th on the talent board. Congratulations, holy maiden. As he spoke, Lin Shun glanced upwards, his brow raised. A 7-story pagoda, upon assessing its quality, should be classified as a mid-grade divine weapon. Holy maiden, with this divine weapon in your possession, your combat prowess will undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Before his words had fully settled, a A 7-story pagoda radiating with colorful light surged through the air, gently hovering before Lin Yakin. Waves of divine might emanated, enveloping the entire square in a powerful aura. Lin Yakin swallowed hard, momentarily at a loss. A divine weapon. Is this divine weapon now hers? A mid-grade divine weapon. A treasure that many powerful beings in the divine realm lack. Moreover, she could indeed sense her 7 orifices' exquisite heart stirring, as the colorful pagoda and her physique seemed to be resonating with one another. Instinctively, she extended her hand to cover the radiant 7-story pagoda. Buzz! A resonant hum echoed, and the colorful light from the pagoda surged dramatically. In that moment, Lin Yakin felt a profound connection forming between herself and the 7-story pagoda. 7-colored glazed pagoda, is that your name? Lin Shan observed this scene, a look of congratulations gracing his features. It seems it has recognized you as its master. Familiarize yourself with it, and strive to harness its full power. This will be crucial for you in the forthcoming competition of the Golden Era. The nearby Lin Tingtao, Lin Shanhe, and other prodigies had yet to voice their congratulations when the authoritative voice of the Heavenly Tao resonated once more from the Celestial Dome. Talent Board Ranking 65th, Floating Light Sacred State. Ancient Lin Family, Lin Long, possessing the Heavenly Dragon Divine Body, a well-deserved honor, awarded a gift from the Heavenly Tao, a divine weapon matching his physique. As the voice faded, a profound silence enveloped the ancient sects and powerful families across the 3,000 Tao states. What is happening? The 66th rank on the talent board belongs to a contemporary prodigy of the ancient Lin family, and now the 65th rank is yet another anomaly from the ancient Lin family. Are the talents of the ancient Lin family truly this formidable? This marks the 3rd prodigy from the ancient Lin family to ascend the talent board, does it not? While they could reluctantly accept the rankings being announced separately, they were utterly unprepared for such a rapid succession. Before the various factions could recover from their astonishment, the voice of the Heavenly Tao resounded again. Talent Board Ranking 64th, Floating Light Sacred State. Ancient Lin Family, Lin Mia, possessing the Annihilation Eye, an enigmatic marvel, awarded a gift from the Heavenly Tao, a divine weapon compatible with his physique. Upon hearing the resounding voice of the Heavenly Tao, the many ancient sects and factions across the 3,000 Tao states were left utterly stunned. 3 prodigies from the ancient Lin family have simultaneously ascended the talent board. How are they to navigate this situation? There are only 100 total rankings on the talent board. How can the Lin family have so many prodigies ascend the ranks? The 3 divine weapons awarded will undoubtedly lead to a significant leap in power for those 3 prodigies, intensifying the pressure on all others. Ancient Lin family. Before the Divine Sun Palace. Upon learning of his ascent to the talent board, Lin Mia bore no trace of joy, his expression tinged with resignation. Just over 60 ranks? Unlike Lin Zhou and Lin Yakin, they had been the ones suppressing the prodigies of their respective eras. Their expectations were naturally higher. Yet, they had not anticipated that in this golden era, their talents would only rank in the 60s. Nevertheless, receiving a divine weapon compatible with their physique is not without merit. Refining the divine weapon will surely lead to a qualitative transformation in their strength. Lin Howren exchanged glances with the clan elders, smiles of delight illuminating their faces. 4 prodigies have successfully entered the talent board. This signifies that these 4 prodigies possess talents that rank within the top 100 among the younger generation across the 3,000 Tao states. 2 contemporary prodigies, 2 ancient anomalies. Not to mention there are several more prodigies within the ancient Lin family who are recognized as even stronger and have yet to be ranked. This time, the ancient Lin family is bound to secure at least 9 rankings on the talent board. Buzz, buzz. 2 resonant sounds echoed from the celestial dome as 2 powerful divine weapons descended, landing atop the sacred forbidden peak. Lin Shin observed this scene with a smile of satisfaction. In this era, the ancient Lin clan shall undoubtedly dominate the 3,000 states. Let the ancient Lin clan take a new step forward. Reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. Chapter 12. The various forces stunned into silence. On the talent ranking, the 10th place belongs to Lin Tingtao, 2 divine weapons. One is a set of dark golden armor radiating dragon might, and the other is a black mystical metal mask exuding a sense of annihilation. Both of these treasures are of mid-grade divine weapon quality, and they are extremely compatible with Lin Long and Lin Mia. The 2, filled with excitement, recognized the weapons as their own, instantly feeling their combat power multiply. They believed that, In comparison to their former selves, they could now defeat their past selves in 3 moves and kill them within 10. Lin Howren and several clan elders could not restrain their clenched fists, their emotions soaring to unprecedented heights. The ancient Lin clan, at the dawn of this golden age, had already begun to showcase their might. Dominating the 3,000 states, the other forces across the 3,000 states felt a slight relief when, following the announcement of 3 prodigies from the ancient Lin clan, the Heavenly Tao revealed the subsequent rankings, which no longer featured more prodigies from the ancient Lin clan. Instead, it began to announce the talents of other ancient traditions and powerful families across the 3,000 states. This situation allowed the myriad powerful beings from various forces to breathe a sigh of relief. Had the announcements continued to feature prodigies from the ancient Lin clan, there would have been no competition left in this golden age. All benefits would have been claimed by the ancient Lin clan. However, they were well aware that in the subsequent rankings, the ancient Lin clan would surely have more prodigies making their appearances. After all, the clan still had several ancient anomalies, including the invincible son of heaven, Lin Shun, whose specific ranking had yet to be disclosed, but, for now, the absence of the ancient Lin clan's names from the talent ranking provided them with a sense of relaxation. Intermittent stimulation is far better than constant provocation. In the square, Lin Shin waited for a while without hearing any further announcements of prodigies from the Lin clan. Feeling somewhat bored, he simply sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to meditate. To announce all 100 rankings would likely take some time. He needed to patiently await the unveiling of the top 10, as only those within that echelon would truly pique his interest. Lin Shanhe, Lin Huangxian, Lin Tianxin, 3 ancient anomalies who were yet to learn their own rankings, along with the contemporary strongest prodigy, Lin Tingtao, exchanged bittersweet smiles. At this moment, the only prodigy capable of maintaining such an indifferent demeanor was undoubtedly their son of heaven. Even they found themselves somewhat anxious about their own rankings on the talent board. As time passed, the authoritative voice of the Heavenly Tao resonated continuously, announcing the rankings of the talent board. Shimmering in the heavens, the golden talent board was filled with the names of numerous prodigies. Though it was the middle of the night, all beings across the 3,000 states gazed up at the radiant golden talent board. They understood that those who had entered the talent board, as long as they did not fall midway in the future, would become unparalleled powerhouses leading the 3,000 states. Among the various factions and races, those who successfully ranked on the talent board reacted with either joy or disappointment upon learning their standings. Contemporary prodigies primarily expressed joy, for they had not suppressed their peers throughout their lives. To compete alongside numerous ancient anomalies and still enter the top 100 of the talent board brought them immense satisfaction. Only those ancient anomalies who had once suppressed their peers felt a tinge of disappointment. Even though they understood that simply entering the talent board in this golden age was an extraordinary achievement, the psychological gap still festered within their minds. After a cup of tea, the Heavenly Tao began to announce the top 20 prodigies on the talent board. The golden talent board displayed a dense array of names of prodigies. Meanwhile, in front of the Son of Heaven's palace, Lin Huangxian and Lin Tianxin exchanged glances, both shaking their heads with smiles. Their own rankings had just been announced. Lin Tianxin placed 26th, while Lin Huangxian ranked 21st. The rewards they received were nearly identical, consisting of a high-grade divine weapon matched to their physiques. After recognizing it as their own, both experienced a tremendous boost in strength. Even if they could not fully unleash the weapon's might at present, their peak combat capabilities had risen several tiers. Although this ranking did not meet their expectations, both felt a sense of satisfaction within. This represented their talents reaching the forefront of the 3,000 states. Unconsciously, their gazes turned toward Lin Shun, who was meditating with his eyes closed at the side. Surely, their son of heaven would successfully claim the top spot on the talent board, right? As for Lin Shanhe and his brother Lin Tingtao, they too should have a chance to challenge the top 10. At that moment, the profoundly authoritative voice of the Heavenly Tao echoed from the depths of the heavens, announcing a new ranking. The 10th place on the talent board was claimed by Lin Tingtao of the ancient Lin clan from the floating light holy state, possessing an innate Tao body that commands myriad paths of power. Unparalleled in physical form, he received a supreme divine weapon that perfectly matched his physique and cultivation. Before the voice faded, a new name appeared in the scant empty spaces of the golden talent board. 10th on the talent board, floating light holy state, ancient Lin clan, Lin Tingtao. Across the 3,000 states, Countless powerful beings and prodigies stared blankly at the golden talent board in the sky. The ancient Lin clan. Once again, the ancient Lin clan. Counting the numbers, this marks the seventh prodigy from the ancient Lin clan to enter the talent board, does it not? Most importantly, this Lin Tingtao ranks 10th. This signifies that among all the young prodigies under a century old in the entire 3,000 states, Lin Tingtao's talent ranks 10th. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Is the ancient Lin clan composed entirely of prodigies? The heavenly Tao's bestowment is also immensely enviable. A supreme divine weapon. A supreme divine weapon. Such a treasure, found in any faction, is among the highest of treasures. Is this the reward for being in the top 10 of the talent board? Among the various ancient traditions and powerful families in each state, some prodigies with formidable physiques, whose rankings had yet to be announced, gazed at the talent board with glimmers of excitement in their eyes. They had not yet been revealed on the talent board. Perhaps they too would possess their own supreme divine weapon. As for the possibility of not making it onto the talent board, that notion had never crossed their minds. What they needed to contemplate was whether they could ascend to the top of the talent board. After all, their ultimate goal was the Son of Heaven of the ancient Lin clan. Lin Shun. At the square of the ancient Lin clan, Lin Tingtao clenched his fists tightly, his face alight with excitement. 10th on the talent board. He ranked 10th. He had not brought shame upon the ancient Lin clan, nor upon the Son of Heaven. Unable to contain himself, Lin Tingtao sprinted toward Lin Shun, exclaiming with joy, "Son of Heaven, I made it onto the talent board. I ranked 10th. As Lin Shun sat cross-legged, his eyes slowly opened at the sound of Lin Tingtao's voice. Rising to his feet, he looked up at the golden talent board in the heavens, revealing a satisfied expression. 10th on the talent board. Splendid. The innate Tao body truly deserves its reputation as a rare and exceptional physique. Hearing Lin Shun's praise, Lin Tingtao felt a bit embarrassed, scratching his head. He had never anticipated that his innate Tao body would be so powerful. Recognized by the heavenly Tao, he had secured the 10th spot in the entire Golden Age. Beside him, Lin Howren and the clan elders were filled with excitement, rendered speechless. The strongest prodigy of the age ranked 10th on the talent board. This result was entirely unforeseen, signifying that the ancient Lin clan now boasted at least 3 prodigies within the top 10 of the talent board. The ancient anomaly Lin Shanhe, possessing an unparalleled divine body. The void divine body, and a pair of eyes capable of piercing through illusions, had talents even greater than Lin Tingtao's, second only to the Son of Heaven, Lin Shun. He would undoubtedly enter the top 10 of the talent board. The only question was his exact position. As for Lin Shun, that was beyond discussion. He was destined to claim the top spot. The expressions of envy from the first-tier prodigies were evident. It seemed that, apart from themselves, all other prodigies from families who had come to the divine forbidden peak had successfully entered the talent board. Yet, while they felt envy, they were not disheartened, for as the Son of Heaven had stated, the current talent board was merely an appetizer for the Golden Age. They would have ample opportunities to rise in the future. Boom. A sword of unparalleled might, imbued with imperial authority, materialized from the depths of the heavens, descending toward the ancient Lin clan amidst the envious gazes of countless prodigies. A supreme divine weapon. This is a supreme divine weapon. A powerful divine weapon, second only to an imperial weapon. That Lin Tingtao of the ancient Lin clan truly possesses remarkable fortune. As the unparalleled sword fell, it ultimately hovered before Lin Tingtao. The entire square was instantly filled with the radiance of the sword's blade. Lin Tingtao gazed at the dazzling sword before him, involuntarily glancing at Lin Shun. Receiving a reassuring glance from Lin Shun, Lin Tingtao took a deep breath and placed his hand upon the radiant blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz! In an instant, the brilliance of the sword surged through the square, exuding divine power, as if pure primal energy was spilling forth. Grasping the sword, Lin Tingtao's eyes sparkled with a smile as he gently caressed the cold, shimmering blade. You shall be known as Qing Yao. And from this day forth, we shall fight side by side. With that, he focused his intent and drew the sword into his dantian for nurturing. Lin Shun patted Lin Tingtao's shoulder and flashed a smile. Given this fortuitous opportunity, do you harbor any regrets about becoming my follower? After all, with your talents, you had the chance to compete for the title of the Great Emperor. Why choosing to be a follower? You willingly relinquished the opportunity to vie for the emperor's position, content to stand behind the one you follow, clearing obstacles in their path. Upon hearing this, Lin Tingtao quickly shook his head, his expression resolute as he declared, "To be able to become a follower of the Divine Prince is more than enough for me. Should anyone obstruct you on your path to becoming emperor, I will certainly remove the threat on your behalf." The feats of the Divine Prince Lin Chen had inspired him since childhood. Without such motivation, he would never have achieved his current stature. As a follower, he ought to become the sharpest blade in the hands of the Divine Prince, cutting through all barriers. Hearing these words, Lin Chen smiled, neither affirming nor denying, and chose to remain silent. Perhaps his ascension to emperor would not impede the rise of other prodigies. With the invincible sign-in system at his disposal, he might have other means at his disposal. His ultimate goal had always been not just his own ascension, but to elevate the other formidable members of his family and prodigies to the status of emperor as well. Lin Howren observed this harmonious scene and felt a sense of relief. The internal affairs of the ancient Lin family must not descend into chaos. Should that occur, the presence of so many prodigies would become a source of great trouble rather than a blessing. Fortunately, his son, the divine prince of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chun, possessed the ability to manage the situation. At that moment, a voice filled with the majesty of the heavenly Tao resonated throughout the 3,000 states. Capturing the attention of all present, ranked 6th on the talent list, Yun Tian Divine State, Ancient Yun Family, Yun Xinxiu, possessing the Xianhuang indestructible body, with a physique attuned to the profound, he has received a gift from the heavenly Tao, 10 strands of Xianhuang maternal qi. Lin Chen squinted. Yun Xinxiu. Was this the strongest prodigy from his mother's family? To be ranked 6th on the talent list indicates that he is indeed a figure of exceptional talent. The strength of the Xianhuang indestructible body can nearly rival his own chaotic divine demonic body. Although it may lack some of the profundities, one can only hope they do not become enemies in the future. Otherwise, he might inadvertently offend the ancestors of his maternal family. Chapter 13. The prodigies of the demon clan dominate the top 10. The disciples of the chaotic sacred land, Xiao Fan, Lin Huangxian, Lin Tianxin, and many other prodigies gaze solemnly at the rankings on the talent list. Ranked 6th, Yun Tian Divine State, Ancient Yun Family, Yun Xinxiu. The Ancient Yun family has long had amicable relations with the Ancient Lin family. The current family head, Lin Howren, has even wed the eldest elder of the Ancient Yun family, Yun Qingru, resulting in the birth of the divine prince Lin Chun. Naturally, they are aware of Yun Xinxiu, the ancient prodigy of the Yun family, who indeed possesses the Xianhuang indestructible body, a physique of unparalleled strength. In the years since his awakening, they had sparred with him, but they were often at a disadvantage. Before the divine prince Lin Chen awakened his divine source, the only prodigy from the ancient Lin family who could truly contend with him and achieve a minor victory was the mightiest, Lin Shanhe. Most importantly, the Xianhuang indestructible body is a physique capable of dominating any era. Yet now, to be ranked only 6th on the talent list is unfathomable. One can only imagine the extraordinary talents of those who precede him. Instinctively, their gazes shifted toward Lin Shanhe, whose ranking had yet to be revealed. They wondered where he would ultimately place on the talent list. Lin Shanhe, arms crossed behind him, gazed skyward in silence. His mood was somewhat complex. He had initially believed that with his talent, he could claim a spot among the top 3 on the talent list. However, now he felt less certain and thought perhaps he would only rank among the top 5. Suddenly, a heavy divine might descended from the heavens, as 10 strands of Xianhuang gas, seemingly imbued with the essence of the Great Path, fell towards the Yuntian divine state. All the prodigies looked on with envy at the sight of this Xianhuang maternal qi. It takes thousands of strands of Xianhuang gas to condense even a single strand of Xianhuang maternal qi, which is extraordinarily effective for tempering the physique. In front of a palace stood a woman of unparalleled beauty and grace, seemingly causing her surroundings to radiate with an enhanced beauty. As she gazed up at the golden talent list, Yun Qingrou's face bore a look of deep anticipation. The ranking of her son had yet to be announced, and she wondered if he could claim the first position in this grand era of golden opportunities. The voice of the heavenly Tao, filled with boundless majesty, did not falter in light of Yun Qianxiu's disappointment. After the release of the Xianhuang maternal qi, the voice resonated once more from the depths of the sky, echoing throughout the 3,000 states. Ranked 5th on the talent list, Demon God State. Immortal Phoenix Clan, Huang Juyu. Possessing the pureblood immortal phoenix lineage, his divine might is overwhelming, and he has received a gift from the heavenly Tao, a drop of immortal phoenix blood essence at the imperial level. The golden talent list displayed a new ranking. Ranked 5th, Immortal Phoenix Clan, Huangjiyu. As soon as the announcement was made, a divine phoenix, ablaze with crimson flames, coalesced in the depths of the heavens. With a mighty cry, the divine phoenix flapped its wings and soared towards the territory of the Immortal Phoenix Clan in the Demon God State. Within the confines of the Demon God State, countless Demon Clan experts were filled with excitement. Their prodigious talent, Huangjiyu, had entered the talent list at 5th place. Previously, the talents from the Xuanwu and White Tiger clans had placed 9th and 8th, respectively. This indicated that their demon clan now boasted 3 prodigies among the top 10 on the talent list. Not to mention, there was still the strongest prodigy of the True Dragon clan whose ranking had yet to be revealed. That individual is a direct descendant of an emperor. Having sealed himself away in ancient times, he had only recently awakened. With such a rich heritage, the Demon God State, comprising countless demon clans, was poised to secure at least 4 spots in the top 10 of this talent list. Ranked 4th on the talent list, Demon God State, True Dragon Clan, Ao Tianjun. Possessing pureblood true dragon lineage and a direct descendant of the emperor, he has received a gift from the Heavenly Tao, a divine ability of the True Dragon. The voice of the Heavenly Tao echoed once more, causing the various human forces across the 3,000 states to stiffen in response. Another prodigy from the Demon Clan, with 2 consecutive demon prodigies entering the top 5. The depth of the Demon Clan's heritage was truly not to be underestimated. A beam of golden light infused with the pure might of dragons descended upon a region of the Demon God State. And shortly thereafter, the voice of the Heavenly Tao continued to resound. Ranked 3rd on the talent list, Falling Sunset Heavenly State, Falling Sunset Sacred Land, Yin Luoxia, possessing the innate sacred body of the Tao. Her talents are extraordinary and unparalleled, and she has received a gift from the Heavenly Tao, a supreme divine weapon that matches her physique, along with 5 strands of Xinhuang maternal qi. As a jade rui, imbued with extreme divine might, and 5 strands of Xinhuang gas appeared in the sky, a new ranking emerged on the golden talent list. Ranked 3rd, Falling Sunset Heavenly State, Falling Sunset Sacred Land, Yin Luoxia. Yin Luoxia stood amidst the heavens, her brow furrowing slightly upon hearing her ranking. Only 3rd? Who are the 2 ahead of me? Aside from the divine prince of the ancient Lin family. Lin Shun, who else could surpass her on the talent list? The jade rui of supreme quality and 5 strands of Xinhuang gas appeared before her, but she paid them no heed. Instead, her gaze shifted toward the direction of the ancient Lin family. Her eyes filled with confusion. She could not fathom who, aside from Lin Shun, could rank higher than her on the talent list. After all, she was the innate sacred body of the Tao. In front of the divine prince's palace of the ancient Lin family, Lin Shun wore a perplexed expression. This was not right. That individual, while somewhat weaker, should not have been excluded from the talent list. After all, that person was the only one who could keep pace with him in cultivation 3,000 years ago. Now that neither he nor Lin Shanhe had had their rankings revealed, it was likely that they would occupy the 1st and 2nd positions. Could it be that this person did not seal himself away? Filled with intense curiosity, Lin Xian turned to Lin Haoran beside him and inquired, "Father, did that individual from the chaotic state, the one from the chaotic sacred land, not choose to seal himself like I did? I remember mentioning to him that 3,000 years later would be the golden era." Upon hearing this reference, Lin Haoran and the elders of the ancient Lin family, along with the many prodigies, all froze in place. They had just been rejoicing at the likelihood that Lin Shanhe's ranking would place him 2nd on the talent list. However, their emotions shifted to a complex mix of feelings. Who is that fellow? They are well aware. That individual is none other than the ancient prodigy Lin Shun, the heir of the archaic Lin family, who once vowed to follow them. The former Daozi of the Chaos Sacred Land. Xiao Fan. Possessing an unparalleled divine king physique, Xiao Fan is truly exceptional. However, it seems he is destined to be unable to compete with them in this era. Noticing the expressions of the crowd, Lin Shen understood that it appears he did not heed my advice and chose to seal himself away. Did he? Lin Haoran patted Lin Shen on the shoulder, nodding with a smile. Indeed, Chun'er, you are correct. Xiao Fan did not choose to seal himself, but has instead trained in the outside world for 3,000 years. He has now become a formidable presence in the Saint King realm and is the youngest elder of the Chaos Sacred Land. However, it is not that he disbelieves your foresight. Rather, he simply does not wish to compete with you in this generation. After your self-sealing, he sought me out to convey a message. He said, "In this golden era with Lin Chen present, I shall refrain from joining the fray. I will first train for 3,000 years, allowing Lin Chen to catch up to me at his leisure." Upon hearing these words, Lin Chen could not help but rub his forehead. This fellow, truly without words, Tio trained for 3,000 years. And then expect me to catch up after I awaken? What a clever scheme, but truly, is he willing to forsake this golden era? Chapter 14. Second on the talent rankings, Lin Shanhe, embryo of an imperial weapon. Seizing, the ancestor of the quasi-emperor emerges, in Chaos Continent, within the Chaos Sacred Land. A tall young figure stood atop a palace, gazing at the golden list in the sky, a faint smile gracing his face. As you said, 3,000 years later, the golden era has indeed arrived. Lin Chen, I must admit, you are quite the anomaly. To foresee the coming of the golden era 3,000 years in advance. What ability is comparable to this throughout the ages? At that moment, an elderly figure slowly materialized beside him. Dio, you regret your decision to disregard Lin Chen's advice and choose self-sealing. The tall young man, Xiao Fan, shook his head with a smile. Not only do I not regret it, but I also feel a sense of relief. With Lin Chen being so extraordinary, who would dare compete with him? I can simply enjoy my training for 3,000 years, reigning supreme without a care. As he spoke, Xiao Fan waved his hand with an air of satisfaction. As of now, I have already attained the 9th level of the Saint King realm, far surpassing Lin Chen and the others by numerous great realms. Even if they receive celestial fortune, it may not take them long to catch up to my 3,000 years of cultivation. The ebb and flow of spiritual energy has passed, and the world's spiritual essence has become even more abundant, providing me with significant support. Who decrees that only the younger generation can compete for the Emperor's fruit? I shall first train for 3,000 years, taking a step ahead. How can I not contend? Without the celestial fortune of the golden era, what of it? I, Xiao Fan, have my own path. The elderly figure revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. It turns out you have not abandoned the ambition to compete for the Emperor's fruit. You are merely taking an alternative route. He had initially thought that Xiao Fan, after abandoning self-sealing, had relinquished the opportunity to pursue the long-absent Emperor's fruit. Hearing the words, Xiao Fan's expression grew profound. For only in this way do I have a sliver of hope to surpass that extraordinary fellow, Lin Chen. Ancestor, mark my words, those who compete with Lin Chen in this generation will surely meet with a dismal fate. Upon saying this, his expression faltered, and he could not help but laugh gleefully. The elderly figure chuckled in amusement, a faint aura of imperial might emanating from him. Indeed, that boy Lin Chen is truly the most extraordinary person I have ever encountered. You speak rightly. Not only you, but we ancient beings who have lived for an eternity also wish to contend for that Emperor's fruit. Yet, who knows where it will ultimately fall, at that moment? From the depths of the heavens, a voice filled with supreme authority resounded across the 3,000 Tao states. Second place on the talent rankings, floating light sacred state, archaic Lin family, Lin Shanhe, possessing both the void divine body and the breaking illusion divine eye. His talents are unparalleled and rare throughout the ages, blessed by the heavenly Tao with an imperial weapon embryo. The proclamation echoed, inscribed on the golden talent rankings suspended in the sky of the 3,000 Tao states, revealing a brand new name in the last two blank lines. Second on the talent rankings, floating light sacred state, archaic Lin family, Lin Shanhe. Across the 3,000 Tao states, countless powerful beings and prodigies stood frozen in place. Stunned by the voice of the heavenly Tao echoing in their ears, their gazes fixated on the talent rankings in the sky. Another member of the archaic Lin family. How many times has the name of the archaic Lin family's prodigy appeared now? Leaving aside those who ranked elsewhere, if memory serves, the earlier 10th place on the talent rankings was also a genius of the archaic Lin family, was it not? Not to mention, the son of the archaic Lin family, Lin Chen, has yet to reveal his ranking. Does this not imply that both the first and second places on the talent rankings are occupied by prodigies of the archaic Lin family? Some strong individuals and prodigies, roused from their astonishment, could not help but ponder further. If the second place on the talent rankings comes with the reward of an imperial weapon embryo, what then could be the reward for first place? Might it be the direct gift of an imperial weapon? Above the skies of Luoxia Sacred Land, Yin Luoxia's eyes revealed a knowing expression as she gazed at the name on the golden talent rankings. Lin Shanhe? That ancient anomaly from the archaic Lin family. I have indeed heard of him before. Yet, I did not expect him to possess both a divine body and divine eyes, hidden so deeply. The void divine body, a powerful physique that can naturally command the power of space. And the breaking illusion divine eye, capable of seeing through all illusions in the world. A divine eye that has not appeared for countless millennia. With such gifted attributes, surpassing her on the talent rankings, she had no objections die in her heart. Yin Luoxia's regard for Lin Shanhe rose several notches. On the square before the son of goddess palace of the archaic Lin family. Lin Shanhe clenched his fist, then suddenly relaxed, his face filled with exhilaration. Second on the talent rankings. This is even better than my previous predictions. He had thought he would only rank in the top 5 at best. But he never anticipated he would secure second place. Lin Huangxian, Lin Tingtao, and the other prodigies were equally elated, unable to contain their excitement. Our archaic Lin family has swept the first and second places on this talent rankings. We dominate the myriad powers and clans across the 3,000 Dao states. Amidst the fervent cheers, Lin Haoran and the elders of the clan were equally thrilled. This outcome far exceeded their expectations. Not only had they surpassed their previous records, but they had also claimed the first and second places on the talent rankings. Most importantly, the 10th place on the talent rankings was also a prodigy of their archaic Lin family. Across the entire monster god continent, one could not ascertain how many monster clans existed, yet their prodigies combined only occupied 4 spots in the top 10 of the talent rankings. Meanwhile, their archaic Lin family alone claimed 3 of those positions. Buzzing! An endless hum reverberated from the heavens as a metallic liquid, radiating strands of imperial might, surged forth from the depths of the sky. Under the gaze of countless powerful beings and prodigies from the 3,000 Dao states. This metallic liquid, imbued with imperial might, spun around before descending towards the domain of the archaic Lin family, an imperial weapon embryo. With some nurturing, it could transform into a true imperial weapon. Moreover, this imperial weapon embryo could take shape according to the intentions of the cultivator nurturing it, ultimately evolving into the most suitable imperial weapon for them. Such a treasure is enough to entice any ancient lineage or powerful family. Yet, no one dared to make a move to seize it. This was a gift from the heavenly Dao, protected by the power of the Dao, making it nearly impossible to snatch away. Just as all the powerful beings thought the imperial weapon embryo was about to be claimed by the archaic Lin family's prodigy Lin Shanhe. A colossal hand, obscuring the sky, appeared above. This hand, suffused with waves of imperial might, seemed as if it belonged to an emperor, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern that this imperial aura, while formidable, was not pure. It was merely the power of a quasi-emperor, however, for reasons unknown. This hand evaded the protection of the heavenly Dao, and was poised to grasp the imperial weapon embryo. Countless powerful beings trembled at this sight. A quasi-emperor giant had made a move, attempting to seize this precious imperial weapon embryo. But who was this audacious individual? On the square, Lin Haoran and the clan elders were filled with rage. Their terrifying auras swirling, causing the heavens and earth to shift. How dare they attempt to seize the treasures of the archaic Lin family? Truly they are unaware of their own mortality, merely a quasi-emperor. And yet they dare entertain such reckless thoughts? A faint imperial might faintly emanated from Lin Haoran's body. He was the first person beneath the quasi-emperor realm, yet unbeknownst to the world, his strength was already sufficient to slay a quasi-emperor. Before they could act, a voice akin to the will of the heavens erupted from the depths of the archaic Lin family, resonating like a celestial decree. Thief, you possess great audacity. The voice bore the weight of heaven, and invisible ripples surged forth, causing everything in the vicinity of the colossal hand to come to a standstill. The hand was now merely inches away from the imperial weapon embryo, yet this distance became an insurmountable chasm. Simultaneously, a presence even more potent than that of the colossal hand emanated from the depths of the archaic Lin family. Lin Haoran and the clan elders sensed this aura and steadied themselves. Their archaic Lin family had a quasi-emperor ancestor, who had emerged from seclusion. Chapter 15. A single palm, the quasi-emperor falls. The authority of the archaic Lin family. First on the talent rankings, Lin Chun. The aura emanating from the depths of the archaic Lin family was akin to the will of the heavens. surging forth from the floating light sacred state, resonating throughout the entire 3,000 Tao states, instilling fear in countless beings. At this moment, among the myriad forces spanning the 3,000 states, numerous powerful beings sensed an overwhelming aura. Their faces etched with astonishment. The pressure resonated throughout the entirety of the 3,000 states. Such might was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary quasi-emperor, and could only be wielded by one who had reached the pinnacle of that realm. The ancient Lin family of the primordial era, an ancient and formidable presence, has awakened. The quasi-emperor who dared to seize the Lin family's imperial weapon embryo is about to face dire consequences. In the skies above the 3,000 states, the heavenly Tao golden ranking radiated infinite golden light. Yet the voice of the heavenly Tao, once commanding, fell silent in the depths of the firmament. It seemed as though the heavenly Tao awaited the conclusion of this farce before continuing to announce the final rankings of the talent list. Above the ancient Lin family, a figure appeared seemingly out of thin air, an elderly man with snow-white hair. Yet his countenance was remarkably youthful. His emergence caused not a ripple in the surrounding space, nor did any other aura emanate from him, as if he had always been there. The white-haired man's visage was ethereal and transcendent, resembling a celestial being, evoking a sense of awe that deterred anyone from meeting his gaze. Yet now, this celestial-like figure's face was marred by a fierce expression of anger. How dare you covet the possessions of the ancient Lin family? You of the Dian Holy Land? His voice, filled with murderous intent and fury, reverberated across the entirety of the 3,000 states, almost shaking the very heavens. A chilling aura, akin to eternal ice, enveloped the firmament. Emanating from the figure of the quasi-emperor, upon hearing this proclamation, the many powerful beings who had previously been puzzled by the identity of the aggressor suddenly realized the truth. The Dian Holy Land. That formidable and enigmatic power, known for its unique cultivation methods that could shield them from the heavenly mechanism, had its quasi-emperor take action. It became clear why they could bypass the protections of the heavenly Tao. Their strength was derived from that very capability. Yet, the comprehensive strength of the Dian Holy Land paled in comparison to that of the ancient Lin family. How could that quasi-emperor dare to act so recklessly? The powerful beings from various factions exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that the Dian Holy Land, lacking an imperial weapon to anchor them, sought to take a desperate gamble by seizing this imperial weapon embryo to fill that void? Indeed, the Dian Holy Land was a rising force. Their ancestors had never produced an emperor, and thus they had no imperial weapon to command. The powerful beings felt this was a plausible explanation. In the square before the Son of God Palace, Lin Chen and a host of prodigies, along with Lin Haoran and numerous clan elders, were all taken aback upon witnessing the appearance of the white-haired figure in the heavens. This was their ancestral quasi-emperor. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed to be the fifth ancestor, Lin Mieshing, who had attained the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. The portraits of the ancestral quasi-emperors were revered within the family, and there was no mistaking it. This awakened ancestor was indeed the fifth. Without a moment's hesitation, all present, including Lin Chun, respectfully clasped their hands together towards the white-haired figure in the sky. We humbly welcome the fifth ancestor's emergence from seclusion. This was an ancient being who had survived for at least several 100,000 years, and more importantly, he was their ancestor, worthy of such reverence. Even the ancient oddities like Lin Shanhe, who had once lived in an even more distant era, felt no inclination to resist. The mere mention of the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm was enough to compel them to bow in deference. Upon awakening, all the members of the ancient Lin family displayed fervent expressions. Bowing respectfully towards the figure in the firmament, we humbly welcome the fifth ancestor's emergence from seclusion. In the heavens, the resonating voices prompted the white-haired figure, Lin Mieshing, to retract his icy murderous intent. And with a faint smile, he inclined his head slightly towards those below. Then, he lifted his gaze once more, his expression hardening and filled with intense, killing intent. It seems you wish to shirk your responsibilities. Very well, on the first day of the Golden Great Era, I shall take your blood to celebrate the arrival of this grand age. As he spoke, he raised his hand, reaching towards a specific direction. With a thunderous roar, as he moved his hand, waves of overwhelming power erupted, coalescing into a colossal hand adorned with distinct fingerprints above a region of land in the 3,000 states. Wherever this hand passed, The rules of heaven and earth recoiled, and all things were rendered to nothingness. Upon witnessing this phenomenon, countless powerful beings from ancient factions across the 3,000 states could not suppress a gulp. They had recognized the awakened powerful being from the ancient Lin family, Lin Miexing, the fifth ancestor, a being at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm. Surely, the fifth ancestor intended to execute a long-distance strike against the quasi-emperor of the Dayan Holy Land who had acted against them? They harbored no doubts about the possibility. A powerful being at the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor realm could effortlessly extinguish the life of an ordinary quasi-emperor from afar, within the Dayan Holy Land. Countless disciples and powerful beings stared in terror at the immense hand looming above them. The aura emanating from it instilled a profound sense of impending doom. Should this hand descend, the entirety of the Dayan Holy Land would undoubtedly be obliterated without a trace. No, I do not wish to perish, Ancestor. Ancestor, save us. Please, Ancestor, sacrifice yourself. If you do not perish, our entire Dayan Holy Land is doomed. Yes, please, Ancestor, sacrifice yourself. Please, Ancestor, sacrifice yourself. Countless disciples and powerful beings cried out in fear, pleading for the recently awakened ancestor to make the ultimate sacrifice. Only in this way could the Dayan Holy Land hope to survive, avoiding total annihilation by a single hand. Deep within the Dayan Holy Land, two elders stood side by side. One suddenly sighed. It appears we have failed. Our Dayan Holy Land has long sought an imperial weapon. When will this dream ever come to fruition? My old friend, I leave the future of the Dayan Holy Land to you. I must take my leave. The elder, shrouded in a suffocating aura of decay and death, spoke these words without hesitation, stepping forward beneath the colossal hand. One must bear the consequences of their actions. I sought to seize the imperial weapon embryo. If I must die, so be it. Before his words could fully fade, under the gaze of all beings within the Dayan Holy Land and the surrounding lands, the elder, engulfed in a dense aura of death, stepped forward, colliding with the colossal hand. Boom! Following the thunderous sound, the elder's figure vanished without a trace, and the hand itself dissipated into nothingness in the depths of the Dayan Holy Land. The remaining elder's eyes reflected sorrow. Yet he remained silent. The Golden Great Era had only just begun, and not a single prodigy from their ranks had ascended the rankings. Now, they had lost yet another quasi-emperor. What path lay ahead for them? Across the 3,000 states, countless powerful beings fell into a heavy silence. With but a single hand, a being who had existed for who knows how long, a formidable quasi-emperor, had been extinguished. Had a quasi-emperor truly fallen so swiftly? Barely an hour into the Golden Great Era, the ancient Lin family was not to be trifled with. Their vengeance was swift and unyielding. In the square, Lin Chun gazed at Lin Miexing in the heavens, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Such overwhelming power was precisely the supreme force he sought. With the aid of the Golden Great Era, it would not be long before he too could attain such strength. Perhaps even surpass it. In the skies above, to offend the ancient Lin family is to meet such a fate. With a hum, the imperial weapon embryo, freed from its restraints, trembled slightly before descending before Lin Shanhe. In that instant, the entire square was enveloped by a faint yet potent imperial aura, exquisite and unparalleled. Lin Shanhe gazed at the imperial weapon embryo before him, unable to suppress a slight smirk. Was this imperial weapon embryo truly to be his from this moment forth? At that moment, Lin Miexing stepped forward, approaching Lin Shanhe with a gentle smile. Claim it as your own. This is the reward you deserve. No one shall steal what belongs to the ancient Lin family. Lin Shanhe nodded, extending his hand to touch the imperial weapon embryo. In the next instant, his spiritual energy and blood surged forth, absorbed by the embryo. With a mere thought, the embryo transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into his brow. Having secured the imperial weapon embryo, Lin Shanhe bowed respectfully to the white-haired Lin Miexing. Thank you, Ancestor. Had it not been for your intervention, I would not have obtained this imperial weapon embryo. Lin Miexing smiled lightly, dismissing the gratitude with a wave of his hand. This is your gift from the heavenly Tao. No one can forcibly seize it. Nearby, Lin Chun and the other prodigies, along with Lin Haoran and the clan elders, exchanged congratulatory smiles. The imperial weapon embryo, with proper nurturing, would undoubtedly become a powerful asset. After a brief silence, the voice of the heavenly Tao, imbued with supreme authority, resonated once more, echoing across the 3,000 states. Next, I shall announce the final ranking of the talent list. Following this, the current assessment will conclude. It was expected that this final ranking would belong to the scion of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chun. Yet, what reward would accompany the first place in the heavenly Tao's gifts? The first place in the talent list, Floating Light Sacred State, Ancient Lin family, Lin Chun. As the heavenly Tao's authoritative voice proclaimed the final ranking, the golden talent list filled its last empty slot with the name. First place in the talent list, Floating Light Sacred State, Ancient Lin family, Lin Chun. With the announcement complete, the ancient factions across the states, as well as numerous powerful beings, revealed expressions of realization. Indeed, the first place in the talent list had been claimed by the scion of the ancient Lin family. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao rang out once more, proclaiming, Lin Chen possesses both the unparalleled dual pupils and the chaotic divine demon body. His talent is beyond compare, rightfully ascending to the first place on the talent list. As a reward from the heavenly Tao, he shall receive a set of innate imperial weapon battle armor. The mention of innate imperial weapon battle armor left all powerful beings throughout the 3,000 states speechless. Even if they had speculated on such a reward, the reality of it rendered them utterly speechless. The reward for the first place in the talent list was indeed an innate imperial weapon, a battle armor of immeasurable value. Chapter 16. First in the talent list, Chaotic Battle Armor. 3 days hence, the Tower of God shall descend upon the sacred state of floating light. Amidst the throngs of eager spectators, a suit of silver-gray armor, imbued with the essence of imperial might, soared forth from the profound depths of the heavens. Intricate runes flickered upon the silver-gray armor, seemingly entwined with waves of enigmatic chaotic energy. The imperial aura radiated power, perceptible to all formidable beings present, each one filled with insatiable desire. Yet, recalling the prior calamity within the great Yin sacred land, no force dared to act recklessly this time. At this moment, quasi-emperors from various esteemed factions had awakened, bearing witness to the spectacle, but even they could only observe in silence. The ancient Lin family had already vanquished one quasi-emperor. Should anyone attempt to seize this imperial armor, the risk of further quasi-emperor casualties loomed large. Only those of equal caliber to Lin Yexing, at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors, might withstand the ensuing wrath from the Lin family. However, all understood that not only were peak quasi-emperors exceedingly rare, but the ancient Lin family boasted more than just Lin Yexing among their ranks. Lin Yexing was merely one of the 5 ancestors. If provoked, the entire cadre of slumbering quasi-emperors from the ancient Lin family would awaken. The fury unleashed would be a force that few within the 3,000 Tao states could endure. Even those who managed to withstand the ancient Lin family's wrath would emerge gravely weakened, allowing others to seize the opportunity. In this golden age abundant with chances, it was hardly wise to sever ties with the ancient Lin family over an imperial artifact that had only just surfaced. In the square before the Hall of the Divine Sun, Lin Chen gazed upon the silver-gray armor in the heavens, a satisfied expression gracing his visage. Previously, he had acquired an attack-type innate imperial weapon in the form of a sword, followed by an enlightening infusion of sword path essence, culminating in a profound understanding of the sword's mysteries. Now, the heavenly Tao had bestowed upon him a complete set of innate imperial armor, which he sensed was aligned with the chaotic attributes, an ideal match. With the augmentation of these 2 imperial artifacts, his ultimate combat prowess likely exceeded even his own imagination. Beside him, Lin Howren and other powerful beings, along with numerous prodigies from the Lin family, appeared even more exhilarated than Lin Chen. Their divine son, upon awakening, had been claimed by a black battle knife imperial weapon, and now, with the emergence of this new imperial artifact, he possessed 2 artifacts of unparalleled worth. With such formidable support, the divine son would undoubtedly be able to effortlessly suppress the prodigies of rival factions. At that moment, Lin Yexing approached Lin Chen, regarding him with a discerning eye and a smile of approval. Truly, he is the invincible divine son of the ancient Lin family. The exceptional creation of the divine son's position was certainly justified. Young one, how do you find your stay upon this divine forbidden peak? I invested considerable effort in establishing it. Lin Chen, upon hearing Lin Yexing's words, was taken aback. This divine forbidden peak, was it once your dwelling? Ancestor? He had never encountered the fifth ancestor, Lin Miexing, during his reign. He had only met the ninth ancestor. It was not that the family's powerful elders disregarded him, but rather that the ancestors were all in seclusion, seeking to carve out new paths. However, with the arrival of this golden age, the spiritual energies of heaven and earth had become abundant, presenting numerous opportunities. These ancestors would soon awaken. Lin Miexing chuckled softly. Indeed, I entrusted the divine forbidden peak to the ninth ancestor to assist in constructing the hall of the divine Son.it. Seems you are quite pleased with this place. The imperial might surged, capturing the attention of all present. The once distant silver-gray armor now hovered in midair above the divine forbidden peak. Lin Qin, sensing this development, instinctively fixed his gaze upon the armor, as if responding to his attention. The silver-gray armor shattered the fabric of space, materializing before him. Now closer, Lin Qin could perceive the immense aura emanating from the armor, an essence capable of encompassing all. He was certain that donning this silver-gray armor would elevate his survival capabilities to unprecedented heights. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Qin took a deep breath, extending his hand to rest upon the silver-gray armor. A resonant hum echoed as Lin Qin felt his spiritual power and blood being drawn into the armor. Moments later, he mused, "This name suits you well, chaotic armor, indeed." The chaotic armor was a genuine innate imperial artifact, though he could not yet unleash its full potential. Nevertheless, he sensed that, should he don the chaotic armor, his defensive capabilities would amplify nearly 100-fold. Such terror! Lin Qin could scarcely find words to encapsulate the magnificence of the chaotic armor. With a mere thought, the silver-gray chaotic armor transformed into a stream of light, merging into the sea of consciousness within Lin Qin's mind. From that moment forth, in battle, he would only need to summon the armor with a thought. Observing this scene, Lin Shanhe, Lin Huangxian, Lin Tingtao, and other prodigies of the ancient Lin family shared a silent understanding and collectively voiced their congratulations. "We congratulate the Divine Son on acquiring the imperial artifact." Lin Hauren and the elders of the clan displayed smiles that were impossible to conceal. In just 2 short days, the Divine Son Lin Qin had gained 2 innate imperial artifacts. The foundation of the ancient Lin family had thus been fortified with these 2 treasures. At this juncture, Lin Miexing seemed to sense something, raising his gaze toward the heavens and declaring in a solemn tone, "The tally of the talent rankings has concluded. If all proceeds as anticipated, the heavenly Tao shall soon unveil the next celestial opportunity." The Golden Age, governed by the heavenly Tao, always heralded the arrival of major celestial opportunities with announcements regarding time and location, inviting the prodigies to compete. Indeed, the tally of the talent rankings had concluded, revealing the 100 most gifted prodigies upon the list. The next celestial opportunity was about to be disclosed by the heavenly Tao. All remained silent, their eyes fixed upon the heavens, awaiting the announcement of the next opportunity. The golden talent rankings lay suspended in the skies of the 3,000 Tao states, showing no signs of fading. After a moment, the resounding voice of the heavenly Tao, imbued with supreme authority, echoed from the depths of the heavens, "I declare that the tally of the talent rankings has concluded. The rankings shall thereafter be condensed, remaining in the depths of the heavens for the beings of the 3,000 Tao states to behold. I shall now reveal the location of the next celestial opportunity. The next opportunity shall descend 3 days hence, in the state where the top prodigy of the talent rankings resides. This opportunity involves the challenge of the Tower of Gods." Upon hearing this proclamation, the eyes of the powerful beings and prodigies throughout the 3,000 Tao states widened with intrigue. In other words, the Tower of Gods would materialize in a certain location within the sacred state of floating light in 3 days. In the square, Lin Qin and the other prodigies, alongside Lin Hauren and the powerful beings, exchanged glances, realizing that the next celestial opportunity would manifest in their sacred state of floating light. Yet, what manner of existence was this Tower of Gods? It seemed that ancient texts had never mentioned it. Chapter 17. An unprecedented celestial opportunity? The majestic Lin Hauren. The storm approaches the sacred state of floating light. The Tower of Gods. This appeared to be a celestial opportunity unique to this golden age. In the ancient times of our ancestors, during the Golden Age, such an opportunity had not emerged. Lin Miexing pondered for a moment before murmuring. He searched through his memories, yet found no trace of information regarding the Tower of Gods. The others nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, they too had thought the same. Among the ancient texts that had been passed down through the ages, there were accounts of various celestial opportunities that had arisen during the Golden Age. Prior to the arrival of the spiritual energy tide, they had meticulously reviewed those ancient texts, committing to memory all information pertaining to the Golden Age. For instance, the recently concluded talent rankings had parallels in the ancient Golden Age. Yet, regarding the Tower of Gods, not only was there no mention of a name, but there were also no similar opportunities recorded. Lin Chen gazed thoughtfully at the talent rankings, which were gradually shrinking, ultimately shining with golden brilliance at the center of the heavens. Following the established pattern, the opportunity involving the Tower of Gods likely entailed ascending one or multiple levels to receive a reward. In other words, this reward would resemble the divine gifts bestowed during the tally of the talent rankings. The distinction lay in that the divine gifts from the talent rankings were always exceptional treasures. Devoid of ordinary items, in contrast, the rewards from the Tower of Gods might be more moderate and commonplace, rather than exceptionally rare. The more he contemplated this direction, the more Lin Chen felt that the challenge of the Tower of Gods was indeed a matter of this nature. A spark of excitement flickered in Lin Chen's eyes. If this were the case, he could leverage the opportunity presented by the Tower of Gods to acquire a wealth of treasures. Though the ancient Lin family lacked for spiritual materials and treasures, who would refuse more good fortune? Moreover, as it was a celestial opportunity of the Golden Age, the rewards from the Tower of Gods should feature many items not yet found within the 3,000 Tao states. Most importantly, perhaps this Tower of Gods could unlock new opportunities for his invincible sign-in system, allowing him to engage in fresh sign-ins. Speaking of sign-in opportunities, there should still be mystical locations within the ancient Lin family suitable for sign-ins. Seizing the interval before the Tower of God's arrival would present an excellent chance for experimentation. Just then, Lin Miexing's expression grew serious as he stepped to the edge of the divine forbidden peak. In a deep and authoritative voice, he proclaimed, "I, a descendant of the Lin family, urge all to remain vigilant regarding the happenings in the sacred state of floating light over the next 3 days. Upon discovering the site of the Tower of God's descent, promptly inform the clan. During this period, anyone who stirs up trouble without reason should be dealt with decisively, without regard for their background or origins. Our ancient Lin family does not harbor animosity towards any factions or races, yet we shall not cower before any of them." In the next moment, a chorus of respectful voices resonated throughout the ancient Lin family. "We shall faithfully obey the orders of the 5 ancestors." The matter concerning the Tower of Gods pertains to the overall well-being of the ancient Lin family and must not be taken lightly. Every member of the ancient Lin family should contribute during this critical juncture. As the announcement concluded, the entire ancient Lin family sprang into action under the direction of numerous elders. Countless formidable members of the ancient Lin family set aside their tasks and hurriedly made their way to various locations within the Radiant Light Holy State. Even though our influence extends to every inch of land that the ancient Lin family occupies in the Radiant Light Holy State, it is imperative that our clan members personally oversee such a crucial affair. Most importantly, besides monitoring the movements of the Tower of Gods, they must also establish stability within the Radiant Light Holy State. When the number of people increases, so too do the complications. As the most powerful force in the Radiant Light Holy State, it is our duty and responsibility to safeguard its tranquility during these pivotal moments. At the peak of the Divine Forbidden Summit, on the plaza, Lin Haoran stood beside Lin Miexing, sighing in reflection. The arrival of the Golden Era looms, and the entire 3,000 Tao states are on the brink of turmoil, with the Tower of Gods descending upon the Radiant Light Holy State. One can only wonder what troubles may arise. Lin Miexing, with his hands clasped behind him, smiled faintly at the remark. Those individuals are unlikely to stir much of a storm. However, your cultivation should be on the verge of a breakthrough. Should it not? He could sense the faint imperial aura emanating from Lin Haoran, a sign that he was nearing the threshold of becoming a quasi-emperor. Lin Haoran collected his thoughts and nodded with a smile. While a breakthrough is indeed achievable, a mere breakthrough lacks significance. I wish to master a few more complete sources, so that when I achieve a breakthrough and merge them into my own principles, I can advance my cultivation even further. Merely breaking through to the first or second tier of quasi-emperor is not worth the effort. As these words fell, many elders behind him could not help but express their admiration. Although they were older than Lin Haoran, their strength and pursuit of the Tao were far inferior. The sentiments Lin Howren articulated were beyond their capacity to express. For them, simply achieving a breakthrough to Quasi-Emperor would be a tremendous feat, let alone the ambition of striving to become a powerful figure immediately after the breakthrough. Lin Miexing, upon hearing this, nodded appreciatively. If you had been born in this era during your youth, Lin Chun would have found himself with a formidable rival. Upon hearing these words, Lin Shanhe and the other prodigies, along with numerous elders, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the former patriarch was an unparalleled genius. Had Lin Howren been born in this golden era, it is likely that the second position on the talent ranking would have been claimed by another. Lin Howren, upon receiving this praise, chuckled non-committally, "I have Chun'er, and that is enough. Let him handle the rest. My duty is to protect him until he grows strong, should anyone dare to bully him or pose a threat. Even a quasi-emperor is not beyond my reach." His voice was calm, yet brimming with unmatched dominance and lethal intent. As his words resonated, everyone present unconsciously displayed smiles. The arrival of the Tower of Gods and the Radiant Light Holy State may bring them trouble. Yet it equally presents an opportunity to seize an advantage. After spending some time atop the Divine Forbidden Summit, the prodigies and elders gradually departed. Lin Howren and Lin Miexing imparted various matters to Lin Chun before leaving the Divine Forbidden Summit together. Ultimately, only Lin Qian and Lin Tingtao remained atop the summit. Lin Tingtao, having just broken through to the 9th catastrophe realm, needed to stabilize his cultivation. With dawn approaching, he would soon venture into the mystical lands of the ancient Lin family to see if he could unlock a chance for a sign-in. Under the cover of night, the ancient Dao traditions and powerful clans across the 3,000 Dao states began to mobilize. Countless prodigies and strong individuals departed from their respective states, hastening in a singular direction, the Radiant Light Holy State. Finally, the bright moon slowly faded, and the sun rose in the east. The only constant was the talent ranking, radiating golden light at the very center of the firmament. The names of every prodigious talent were continually revered by countless beings across the 3,000 Dao states. In the Divine Forbidden Summit, within the Sun's Palace of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chun slowly opened his eyes atop the mat, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is time to attempt something new. Chapter 18. Sign in at the Celestial Treasures Pavilion, 8 Gates of Escape. Rising to his feet, Lin Chen glanced at Lin Tingtao, who was solidifying his cultivation nearby. Without disturbing him, he stepped forward, directly tearing through space to leave the Divine Forbidden Summit. Having already signed in at the Divine Forbidden Summit, he intended to try his luck at the Celestial Treasures Pavilion, where the family stored rare materials and various treasured artifacts. Tio traversed through space in the 3,000 Dao states. One only needed to possess combat prowess at the 9th catastrophe realm. With Lin Chen's current cultivation and strength, he had far surpassed this threshold. However, this time, as he tore through space, Lin Chun distinctly felt that after the advent of the Golden Era, the spiritual energy consumed to break through space had increased slightly. While the difference was negligible, it still left him contemplative. The arrival of the Golden Era had indeed transformed the entire 3,000 Dao states, ushering in a new beginning. Even the stability of space was being enhanced with each passing moment. In the expansive plaza, a towering black edifice, piercing the clouds, stood majestically, exuding an air of authority. Whenever members of the ancient Lin family passed by, they could not help but cast longing glances at the Black Tower. Typically, they needed to accumulate contributions over extended periods or accomplish feats for the family to enter and select treasures from the Black Tower. Under ordinary circumstances, the Black Tower was merely an object of distant admiration for them, unattainable and sacred. This imposing Black Tower was none other than the Celestial Treasures Pavilion, a place of utmost importance to the ancient Lin family. Housing an array of rare and wondrous treasures, at this moment, in the otherwise empty plaza, a distortion in space occurred, followed by the emergence of a tall young figure. Lin Qian stood firm, raising his gaze to the towering black edifice. Narrowing his eyes, the Celestial Treasures Pavilion remained unchanged, just as it was 3,000 years ago. Yet, it remained uncertain whether this place could unlock a sign-in opportunity for the system. Initially, upon awakening, he had not harbored high hopes for the system. After all, he was already a powerful divine son of an ancient family. What more could he desire? However, after signing in twice, he realized the true value of the opportunity. The first sign-in yielded a congenital imperial weapon, while the second granted him a pure influx of primal energy. Achieving such a level of primal energy infusion likely required a quasi-emperor level powerhouse to exhaust their cultivation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shun hesitated no longer and walked steadily to the entrance of the Celestial Treasures Pavilion. With a flick of his finger, he summoned the long-neglected Golden Divine Sun token from his storage ring. Buzz! As soon as the Divine Sun token materialized in his palm, the massive black door of the Celestial Treasures Pavilion began to tremble in the next instant. A resounding rumble echoed as the towering black door slowly swung open. Behind the door lay an impenetrable darkness, devoid of any light or discernible objects. This, Lin Shun felt no surprise. He had frequented this place 3,000 years ago and was well aware of what to expect. Stowing away the Divine Sun token, Lin Shun stepped forward into the inky portal. Boom! The moment Lin Shun's figure vanished beyond the portal, the colossal black door slammed shut with a thunderous noise. Inside the Celestial Treasures Pavilion, an abundance of rare materials and treasures lay scattered like weeds along the pathways, while many elusive treasures from the outside world lacked even a shelf to rest upon. Precious superior spirit stones were casually used as paving stones, each step crushing an unknown number beneath his feet. Only those treasures that would entice even sanctified beings could be found neatly arranged on shelves. Yet, what appeared to be merely a tall building from the outside, the Celestial Treasures Pavilion housed an infinitely vast storage world within. The skies were adorned with sun, moon, and stars, embodying both day and night. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that those celestial bodies were, in fact, powerful artifacts radiating light. Overwhelmed by the array of rare materials and treasures, Lin Shun surveyed his surroundings, revealing a hint of nostalgia. This place was indeed reminiscent. In the past, although his cultivation speed was swift, it also consumed resources at an alarming rate, making him a frequent visitor here. Surprising as it was, 3,000 years had passed. Yet the arrangement remained unchanged, with only the items themselves having transformed. Just as Lin Shun was lost in his reminiscence, a crisp voice rang out in his mind. Detection confirms that the host is currently within the ancient Lin family's Celestial Treasures Pavilion and is eligible for sign-in. May I ask the host if they wish to proceed with the sign-in now? The Celestial Treasures Pavilion is available for sign-in. If so, it seems I have grasped the system's criteria. Regaining his composure, Lin Shun silently uttered within his heart, "System, initiate the sign-in." He arrived at the Immortal Object Pavilion with the sole intention of testing whether he could check in. Now that it has been confirmed that check-in is indeed possible, he has no reason to hesitate any longer. As the thought settled in his mind, the system's crisp notification chimed once more. Request from the host received, proceeding with check-in at the Immortal Object Pavilion. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the secret technique, 8 Gates of Escape. Lin Shun raised an eyebrow. 8 Gates of Escape. He pondered how this might relate to the Taoist concept of the 8 gates. He recalled that in the Taoism of Blue Star, there was indeed a notion of 8 gates. Before Lin Shun could contemplate further, the system's clear voice resonated in his mind, and a torrent of profound and majestic information began to manifest within his consciousness. Sensing this influx of information, Lin Shun focused his mind, closed his eyes, and began to absorb and comprehend it. He was genuinely curious about the connection between this 8 Gates of Escape and the version he was familiar with. As he engaged with the information, a look of astonishment and understanding gradually appeared on Lin Shun's face. Through empirical validation, it became evident that this 8 Gates of Escape was indeed related to what he knew. Moreover, the connection was quite significant, as its 8 gates were precisely the same. The civilization of Blue Star is truly remarkable. Open Gate, Rest Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Block Gate, Scene Gate, Death Gate, Alarm Gate. In the secret technique of 8 Gates of Escape, each open gate would yield a twofold enhancement of strength. With all 8 gates opened, one's strength could be augmented by a staggering 128 times. Furthermore, this enhancement was not limited to mere physical strength. It was a comprehensive and holistic elevation of combat prowess, terrifying, truly terrifying. Not only that, but the 8 Gates of Escape also encompassed a teleportation divine ability, allowing one to leave a life mark at a specific location. When faced with danger in the outside world, one could simply communicate with the life mark left behind to achieve instantaneous relocation to that designated spot. Remarkably, this process would not be interrupted. Even amidst combat, of course, the distance of instantaneous relocation was contingent upon the depth of understanding of the divine ability. The more profound the comprehension, the farther the distance one could traverse. After a considerable time, Lin Shen fully digested all the information in his mind and slowly opened his eyes. In his pupils lingered the awe he felt when grasping the 8 gates of escape. This technique was a masterstroke that could amplify one's combat strength while enhancing life-preserving capabilities. Since it was acquired through the system's check-in, he had automatically unlocked the first gate. Open gate. The teleportation divine ability had similarly reached a preliminary level of understanding, allowing him to wield it freely without the need for further contemplation. As for the distance of instantaneous relocation, Lin Shen estimated it to be around 10,000 miles. Subsequently, as he deepened his comprehension of the teleportation divine ability, that distance would undoubtedly increase. It was no wonder he was so astonished. A 128-fold enhancement of overall combat strength was simply staggering. If he could attain such an augmentation, even beings at the Great Sage or Saint King levels would be within his grasp. Sensing the already opened open gate, a glimmer of anticipation appeared on Lin Shen's face. Let me see what level my power can reach with the enhancement brought by opening a gate. With that thought, Lin Shen focused his mind, channeling chaotic spiritual energy to activate the open gate. Upon opening the first gate of the 8 gates, his combat strength would double, thus enhancing it by 1-fold. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura, far surpassing that of the 9-fold catastrophe realm, erupted within the storage world of the immortal object pavilion. This terrifying aura would leave even the strongest of the 9-fold catastrophe realm in awe, let alone those at the celestial realm. Every inch of the surrounding space was enveloped by this powerful aura, which was peculiar. It was merely the 3rd level of the 9-fold catastrophe realm. Yet its strength far exceeded this classification. A paradox, yet entirely rational. Fortunately, within the storage world of the immortal object pavilion, there were no other figures present. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly be astounded by the immense aura Lin Shen had unleashed. Merely being at the 3rd level of the 9-fold catastrophe realm, he could effortlessly unleash such a formidable presence. It was unfathomable to consider how terrifying it would be were he to unleash his full power in combat. Feeling the immense strength surging within him, a smile involuntarily crept upon Lin Shen's lips. He sensed that he had undergone a transformation in power compared to before. Now, he could sweep away all beings of the 9-fold catastrophe realm solely by relying on the intensity of his spiritual energy and physical form. Without even invoking any divine techniques, even if a God realm expert were to suppress their cultivation to the 9-fold catastrophe realm, he could easily crush them. His strength had entirely transcended the 9-fold catastrophe realm, reaching the level of the celestial realm. The power he could unleash so casually would obliterate all 9-fold catastrophe beings. If he were to employ divine techniques, he was confident that he could claim invincibility against all below the late celestial realm. Moreover, should he unleash his full strength, employing the perfected essence of the blade's mystery and wielding 2 innate imperial weapons, the outcome would be entirely different. Within the celestial realm, he would be invincible. Absolutely invincible. No celestial realm expert could withstand the might of his perfected blade's mystery and 2 innate imperial weapons. Perhaps only a sage realm expert could stand as his opponent at that time. With such power, Lin Shen felt an overwhelming sense of confidence as the Tower of Gods descended. He no longer regarded other prodigies as his targets. With his current strength, it was exceedingly difficult for other prodigies to pose a threat to him. 3,000 years ago, it was the same. Now, 3,000 years after awakening, it remained unchanged. Being too formidable could also lead to a sense of solitude. Now, all he needed to do was surpass himself. As long as he could improve upon his previous self each day, that would be the greatest progress. Exhaling deeply, Lin Shen felt immensely satisfied with the rewards from this check-in, the 8 gates of escape. Such a wondrous technique was something even his ancient Lin family did not possess. While the ancient Lin family had similar techniques that could temporarily boost strength, those techniques invariably came with side effects. There was no way to achieve the seamless activation and deactivation of the 8 gates of escape, as long as there was spiritual energy within him to communicate with the gates. He could amplify his power. Most importantly, it bore no negative effects or side effects whatsoever. This alone was sufficient to illustrate the extraordinary nature of the 8 gates of escape. Gathering his thoughts, Lin Shen glanced at the various heavenly materials and treasures surrounding him. His purpose for coming to this place had been fulfilled. and there was no need to linger any longer. Without hesitation, he cast one last glance and turned to leave. His storage ring had a radius of 10,000 miles, filled to the brim with cultivation resources. This preparation stemmed from his previous annoyance at having to repeatedly visit the Immortal Object Pavilion for resources. Thus, these hard-to-find resources were nothing extraordinary to him. Had he not wanted to test the possibility of unlocking the check-in opportunity, he would not have made a special trip here. As Lin Chen departed, the storage world of the Immortal Object Pavilion returned to its prior tranquility. The sun, moon, and stars above shone brightly, resembling a true world. After leaving the Immortal Object Pavilion, Lin Chen proceeded to several other locations of considerable importance to the ancient Lin family. However, upon arriving at these places, no activity transpired, and the system's notification did not awaken. This indicated that although these locations were significant to the ancient Lin family, they were not designated as extraordinary places. Gradually, Lin Chen's understanding of the criteria set by the system for unlocking check-in opportunities grew increasingly clear. At noon, just as Lin Chen was preparing to head to the next location, Lin Haoran sent a message. The message conveyed that an ancient freak from an ancient major sect and contemporary prodigies had entered the realm of Floating Light Holy State. They had set up a challenge arena within the territory of the ancient Lin family, inviting all prodigies to battle. The arena had been open for a full hour, during which the local prodigies of Floating Light Holy State had been defeated by hundreds, including some young prodigies sent by the ancient Lin family to maintain order. This behavior had undoubtedly severely tarnished the reputation of both Floating Light Holy State and the ancient Lin family. As such, Lin Haoran intended for Lin Chen to lead the prodigies of the ancient Lin family to rectify this situation and to remain on guard in the outside world, deterring the various prodigies and freaks from other states. When the Tower of Gods descended, they could respond more swiftly and prepare in advance. In the void, Lin Chen received the message plate and a curious expression appeared on his face. The ancient freaks and contemporary prodigies of the Radiant Light Holy State. If memory serves, one of the ancient freaks ranked 18th on the talent list, which is quite impressive. No wonder the prodigies of Floating Light Holy State were unable to contend with them. Even the prodigies of the ancient Lin family had been bested. It is not that they are weak. Rather, this enemy indeed possesses some strength. With that thought, Lin Chen did not hesitate and immediately changed direction, heading toward the discussion hall. Initially, he had planned to bide his time and check in during these days. However, since the Radiant Light Holy State had chosen to step forward, he would not hold back from striking down the challenge. Within the discussion hall, Lin Haoran sat at the head of the table, with an additional chair placed one step behind him. At this moment, a remarkably beautiful woman occupied that chair. The elders of the ancient Lin family seated around the table regarded her with a touch of deference upon seeing her. As for the contemporary prodigies of the ancient Forest Lin family, including Lin Tingtao, their gazes swept over the woman with a hint of reverence. This woman was none other than the matriarch of their ancient Forest Lin family, the esteemed elder of the ancient Cloud family, Yun Qingcheng. She was the mother of their invincible divine son, Lin Chen. Yun Qingcheng glanced towards the entrance of the council hall, noticing it was still devoid of any presence, and, feeling somewhat impatient, turned to the side to inquire of Lin Haoran. Haoran, is Chun'er truly on his way? Why is he yet to arrive? Lin Haoran, upon hearing this, wore an expression of helplessness. Qingcheng, could you refrain from asking this question repeatedly? It has only been a short while, and you have already asked it over 10 times. Chun'er is on his way, and will be here shortly. At this remark, the numerous elders and prodigies within the council hall revealed faint, barely perceptible smiles. It seemed that only the matriarch, Yun Qingcheng, could elicit such exasperation from their family head. Had it been any other aspiring emperor from a different faction, Lin Haoran would undoubtedly not have shown such tolerance. Yun Qingcheng shot Lin Haoran a sidelong glance, snorting softly, "Humph! It has been 3,000 years since I last saw Chun'er. Is it too much for me to be a little anxious? What, are you annoyed with me? Shall I take my leave?" Lin Haoran's expression fell at her words. How was he to respond to that? It was a dilemma. At that moment, a light-hearted laugh echoed within the council hall. "Mother, after 3,000 years apart, why do I find you bullying father the moment we meet?" As the voice fell, everyone in the council hall stirred. This was the divine son had arrived. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Haoran let out a long sigh of relief. Salvation had come. His savior had arrived. At the entrance of the council hall stood a tall figure clad in purple robes, smiling gently. Upon seeing this figure, Yun Qingqing's eyes lit up, and without a moment's hesitation, she sprang to her feet and stepped forward. Chun'er, mother has missed you dearly. Approaching Lin Chun, before he could react, she scooped him up effortlessly. Lifting him high, Yun Qingru, who was half a head shorter than Lin Chun, effortlessly raised him into the air. Lin Chun's smile faltered as he realized he had been a bit hasty and had forgotten about this particular aspect. Alas, his image as the divine sun was crumbling. Chapter 20. The floating light Holy Land? Merely so. As for this time's divine tower, there is no need for you to enter. The atmosphere within the council hall was rather delicate. The elders had grown accustomed to such scenes, yet they dared not gaze too long. Caught in a conflict of curiosity and restraint in earlier times, the interactions between the divine sun and the matriarch had been much the same. It had begun when the young divine son Lin Qian had a penchant for being lifted high to see further and higher. Naturally, the matriarch, Yun Qingqing, indulged him. Consequently, even as Lin Qian grew, she continued to lift him high, albeit with some discretion, ensuring to preserve his dignity in public. Otherwise, the nature of their interaction might have been recounted for 3,000 years. Now, after 3,000 years, this scene sparked a sense of nostalgia among them. Unlike them, however, Lin Tingtao, Lin Yakin, and the other contemporary prodigies, along with the recently awakened Lin Shanhe, Lin Huangxian, and other ancient anomalies, wore expressions of shock. Goodness, are they witnessing something they should not? Would the divine sun take measures against them later? Yet, upon closer inspection, the current demeanor of the divine sun was rather endearing, a side of Lin Qian they had never imagined. The young prodigies exchanged glances, their expressions growing somewhat peculiar. They had inadvertently stumbled upon a hidden chapter of the divine son Lin Qian's past. Lin Haoran appeared oblivious to the unfolding scene, seated in his position, his gaze fixed ahead. Chun'er, I apologize, but I must trouble you to bear this slight embarrassment and redirect the attention. Lin Chun, sensing the multitude of gazes upon him, quickly patted Yun Qingqing's arm, forcing a bitter smile. Mother, could you at least grant me a modicum of dignity? I am already 16. Including the 3,000 years of self-seclusion, I am now 3,016 years old. Can we not do this? It was not that he wished to break free. He simply could not. His mother, Yun Qingqing, was a genuine pinnacle of divine realm strength, a top-tier powerhouse across the entire 3,000 Dao states. Meanwhile, he, a mere child at the 9th layer of tribulation, could only tremble in her presence. Yun Qingru pouted, somewhat reluctantly placing Lin Chen back down. You used to enjoy this as a child. Why have you become so disobedient as you've grown? All right, I'll put you down. Is that satisfactory? Once his feet were back on solid ground, Lin Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he managed a strained smile. Mother, please refrain from lifting me high next time. It frightens me. Why must you emphasize that? If I don't lift you, then I won tea. Have you grown to disdain your mother? Seeing this, Lin Chun could only offer a resigned smile. Now, before Lin Tingtao and the others, maintaining his authority seemed a daunting task. That moment, Lin Haoran's voice resonated within the council hall. All right, let us turn our attention to the matter at hand. We cannot afford to delay regarding the incidents instigated by those from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground. Upon hearing this, Lin Qian's expression grew serious as he took a seat at the left side of Lin Haoran. Glancing around, he immediately broke into a grin. Father, esteemed elders, there is no need for us to deliberate strategies or complicate matters. I shall directly lead Lin Tingtao and the others to set forth. In the ensuing time, as long as the divine tower did not descend, the prodigies from various factions would become increasingly restless. At that point, they would surely concoct other schemes, and we could seize this opportunity to issue a warning. What would be the consequence of causing trouble in the floating light Holy Land, within the territory of our ancient Forest Lin family? As his words fell, the elders of the ancient Forest Lin family nodded in agreement. Indeed, this matter required forceful suppression. Mere words would yield no substantial effect. The Grand Elder, Lin Jin, pondered briefly before affirming, I support the Divine Sun's proposal. We shall utilize the Radiant Light Sacred Ground to ensure that the prodigies from other factions and races dare not stir trouble. The remaining elders, seeing the Grand Elder's stance, spoke in unison. We wholeheartedly concur with the Divine Sun's sentiments. Lin Haoran nodded, his gaze landing on Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and the other prodigies of the ancient forest Lin family as he inquired. Have you all stabilized your cultivation? Are you prepared to fight for our ancient forest Lin family? Upon hearing this, the prodigies grinned widely. Rest assured, clan leader, our cultivations are all stabilized, and we are ready for battle at any moment. Seeing that consensus had been reached, Lin Howren rose, sweeping his hand through the AI or die. In that case, we shall proceed as the Divine Sun has suggested. Let those ruffians from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground know that on the territory of our ancient forest Lin family, they must behave themselves. Lin Chen, sensing the atmosphere, composed himself and stood, speaking in a deep voice, "Prodigies, let us make our way to Floating Light City. We cannot keep our friends from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground waiting." With that, he tore open a rift in the adjacent space, revealing a dark spatial fissure. Floating Light City was the second largest city in their Floating Light Holy Land and one of the subordinate cities of the ancient Forest Lin family. It lay only a few thousand miles away from the ancient Heaven City, where the ancient Forest Lin family resided. With his speed, the journey would not take long. The ancient anomalies and prodigies from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground were there, setting up platforms to challenge prodigies from all paths. As Lin Chen's voice echoed, Lin Tingtao, Lin Shanhe, Lin Huangxian, and the other prodigies all rose to their feet and stood beside him, following in the footsteps of the Divine Sun. Lin Chen shifted his gaze towards Yun Qingsheng, who remained seated, offering her an apologetic smile. In response, Yun Qingsheng sat gracefully in her chair, a serene smile gracing her lips. As the Divine Sun of the ancient Forest Lin family. This is your duty. Mother has no other remarks. This journey to Floating Light City marks your first battle since awakening the Divine Source. You must secure a resounding victory. Let the prodigies from all factions understand that you, Lin Shun, are the one who holds the top position on the talent rankings. Upon hearing this, Lin Shun predictably revealed a bright smile. Do not worry, Mother. The dignity of our ancient Forest Lin family is not to be trifled with. With that, Lin Chen beckoned to Lin Shanhe and the other prodigies, stepping first into the spatial fissure. Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and the other prodigies followed suit, bowing to Lin Howren and the other powerhouses before vanishing into the rift. Watching the spatial fissure close, Lin Howren smiled faintly. After 3,000 years of self-seclusion, was Chun'er about to embark on his path of domination once more? This was quite welcome. The ancient Forest Lin family had remained dormant long enough and was due for a resurgence. With that, Lin Howren cast a glance at the elders within the council hall. You should also set forth. If those forces from the outer provinces dare to bully the weak, simply eliminate them. The clan elders would follow closely behind you to Floating Light City. You need not concern yourselves with anything else. If you cannot handle them, the clan elders will step in. If the clan elders cannot, I shall take action. If I cannot, we still have several ancestors who can fight. The elders, upon hearing this, were expressions of determination. Understood, clan leader. Before the echoes of their words had faded, each individual tore through the fabric of space and vanished from the grand hall. It appeared that the clan leader this time truly intended to abandon the low-profile approach that had characterized the past 3 millennia. Yet, perhaps this was for the best. Their bodies had indeed grown somewhat rusty and were in need of a little polishing. Once everyone had departed, Yun Qingsheng, seemingly sensing something, rose to her feet and alongside Lin Howren, offered a slight bow to the empty space beside them. We pay our respects to the 5 ancestors. Before the sound of their words had dissipated, the figure of Lin Miesheng, a youth with white hair, gradually materialized beside them. With one hand resting on his back, Lin Miesheng wore a faint smile. Lin Howren, you have performed admirably. In this matter, our ancient Lin clan must adopt a firm stance. Proceed without hesitation. Even if numerous quasi-emperors arrive in the Floating Light Sacred State, they shall not dare to act recklessly. Furthermore, the other old fellows within the clan are about to emerge from their seclusion. The rest of the ancestors will also soon make their appearance. Upon hearing this news, both Yun Qingsheng and Lin Howren's expressions brightened with joy. If that were the case, they could act without reservations. Indeed, 5 ancestors. Floating Light City. As the largest city in the Floating Light Sacred State, aside from the ancient Sky City where the ancient Lin clan resides. Floating Light City has always been a gathering place for numerous powerful individuals, a place where countless prodigies aspire to make their mark. Today, a significant event was unfolding in the heart of Floating Light City. The most formidable force from the neighboring Yao Guang spirit state, The prodigious talents of Yao Guang's sacred ground had set up a challenge platform, inviting prodigies from all states to battle. The invitation to fight had persisted for over an hour. Yet none of the prodigies from Yao Guang's sacred ground had faced defeat. In contrast, the prodigies from Floating Light Sacred State and other states had suffered consecutive defeats, totaling hundreds, in an instant. The reputation of Yao Guang's sacred ground surged within Floating Light City, spreading even throughout the entire Floating Light Sacred State. In the city center, a challenge platform emanating a rich spatial aura stood tall. On the platform, a young man with an arrogant demeanor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the surroundings before disdainfully declaring, "Who dares to face me in battle?" His words were brimming with arrogance. Yet no one responded. Below the platform, the faces of numerous prodigies from Floating Light Sacred State were etched with anger, their bodies bearing injuries, fists clenched, yet their strength seemed waning. The individual above appeared haughty. But he indeed possessed the strength to match his arrogance. He was one of the 4 holy sons of Yao Guang's sacred ground, ranked 3rd, a genuine prodigy listed at 83 on the talent rankings. They, too, were beings beyond the talent rankings, lacking in both talent and cultivation, leaving them with no recourse but to seethe in frustration. Even the prodigious talents from other states who had come to join the fray wore bitter smiles at this moment. It seemed that only the prodigies from the ancient Lin clan could contend with these individuals from Yao Guang's sacred ground. Seeing that no one responded, the young man's expression grew even more arrogant. Is this the Floating Light Sacred State? An existence that shares the title of one of the 10 strongest states alongside my Yao Guang spirit state. Why do I feel that there is a great deal of insincerity here? Not a single person dares to confront me. In a nearby vacant area, more than 10 prodigies from Yao Guang's sacred ground, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smile. Initially apprehensive about setting up the challenge platform, fearing they might be humiliated, they now felt emboldened. Oh, does your statement represent the entirety of Yao Guang's sacred ground, or is it merely your personal opinion? If it is the former, then you need not enter the upcoming Divine Tower of Immortals. Chapter 21. My words are never hollow. A single punch to annihilate a prodigy on the talent rankings, arrogant. Such audacious words. If the earlier threats expressed were truly the sentiments of Yao Guang's sacred ground, then they would be barred from entering the Divine Tower of Immortals. Who uttered such words, possessing such immense confidence? That is Yao Guang's sacred ground, the most formidable force in Yao Guang's spirit state, nearly equivalent to the ancient Lin clan of Floating Light Sacred State, to prevent Yao Guang's sacred ground from entering the Divine Tower. Such audacity! They were eager to see who could obstruct the prodigies of Yao Guang's sacred ground from entering the tower. On the challenge platform, the young man with the arrogant smile furrowed his brow, revealing a shade of embarrassment and anger, as he scanned the surroundings and roared, "Who spoke? Step forward. What are you hiding for? Who do you think you are to dare to pronounce judgment upon Yao Guang's sacred ground?" As he spoke, a powerful aura emanating from the half-step 9th tribulation realm erupted, enveloping the entire platform. They were also quite curious about the identity of the one who had just spoken. From the tone, it seemed to imply that a person from Floating Light Sacred State was defending their honor. At that moment, the prodigies from the ancient Lin clan who had previously come to settle in Floating Light City seemed to have realized something, their expressions brightening. Could it be that the true prodigies from their ancient Lin clan had received news and come to restore order? Wait, that voice sounded quite familiar. Almost like the voice of the Divine Sun. Could it be that the Divine Sun himself has arrived? With this thought, the injured prodigies of the ancient Lin clan exchanged glances. Their spirits lifted. The prodigies of Yao Guang's sacred ground were about to meet their end. The Divine Sun has arrived to suppress all enemies. Before the furious young man's voice could fade, a calm voice echoed from all directions once more. Who do you think you are? Even if the Lord of Yao Guang's sacred ground, Hua Wuyo, were here, he wouldn't dare speak such words. You, kneel. The voice remained indifferent, yet carried an undeniable authority compared to before. On the platform, the arrogant young man, upon hearing the calm words, was filled with disdain. You expect me to kneel? I am a prodigy ranked 83 on the talent list. Who can make me kneel? Bang! Before the calm voice could finish, a powerful pressure descended upon the platform, causing the arrogant young man to suddenly drop to his knees, his expression one of utter shock. How did I end up kneeling? The sudden turn of events left the various prodigies below the platform astonished yet exhilarated. Though they did not know who had intervened, their spirits soared. Just moments ago, he had been so arrogant, claiming no one could contend with him, and now, in the blink of an eye, he was kneeling Buzz. The arrogant young man struggled against the overwhelming force, attempting to rise, yet no matter how he exerted himself or summoned his spiritual energy, it was in vain. It felt as if an ancient divine mountain were pressing upon him, rendering him utterly unable to break free. No, he couldn't even move an inch. Gradually, the arrogance on his face faded, replaced by a growing sense of terror. This power belonged to a true powerhouse of the ninth tribulation realm. A genuine prodigy had arrived. On the other side of the platform, the expressions of the more than 10 prodigies from Yao Guang's sacred ground turned serious. Who possessed the ability to suppress a prodigy ranked 83 on the talent list with a single word? Could it be one of the top prodigies from the ancient Lin clan? They seemed to have underestimated the situation. Tearing sounds echoed as a black spatial rift appeared in the air above Floating Light City. From within, Lin Shun, Lin Shanhe, and the other prodigies of the ancient Lin clan emerged. As Lin Shin descended, he slightly lowered his head, gazing down at the kneeling young man from Yao Guang's sacred ground on the platform, speaking indifferently. Now, tell me, was what you just said representative of Yao Guang's sacred ground as a whole, or merely your personal view? That floating light sacred state is too insincere to be mentioned in the same breath as you? A powerful pressure emanated from Lin Chen's body, unabashedly pressing down upon the platform. As the prodigies of the ancient Lin clan turned their gaze to Lin Chen and his group emerging from the spatial rift, their expressions brightened with excitement. Without a second thought, they knelt on one knee, respectfully bowing to Lin Chun and the others descending before them. We pay our respects to the Divine Son and all esteemed prodigies. The Divine Son truly came in person. Not only that, but he also brought along all the top-tier prodigies, holy sons and daughters, as well as ancient anomalies. All eyes turned toward Lin Shen and his companions, filled with awe. The Divine Son. The newcomer is the Divine Son of the ancient Lin clan? Lin Chen's first impression upon them was one of youth, astonishingly young. This was the one who, 3,000 years ago, suppressed an era of prodigies, hailed as the strongest anomaly of all time, the Divine Son of the ancient Lin clan. Lin Chun, and the figures behind him appeared to be the contemporary prodigies of the ancient Lin clan along with those ancient anomalies. The ancient Lin clan had sent forth all their prodigies. Once they regained their composure, the prodigies from other states who had come to join the fray looked toward the young man kneeling on the platform and the other prodigies from Yao Guang's sacred ground with expressions of schadenfreude. These individuals from Yao Guang's sacred ground were in for a rough time. The number one prodigy of the ancient Lin clan, Lin Chun, had arrived with all the prodigies from the talent rankings. Although Yao Guang's sacred ground held a status in Yao Guang's spirit state equivalent to that of the ancient Lin clan in Floating Light sacred state, when it came to the strength of the younger generation, the ancient Lin clan could easily overpower Yao Guang's sacred ground. Lin Chen's figure finally settled at the same level as the platform. His indifferent gaze remained fixed on the young man, who was still kneeling and struggling. Are my words inaudible to you? I ask you again, was that statement your personal opinion, or was it the sentiment of Yao Guang's sacred ground as a whole? Upon hearing Lin Chen's questioning voice once more, the young man abruptly ceased all struggle. Swallowing hard and trembling slightly, he spoke. Just now, I was a bit reckless with my words. I implore you to spare me. As he spoke, a hint of pleading appeared on his face. He had heard countless tales of Lin Chen's legend, never expecting their first formal meeting would unfold in such a manner. At this moment, where has the previous arrogance of the youth gone? All that remains is a weakling, desperately pleading for mercy. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression shifted to one of understanding. So, it seems those words were solely your own sentiments. Making this much simpler, you may discard your own cultivation. Do not compel me to take action. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. With that, Lin Chen bestowed a gentle smile upon the youth. Discard your cultivation. The youth shivered at the thought. Lin Chen's benevolent smile appeared to him as terrifying as that of a demonic deity. He was the 83rd ranked prodigy on the talent list, with a promising future ahead. And he had no desire to self-destruct his own abilities. With great difficulty, he shifted his gaze towards the location of the prodigies from the Yao Guang sacred land below the arena. More precisely, He focused on the resolute figure standing at the forefront of the prodigies from Yao Guang's sacred land. Ancestor, save me. As Lin Chen's words fell, the surrounding powerful figures of Floating Light City, along with numerous prodigies, all shuddered. Go demand the 83rd ranked prodigy on the talent list to discard his cultivation upon arrival. Is this truly the so-called domineering and unparalleled divine son of the ancient Lin family? Indeed, he exudes unmatched authority. Below the arena, the steadfast youth at the forefront of the Yao Guang's sacred land prodigies, upon hearing the pleas for help from the youth in the arena, gritted his teeth and clasped his hands towards Lin Chen. Friend Lin, is it not a bit excessive of you to act in such a manner? Wang Jun merely jested earlier. He did not mean it seriously. We from Yao Guang's sacred land are willing to offer our apologies for this. As his voice rang out, the injured prodigies of the ancient Lin family revealed scornful expressions. Just moments ago, when the divine son was not present, you did not speak in such a manner. Now that the divine son has arrived, you cower and claim it was jest? Lin Chun cast a contemplative glance at the steadfast youth, as if coming to a realization. You are that ancient anomaly from the Yao Guang sacred land. Ranked 18th on the talent list? Oh, yes, Gu Chen, right? Upon hearing his name mentioned by Lin Chun, Gu Chen could not help but breathe a sigh of relief internally. It seems Lin Chen is still willing to extend him some courtesy. This bodes well for the conversation. You are correct, friend Lin. I am indeed Gu Chen. This matter before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen's tone abruptly shifted, becoming somewhat icy. You claim his words were jest? But regrettably, my words are not mere jest. If he will not discard his cultivation, then I shall take action and obliterate him. As he spoke, Lin Chun clenched his fist and aimed it towards the arena. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Lin Tingtao, instructing, observe closely. I shall demonstrate the true essence of the Chaos Fist only once. With that, silvery gray spiritual energy coiled around his fist as he gently swung it towards the arena. Boom! What appeared to be a simple punch, lacking any evident force, instantly shattered the surrounding space. Even the arena, suffused with dense spatial power, was reduced to rubble in an instant. Everything in its path was rendered void, disappearing without a trace. Ultimately, the silvery gray fist shadow descended upon the terrified and despairing youth. Wan Zhan in the next moment, the might of the fist shadow erupted, and both Wan Zhan's body and the space around him were obliterated into nothingness. Seemingly unremarkable, lacking any ostentation, yet it crushed everything, compelling myriad entities to retreat. Chapter 22. You are not worthy to challenge me, flee? Where do you intend to go? The might of the silvery gray fist shadow was terrifying beyond measure. Fortunately, after annihilating Wan Zhan, its power dissipated of its own accord into nothingness. Only the unhealed spatial rifts surrounding the area served as testament to the recent events. Lin Tingtao gazed at the vanished silvery gray fist shadow, his face revealing a dawning comprehension. So it is. This is indeed the true essence of the Chaos Fist. Previously, I was overly fixated on techniques, unaware that the true essence of the Chaos Fist is singular. To shatter myriad laws with sheer force, after witnessing that punch, he felt that with further contemplation, he could truly grasp some of the Chaos Fist's essence. Lin Shanhe and the other prodigies of the ancient Lin family, sensing the lingering essence of the Chaos Fist, all bore expressions of astonishment. The divine son, with a mere casual strike, possesses such might? Silence, an utter stillness. The central area of Floating Light City now lay in profound quietude. All present, whether the original powerful figures of Floating Light City, local prodigies of Floating Light Sacred Province, or those who had journeyed from other provinces, wore remarkably consistent expressions, filled with shock and disbelief. With a single punch obliterated Wan Zhan, the 83rd prodigy on the talent list from Yao Guang's sacred land. Moreover, it was a complete annihilation without any capacity for resistance. From beginning to end, Wan Zhan had not made any effective counterattack, a true crushing defeat. This is the undeniable might of the unmatched divine son of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chun. Gu Chun stared blankly at the shattered surroundings. Feeling at a loss, Wan Zhan has perished. One of the only 5 prodigies on the talent list from Yao Guang's sacred land has fallen, and this, just as the golden era has commenced. After regaining his senses, Gu Chun could not suppress his sorrowful "See, or why, The bond between him and Wan Zhan transcended mere kinship. Beyond that, he was also Wan Zhan's ancestor, the progenitor of his lineage. Though generations had passed and the surname had changed, the blood ties remained intact, and now, before him, someone had obliterated his only remaining descendant with a single punch, before the echoes of his voice faded. Gu Qin's fierce gaze locked onto Lin Chun. Lin Chun, do not think that just because you are the divine son of the ancient Lin family, I will refrain from confronting you. What of being first on the talent list? I, ranked 18th, am no slouch either. Lin Chun, do you dare to battle me? He was determined to avenge Wan Zhan, to seek retribution for his sole descendant. As he spoke, a formidable aura of the first layer of ninefold catastrophe surged forth. Though it was merely the first layer, its intensity surpassed that of most experts at the sixth or seventh layer of ninefold catastrophe, emanating a terrifying pressure that enveloped Lin Chun. Behind him, the other prodigies of Yao Guang's sacred land also displayed expressions of fury. They had not anticipated Lin Chun to be so ruthless. The divine son, Wan Zhan, had only spoken carelessly, yet Lin Chun, in response, directly annihilated their divine son with a punch, and he was a prodigy ranked 83rd on the talent list. Feeling Gu Qin's immense pressure, the surrounding prodigy experts could not help but retreat a few steps. Undoubtedly, this Gu Qin was powerful, incredibly powerful. He was indeed a genuine expert at the first layer of ninefold catastrophe. Such strength truly befits someone ranked 18th on the talent list. However, did he truly possess the odds to challenge Lin Chun? The one ranked first? Instinctively, all eyes turned to Lin Chun, eager to discern how he would respond to this scenario. Would he engage in battle or pursue another course? Lin Chun, upon hearing this, cast a calm gaze at Gu Qin, gently shaking his head. You consider yourself my opponent? You are not yet worthy. Lin Tingtao, you have just gained some insights. Let this fellow serve as your practice. Be mindful. Take the battle to the skies. Do not damage our floating light city. With that, Lin Chun clasped his hands behind his back and closed his eyes, feigning slumber. Seeing Lin Chun's blatant disregard for him, Gu Qin's fury morphed into a mocking smile. Very well. Is this how the so-called strongest prodigy of all ages behaves? Truly arrogant. If you will not fight me, then I shall force you. Clang. As he spoke, a long sword radiating the aura of a divine weapon appeared in his grasp. This was a heavenly gift he had received, a long sword of superior divine weapon quality. Without waiting for Lin Chun's response, Gu Qin stomped his foot and swung the sword directly at Lin Chun. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a terrifying sword intent erupted, cleaving through the already restored space once again. The power contained within, even experts of the sixth or seventh layer of ninefold catastrophe would treat it with utmost caution. In the face of this sword, Lin Chun remained motionless, his expression unchanged, seemingly oblivious to the impending danger. Beside him, Lin Tingtao respectfully clasped his hands and replied, Yes, divine son. With that, Lin Tingtao shifted his gaze towards Gu Qin, the respect on his face dissipating, replaced by an endless indifference. Within his pupils, a sharp aura of sword intent radiated. You should not wield your sword against the divine son. As he spoke, Lin Tingtao swung the war sword in his hand, tracing arcs in the air. Divine technique, sword domain prison. The powerful sword intent erupted, causing the approaching sword light to shatter, offering no chance for counterattack. Not only that, but as Lin Tingtao wielded his war sword, the space itself was being isolated, transforming into an entirely separate realm. This was a prison imbued with the essence of the sword. In a fleeting moment, the space containing Lin Tingtao and Gu Qin was completely severed, forming an isolated space of sword domain. Holding the war sword, Lin Tingtao spoke calmly. Let us ascend to the heavens for a duel. Proclaimed His Highness the Divine Son, for we must not allow the city to be ravaged. Should the city suffer damage due to your actions, it would certainly displease me. And no sooner had he uttered these words than Gu Qin, enveloped in an independent space, soared toward the sky. Throughout the process, Gu Qin incessantly wielded his exquisite divine weapon, attempting to break free from the confines of the blade domain. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, he found himself unable to breach the cage of the blade domain and was ultimately compelled to be carried skyward by Lin Tingtao. Witnessing this scene, the eyes of many formidable figures and prodigies from Floating Light City widened in shock. The essence of the blade, Lin Tingtao had actually comprehended the essence of the blade. Were the members of the ancient Lin clan truly this formidable? Given the circumstances, Gu Chun appeared to be in grave danger. The other prodigies from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground, watching Gu Chun being effortlessly taken aloft by Lin Tingtao, could not suppress their gulp of apprehension. Their strongest, Gu Chun, seemed to stand no chance against Lin Tingtao, who was ranked 10th on the talent list. Above Lin Tingtao loomed Lin Shanhe, ranked 2nd, and Lin Chun, ranked 1st. How could they possibly contend with such odds? Perhaps fleeing would be prudent. Just as they prepared to stealthily depart, figures such as Lin Huangxian and Lin Tianxin, other prodigies of the ancient Lin clan, obstructed their path. Where do you think you are going? Chapter 23. Is this radiant light spirit state? Nothing more than this. A formidable aura emanated unabashedly from their presence. 7 first-tier prodigies, 2 holy sons and holy maidens, and 5 ancient anomalies stood before them, the weakest among them possessing the pinnacle of the 5th realm of divine concealment. Among these 5 ancient anomalies, their auras reached the terrifying heights of the 9th tribulation realm. At that moment, every prodigy's face, including Lin Shanhe, bore a mocking smile. They had been keeping a watchful eye on these individuals, fearing they might attempt to slip away when the situation turned unfavorable. As anticipated, the moment Gu Chun displayed a hint of despair, these so-called prodigies of the Radiant Light Sacred Ground planned to abandon their ally and flee. Such behavior was undoubtedly a disgrace to the Radiant Light Sacred Ground. Nevertheless, they were equally taken aback. Lin Tingtao had, astonishingly, grasped the essence of the blade ahead of time. This advancement surpassed all of them, as the strongest among them had merely comprehended the perfect realm of intent. In a wonder, the divine son, Lin Chun, chose Lin Tingtao as his follower. In certain aspects, Lin Tingtao was indeed superior to all of them. Sensing the overwhelming presence of Lin Huangxian and the other prodigies from the ancient Lin clan, the Radiant Light Sacred Ground's prodigies hesitated in their tracks. It appeared they could no longer remain aloof. The overall strength of the ancient Lin clan's prodigies far exceeded theirs. A direct confrontation would only lead to humiliation. 1 Prodigy from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground, having reached the first level of the 9th tribulation realm, took a deep breath and forced a smile as he clasped his hands together. Esteemed comrades of the ancient Lin clan, we acknowledge our shortcomings in this matter and are willing to offer our sincerest apologies. Please, do not hesitate to present your conditions. Should anyone refuse to comply, I, Emoli, shall personally administer punishment. Upon witnessing this, the other prodigies from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground quickly averted their gazes, remaining silent. They were still recovering from the shock of Lin Chen's decisive action in eliminating Holy Son Wanjun. Their minds had yet to fully process the gravity of the situation. The ancient Lin clan was truly terrifying. Lin Shanhe's brow furrowed at the mention of Emoli, the 37th on the talent list. This name had not crossed his ears during his years of awakening, yet it was indeed reported that Emoli was ranked 37th on the talent list. It seemed he was an ancient anomaly hidden within the Radiant Light Sacred Ground, likely the second most formidable prodigy among them. However, it mattered little. The 37th rank was beneath his notice. Hearing Lin Shanhe's words, Emoli nodded eagerly. Indeed, I did not expect that fellow comrade Lin Shanhe would recognize me. He dared not show any negligence in front of someone of Lin Shanhe's caliber, the second on the talent list. If Lin Tingtao, ranked 10th, was already so powerful that Gu Chun appeared utterly defenseless, how formidable must Lin Shanhe be? While talent does not entirely equate to strength, it is certainly correlated. Lin Huangxian, Lin Tianxin, and the other prodigies could not help but nod in agreement at Emoli's demeanor. Regrettably, Emoli's talent seemed overshadowed by an absence of invincible ambition. Now, facing Lin Shanhe, he barely concealed a sycophantic smile. Lin Shanhe glanced at the other Radiant Light Sacred Ground prodigies, who were bowed and silent, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Was this truly the extent of the Radiant Light Spirit State, which stood as one of the top 10 strongest states alongside their floating light sacred state? Initially, he had anticipated an opportunity to engage with these Radiant Light Sacred Ground individuals, yet he was taken aback by their sheer cowardice as they retreated into themselves. Very well, let us see how the Divine Son intends to deal with these troublesome individuals. At present, he felt no inclination to engage with them further. Perhaps the prodigies arriving in floating light sacred state would prove to be of higher caliber. Sensing Lin Shanhe's shift in demeanor, Emoli and the other prodigies from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground turned their attention to Lin Chen. If Lin Chen did not intend to spare them, they would have no choice but to seek parental intervention. Though such an act would be humiliating, there was no alternative, for they did not wish to meet the same fate as Wang Zhan, who had perished. The members of the ancient Lin clan did not abide by conventional rules. During this time, a series of violent roars echoed through the heavens: buzz, clang, rumble. Amidst the cacophony, two streaks of light could be seen intersecting in the sky. From the sword intent and substantial aura they emanated, one could discern which streak belonged to Emoli and which to Lin Tingtao. It was evident that the sword intent streak was currently being pursued by the weighty aura, with only the power to retaliate remaining. Lin Xian observed the two streaks of light above with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Their comprehension was commendable. They were able to grasp such a level of understanding after merely a demonstration. It would not be long before they perceived the true intricacies of the Chaotic Fist. The Chaotic Fist was one of his signature techniques, for which he had deliberately grasped the essence of the fist to complement it. What Lin Tingtao now lacked was the enhancement of fist intent. As for the essence of the Chaotic Fist, he had already mastered approximately one-third. With an expression as calm as still water, Lin Xian softly stated, "Let them remain at ease and observe the battle between Gu Qian and Lin Tingtao. Afterward, they may go wherever they wish without further obstruction. The arrogant Wang Zhan has already met his demise. I, Lin Chen, am not one to hold grudges against all." His visit served two purposes: to make an example of Wang Zhan and to admonish the Radiant Light Sacred Ground. Wang Zhan was the unfortunate chicken that had been slain. As for the monkeys, they could only be those hiding in the shadows or the other prodigies yet to arrive in Floating Light's sacred state. He anticipated that, upon learning of Wang Zhan's fate, the incoming prodigies would remain notably subdued for the following days. As for the Radiant Light Sacred Ground, having only executed the Holy Sun for their initial offense, should they transgress again, they would find no leniency. Upon finishing his statement, Lin Shanha's expression turned knowing as he cast a glance at Emoli, speaking indifferently. "Did you hear the Divine Sun? You need not offer any apologies. The ancient Lin clan does not require such gestures. For now, you need only remain here and await the conclusion of the battle above before you can leave unscathed." Hearing this, Emoli and the other prodigies from the Radiant Light Sacred Ground let out a collective sigh of relief, their faces breaking into smiles of survival. They had been saved. They had genuinely feared for their lives. In the past, such circumstances would typically result in a mild reprimand for the instigators, followed by apologies. However, with Lin Chen's arrival, they had witnessed a swift execution. They feared that Lin Chen might take a disliking to them and deliver a similar fate. They had no doubts regarding this monstrous individual's capacity to do so. Emoli steadied himself and expressed heartfelt gratitude to Lin Shanha, clasping his hands in appreciation. "Thank you, esteemed comrades, for your magnanimity." The other prodigies of the Radiant Light Sacred Ground followed suit, hastily bowing. "Thank you for your forgiveness." Though they felt an oddity within, performing these actions garnered no sense of dissonance. They were already grateful that Wang Zhan's demise had not implicated them. The other prodigies from various states, as well as the local powerhouses of Floating Light City, observed this scene with incredulity. Was this truly the same arrogant Radiant Light Sacred Ground? Their own prodigies had been eliminated, and now they were expressing gratitude for forgiveness. Suddenly, memories of Wang Zhan's overblown proclamations resurfaced. Was this the Floating Light Sacred State, which shared the honor of being one of the top 10 strongest states alongside the Radiant Light Spirit State? Hardly. They felt as though a reversal of roles was in order. This was the Radiant Light Spirit State, standing shoulder to shoulder with our Floating Light Sacred State as one of the top 10 strongest states? Not at all. Chapter 24. Strike the young, and the old shall also be struck. Not only must I endure the blows, but I must also pay reparations. Within an elusive interstitial space in Floating Light City, a multitude of formidable figures adorned in the sacred robes of the Radiant Light Holy Land cast furious glances at their surroundings, where they found themselves encircled by powerful adversaries. You, the ancient Lin clan, have gone too far. You bully the weak with your numbers and show no regard for martial ethics. Our third holy son of the Radiant Light Holy Land has been slain by your hands. And you must provide us with an explanation for this atrocity. This is sheer oppression. They had merely mocked the absence of true prodigies in the floating light holy state while standing on a platform in floating light city. Yet, the scion of the ancient Lin clan had brazenly struck, delivering a fatal blow to their third holy son, Wan Zhan. Most alarmingly, there was not even a complete corpse left behind. He had been reduced to ashes. Lin Jin, leading a host of elders from the ancient Lin clan, surrounded the elders of the radiant light holy land, leaving no escape. Upon hearing their furious cries, Lin Jin crossed his arms and smiled with a hint of mockery. "So, you are quite dissatisfied and wish to engage us in battle. Come, come, do you prefer a duel or a brawl? For a duel, you may send forth a single champion to face our group. As for a brawl, it is even simpler. With your 10 or so members, we have a good 40 or 50 here ready to clash with you." As his voice echoed, the elders of the ancient Lin clan could not help but display faint smiles. It had been ages since they had felt so invigorated. Ever since their scion entered seclusion within the divine source, the ancient Lin clan had maintained a low profile, never provoking other factions. Even when other forces had come to their doorstep, they had only meted out mild chastisement, never resorting to lethal force. Such a situation had not arisen for thousands of years. Besides, their clan leader had declared that there was no need to fear. They could simply act. If they could not handle it, there were always the clan elders, and if the elders fell short, the clan leader would step in, and if he too was overmatched, the ancestors would emerge en masse. Among the many elders of the radiant light holy land, a powerful being whose aura reached the divine realm, upon hearing this, became even more incensed. "Do you not fear that we, the radiant light holy land, shall wage war against your ancient Lin clan?" As he spoke, a pressure emanating from the divine realm burst forth, enveloping the surroundings. Their intent was straightforward: to demonstrate their might in the floating light holy state. Making known their strength, however, they had not anticipated that they would be ruthlessly trampled by the ancient Lin clan, with all their prodigies yielding in submission. This time, not only had they suffered disgrace, but they had also lost a prodigy from the talent rankings. Upon hearing the prospect of war, Lin Jin's eyes brightened as he began to applaud. Clap, clap. "So, the radiant light holy land has indeed resolved to engage us in battle? How fortuitous that we have you encircled. Shall we resolve this now and seize the initiative?" With that, an aura belonging to the divine realm erupted within the interstitial space, overpowering the earlier pressure. The other elders of the ancient Lin clan, upon hearing this, also lit up with excitement, their smiles broadening. In the next instant, waves of pressure, all at least at the Saint King level, surged forth, bearing down upon the elders of the radiant light holy land who were ensnared. Sensing this overwhelming force, the dozen or so elders of the radiant light holy land paled in unison, hastily releasing their own auras to resist. Yet, their numbers were far too few, and their cultivation levels inadequate. Their efforts barely allowed them to stand firm. As for anything beyond that, it was simply beyond their capabilities. If a real battle were to ensue, they would face nothing but slaughter. The previously vocal elder of the radiant light holy land gritted his teeth, his expression a portrait of despair. He had never expected the ancient Lin clan to respond so resolutely to this matter. For thousands of years, they had maintained a gentle demeanor towards other factions. Otherwise, how could they have dared to establish a platform and utter such humiliating words regarding the floating light holy state? Even when the 5 ancestors of the ancient Lin clan had acted to suppress a quasi-emperor from the great Yin holy land, he believed that their actions were justified due to the circumstances. However, it appeared that the ancient Lin clan had shed its gentle facade. They had reverted to the aggressive disposition they had exhibited over 3,000 years ago. Wait, 3,000 years? The elder of the radiant light holy land seemed to have realized something, his gaze piercing through the layers of space towards Lin Chen's location. Could it be that the reason for the ancient Lin clan's change in attitude was this scion of theirs? For the past 3,000 years, he had remained in seclusion, but now, with the arrival of the Golden Age, Lin Chun had emerged from his seclusion, and immediately, the ancient Lin clan stance had shifted. The longer he contemplated Lin Chun, the more convinced he became of this connection, and a look of regret crossed his face. Why had he not thought of this sooner? Had he realized it earlier? Perhaps Wan Zhan would not have met his untimely demise. How disheartening it was. He had hoped to leverage the light of the scion to stretch his limbs, only to find it was all in vain. The other elders of the ancient Lin clan nodded in agreement. Indeed, They had believed this outing would invigorate their rusting bodies, only to discover that the folks from the Radiant Light Holy Land lacked any fighting spirit. If their own scion had been slain, they would have fought to the bitter end, regardless of the odds. The elders of the Radiant Light Holy Land, struggling against the oppressive force, twitched their mouths in exasperation. So, you truly intended to strike us down entirely? Who do we appeal to for justice now? The younger ones have been bullied, and one has even perished on the spot, while now the elders too are subjected to intimidation. In the central region of Floating Light City, a thunderous sound erupted as the clouds above shattered, and the very fabric of space was torn asunder, a heavy aura intertwined with the sharpness of sword intent. The battle between Lin Tingtao and Gu Chun had reached a fever pitch, nearly determining a victor. Below, Lin Chun stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the climactic battle in the heavens, his brow slightly furrowing. His concern did not stem from Lin Tingtao being at a disadvantage. On the contrary, it appeared that Lin Tingtao was on the verge of securing a decisive victory over Gu Chun. He was undoubtedly destined for defeat. His furrowed brow was due to having sensed someone observing him from the shadows. He could not discern who it was, but he had an inkling, and his had caught glimpses of the truth. The individual seemed to be concealed within a hidden space in the city, their face obscured, yet he was certain that this person possessed formidable strength. At the very least, they were a being of the divine realm. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chun smoothed his brow, speaking with a hint of indifference. Is it an old fool from the Radiant Light Holy Land? It appears they are somewhat disgruntled over the death of their holy son. Despite these words, Lin Chun did not dwell on the act of slaying Wanzhan. Though him, Wanzhan was merely a fleeting figure on his path of cultivation, no different from the so-called prodigies he had previously vanquished. If those factions sought to bully the weak, they would soon learn that the ancient Lin clan was not to be trifled with. Even a quasi-emperor could be subdued, let alone a mere being of the divine realm? No, how could this be? Bang! Before his words had fully resonated, a disheveled figure plummeted from the clouds above, crashing to the ground. Boom! Amidst the tremendous roar, the central region of Floating Light City was instantly transformed into a vast pit. In the next moment, streams of divine consciousness surged from all directions, probing the pit to discern the identity of the fallen individual. Once they identified who lay within, they would understand the outcome of the recent battle. As these divine perceptions clarified the situation, they trembled with shock. It was Gu Chun, the ancient prodigy of the Radiant Light Holy Land. Ranked 18th on the talent rankings, Gu Chun had been defeated in his battle against Lin Tingtao. Just moments ago, they recalled that Gu Chun had seemingly intended to challenge Lin Chun of the ancient Lin clan. How was it that now, he had failed to even best Lin Tingtao? The current prodigy ranked 10th? In that instant, all those hidden in the shadows, as well as the visible prodigies and experts, wore expressions of incredulity. This Gu Chun was truly a jester. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air echoed as Lin Tingtao descended from the heavens. Standing before Lin Chun, compared to earlier, Lin Tingtao appeared only slightly disheveled, his aura a touch disordered. Aside from that, he bore no injuries. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers fell into a profound silence. Lin Tingtao's victory seemed almost too effortless. Was this the disparity between the 10th and 18th ranks on the talent rankings? Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Tingtao respectfully clasped his hands in salute to Lin Chun. Your Highness, I have not failed you. Gu Chun has been defeated. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun offered a faint smile. Your greatest improvement lies not in defeating Gu Chun, but in your deeper understanding of the chaotic fist. Others are never your true competition. Only you yourself is your genuine adversary. Surpassing oneself is of utmost importance. As Lin Tingtao absorbed these words, enlightenment flickered across his face. Thank you for your guidance, Your Highness. Indeed, surpassing oneself is the most vital pursuit. Lin Xian patted Lin Tingtao's shoulder and approached the pit, looking down at Gu Chun, who was struggling to rise, speaking with an air of indifference. Gu Chun, due to the damage you inflicted upon the foundation of Floating Light City, you are liable for compensating the losses incurred by the city. Subsequently, you should take your people from the Radiant Sacred Land to the Lord's Mansion to discuss the matter of compensation. In the deep pit, Gu Chun lay supine on the ground, his body marred with grotesque indentations from violent impacts, nearly covering his entire form. The enchanted robe he wore had been reduced to mere tatters, and even his breath appeared feeble and diminished. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What does this mean? My descendant has been slain by you, and I have been beaten by Lin Tingtao. Now you demand compensation for Floating Light City? Despite his myriad grievances, Gu Chun understood that should he continue to act defiantly, his fate would likely be no better than Wang Jin's. At this moment, he could only endure and await an opportunity for vengeance. Yes, my radiant sacred land shall compensate Floating Light City for its losses. The words emerged from his lips with painstaking deliberation, revealing a hint of gritted teeth. Lin Chun paid no heed to his tone and nodded gently. That is well. Should Gu Chun persist in his obstinacy thereafter, Lin Chun would not hesitate to crush him outright. This fellow could be considered the only valiant prodigy among the many of the radiant sacred land at that moment. Lin Shanhe and the other prodigies from the ancient forest clan arrived behind Lin Chun. With the outcome of the battle determined, there was no longer a need for the tedious guardianship of the radiant sacred land's lackluster members. Let us depart. The farce has concluded, and we must take our positions at the Lord's mansion. Awaiting the arrival of the Tower of the Gods, as he spoke, he waved his hand, tearing the space beside him in the next instant, under the watchful eyes of numerous formidable beings and prodigies. Lin Chun and the others vanished into the rift in space. Witnessing this scene, the many prodigies and powerful figures who had just observed the events could not help but sigh in amazement. Should anyone cause trouble, the radiant sacred land would serve as the perfect example. Chapter 25. All forces await the arrival of the Tower of the Gods. Sign-in. Hongmeng 9/. It was not until Lin Chen and the others' presence had completely faded that Emoli and the other prodigies of the radiant sacred land dared to descend into the pit and retrieve the incapacitated Gu Chun. It was not that Gu Chun wished to remain there. Rather, he was barely able to move. His injuries were exceedingly grave, with a terrifying force surging within him. If not swiftly purged, the forthcoming opportunities within the Tower of the Gods would likely be beyond his reach. Eventually, the prodigies of the radiant sacred land, under the watchful eyes of many who bore mocking expressions, left in a dejected manner. They had arrived with great bravado, setting up a stage to challenge the prodigies of the 3,000 Dao provinces, proclaiming that Floating Light sacred state was nothing of note. Yet as they departed, they left under a barrage of derisive gazes, their exit marked by a sense of disgrace. This time, the radiant sacred land had truly made a name for itself among the 3,000 Dao provinces. Albeit one not too flattering, however, the prodigies of the radiant sacred land did not immediately leave Floating Light City. They made their way to the Lord's mansion first. They were well aware that they still needed to settle the compensation owed to Floating Light City. It would be unwise to provoke Lin Chun further over such a trivial matter. That maniac, it was best to avoid entanglements with him as much as possible. In the grand hall of the Lord's mansion in Floating Light City, Lin Chen sat upon the Lord's chair, his expression composed as he listened to the report from the middle-aged man standing below. You mean to say that in the span of less than a day, hundreds of top-tier prodigies and powerful figures have flooded into Floating Light City? The middle-aged man, his aura restrained yet resolute, was, upon closer inspection, a genuine Saint King-level expert. Indeed, Your Highness. The reason I did not go out to welcome them earlier was to handle affairs regarding these forces. Fortunately, they did not cause a ruckus in the city like the radiant sacred land did. Upon arriving in Floating Light City, they each rented their own accommodations and remained indoors. The disturbance caused by the radiant sacred land was my oversight. I beseech Your Highness to mete out punishment with that. He knelt on one knee, assuming an attitude of supplication. Lin Chun shook his head slightly. This is not your fault. The arrival of the Tower of the Gods has stirred up chaos across the entire 3,000 Dao provinces. The resolute middle-aged man was none other than Lin Hai, the Lord of Floating Light City, a ninth-layer Saint King and a collateral descendant of the ancient forest clan. From Lin Hai's words, it was evident that he had likely been aware of the tumult caused by the radiant sacred land during Lin Chen's prior admonishments. This was beneficial. Having witnessed that spectacle, it was likely that no further disturbances would arise in the ensuing time. Once the news of the events in Floating Light City spread throughout the entire Floating Light sacred state, it was expected that other forces would also maintain their decorum. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen instructed, in that case, I must trouble Lord Lin Hai to oversee the security of Floating Light City in the coming days. As one of the important strongholds of my ancient forest clan. It must not be made a laughingstock by other forces. Upon hearing this, Lin Hai solemnly cupped his hands in acknowledgement. Yes, your highness. With that, he withdrew from the grand hall. Once Lin Hai had departed, Lin Qian turned his gaze towards Lin Shanhe and the other prodigies seated cross-legged on the cushions beside him, offering a gentle smile. Heaven's decree states that the Tower of the Gods shall descend upon floating light, sacred state in 3 days. Now, only 2 days remained in the time that remains. I urge you all to rest and prepare for the Tower of the Gods. As his words concluded, Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and the other prodigies of the ancient forest clan rose and bowed in unison. Yes, your highness. Indeed, their mission in Floating Light City was to ensure the radiant sacred land remained subdued while simultaneously overseeing the city. With those tasks accomplished, they now awaited the arrival of the Tower of the Gods to explore its mysteries. Lin Chen stood and waved his hand lightly. You may each select your respective residences within the Lord's mansion. I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave first. With that, he stepped forward and vanished from the grand hall. Lin Tingtao attempted to follow but was promptly held back by Lin Shanhe. Your highness did not summon you to accompany him. It seems he has personal matters to address. Our focus now should be on resting and awaiting the arrival of the Tower of the Gods. This time, we must elevate the prestige of our ancient forest clan once more. Upon hearing this, the other prodigies from the ancient forest clan nodded in agreement. Indeed, during the previous talent ranking, their clan had shown brilliantly, and they could not afford to falter in the second divine opportunity. Lin Tingtao glanced in the direction Lin Qian had departed, silently nodding. Rest assured, your highness. I shall diligently cultivate and strive to be your support rather than a burden. Within a spacious and used hall of the Lord's mansion, Lin Qian released his spiritual energy to scan the surroundings, confirming the absence of others before silently murmuring, System, initiate sign-in. Upon arriving in Floating Light City, his sign-in system had notified him of an unlocked sign-in opportunity. Lin Qian had been astonished that Floating Light City could also provide such an opportunity. It seemed this ancient city was regarded as a place of wonder by the system. However, he had yet to find a moment to complete the sign-in. Now that all matters were settled, it was time to proceed with the sign-in for Floating Light City. Receiving host's request, initiating sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Knife Path's innate divine ability. Hongming 9/. The innate divine ability of the Knife Path. Lin Chen was taken aback. Could it truly be an innate divine ability? Such powers, typically only attainable through bloodline inheritance, could also be acquired via sign-in? Generally, innate divine abilities would only awaken in demon races with bloodline heritage, and only those with pure bloodlines had a chance of doing so. While human cultivators could possess innate divine abilities, they were exceedingly rare, usually limited to direct descendants of emperors or exceptionally gifted beings who might awaken them under fortuitous circumstances. As the name suggests, an innate divine ability can enhance its power alongside the growth of its wielder. As Lin Chen marveled, waves of profound and overwhelming information flooded his mind. He dared not delay, focusing his breath and sitting cross-legged to actively absorb and comprehend the knowledge. Hongming 9/, as its name implies, comprises 9 techniques, each more formidable than the last. Lin Chen was exceedingly pleased with its potency. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this divine ability, based solely on offensive capability, could rival his chaotic fist. Coupled with his perfected understanding of the knife's principles, the power of Hongming 9/ would be maximized in his hands. Moments later, Lin Chen gradually opened his eyes. A smile gracing his lips. With my current cultivation, I should be able to unleash the third technique of Hongming 9/. Having acquired this innate divine ability, he could now wield a knife in battle. A noteworthy shift from his previous reliance on his fists. He now possessed the innate imperial weapon, the slashing heaven knife, alongside his perfected mastery of the knife's principles. Previously, he had always fought with his fists, never having attempted combat with a blade. Rising to his feet, Lin Qian gazed through the grand hall towards the sky above. Tower of the Gods, where shall you manifest within Floating Light's sacred state? Since it was a trial tower, the Tower of the Gods must possess a pinnacle level. Let me establish a small objective, to conquer the Tower of the Gods. Chapter 26. The 3-day deadline arrives. The Tower of the Gods descends, hellish difficulty, Tower of the Gods. As the sun set and the moon rose, the moon soon vanished from the horizon, giving way to a pale dawn in the east. Time flowed swiftly, and soon the day heralded for the descent of the Tower of the Gods had arrived. During these past few days, countless powerful beings and prodigies had surged into floating light sacred state. In this contemporary era of the 3,000 Tao states, a multitude of prodigies and ancient anomalies have converged. Accompanying them are formidable warriors from the powers that stand behind them, safeguarding their passage. It is no exaggeration to assert that one could casually select a city within the floating light sacred state, and, by simply tossing a brick, inevitably strike 2 or 3 prodigies from various sections. With a stroke of luck, one might even hit a holy son or daughter from an ancient lineage. Yet, curiously, amidst the congregation of such prodigious talents and powerful beings, the floating light sacred state remains exceptionally tranquil. Devoid of any conflict, in fact, it is more peaceful than in ordinary times, with even the sects that were previously at war within the floating light sacred state calling a truce. The prodigies from various regions merely engage in measured sparring or philosophical discussions when they encounter one another. Avoiding any genuine conflict, the majority of their time spent in the floating light sacred state is devoted to seeking clues about the descent of the Tower of the Gods, of course. This is not the primary reason for the calmness in the floating light sacred state. The crucial factor lies in the cautionary tales of the prodigies from the shaking light sacred land. The events that transpired in Floating Light City involving the prodigies from the shaking light sacred land have become common knowledge throughout the floating light sacred state after several days of circulation. Consequently, the shaking light sacred land has achieved its initial desire, garnering considerable attention before the prodigies of the 3,000 Tao states. Although this attention is not quite what they had anticipated. The shaking light sacred land, situated in the neighboring shaking light spiritual state, is relatively close to the floating light sacred state. Thus, the prodigies from the shaking light sacred land arrived in the floating light sacred state rather early. However, this early arrival proved significant, as on their very first day, a prodigy from the talent rankings perished. The reason being that they set up a challenge platform in Floating Light City and arrogantly proclaimed that the floating light sacred state was unworthy of comparison with the shaking light spiritual state. Consequently, the boastful prodigy from the shaking light sacred land met his demise, struck down by Lin Chun, the scion of the ancient Lin family, with a single punch, leaving no room for resistance, not even a corpse. This news has rendered the prodigies from various regions wary, deterring them from stirring up trouble. To put it plainly, their purpose in coming to the floating light sacred state is for the Tower of the Gods. Seeking to showcase their prowess, wherein they can compete within the tower itself, Teo seek trouble in the floating light sacred state, on the territory of the ancient Lin family, would be a fool's errand. Lin Shen, the first prodigy of the talent rankings from the Lin family, is no ordinary foe. In the grand hall of the City Lord's mansion in Floating Light City, Lin Chun sits at the head of the table. Flanking him are Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and other prodigies from the ancient Lin family, all seated cross-legged with expressions brimming with anticipation. Today marks the arrival of the Tower of the Gods, for which they have meticulously prepared for several days. They now possess a more adept mastery of their post-breakthrough cultivation, and the divine weapons they have acquired resonate harmoniously with their being, as if extensions of themselves. Their combat prowess has undergone a qualitative transformation in the days leading up to this moment. Lin Chun takes a deep breath, rises, and solemnly declares, "Esteemed comrades, today the Tower of the Gods descends. We must exert every effort to seize our opportunities and fortunes. However, it is paramount to act within our means and not place ourselves in perilous situations. No opportunity, no matter how grand, surpasses the value of your own lives." As his voice resonates, all the prodigies rise in unison, responding, "Your Highness, we understand." Lin Chun nods and gestures grandly. "Then let us proceed outside and await the arrival of the Tower of the Gods." With that, he strides purposefully toward the hall's exit. Observing this, Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and the other prodigies of the ancient Lin family follow closely behind him. What does the Tower of the Gods truly look like? What will the rules and rewards of the tower be? Filled with anticipation and curiosity, Lin Chun and his companions arrive in the plaza outside the hall to await the moment in silence. At this time, they are not alone. Throughout the floating light sacred state, in numerous cities, countless prodigies share the same sentiment. They gather in open spaces, gazing expectantly at the heavens. They are all contemporary prodigies and ancient anomalies from the 3,000 Tao states, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Tower of the Gods, which they have anticipated for several days. As half an hour passes, amidst the throngs of eager onlookers, the sky above the floating light sacred state undergoes a dramatic transformation. The dense clouds part to reveal a pair of golden eyes filled with divine essence. These golden pupils seem to herald the arrival of celestial authority, merciless, just, and imposing, impervious to challenge. The once resplendent golden talent rankings dim in their presence, reduced to mere specks of light. Upon witnessing these golden pupils emerge from the depths of the heavens, all prodigies are momentarily taken aback. This is the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. The Tower of the Gods is about to descend. The golden pupils appear to survey the floating light sacred state before a familiar and supremely authoritative voice reverberates across the 3,000 Tao states. The 3-day period has concluded. The Tower of the Gods manifests. As the words echo, a colossal black and gold tower materializes in the depths of the sky, slowly descending toward the floating light sacred state. This magnificent tower is so imposing that mere words fail to encapsulate its grandeur. Countless golden inscriptions flicker upon its surface, intermittently revealing an aura of mystery. The entire black and gold tower, akin to the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, exudes an air of dignity and otherworldliness. Seemingly forbidding any infringement, boom! The black and gold tower descends with a resounding rumble, eliciting a chorus of murmurs from the multitude of prodigies, their gazes fixated on its descent. That direction is floating light city. The black and gold tower, the Tower of the Gods, is descending precisely where floating light city resides. Confirming the final location of the Tower of the Gods, countless prodigies not located in floating light city hasten their steps toward it. In the plaza, Lin Chen gazes upward at the Tower of the Gods as it descends, unable to suppress a squint. Why do I feel as though the Tower of the Gods is descending right here? Towards us? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and the other prodigies of the ancient Lin family nod in agreement, harboring the same sentiment. Indeed, they too feel this way. Initially, the location of the Tower of the Gods was not meant to be here. Yet as it descends, it increasingly aligns with their position. Could it be that the site of the Tower of the Gods is precisely where the first-rank prodigy resides? With this thought, the prodigies of the ancient Lin family exchange glances. Realizing that they need not search for the Tower of the Gods, they can simply follow their esteemed scion Boom. Ultimately, the Tower of the Gods halts at an altitude of 1,000 meters above the City Lord's mansion in Floating Light City. Even so, the immense base of the tower casts a substantial portion of Floating Light City into shadow, as if night has fallen. At this moment, from the depths of the heavens, the voice of the heavenly Tao, imbued with supreme authority, resounds once more. The Tower of the Gods comprises 99 levels, housing the most prodigious talents from the 3,000 Tao states throughout history. Those who can vanquish a guardian prodigy of the tower shall affirm their innate prowess, earning a place among the top 99 of the endless ages of the 3,000 Tao states. Each successful challenge against a guardian prodigy grants one entry into the divine rankings, earning reverence from all beings, along with a boon of fortune and a gift from the heavenly Tao. The authoritative voice reverberates throughout the floating light sacred state, reaching the ears of countless beings. Upon hearing this declaration, the prodigies who are still en route to the floating light sacred state involuntarily come to a halt, expressions of astonishment etched upon their faces. The Tower of the Gods. Is this truly so formidable? The 99 most formidable guardian prodigies throughout history? Even those on the talent rankings may not succeed in the tower. Could it be that this iteration of the Tower of the Gods holds no relevance for them? Even those among the top ranks of the talent listings reveal expressions of solemnity. The second celestial opportunity of the Tower of the Gods to preclude the vast majority of prodigies? In the plaza, Lin Chen, Lin Tingtao, Lin Shanhe, and the others were expressions of surprise and gravity. This the challenge imposed by the Tower of the Gods. This is indeed a novel concept, pitting them against the most formidable prodigies throughout history. However, the difficulty seems exceedingly daunting. After the initial shock, a glimmer of excitement shines in Lin Chen's eyes. The Tower of the Gods has not rendered his weight in vain. It is even more intriguing than he had anticipated. To contend with the most formidable prodigies from history, he finds himself almost impatient. At this juncture, the voice of the heavenly Tao, which had previously spoken, resonates once more. However, considering the heightened difficulty of the challenges, The Tower of the Gods is divided into a main tower and sub-towers. The main tower requires one to confront the 99 most powerful prodigies of the same realm throughout history. The sub-towers, however, offer a different set of challenges, through which one can earn corresponding rewards at each level. Both the main tower and the sub-towers consist of 99 levels, with a separate divine rankings set for the sub-towers. The Tower of the Gods shall remain for 3 days, during which you may freely select challenges from either the main tower or the sub-towers. The rules have been conveyed to you. Thus, the Tower of the Gods is now open. The divine rankings shall emerge. As the authoritative voice concludes, the black and gold Tower of the Gods, which has been silently hovering above floating light city, suddenly begins to tremble violently. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the tremors reverberates like the heartbeat of the great Tao, captivating all who hear it, drawing them into a trance. With each tremor, the tightly shut doors gradually swing open, releasing an enigmatic and otherworldly aura. The spiritual energy of the entire floating light city seems to intensify as a result. Simultaneously, beside the golden talent rankings in the heavens, 2 new lists emerge. One a dark gold ranking, the other a light gold ranking. Upon the dark golden list are inscribed countless words, chronicling the illustrious names of renowned figures from the 3,000 Tao states throughout history, either the founders of ancient doctrines or the extraordinary giants who ascended to the heavens. In contrast, the pale golden list bears only a few characters, with the rest of its space remaining blanked. This moment, within the city of floating light, the prodigies, having absorbed the words of the heavenly Tao, fell silent for a brief moment before transforming into streams of light, soaring towards the divine tower in the sky. They have 3 days to challenge at will, with the option to select either the sub-tower or the main tower. This means that even if they cannot conquer the main tower, they can still earn rewards from the heavenly Tao by overcoming the sub-tower, achieving ascension. Throughout the floating light sacred state, the once stalled prodigies, disheartened by the formidable challenges posed by the divine tower, are now reinvigorated and hastening towards floating light city. With the sub-tower available, their journey to the floating light sacred state will not be in vain. Moreover, they are eager to challenge the main tower to gauge their abilities against those of the strongest prodigies throughout history. Perhaps they are not inferior to those renowned figures in the square before the Lord's palace. One declared, "Esteemed ones, it is time to assess our cultivation and combat prowess." With that, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes and shot upward into the sky. He could hardly contain his eagerness to battle the most formidable prodigies of past and present. As for the sub-tower, it was not within his consideration. Upon hearing this, Lin Tingtao and the other prodigies steadied themselves, exchanged nods, and summoned their spiritual energy to ascend into the heavens. Unbeknownst to them, would they be able to conquer the first layer of the main divine tower and rank among the top 99 prodigies throughout the 3,000 Tao states? Although it seemed a distant dream, they were willing to give it a try. Chapter 27. The Divine List. An existence that causes ruptures in the rules. The divine list emerges. Whoosh, streams of light continuously surged from all directions towards floating light city, piercing through the air and recklessly entering the divine tower. Each cultivator within these streams of light was a genuine prodigy, the strongest talent from their respective realms. With the arrival of the divine tower, they sought to validate their paths of cultivation. Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and the prodigies of the ancient Lin family surged into the divine tower, their objectives clear: to challenge the main tower and fully assault the sub-tower. Though they possessed pride, they were not arrogantly dismissive of the strongest prodigies throughout history. Before the grand entrance of the divine tower, Lin Qian stood suspended in midair, not rushing in like the other prodigies. Entering the tower was not a matter of who went in first to achieve better results. Thorough preparation was essential beforehand. Gazing at the dark golden silhouette beyond the entrance of the divine tower, Lin Qian smiled broadly. The top 99 prodigies of all time truly piqued my interest. With that, he raised his head to observe the dark golden list high in the sky, which was the divine list. It recorded the most powerful 99 prodigies in the history of the 3,000 Tao states. Having decided to fully challenge the main tower, it was only natural to see who guarded the tower within. The divine list, first place. Tao Ancestor, achievement. The creator of the human race's celestial cultivation method, allowing humanity to cultivate, enhance themselves, and transcend the mundane world. Second place. Monster Ancestor, Achievement: the first ancestral dragon since the birth of the 3,000 Tao states. The progenitor of all monsters, establishing the cultivation system for the monster race, enabling the myriad spirits to cultivate for transcendence. Third place. Chaos: achievement: through sheer force, caused the rules of the entire 3,000 Tao states to shatter, plunging them into the dark era of emperors, making the emergence of emperor-level beings nearly impossible. Fourth place. Lin Qian gazed at the divine list, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. The first-ranked Tao ancestor and the second-ranked monster ancestor spoke for themselves, as they were the founders of the human and monster cultivation methods, respectively. Their positions atop the divine list were undoubtedly well-deserved and beyond question. However, what had the third-ranked Chaos done to cause the rules of the 3,000 Tao states to fracture, leading to the dark era of emperors where no emperors could arise? Could it be that the current inability to give birth to emperor-level beings in the 3,000 Tao states was the result of this chaotic figure's actions? He had indeed heard his father, Lin Hauran, mention that prior to the ancient era, when there were no historical records, the 3,000 Tao states could freely produce emperor-level beings without any numerical limitations. As long as one's talent was sufficiently formidable and cultivation resources were ample, one could attain the emperor realm and then shatter the void to ascend. That was a true golden age. An era where anyone could become an emperor. However, after the recorded ancient era, such feats became unattainable, and one could only wait for the arrival of another golden age to achieve emperorhood. The ancient and archaic periods each experienced a golden age, leading to the current era's golden age. Very well, it is decided. This chaotic figure must be taught a lesson. The 3,000 Tao states, which had once been in a perpetual golden age, had been reduced to their current state of difficulty in giving rise to emperors due to this individual. Steadying his mind, Lin Qian's gaze swept along the list, landing on the 12th position, where he found the name of his ancestor from the ancient Lin family. 12th place on the divine list, Lin Dong. Achievement: founder of the ancient Lin family, renowned throughout the ages, ultimately shattering the void to ascend. Continuing his scan down the divine list, Lin Qian began to form a general understanding of these legendary prodigies of past and present. It was no exaggeration to say that each prodigy on the list was a true legend. Finally, Lin Qian's gaze landed on the last entry on the divine list. Upon seeing that final name, his body jolted, nearly unable to suppress an exclamation. How could this be? The 99th entry on the divine list was none other than him? There, inscribed upon the dark golden divine list, the final name was composed of familiar characters. 99th place on the divine list, Lin Hauran. Achievement: current patriarch of the ancient Lin family, the strongest under the emperor realm, at the peak of divine realm cultivation, having comprehended as many as 18 complete sources of power. A true prodigy of the ages, indeed. The last entry on the divine list was none other than his father, Lin Hauran. At this moment, it was likely that very few had noticed this fact. However, he believed that once this news reached the powerful figures of other factions, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir. In this world, there existed an individual who had ascended to the divine list. At that moment, the prodigies within Floating Light City were almost entirely engaged in their endeavors within the divine tower, embarking on their challenges. Even those prodigies arriving from other regions appeared somewhat scattered. In the sky, only Lin Qian stood quietly. Although the situation was somewhat absurd, he could only accept this reality. His father, Lin Hauran, was indeed one of the top 99 prodigies of all time. Thus, if I wish to challenge the tower, the first adversary I must defeat is none other than my father, who stands on equal ground with me. Lin Qian's expression was somewhat peculiar. Is this not a bit too filial? A son battling his father in such a grand spectacle? Yet Lin Qian did not hesitate for long. After stabilizing his mind, he stepped forward and flew into the portal of the divine tower, shimmering with dark golden light. Before challenging other prodigies, he would first engage in a thorough spar with his father. Lin Hauran, meanwhile, throughout the 3,000 Tao states, countless ancient powers emerged from their coffins and caves, gazing at the dark golden divine list in the sky. They sought to find their own names among the entries. For they had once been formidable beings who suppressed an era, true strongmen whose legacies had endured through countless ages. However, after reviewing the list, they could not locate their names, but instead discovered something immensely shocking. The patriarch of the ancient Lin family, Lin Hauran, was actually on the divine list. This revelation sent shockwaves through the entire 3,000 Tao states, causing countless ancient doctrines, sects, and families to be in an uproar. They had not anticipated that, aside from the invincible Son of God, Lin Chun, there existed another true prodigy of the ages within the ancient Lin family. Moreover, this prodigy had reached the peak of the divine realm, the strongest under the emperor realm in the current 3,000 Tao states. Regaining their composure, the gazes of numerous powerful beings turned toward the direction of the ancient Lin family. This time, in the Golden Age, the ancient Lin family emerged as the greatest contender. Deep down, they harbored a vague premonition. Perhaps this Golden Age would not merely be a contest among the younger generation. Instead, it was a competition among all the strong beings of the present age. The current rivalry among the younger generation was merely the prelude to the Golden Age. The true competition had yet to begin. At the sacred square of the ancient Lin family, Lin Haoran and Lin Miexing stood side by side, gazing at the dark golden divine list in the sky. Lin Miexing looked at the final ranking and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. "Haoran, I once thought I understood you well, yet you have now comprehended 18 complete sources of power. 99th place on the divine list. You are truly one of a kind in this era." His tone held not only admiration but also a hint of envy. Such an achievement made even him covetous, wishing he could attain similar heights. Lin Haoran, upon hearing this, smiled nonchalantly. "It is merely the last entry on the divine list, and I doubt my name will remain there for long. Soon, it shall be removed." With that, he could not help but shrug helplessly. Lin Miexing was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled lightly. "You two, father and son, are truly prodigious anomalies." Indeed, the Son of God of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chun, would undoubtedly choose to challenge the main tower. With Lin Chen's prodigious talent and formidable combat prowess, there can be no doubt about his ability to defeat Lin Haoran, who stands at the same level. "Chunner, your name shall soon shine upon the divine ranking. Yet, I wonder, to what heights can you ascend?" In an endless expanse of white, devoid of all existence, the atmosphere felt profoundly desolate. Lin Chen cast a sweeping glance around, raising an eyebrow. "Is this indeed the interior of the Tower of the Gods?" At that moment, a voice of unmatched authority reverberated throughout the white void. "Challenger Lin Chen, please choose whether to ascend the main tower or a subsidiary tower of the Tower of the Gods." "I choose to challenge the main tower," he declared. "Subsidiary towers are far too mundane. Only the main tower can ignite his desire for battle. Father, are you prepared for our duel?" Chapter 28, Battle, Lin Haoran. The terrifying odds of failure, 300 miles of luck bestowed. The system detected that the host is currently within the ancient treasure of the heavenly path, the Tower of the Gods, and is eligible for sign-in. Would the host like to sign in now? Upon hearing the system's prompt echo in his mind, Lin Chen's brow furrowed slightly. "So, the Tower of the Gods permits sign-ins?" However, the challenge is about to commence, hardly an opportune moment for such a triviality. After a brief contemplation, Lin Chen silently resolved, "I shall forego the sign-in for now." He would consider signing in during the interludes of the Tower Challenge. The challenge within the Tower of the Gods exists in a realm between reality and illusion, where insights gained in combat can be carried forth, and injuries sustained within the tower can be restored upon exiting. Challenger Lin Chen is now undertaking the challenge of the main tower of the Tower of the Gods, Level 1. Ultimately, Lin Chen found himself amidst towering mountains, enveloped in swirling mists, the spiritual energy thick as liquid. Drifting along the ridges, resembling a fairyland, Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings. He realized he stood atop a majestic peak. In the next moment, sensing something, his gaze fixed ahead, a fierce battle intent gleaming in his eyes. Is this his father in his youth? Indeed, he possesses the same cultivation level as I do. Though his aura is yet to manifest, I can already perceive that this shall be the most formidable opponent of my lifetime. Before him, atop another mountain peak, a youthful figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, exuding a calm demeanor. Clad in a white robe, he appeared refined and scholarly, more akin to a diligent student than a cultivator. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern that this young figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Haoran, albeit with a certain youthful innocence. Lacking the current air of dominance and confidence, he exhibited a gentler disposition. Lin Haoran's eyes sparkled with intelligence, mirroring that of an ordinary person as he gazed at Lin Chen and spoke in a nonchalant manner. You are the one challenging me? I am Lin Howren, a scion of the ancient Lin family. May I inquire your esteemed name? Upon witnessing Lin Howren's demeanor, Lin Shun found it both amusing and peculiar, his expression reflecting a blend of emotions. This interaction feels rather formal. Nevertheless, the Tower of the Gods undeniably lives up to its reputation as a creation of the heavenly path from the 3,000 states. It is truly extraordinary. The guardians simulated by this tower possess the wisdom and habits of their true selves. Unlike the rigid automatons who merely execute combat orders. However, this makes overcoming such guardians all the more daunting, yet Lin Shun felt no trepidation. Instead, he was invigorated. Only in such a manner can he truly relish a battle. Ancient Lin family Lin Shun? The ancient Lin family? Lin Howren expressed surprise at Lin Chin's introduction, his previous indifference fading as curiosity took its place. Are you also a member of my ancient Lin family? The one from Floating Light Sacred State? Nodding in affirmation, Lin Chin replied, Indeed. It is the very family you speak of from Floating Light Sacred State. However, I have come here with the intention of challenging you. So let us dispense with pleasantries and battle. As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted from Lin Chin's being. Though he was at the third layer of the ninefold calamity realm, the pressure he emanated was enough to instill fear in even the most formidable practitioners at the pinnacle of the ninefold calamity realm. The challenge has officially begun. As Lin Howren sensed the formidable aura emanating from Lin Chun, his expression gradually grew serious. He could feel Lin Chin's strength, immensely powerful, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Yet, was this not the very type of opponent he had long sought? Then let us engage in battle, boom. As he uttered these words, Lin Howren's robe billowed, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. The previous elegance was replaced by an overwhelming ferocity and defiance, transforming him entirely to a similar powerful aura, belonging to the third layer of the ninefold calamity realm, erupted from his being, countering Lin Chin's aura. As Lin Chun felt the tremendous presence radiating from Lin Howren. He stretched his limbs and grinned. Now, this has become interesting, boom. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chin and Lin Howren exchanged dozens of blows, turning the entire mountain range into ruins. Throughout their confrontation, Lin Howren's form shattered numerous times, yet he restored himself in an instant, seamlessly rejoining the fray. The resilience and might of the undying divine body were showcased in full splendor, boom, with a thunderous clash. Lin Howren staggered back several hundred steps but managed to regain his footing. Glancing down at his cracked flesh, he laughed heartily. To engage in battle with a fellow cultivator is truly exhilarating. In terms of overall strength, I concede that I am inferior to you, yet I possess one final technique. If you can withstand it, I shall concede defeat. His undying divine body, renowned for its immortality and indestructibility, could recover from injuries in an instant, impervious to defeat. Yet now, after merely exchanging dozens of blows, he found it increasingly challenging to mend his wounds. This was a testament to the formidable strength of his current opponent. Lin Chin shook his slightly numb fist and smiled. Please, he had to admit, his father, Lin Howren, at the same cultivation level, was indeed formidable. Even while exerting only 70% of his strength, he could still withstand dozens of Lin Chin's chaos fists without sustaining grievous injuries. Had his opponent been any other practitioner at the third layer of the ninefold calamity realm, or even at its pinnacle, they would have likely been utterly annihilated. Such a powerful opponent at the same cultivation level was unprecedented for him. In every realm he had traversed, he had always been the strongest, facing no true challenger. However, with the emergence of the Tower of the Gods, that paradigm had finally been shattered. Lin Howren inhaled deeply, the six-colored glow in his eyes intensifying as he declared gravely, Prepare yourself. Outside the Tower of the Gods, boom, boom, boom. Numerous prodigious figures were continuously expelled from the Tower of the Gods, suspended in midair. In a matter of moments, a multitude of these exceptional individuals filled the heavens surrounding the tower. Even having exited the tower, their faces were uniformly marked by disbelief and astonishment. Strong, too strong. Merely the first layer of the main tower had thwarted their progress, leaving them unable to advance further. They had boldly attempted to challenge the first layer of the main tower, facing the strongest prodigy of all time, the 99th genius. Yet the outcome was brutally harsh. With a single strike, The overwhelming majority of prodigies were defeated by the guardian of the same realm in just one move. They had entered the Tower of the Gods as swiftly as they had exited. If memory served, that guardian was none other than the current head of the ancient Lin family, Lin Hauran. Little did they imagine that this first-ranked prodigy beneath the 3,000 states quasi-emperors was so terrifying in his youth. Swish, swish, two figures shot forth, Lin Zhou and Lin Yakin, expelled from the Tower of the Gods almost simultaneously. They exchanged complex glances, their expressions a mix of emotions. The family head is truly formidable, in the same realm. We barely lasted 10 exchanges before falling. At that moment, Lin Long and Lin Miao were also cast out from the tower. As they locked eyes, a shared wry smile emerged. Indeed, attempting to challenge this main tower was akin to seeking torment. Even though they were prodigious talents on the rankings, they were still far too inexperienced before the might of the greatest prodigy in history, the 99th genius. As the surrounding prodigious figures witnessed Lin Zhou and the others being expelled from the Tower of the Gods, their spirits were lifted. If even the prodigies on the rankings could not succeed in the tower, it signified that the main tower's difficulty was of an extraordinary caliber. It seemed unlikely that any prodigious talent from their generation would conquer the tower. Not even those who ranked among the top. At that moment, a voice of supreme authority resonated from the depths of the heavens, echoing throughout the 3,000 states, in the ancient Lin family. Lin Chen successfully traversed the main tower of the God's Tower, conquering the first layer and receiving a bestowal of 300 miles of fortune, alongside a singular gift from the heavenly Tao. Chapter 29. The 99th on the Gods ranking. The 3,000 Tao states trembled. The power of the dual pupil shone brilliantly. A cacophony of voices resonated in every corner of the 3,000 Tao states. In an instant, countless formidable beings and prodigies were engulfed in utter astonishment. What was happening? The God's Tower had descended, and in such a brief span, Lin Qian had already vanquished a guardian of the main tower. Those guardians were the most formidable 99 prodigies of the 3,000 Tao states, unparalleled throughout history. Even the guardian of the first layer ranked as the 99th among the absolute prodigies. Had Lin Qian truly passed through the first layer so swiftly? Prior to the God's Tower, many prodigious individuals who had just been eliminated from the tower stood frozen in shock upon hearing the dignified voice resounding in their ears. They had just pondered how insurmountably difficult the main tower was, convinced that no contemporary prodigy could surpass it. Yet, who would have imagined that in such a short time, the invincible son of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chen, would breach the first layer of the God's Tower. In a brief span, Lin Chen had defeated his equal, his father Lin Hauran, Lin Zhou, Lin Yakin, and other prodigies of the ancient Lin family were momentarily stunned. But the next moment, they could not help but exhibit expressions of exhilaration. The divine son had succeeded in traversing the tower. He had entered the gods' ranking. Was this the might of the divine son? The beings who could not withstand even 10 moves were unexpectedly defeated by him in such a short time. The divine son was their eternal deity, thousands of miles away from Floating Light City. Yun Qianqiu paused, his expression one of surprise. Lin Chen had actually passed a layer? He had not been aware of the arrival of the God's Tower in Floating Light City and had hurried there. To his astonishment, before he could even reach Floating Light City, Lin Chen had already conquered the first layer of the main tower. Yun Qianqiu lifted his gaze towards the prominently displayed dark golden gods ranking in the sky. With Lin Chen having breached the first layer, his name must surely have appeared on the gods ranking. As expected, in the last position of the gods ranking, Yun Qianqiu beheld that familiar name. 99th on the gods ranking, Lin Chen. Achievements. Possesses the rare chaotic divine demon body, an unparalleled innate dual pupil. At 16 years of age reached the 3rd level of the ninefold tribulation realm. A prodigy unmatched since antiquity. Observing the description of Lin Chen's achievements, Yun Qianqiu could not help but tighten his fists. Had he truly reached the 3rd level of the ninefold tribulation realm? Truly deserving of being first on the talent list, he felt an immense pressure, an overwhelming weight. Lin Chen was merely 16, while he himself was 86, a full 70 years older. Yet, his own cultivation was barely at the 2nd level of the ninefold tribulation realm, relying on his foundation and the essence of the primordial chaos to push through. Lin Chen was indeed a prodigy, undeniably powerful, yet Yun Qianqiu was equally not inferior to anyone. He must surpass him. In another direction, a resounding cry echoed. A golden five-clawed dragon, stretching over 1,000 miles, soared through the clouds, gazing at the gods' ranking, its voice imbued with authority. With such a defiant prodigy, this golden age would be intriguing. With that, the golden dragon ascended into the sky, heading straight for Floating Light City. Following closely behind were a mystical white tiger, a tortoise resembling a mountain, and a fire phoenix soaring through the heavens. The true dragon imperial sun was right. In this golden age, such prodigies made it fascinating. Outside Floating Light City, Yin Luoxia sat upon a golden throne, 9 azure phoenixes drawing her chariot, emanating a terrifying aura that pressed upon the surroundings. Gazing at the distant god's tower, Yin Biluo curled her lips into a smile. Lin Chun, at last, would have the opportunity to meet you face to face. His cultivation at the 3rd level of the ninefold tribulation realm truly placed him far ahead of the other prodigies. Even as a reincarnated emperor, she found herself somewhat challenged. Indeed, aside from the higher echelons of the Luoxia sacred land, no one was aware that she was actually a reincarnated empress who had once ascended from the Luoxia sacred land. She had anticipated that with the arrival of the Golden Age, her return would allow her to dominate all. However, unexpectedly, this generation had yielded Lin Chun and Lin Shanhe, causing her to barely secure a position within the top 3 of the talent list. This was the talent list of the Luoxia Heavenly State, the prodigy of the Luoxia sacred land, Yin Biluo. In the 1 to 2 years since her unsealing, she had exerted pressure upon all, rendering countless prodigies feeling inferior, almost deserving of the title of the strongest. She wondered if she could, like Lin Chun, successfully pass a layer of the God's Tower during her challenge in Floating Light City. Presently, the first layer of the God's Tower was occupied by Lin Chun's projection. Should she manage to breach a layer of the God's Tower, it would signify that she, ranked 3rd on the talent list, surpassed even the first. In the sacred square of the ancient Lin family, Lin Haoran glanced at Lin Miexing, a wry smile on his face. There it is, I've vanished without a trace. Lin Miexing could only respond with a bitter smile. That little brat Lin Chen is truly monstrous. Within the first layer of the God's Tower, moments earlier, Lin Chen's pupils radiated with dazzling golden light, as if imbued with boundless tribulation light, piercing through all. Lin Chen's pupils glimmered with golden light as he surveyed his surroundings, exclaiming in admiration, and thus, the dual pupils invincible. Before his words could fade, an immense surge of golden tribulation light erupted from his dual pupils. Radiating outward, boundless tribulation light. In an instant, 6 rays of light swiftly retreated, replaced by the golden tribulation light. In the brief span of a breath, the world transformed. The 6 rays of light vanished, leaving only the everlasting golden tribulation light. Lin Haoran's figure re-emerged after the 6 rays dissipated. Gazing at Lin Chun, whose pupils blazed with golden tribulation light, he revealed a hint of astonishment. Truly the dual pupils. You have perfectly refined the dual pupils. Achieving unity. This is indeed formidable. Had you not actively unveiled your dual pupils, I might not have discerned your possession of such power. To be defeated by you, I bear no grievance. The ancient Lin family is fortunate to have you. Logically, even a transcendent being would succumb instantly before this, yet it bore no effect on Lin Chun, who was instead enveloped by the golden tribulation light. Under the shroud of golden tribulation light, his strength was gradually waning, diminishing bit by bit. Lin Chun's pupils gleamed with golden light as he smiled faintly in response. The ancient Lin family is equally fortunate to have you. You employed a single pupil technique, thus I shall reciprocate with a single pupil technique to conclude this battle. Lin Haoran's energy surged, resisting the encroachment of the golden tribulation light, and he chuckled heartily. Very well. Before his words could fully escape, all his power erupted forth, prepared to face Lin Chen's impending technique. Lin Chen's smile faded, his expression turning solemn as his lips parted. The myriad worlds rise and fall. Within his golden tribulation light-emitting pupils, numerous ancient stars suddenly materialized. Then, the stars descended upon the world, crashing down heavily, enveloping the entire space. Boom. Under the multitude of stars exuding a terrifying aura, Lin Haoran momentarily stunned, then shook his head with a smile, relinquishing all resistance. Congratulations, you have successfully challenged. Boom. In the next instant, as the stars rose and fell, it was as if the myriad worlds were collapsing, erasing Lin Haoran's figure from this space. Moments later, Lin Chen's dual-pupil form returned to normal, the golden light and stars vanishing without a trace. Casting a glance at the ruins surrounding him, Lin Chen smiled gently. It had been a long time since he had utilized the power of his dual pupils, and he had not anticipated that their might had increased so significantly. Previously, when calculating his overall combat power, he had not factored in the dual pupils. Now it seemed, his ultimate strength surpassed his expectations. At that moment, a voice of supreme authority echoed in his ears. "Challenger Lin Chun, congratulations on passing the first layer of the main tower of the God's Tower, receiving 300 miles of fortune and a singular gift from the heavenly Tao. Lin Chen, do you choose to continue challenging the tower, or exit the God's Tower to accept your rewards? Should you choose to continue, you will have half an hour to recover and contemplate your gains from battle." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at this. There's a resting period during the challenge? If that's the case, he could take the opportunity to sign in at the God's Tower.as for exiting the God's Tower to receive rewards? Nonsense. Since Lin Chen had already entered the God's Tower, how could he merely stop at passing a single layer? He had yet to properly teach a lesson to that unruly figure ranked third on the God's ranking. I choose to continue challenging the tower. Chapter 30. Signing in at the God's Tower, bodily cultivation reaches pinnacle. The body transcends the heavens. Challenge failed. The spatial passage to the second layer has been opened. You have half an hour to recover. Please reach the second layer of the God's Tower within half an hour to continue your challenge. Should you remain on the first layer after half an hour, it will be deemed a challenge failure. Compared to before, this blank space now hosted a black spatial passage, rich with the essence of space. Lin Chen paid little mind to it, recognizing it as the passage to the second layer of the God's Tower. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen organized his thoughts and silently intoned, "System, sign in." This was indeed an opportune moment for signing in, though he wondered what rewards he might receive from the sign-in at the God's Tower. Acknowledging the host's request, sign-in is in progress. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a pinnacle in bodily cultivation. Pinnacle in bodily cultivation? Lin Chen was taken aback. This sign-in directly granted him a pinnacle in bodily cultivation? He had anticipated that this sign-in would yield a technique or treasure. As had been the case previously, it is widely acknowledged that the cultivation of practitioners is categorized into three distinct realms. The first, which encompasses the realm of spiritual power, is the most prevalent form of cultivation. Almost 99% of formidable beings are practitioners of spiritual power. Beyond this, the remaining two realms consist of physical cultivation and spiritual soul cultivation. For the vast majority of cultivators, enhancements in these two realms occur naturally during breakthroughs in spiritual power, rather than through deliberate practice. Those who specialize in either physical or spiritual soul cultivation are exceedingly rare. The realm of spiritual soul cultivation is particularly unique. It only manifests during the breakthrough of the fifth stage of the divine sanctuary, giving rise to the spiritual soul, which initially corresponds to the first stage of the fifth realm. Lin Chen, endowed with the exceptionally rare primal chaos divine demon body, naturally does not confine himself to the path of ordinary practitioners who solely cultivate spiritual power. He has attained expertise in both physical and spiritual soul cultivation. Unlike typical practitioners who lag behind in spiritual power, his physical cultivation has surpassed his spiritual power, now reaching the fifth level of the ninefold catastrophe realm. Lin Chen is filled with curiosity. Just how far could the current enhancement of his physical cultivation elevate him? To the pinnacle of the ninefold catastrophe realm, or perhaps a direct breakthrough to the celestial realm. At that moment, a clear voice resonated within his mind. "Host, would you like to undergo the enhancement of your physical cultivation?" Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Chen steadied his thoughts. "System, how long will the enhancement of my physical cultivation take?" He currently had only half an hour. If the process were too lengthy, he would likely have to wait until after his tower challenge to proceed. The enhancement of physical cultivation requires merely a quarter of an hour, and the resulting cultivation will be entirely solid. Far more stable than a personal breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression shifted to one of understanding. In that case, he could indeed proceed with the enhancement of his physical cultivation immediately. However, he was concerned that the guardian of the tower would also experience an increase in physical cultivation, thereby escalating the difficulty of the tower challenge. Yet, what was there to fear? Lin Chen smiled faintly, sitting cross-legged on the spot, silently commanding, "System, initiate the enhancement of physical cultivation." He was confident that with the breakthrough in his physical cultivation, his combat prowess would surpass that of the Tower Guardians. Request from the host received. Initiating enhancement of physical cultivation. Before the system's voice could fade, Lin Chen felt a torrent of powerful physical essence surge forth within him. This essence began to refine both the internal and external aspects of his body, advancing his physical cultivation. Without delay, Lin Chen closed his eyes and began to operate the primal chaos divine demon scripture, actively aligning with the physical essence to elevate his cultivation. As the enhancement commenced, a formidable pressure emanated from Lin Chen's body, intensifying with the passage of time as he advanced toward new realms. Within mere breaths, the pressure surrounding him surged dramatically. His physical cultivation broke through to the 6th level of the ninefold catastrophe realm. Not long after, the pressure amplified once more, reaching a new level. His physical cultivation ascended to the 7th level of the ninefold catastrophe realm. Time flowed swiftly, and soon a quarter of an hour had elapsed. The physical essence surging within Lin Chen ceased, leaving only the previously amassed essence to be gradually refined. A powerful pressure erupted suddenly, unleashing a terrifying aura that transcended the ninefold catastrophe realm. Lin Chen's eyes slowly opened, a smile gracing his lips. This enhancement of physical cultivation was intriguing. It had indeed propelled his cultivation to the celestial realm. Had he pursued this path alone, it would have taken him a year or two to reach such heights. The rewards of signing in at the Divine Tower were undeniable. With a deep exhale, Lin Chen rose to his feet. Inside the Divine Tower, he sensed no impending physical tribulation. It appeared that within this realm, he could momentarily shield himself from such trials. This was advantageous, allowing him to proceed with his challenge unencumbered, and later face the tribulation of his physical breakthrough to the celestial realm. Reaching the celestial realm in physical cultivation signified a transcendence of life levels, requiring the baptism of a heavenly tribulation for true success. Shifting his gaze, Lin Chen looked towards the dark spatial passage, a faint smile playing on his lips. Next, it was time to continue his ascent through the tower. With that thought, Lin Chen stepped forward, striding confidently into the spatial passage. He pondered whether the talented prodigies who had come to Floating Light City had attempted to challenge the main tower of the Divine Tower. If they were to challenge after him, they would likely face his projection. This meant that, although they had not truly met, they had already engaged in a contest of sorts, as Lin Chen's figure was engulfed by the dark spatial passage. He vanished from sight. Outside the Divine Tower, Yun Qianqiu stumbled out of the portal, retreating several steps in the sky before barely stabilizing himself. His face still bore the remnants of shock. How powerful. Just moments ago, he had entered the main tower of the Divine Tower to challenge, and as anticipated, the Guardian's projection had transformed into Lin Chen. The projection of Lin Chen, like him, was at the 2nd level of the ninefold catastrophe realm. He had thought that with his cultivation foundation, even if he were unable to defeat Lin Chen, he could at least hold his own for a time. However, to his astonishment, it took merely 20 exchanges. In less than 20 moves, he had been utterly defeated. His Xianyuan indestructible body, renowned for its physical prowess, found no advantage against Lin Chen. Throughout the battle, Lin Chen remained expressionless, his demeanor unchanging. Ultimately, as Yun Qianqiu fell within the Divine Tower, he heard Lin Chen utter a single word in a tone devoid of interest. Boring. Surrounding him, numerous other prodigies who had also been eliminated looked upon Yun Qianqiu with expressions of regret. It seemed that even having broken through to the 2nd level of the ninefold catastrophe realm, Yun Qianqiu had been unable to conquer the 1st layer of the Divine Tower, now guarded by Lin Chen. The scion of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chen, was indeed a prodigy. This marked the 3rd top-tier talent from the talent rankings to have failed in their attempt to challenge the main tower guarded by Lin Chen. It remained uncertain whether Lin Chen could surpass the 2nd layer of the Divine Tower. If not, other prodigies would likely find little chance of success in their own challenges. With this thought, all the prodigies turned their gazes toward the Divine Tower, their expressions filled with anticipation. In the endless expanse of the 2nd layer of the Divine Tower, Lin Chen's figure materialized. Here lay the 2nd layer of the Divine Tower. Chapter 31. Unmatched Pride, Luo Wujia, a single palm to annihilate. The entire expanse was devoid of any life force, only swirling sands and dust prevailed. At this moment, Lin Chun remained oblivious to the fact that several top-tier talents from the outside world had already failed in their attempts to breach the first layer of the divine tower he guarded. The other prodigies eagerly awaited his success in conquering the new layer, hoping to replace the guardian of the first layer of the divine tower. The rationale behind this was that the prodigies believed Lin Chun would not settle for merely the first layer of the divine tower. He was stronger than the guardian of the second layer. Should Lin Chun continue to guard the first layer, the other prodigies would have no chance whatsoever. Only by demoting the guardian of the second layer to the first could those top-tier talents hope for even a glimmer of opportunity to succeed in their challenges. With a deep breath, Lin Chun exhaled, stretching his body and surveying his surroundings. If memory served him correctly, the guardian of the second layer of the divine tower was the founder of an ancient path from the 3,000 states, the ancestor of the sanctum of Brahma. Luo Wujia, are you here to challenge me, Junior? At that moment, a voice brimming with arrogance echoed from behind Lin Chun. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun turned slightly. A robust figure clad in golden battle armor stood before him. Arms crossed, exuding an air of immense pride. Waves of golden light and powerful energy radiated unabashedly from his being. He bore the same cultivation level as Lin Chun, spiritual power at the third level of the ninefold catastrophe realm, physical cultivation at the first level of the celestial realm, and spiritual soul cultivation at the 8th level of the ninefold catastrophe realm. Upon seeing this imposing and proud figure, a glimmer of curiosity sparked in Lin Chun's eyes. Was this truly the ancestor of the sanctum of Brahma, Luo Wujia? His demeanor certainly conveyed an extreme arrogance, in stark contrast to the elegance of his father, Lin Haoran. You are Luo Wujia? Upon hearing Lin Chun's inquiry, Luo Wujia raised his head slightly, a proud smile gracing his lips. It seems you have heard of my name. Since that is the case, there is no need for you to overestimate your abilities by challenging me. You should simply take your own life. Gazing at Luo Wujia, who presented himself with such arrogance, Lin Chun found himself at a loss for words. Take my own life? This Luo Wujia was undeniably overly arrogant, showing little regard for anyone else. Moreover, his incessant use of you and I made Lin Chun wonder if he suffered from some delusion. Lin Chun, disinterested in engaging in idle banter with this projection of Luo Wujia, spoke directly to I will give you 3 moves. If after those 3 moves you do not pique my interest, then I shall end your existence with a single palm. Such bold words, who couldn't make grand claims? Luo Wujia was momentarily taken aback. What had he just heard? A mere junior dared to say he would allow him 3 moves, and that he would be struck down with a single palm? Who was he? He was Luo Wujia, possessing the Brahma battle body, an existence that had fused with dozens of perfected Brahma battle bodies. His innate combat prowess was among the most exceptional of prodigies. You? What did you say? Luo Wujia momentarily struggled to comprehend, instinctively asking for clarification. Lin Chun, upon hearing this, merely shook his head and smiled. You, my friend, have finally learned to articulate yourself properly. However, what I just conveyed remains effective. I grant you 3 chances. After these 3 encounters, should you fail to pique my interest, I shall smite you with a single blow. As he spoke, Lin Chun's face broke into a radiant smile, akin to an old friend reminiscing. This time, Luo Wujia comprehended clearly. This arrogant junior truly deserves to be punished. Junior, you have successfully invoked my ire. Before his words had fully left his lips, Luo Wuji's expression morphed into one of unfathomable rage, and an overwhelming golden radiance erupted from his form. A colossal battle intent surged forth, filling the entire desolate expanse with its presence. In contrast, Lin Chun's demeanor remained as placid as a still pond. And he beckoned with a finger. Come. His body exuded no hint of aura, appearing riddled with vulnerabilities. Witnessing Lin Chun's dismissive attitude, Luo Wujia could not help but scoff in fury. Very well. Let me demonstrate the might of Luo Wujia. Buzz! A golden spear, adorned with intricate inscriptions, materialized in his grasp, emanating a sharp and potent aura. This was a supreme divine weapon, remarkably powerful. Without further ado, Luo Wujia stepped forward, thrusting the spear towards Lin Chun's location. The first stance of the Vientiane battle spear, boom. The golden spear shadow, almost tangible, coalesced with an aura capable of annihilating all, piercing through the void. At that moment, the wasteland itself was torn asunder, revealing gaping fissures. Yellow sand swirled, obscuring visibility, rendering the scene ahead indistinct. Lin Chun felt the golden spear shadow bearing down upon him, and he nodded slightly. Not bad, but merely that. Despite this, he made no attempt at defense. Remaining utterly still, seeing Lin Chen's demeanor, Luo Wuji assumed he had been intimidated into silence and could not suppress a sinister smile. Indeed, apart from your boastful words, you possess nothing of merit. Be annihilated. His Vientiane battle spear was a potent technique he had crafted based on his experiences merging with numerous perfected Vientiane battle bodies. It belonged solely to him and perfectly complemented his formidable abilities. This junior ought to be vanquished by my spear. Thunder rumbled. The golden spear shadow struck where Lin Chen stood, and in an instant, everything for thousands of miles behind him was obliterated. The yellow sand, the wasteland, the very fabric of space, even the howling winds were annihilated. Clutching the golden spear, Luo Wuji loomed above the heavens, surveying the devastation below. Such is the fate of those who offend me. It has always been thus, and it shall remain so. A trace of arrogant glee reappeared on his visage. Yet at that moment, a voice tinged with disappointment echoed amidst the ruins below. It seems I had set my expectations too high. 3 chances appear to be a bit too much to ask for. Upon hearing the voice emanating from below, Luo Wuji's expression faltered. In the next instant, disbelief overtook him. How is this possible? He had clearly witnessed Lin Chen paralyzed in fear before his Vientiane battle spear, making no defensive moves at all. This meant Lin Chen had withstood the spear with his flesh, withstanding it with his body, and yet he could still speak. Not merely speak, but mock him at that moment. The golden spear shadow dissipated, revealing Lin Chen standing unscathed, motionless. All around was chaos, reduced to nothingness, save for the spot where he stood, which remained intact, unchanged from before. Luo Wuji, witnessing this spectacle, was increasingly incredulous, retreating several steps in midair. How could this be? Indeed, how could this be? To withstand his Vientiane battle spear with mere flesh and remain unscathed. At this moment, Lin Chen appeared uninjured, aside from his magical robe being somewhat tattered, exposing his flawless physique beneath. It was as though the terrifying assault had never even touched him. Lin Chen brushed off the dust from his attire, lifting his gaze with a hint of impatience towards Luo Wuji. 2 chances remain. Should you fail to act, I shall truly smite you with a single blow. This fellow, previously so verbose and boastful, has turned out to be this feeble. He sensed that Luo Wuji's previous display was hardly more impressive than his father. Lin Howren, as his words fell, Luo Wuji shook his head violently, disbelief fueling his fury as he unleashed his full power, frantically striking down with wave after wave of spear shadows. Impossible. This is utterly impossible. Die! You shall perish. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The golden spear shadows continuously coalesced, enveloping Lin Chen beneath a celestial canopy. Each spear shadow that formed the golden canopy possessed greater power than the previous one. Under such overwhelming might, even a typical transcendent being would face certain doom. After unleashing dozens of strikes, Luo Wuji finally halted, his eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Lin Chen below. He could not fathom that Lin Chen could remain unscathed amidst such ferocity. Upon the desolate expanse, Lin Chen gazed at the descending golden spear shadows, raising an eyebrow. I mentioned 3 chances. This is beyond mere 3, is it not? In that case, I shall have no choice but to smite you. As he spoke, Lin Chen raised his palm, enveloped in swirling silver-gray chaotic spiritual energy. Then, he gently pushed upward towards the golden spear shadow canopy. Chaotic palm. The chaotic palm, like the chaotic fist, was a technique of his own invention. Though aimed at different audiences, the chaotic fist was a powerful technique for solo combat, whereas the chaotic palm served for group confrontations. To declare his intent to smite Luo Wuji, he must follow through. This fellow had grown far too arrogant. With this strike, he exerted all his strength. Boom! A colossal silver-gray palm manifested, sweeping toward the golden spear shadow canopy above. In the next instant, the heavens seemed to shatter, and all existence vanished. As for the golden spear shadow canopy, what golden spear shadow canopy remained? Only a colossal silver-gray palm now loomed, replacing the heavens and lying across the wasteland. Even Luo Wuji's figure was nowhere to be found. Erased without a trace, Congratulations to the challenger Lin Chun for successfully navigating the second layer of the Tower of Gods. Chapter 32. The connection between the Tower of Gods and its subtowers? The various prodigies begin to compete for the subtowers of the Tower of Gods. What audacity to be so boastful at such a level! He had not intended for it to unfold this way. However, Luo Wuji was simply too arrogant, even more so than he. Lin Chun would not allow anyone to outdo him in arrogance. Challenger Lin Chun, you have successfully cleared the second layer of the Tower of Gods, earning 1,000 miles of fortune and a single favor from the heavenly Tao. Adding to the rewards from the first layer, you have accumulated 1,300 miles of fortune and 2 favors from the heavenly Tao. Now, do you choose to continue ascending the tower, or conclude your challenge and claim your rewards? An imposing voice reverberated across the desolate expanse. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun smiled faintly. I shall continue ascending the tower. With no need for rest, I will directly challenge the third layer. He had not even warmed up from the previous strike, let alone experienced any significant depletion of energy. That little bit of spiritual energy would have replenished itself within mere breaths. Thus, I wish you good fortune. The mighty voice resonated, and the surroundings shifted. The wasteland vanished, replaced by a realm of endless oceans. Upon the ocean stood an elegant woman clad in a flowing blue gown, awaiting Lin Chun's arrival. Upon seeing him, the graceful woman smiled gently. Challenger, you have finally arrived. Lin Chun raised an eyebrow at her words. This woman, is she the guardian of this layer? Compared to that Luo Wuji, this guardian appeared considerably more composed. In the external realm, the dark golden divine rankings trembled suddenly. Lin Chun's name, previously ranked 99th, shifted forward to the 98th position. Meanwhile, Luo Wuji, who had held the 98th rank, plummeted to the very bottom, becoming the new 99th. Simultaneously, the authoritative voice of the heavenly Tao echoed throughout the 3,000 states. Lin Chun from the ancient Lin clan has cleared the second layer of the Tower of Gods. He has earned 1,000 miles of fortune and 1 favor from the heavenly Tao. As the voice resonated, the entire 3,000 states trembled once more. Numerous ancient powerhouses could not contain themselves, soaring into the sky to gaze in disbelief at the dark golden divine rankings. Lin Chun, the scion of the ancient Lin clan, has he truly succeeded in the tower? Has he claimed the rank of the 98th strongest prodigy in the history of the 3,000 states? Indeed, upon the dark golden divine rankings, Lin Chun's name prominently adorned the 98th position. Lin Chun has decisively defeated Luo Wuji, previously ranked 98th on the divine rankings, thus becoming the new holder of that rank. In the Vientiane state, within the Vientiane sacred land, an ancient quasi-emperor stood upon the heavens, gazing at the dark golden divine rankings with a dazed expression, his voice rising to a near hysterical shout. My ancestor from the Vientiane sacred land, the mighty Luo Wuji, defeated by Lin Chun at the same realm? Ancestor, he merged with over 30 perfected Vientiane battle bodies. How could he possibly lose? Within the Vientiane sacred land, countless powerful individuals and disciples, hearing their ancestors' exclamations, bore expressions of disbelief. Indeed, how could the ancestor be defeated? In this era, is there truly a prodigy capable of overcoming their ancestor Luo Wuji at the same realm? Is that Lin Chun truly so formidable? In the resplendent realm of Floating Light Sacred State, amidst the towering grandeur of Floating Light City and the imposing exterior of the God's Tower, Yun Xianxiu had scarcely adjusted his state of mind when the proclamation of the heavenly Tao resonated through the air. In that instant, he was rendered speechless. Lin Chun had advanced yet another step within the God's Tower. Just moments ago, he had been grappling with the dilemma of how to withstand 20 strikes under Lin Chun's projection. Beside him, a colossal Xuanwu and a robust youth adorned with a white tiger's head shared his stunned expression. They were none other than the 8th and 9th ranked prodigies of the Demon Clan. Like Yun Xianxiu, they had dared to challenge the first level of the God's Tower, only to face a brutal defeat. Vanquished in less than 10 moves, with no power to resist, it seemed to them that Lin Chun had barely exerted any effort, casually dispatching them with ease. Had that monstrous individual now bested a true ancient prodigy? Surrounding them, countless talented demons from the 3,000 Tao states filled the skies above Floating Light City. Yet their faces were marked by a blend of numbness and bitter smiles. Among them were contemporary prodigies and ancient anomalies, each believing themselves capable of overwhelming the generation. Now they realized the vast chasm separating them from genuine monsters. Yin Luoxia sat regally upon the golden throne, her face alight with a broad smile. Lin Chun, you truly are an unimaginable adversary. After arriving at the God's Tower, she had refrained from immediate challenge, instead choosing to observe. She noted that the initial wave of challengers had all failed, with Lin Chun standing as the sole victor. Even Lin Shanhe, ranked second on the talent board, had succumbed in a battle against Lin Haoran, the patriarch of the ancient Lin clan, who was of the same realm. Following that defeat, Lin Shanhe ceased his challenges and instead congregated with the other prodigies of the ancient Lin clan, quietly awaiting something. These events vividly illustrated Lin Chen's overwhelming strength, far surpassing their own. Even as a reincarnated empress, she had to concede that Lin Chen was indeed more formidable than herself. An insurmountable gap existed. Steeling her resolve, Yin Luoxia stepped down from the golden throne, making her way to the front of the God's Tower. She intended to challenge the tower, not the main edifice, but rather one of its subsidiary towers. Although the subsidiary towers were purportedly designed to reduce difficulty, Yin Luoxia could perceive that the situation was not as simple as the heavenly Tao suggested. This was likely another trial set forth by the heavenly Tao for them. Perhaps the existence of the subsidiary tower was intended to aid these prodigies in enhancing their strength, fortifying their foundation, and honing their combat prowess at the same realm, thus allowing them to reach a level where they could challenge the main tower. Only Lin Chen, that freak, had directly shattered the rules, leveraging his profound foundation and strength to bypass the subsidiary tower's enhancement process, pushing straight through. Gazing at the obsidian and gold tower, conviction gleamed in Yin Luoxia's eyes. She firmly believed her deductions were correct. The reality must align with her thoughts. Without hesitation, Yin Luoxia stepped forward, entering the God's Tower. Her actions captured the attention of all the prodigies present. This ancient anomaly, ranked third on the talent board, finally decided to challenge the God's Tower. They wondered if Yin Luoxia could become the second prodigy to succeed against the main tower. They were unaware that she had chosen to challenge a subsidiary tower instead. In a somewhat desolate area, Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, Lin Huangxian, and several other prodigies from the ancient Lin clan gathered together. Previously, they had all opted to challenge the main tower, and without exception, they had all been defeated. Since then, they had remained in contemplation, pondering the connection between the main tower and the subsidiary tower. They vaguely sensed that a link existed between the two. Hearing the voice from the heavens, Lin Shanhe inhaled deeply and said solemnly, "The Divine Sun has advanced through another level of the God's Tower, meaning our next challenge is against the previous rank 98, Luo Wujing. Yet even so, with our current foundation, we still lack the opportunity for success." Upon hearing this, Lin Tingtao and the other prodigies of the ancient Lin clan nodded in agreement. Their patriarch, Lin Haoran, ranked at the very bottom of the gods list, could still dominate them. Surely, Luo Wujing, being one rank higher, would be even stronger. Lin Shanhe glanced at his peers and articulated his decision. "Thus, I have resolved to challenge the subsidiary tower first, to accumulate foundation and strength, and to identify the issues I currently face. Perhaps I might even acquire treasures that enhance my prowess within the subsidiary tower." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened. This decision seemed quite astute. Currently, the golden list of the subsidiary tower on the Heavenly Tao scoreboard showed that the maximum number of levels cleared was 31. The top-ranked prodigy on that list was also a talent from the talent board, ranked in the 70s. However, they had observed that after this prodigy concluded their challenge, their strength and foundation had evidently increased. Although ranked in the 70s, their combat power likely surpassed many ranked in the 60s. If they too were to challenge the subsidiary tower, they might achieve similar enhancements. When the time came to confront the main tower, they could possibly reap unexpected rewards. Exchanging glances, Lin Tingtao and the others declared in unison, "Very well, let us all challenge the subsidiary tower." The Divine Sun had already surpassed the second layer of the main tower. They could not tarnish the reputation of the ancient Lin clan. At the very least, they must leave their names on some list. The prodigies of the ancient Lin clan exchanged glances and promptly set off for the God's Tower. The grand assembly of prodigies from the ancient Lin clan drew the attention of numerous other talented individuals. What were these prodigies preparing to do? Had they not given up on challenging the main tower of the God's Tower? Observing this, Yun Xinxiu, Baigu of the White Tiger clan, and Xian Jun of the Xuanwu clan exchanged glances, their eyes flickering momentarily. They too chose not to linger outside any longer and re-entered the God's Tower. The tower had only appeared for 3 days. During this time, they must leave their mark on the gods list and refine their own strength. They resolved to challenge the subsidiary towers of the gods tower. If they could not leave their names on the primary gods list, they would at least strive to make their mark on the subsidiary list. The remaining prodigies on the talent board, witnessing such a multitude of top-ranked individuals entering the gods tower, hesitated briefly before collectively setting off. Alas, the main tower was not within their grasp for now. They would first vie for a position on the subsidiary list. In an instant, nearly all the prodigies on the talent board had entered the gods tower. The other talented individuals exchanged glances, perplexed. Had these prodigies discovered something? Chapter 33. Consecutive successes in the gods tower. The forbidden zone begins to stir. All enter the subsidiary tower. Just as these prodigies pondered what the talents from the talent board might have uncovered, a voice of supreme authority echoed from the depths of the heavens. Lin Chun of the ancient Lin clan has advanced through the 3rd layer of the main tower of the gods tower. He has received an endowment of 2,000 miles of fortune and a boon from the heavenly Tao. The proclamation resounded across the 3,000 Tao states, known by countless beings. Upon hearing the announcement, all the prodigies lingering outside the gods tower stood frozen in place. What had they just heard? Lin Chun, the divine son of the ancient Lin clan, had again cleared another layer of the gods tower? Hadn't he just recently surpassed a layer? How could this individual be so monstrous? They were still grappling with whether to attempt another challenge against the 1st layer of the main tower, to see if they could endure a few more strikes and gain some combat insight. After all, the 1st layer of the main tower was no longer under Lin Chen's dominion. It was now guarded by Luo Wujing, who had previously ranked 98. Without that freak Lin Chun, they thought they might manage to endure a few more strikes and glean some insights from the battle. After all, even in defeat against a prodigy, as long as they could last longer, they could still learn something. Yet now the heavenly Tao informed them that Lin Chun had advanced to the 3rd layer of the main tower. This monstrous prodigy had left all his contemporaries far behind. Indeed, with a mere glance, they saw Lin Chen's name on the dark golden gods list, occupying the 97th position. Gods list rank 97. Floating light sacred state. Ancient Lin clan, Lin Chun. Witnessing this scene, all beings were rendered speechless. Their understanding of Lin Chen's prodigious nature had been further elevated. The entities on the gods list represented the strongest prodigies of the 3,000 Tao states. Both ancient and modern, each renowned throughout the ages. Yet with Lin Chun, it felt almost effortless for him to vanquish them within the same realm. A powerful premonition surged within them. This time, the opportunity presented by the gods tower might very well mirror that of the talent board, where Lin Chun alone would dominate the scene. The other prodigies on the talent board would not contend within the main tower of the gods tower, but rather in its subsidiary towers. The main tower of the gods tower was a battleground exclusively for Lin Chun and the most formidable prodigies of the 3,000 Tao states throughout history. Ancient Lin clan. Sacred Square of the Ancients. Lin Miexing observed the dark golden ranking of the gods list, a smile breaking on his face as he clapped his hands in delight. Howren, how far do you think Chener will ultimately reach in the main tower of the gods tower? The divine son of the ancient Lin clan had once again astonished the entirety of the 3,000 Tao states. As the clan's elder, he alone understood the joy swelling within his heart at this moment. How far? Lin Howren, upon hearing this, shook his head with a smile. Chener possesses talents that are not inferior to any of those prodigies on the gods list, and in fact, might even surpass them. The ultimate determinant of Chen Er's performance in the tower is none other than his own fighting spirit and unwavering heart. In both regards, Chen Er is undoubtedly exceptional, leaving me uncertain as to how far he will ultimately ascend. At this juncture, Lin Howren abruptly shifts the conversation, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, at this current level, it is far from being Chen Er's limit. Upon hearing these words, Lin Miexing could not help but reveal a glimmer of anticipation on his face. If this is not the limit, then let us wait and see. Yet, with the arrival of the Golden Era, those denizens of the Forbidden Zones have begun to grow restless. The 3rd, 4th, and 9th have all awakened, heading out to exorcise the demonic entities lurking outside the burial immortal Forbidden Zone, which is under the guardianship of my family, the ancient Lin clan. The situation in the other Forbidden Zones should be quite similar. The Forbidden Zones, Lin Howren's eyes narrowed. Those beings, often described as dead yet not truly deceased, have not abandoned their dreams of ascension to the throne of emperors. This matter was mentioned to me once by Qing Ro. The Great Wilderness Forbidden Zone, overseen by the ancient Yun clan, has also been experiencing unrest lately. These beings, who have existed for an unfathomable duration, still feel compelled to stir up trouble. How vexatious, however, in this lifetime, they shall find no hope of realizing their ambitions. With Chan heir present, the position of emperor is already claimed. Upon hearing this, Lin Miexing did not retort, but instead revealed a glint of cold light in his eyes. After the conclusion of the Divine Tower trials, I too shall venture out to the burial immortal Forbidden Zone. Thereafter, the affairs of the clan will rest in your capable hands. With your strength, I have confidence. It has been quite some time since I last took action. And it is indeed time to stretch my limbs. Lin Howren inhaled deeply and offered a slight bow to Lin Miexing. Ancestor, take care. The beings from the Forbidden Zones, though bothersome, should not be underestimated. Even if they remain dormant now, those they dispatch are merely minor figures beneath the threshold of the Emperor. Yet, in the face of the Forbidden Zones, one must not afford any carelessness. Lin Miexing waved his hand, lifting his gaze once more to the dark golden divine rankings. Chen heir represents the greatest hope for our ancient Lin clan in this generation. Should he succeed in attaining the title of Emperor, then those beings from the Forbidden Zones will be rendered incapable of causing a ruckus, and perhaps we might even pacify one or two of the Forbidden Zones. The so-called Supremes of each Forbidden Zone possess strength surpassing the ordinary peak emperors, but remain significantly weaker than true emperors. Their numerous peak emperors can contend with the Supremes of the Forbidden Zones, yet they cannot subdue them completely. Only the emergence of a true emperor can annihilate the Forbidden Zone Supremes and bring about tranquility. At that moment, a voice of supreme authority resonated once more from the depths of the heavens. Lin Shun of the ancient Lin clan has successfully passed the 4th level of the Divine Tower. He ranks 96th on the Divine Rankings. Upon hearing this, both Lin Howren and Lin Miexing displayed expressions of joy. Chen heir's innate talent truly eclipses both past and present, the powerful beings and creatures throughout the 3,000 states. Upon hearing the majestic voice of the heavenly Tao, felt somewhat numb. The divine son of the ancient Lin clan, Lin Shun, is poised to conquer the Divine Tower. Just moments after passing one level, he has already breached another in less than a quarter of an hour. Outside the Divine Tower, numerous prodigious talents, previously grappling with the decision to enter the main tower for a challenge, now reconsidered. Perhaps it would be wiser to engage with the sub-towers instead. After all, within the sub-towers, they should be capable of overcoming several levels and receiving rewards for their accomplishments. They have also noticed that those prodigies on the talent rankings have refrained from entering the main tower, instead converging en masse into the sub-towers, as if they had all agreed upon it. They confirmed this because those on the talent rankings have now ascended the pale golden list of the Divine Rankings sub-tower. Currently, atop the sub-tower rankings is the prodigy Yin Luoxia, who was the first to enter and conquer 35 levels of the Divine Tower sub-tower. Close behind her is the ancient anomaly Lin Shanhe of the ancient Lin clan. Having conquered 34 levels, following Lin Shanhe is the true Dragon Emperor Xiao Yan, who has passed 33 levels of the Divine Tower sub-tower. The original sub-tower rankings have been almost entirely reshaped by these talents from the talent rankings. A glance exchanged among the numerous prodigious talents lingering outside the Divine Tower dispelled any hesitation, and they transformed into streams of light, surging into the Divine Tower. They, too, are ready to embark on their true tower conquest. The sub-tower of the Divine Tower is their ultimate destination. Chapter 34. Infusing Tao Rhythm into Culinary Creations. The Bewilderment of Yun Xingchen, successfully passing the 14th level of the Divine Tower. Inside the main tower of the Divine Tower, within an empty space, Lin Shan stands with his hands behind his back, a broad smile adorning his face. Truly, they are indeed the strongest prodigies across the ages from the 3,000 states. Engaging with them has proven immensely rewarding for me. My mastery over the combinations of various divine abilities has become significantly more proficient. At this moment, a voice of authority reverberates through the empty space. Challenger Lin Shun, in light of your outstanding performance in the tower, the Divine Tower now grants you new privileges. You may now challenge any guardian ranked up to 10 places higher than your current ranking on the Divine Rankings. Challenger Lin Shun, please decide which guardian you wish to challenge. Is it possible to engage in such a manner? Currently ranked 96th on the Divine Rankings, does this mean he can directly challenge the guardian ranked 86th? His goal is to confront the one ranked 3rd, known simply as Luan. He will not relent until he has thoroughly bested him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen inquired, if I succeed in an overranking challenge, will I receive rewards for all positions? By overcoming each level, he would obtain rewards corresponding to each successful challenge. To pass a level of the Divine Tower is akin to receiving a divine gift from the heavenly Tao and a multitude of fortuitous powers. As one of the fated opportunities in the Golden Era, it is imperative to seize chances to enhance one's strength. Should the challenger succeed in an overranking challenge, they will receive rewards for all ranks achieved. Upon concluding the Tower Challenge and departing from the Divine Tower, all rewards will be tallied collectively. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled reassuringly. If that is the case, then there is no issue with challenging guardians of higher levels. Without further hesitation, Lin Chen waved his hand decisively. I wish to challenge the 14th level of the Divine Tower. As you wish, transporting you to the 14th level of the Divine Tower, Lin Chen, with his hands behind his back, bore an expression of eager anticipation. The guardian of the 14th level of the Divine Tower is the being ranked 86th among the strongest prodigies of all time. Moreover, this individual shares a certain connection with the ancient Lin clan, for the ancestor ranked 86th on the divine rankings is none other than Yun Xingchen, the forebear of the ancient Yun clan. At this moment, the scene within the empty space shifted dramatically, transporting Lin Chen to a tranquil valley. Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, his expression subtly shifting. He noticed a thatched cottage within the serene valley, from which wisps of smoke were rising. How intriguing! The ancestor of the Yun clan is still kindling a fire within the Divine Tower. Without hesitation, Lin Chen stepped forward, directly approaching the thatched cottage. Inside, he observed a young man clad in coarse linen, busily tending to the stove, seemingly oblivious to Lin Chen's arrival. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen's face broke into an amused expression. The ancestor of the Yun clan, Yun Xingchen, is indeed an intriguing character. Regaining his composure, Lin Chen offered a slight bow towards Yun Xingchen within the cottage. I, Lin Chen, a descendant of the Lin clan, pay my respects to you, esteemed ancestor. As my mother is from the Yun clan, I naturally consider myself half a member of your clan. Thus, I see no issue in addressing Yun Xingchen as ancestor. Within the thatched cottage, Yun Xingchen halted his movements. Shaking off the water from his hands and stepped outside, curiosity etched across his face as he regarded Lin Chen. So, you are the challenger who has made it this far. I have never witnessed a prodigy reach this point. You are quite remarkable. However, why do you refer to me as ancestor? Has the ancient Yun clan changed its surname? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He discerned that this ancestor of the Yun clan was not only amusing but also possessed a sense of humor. The Yun clan has changed its surname? How laughable! Rubbing his cheeks to restore his composure, Lin Chen replied, that is not the case. I am from the ancient Lin clan, but my mother is a high elder of the ancient Yun clan. Hence, I refer to you as ancestor. Upon hearing Lin Chen's explanation, Yun Xingchen's eyes widened in understanding. So that's how it is. It makes sense now, Lin Chen, is it? I happen to have prepared a meal. Why don't we eat first before we engage in battle? Upon hearing this request, Lin Chen's expression grew even more peculiar. I come to challenge you, and you want me to dine with you first? Before we fight. This, however, considering the individual before him is the ancestor of the Yun clan, Lin Chen felt it prudent to extend this courtesy. With a smile, Lin Chen clasped his hands together and said, Then I shall trouble you, esteemed ancestor. With that, he voluntarily moved to sit at the wooden table nearby. Despite his words, the power within Lin Chen remained poised to burst forth at any moment. One must not be careless in the tower challenges. While Yun Xingchen appeared to be exceedingly simple-minded, one must always be prepared for unexpected developments. Perhaps their competition will unfold during the forthcoming meal. Seeing Lin Chen acquiesce, Yun Xingchen's face lit up with joy as he hurriedly returned to the thatched cottage to serve the meal he had prepared. 3 dishes and 1 soup, devoid of any meat, consisting entirely of leafy vegetables, resembling the fare of ordinary mortals. Lin Chen gazed at the food laid out on the wooden table, his expression growing solemn. The trio of dishes and a soup appeared exceedingly ordinary. Yet his unparalleled dual pupils discerned that they were far from simple. Each droplet of water and every element within these meals exuded a profound essence of mystery. A single drop of water seemed to transform into a grand star, brimming with terrifying power. A seemingly mundane leaf, wafting an enticing aroma, appeared as if it were a vast oasis embodied, utterly magnificent. Thus, did Yun Xingqian infuse all his insights into the Tao into these dishes? Should one fail to unravel the Tao contained within, they would be overwhelmed by the resonance of the Tao and subsequently eliminated from the Tower of Gods. Indeed, this Yun Xingqian, while appearing unassuming, was in fact a deeply concealed master. Should he let his guard down, he might inadvertently succumb to the Tao. At this moment, Yun Xingqian wiped his hands with coarse cloth and, with a face full of enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Lin Chun, my young friend, do indulge in my culinary skills." Upon hearing this, Lin Chun looked up at Yun Xingqian and smiled knowingly. "Very well, I shall sample your ancestral craftsmanship." Without any hesitation, he picked up his chopsticks and began to feast heartily. It must be said, Yun Xingqian's culinary skills were indeed commendable. Despite the ingredients being rather ordinary, they were now imbued with distinct flavors, delicious. Only these two words could adequately describe the taste of what would otherwise be considered simple fare. "Quite remarkable. Your skills are truly exceptional." Yun Xingqian initially beamed with a radiant smile, but gradually, his expression shifted to one of bewilderment. Observing Lin Chun relishing his meal, he became somewhat entranced as the dishes neared depletion. Why did Lin Chun exhibit no signs of distress? He had infused every ounce of his comprehension of the Tao into those meals. It seemed harmless, yet was far more perilous than any divine technique. How could Lin Chun consume so much without any reaction? No, there was a response. It was evident that Lin Chun was thoroughly enjoying his meal. Noticing the change in Yun Xingqian's demeanor, Lin Chun smiled faintly. Were it any other being of transcendent realms present, they would take a considerable time to digest such profound energies. However, for him, who had comprehended the essence of chaos, it was merely a trifle. Possessing the chaotic divine demon body, he had grasped the power of chaos from birth. After over a decade of contemplation, his understanding had evolved into the essence of chaos. Though not yet at the pinnacle level of the blade's essence, it was more than sufficient to digest and neutralize these energies with ease, and in fact, the recent absorption of these energies had further deepened his comprehension of chaotic essence. He had achieved a long-awaited breakthrough, reaching a mastery of 40% in chaotic essence. The power of chaos belongs to one of the 3,000 great paths, yet transcends them, capable of evolving and merging all powers of the Tao. Yun Xingqian's approach to challenge him was misguided, delightful. After clearing his plate, Lin Chun set down his bowl and chopsticks, exclaiming with a satisfied sigh. This time, he had not only indulged in a culinary delight but had also enhanced his strength. His understanding of chaotic essence was now nearing the pinnacle of 40%, and it must be said, Yun Xingqian's methods were indeed highly skilled. To the side, Yun Xingqian regarded Lin Chun, who appeared unperturbed, with a complex expression. How did you manage that?" His voice brimmed with profound curiosity regarding the recent events. Lin Chun rose, flashing a grin at Yun Xingqian. "What do you think?" At that moment, an imposing voice resonated in the tranquil valley. "Congratulations, Challenger Lin Chun, for successfully clearing the 14th level of the Tower of Gods." Upon hearing Lin Chun's words, Yun Xingqian's expression grew even more intricate. Was this a form of retribution against him? But how had Lin Chun achieved this? Cloaked in deep confusion, Yun Xingqian's figure, alongside the thatched cottage, gradually transformed into a mirage. Lin Chun stood, hands clasped behind him, quietly observing all that transpired. Just as Yun Xingqian's form was on the brink of complete dissolution, Lin Chun focused his thoughts, revealing a hint of chaotic essence. Instantly, the source of Yun Xingqian's confusion was unveiled, so that it was chaotic essence. A direct confrontation would have been far more exhilarating. Lin Chun watched as Yun Xingqian's figure vanished entirely, slowly exhaling a breath of exasperation. "I shall continue my ascent in the tower, challenging the 24th level." Having faced no exhaustion on the 14th level, but rather a restoration of his state, he hoped the guardian of the upcoming 24th level would offer a satisfying challenge. As the transport commenced, the 24th level of the Tower of Gods awaited. Chapter 35. The true worry lies with the supreme of the Forbidden Zone. Having rapidly cleared levels, Lin Chun now stood at the 66th position on the divine rankings. Across the 3,000 Tao states, countless beings and formidable individuals paused their endeavors, captivated by the voice echoing in their ears, all wearing expressions of astonishment. What transpired? How had Lin Chen suddenly surged to the 14th level of the Tower of Gods? Most critically, he had succeeded in his challenge. Lin Chen of the ancient Lin clan had cleared the 14th level of the Tower of Gods, ascending to the 86th position on the divine rankings. The powerful beings of the 3,000 Tao states vividly recalled that Lin Chen had previously only managed to clear the 4th level of the Tower of Gods. Yet, in such a brief span, he had leapt directly to the 14th level. Among the various factions, the strong instinctively glanced at the conspicuous dark golden divine rankings in the heavens. Indeed, they found Lin Chen's name at the 86th position. 86th on the divine rankings. Ancient Lin clan, Lin Chen. The rankings confirmed that Lin Chen had truly cleared the 14th level of the Tower of Gods, though they knew not the reasons behind his meteoric rise from the 4th to the 14th level. They recognized this as an undeniable fact. Outside the Tower of Gods, the number of prodigies lingering here had dwindled significantly compared to before. Only the occasional prodigy who had failed their challenge and been expelled from the tower could be seen exiting through its gates. All the prodigious talents who had gathered at the Tower of Gods had ceased their attempts to conquer the main tower, instead flocking to the sub-towers to begin their challenges, as anticipated. Within the sub-towers, the rewards obtained after clearing corresponding levels allowed their strengths to be enhanced to varying degrees. This enhancement was reflected in every prodigal talent, not limited to the first tier of the celestial talent rankings, but encompassing the elite among prodigal beings. The glimmer of hope that had just surfaced vanished without a trace. What was happening now? They had only just begun to find some confidence within the sub-towers, believing they could gain advantages through opportunities there. Yet now they were informed that Lin Chen had already cleared the 14th level of the Tower of Gods. How could they compete? How could they pursue him? In comparison to Lin Chen, these so-called prodigies appeared nothing more than mere mediocrities. Some among them had yet to even clear the 14th level of the sub-tower. Stricken by this revelation, the prodigies ceased their challenges in the sub-tower. Standing in a daze, gazing up at the dark golden divine rankings, they felt as though Lin Chen's extraordinary performance was far from over. Surely, soon there would be another proclamation from the heavens. As time passed, more and more prodigies failed their challenges in the sub-towers and were expelled from the Tower of Gods. These eliminated prodigies, upon learning that Lin Chen had cleared the 14th level, joined those previously expelled, standing in a stupor, awaiting what would come next. Was this truly the undefeated divine scion of the ancient Lin clan, Lin Chen? Indeed, this individual had become unparalleled among his contemporaries in this golden age. He had ranked first in the talent rankings, and now in the Tower of Gods challenge, he was likely to claim first once more. Still, he remained unmatched. A mere quarter of an hour passed when the familiar, authoritative voice of heaven echoed once more from the depths of the sky. Lin Chen of the ancient Lin clan has cleared the 24th level of the Tower of Gods, ranking 76th on the divine rankings. Following closely, the dark golden divine rankings flickered with light. As the light shimmered, Lin Chen's name, previously at the 86th position, directly replaced the name of the prodigy at 76th. Consequently, the rankings of other prodigies in that range fell one position. Upon hearing the authoritative voice of heaven and witnessing the changes on the dark golden divine rankings, all prodigious talents trembled. Indeed, Lin Chen's extraordinary feats were far from finished. He had once again succeeded in a challenge, leaping from the 14th level to the 24th level of the Tower of Gods. Just a quarter of an hour had elapsed. All the prodigies exchanged glances, their expressions rife with confusion. If this were a game from which one could withdraw, they would wish to forfeit. With such an anomaly involved, what was the point of continuing? They might as well concede. Alas, this was no game. This was the golden age, and competition determined their futures, though now they had little left to contest against Lin Chen. The powerful beings of the ancient lineages and esteemed families across the 3,000 Tao states gazed skyward, their eyes filled with bewilderment. Could it be that in this era, a figure more astonishing than the founders of all existing ancient lineages was destined to emerge, even surpassing the one who has plunged the entirety of the 3,000 Tao states into this current era of imperial decline and darkness? To even stand shoulder to shoulder with the two great powers who pioneered the cultivation methods of both the human and demon races. Such a notion is utterly inconceivable, yet they find themselves harboring a glimmer of hope. After all, Lin Chen is currently surging with momentum as he navigates the tower. Who can predict what will follow? If this truly comes to pass, the entire landscape of the 3,000 Tao states will undergo monumental upheaval. In the burial of immortals forbidden zone, whoosh, roar, howl. The black, demonic energy surged mightily, as colossal beings with vacant expressions emerged from the unknown realm. Upon their arrival in the outer world, their pupils suddenly ignited with a crimson glow. As they began the hunt for living beings to slaughter, their appearance bore resemblance to the demon race, yet they were distinctly not of that lineage, their forms coalescing from pure black mist, seemingly intent on devouring all vitality. Wherever they passed, all life withered away, vitality extinguished, consumed entirely by these gargantuan monsters, backed by the enigmatic aura pervading the burial of immortals, which did not resemble a true existence. They sought to annihilate every living creature in sight. However, at that moment, three formidable figures standing in the heavens casually waved their hands, unleashing powerful attacks. In an instant, all the massive black monsters were obliterated, dissolving into nothingness. Though they vanished, the impact they left behind continued to stifle the Earth's vitality, reducing it to a barren wasteland. Above the heavens, this disturbance in the forbidden zone seemed to herald the true emergence of that being. A young man adorned with a golden crown adjusted his robe, his expression tinged with gravity. Beside him, a middle-aged man with graying hair smiled faintly. Old Nine, there is no need for such concern. Even if he truly chooses to awaken here and make his grand entrance, our ancient Lin family remains unafraid in the slightest. For all these years, we have managed to suppress him, keeping him confined within the forbidden zone. Thus, it shall continue. He will stir no storms. The final ordinary man curled his lips into a smirk, gazing upwards at the dark golden leaderboard overhead. Old 4, Old 9, Old 5 mentioned that he will soon join Old 1, Old 2, and the others. Once they arrive, we need not worry excessively about the being within the burial of immortals. Besides, the one we should truly be concerned about is him, considering our ancient Lin family possesses a prodigy whose potential surpasses that of an emperor. Rising steadily, when he ascends to emperor, that being will be utterly annihilated. Upon hearing this, the golden-crowned youth, Old 9, and the white-haired Old 4 all looked up towards the higher realms of the dark golden leaderboard, a trace of pride unconsciously gracing their faces. Indeed, the prodigy of the ancient Lin family is on the rise, and when he becomes an emperor, it will signal the complete demise of that old being within the forbidden zone. The heir of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chun, has conquered the 34th level of the Tower of Gods, ranking 66th on the Divine Leaderboard, Chapter 36, Yen Luoxia. Finally, I have the confidence to conquer the first level. What? The 44th level? It seems the so-called supreme being within the burial of immortals won't last much longer. Let the chaos ensue. While there is still some time, let us stir things up a bit, for there may be no chance left afterward. The burial of immortals, as well as all forbidden zones within the 3,000 Tao states, are isolated from the outside world, existing in an unknown domain while tethered to the 3,000 Tao states. Yet, they are aware that the being deep within the burial of immortals is certainly beginning to sense the situation outside. Otherwise, the frequent dispatch of monsters from the forbidden zone would not occur. They aim to breach their defenses and eliminate threats in the 3,000 Tao states. If a genius capable of easily defeating the strongest prodigies of ancient and modern times were to emerge, and if he were to successfully ascend to emperor, he would be even more formidable than the average emperor. This poses an even greater threat to the supreme beings of the forbidden zones. What they must do now is guard the forbidden zones closely, ensuring that the beings within do not slip out and create chaos. Roar, howl, hiss. After a brief moment of silence, an even greater number of powerful black monsters surged forth from the burial of immortals, seemingly intent on slaughtering all life. The three formidable members of the ancient Lin family ceased their idle chatter and began to engage in a full-scale slaughter. Should even one of these forbidden zone monsters escape and wreak havoc, the casualties would be unimaginable. Moreover, these monsters could pose a threat to their invincible son, so not a single one must be allowed to escape. At this moment, it was not just the burial of immortals that was in turmoil. All ancient sects guarding their respective forbidden zones were experiencing similar chaos. Powerful forbidden zone monsters surged forth in a frenzy from their confines, their numbers exceeding any previous instance. They seemed to harbor some unknown objective. attempting to break free from the forbidden zone and eradicate something in the outside world. Unfortunately, as soon as the forbidden zone monsters broke through, they were met with the prepared forces of quasi-emperors from the 3,000 Tao states, who swiftly annihilated them. Though the various powers within the 3,000 Tao states often harbored grievances and disputes, they united as a single front against the forbidden zones. Forbidden beings are not permitted to step foot into the 3,000 Tao states. Any faction that colludes with the forbidden zones will face a collective assault from all powers and warriors within the 3,000 Tao states. Across the 3,000 Tao states, an air of silence prevailed. All the strong and disciples remaining behind gazed blankly at the dark golden leaderboard. They had previously entertained bold conjectures, yet now, less than half a day had passed since the Tower of Gods descended. In under half a day, how could Lin Chun have already breached half of the main tower? If this continues, could he ascend to the pinnacle of the Tower of Gods in just half a day's time? Meanwhile, their own prodigies, the ancient anomalies they had placed immense expectations on, were nowhere to be found on the leaderboard. They were still striving to compete for rankings on the sub-tower of the Tower of Gods. In comparison to Lin Chun, those contemporary prodigies and ancient anomalies seemed to pale in significance. They felt that the world of prodigies could now be divided into two categories, one being Lin Chun, and the other, everyone else. Outside the Tower of Gods, the heavens had once again been occupied by numerous prodigious talents, reminiscent of the prior scene. Now, expressions of confusion adorned the faces of all prodigies. Whether contemporary or ancient, they could not fathom, nor find any semblance of competition against Lin Chun. Their once steadfast resolve began to show signs of fracturing beneath the relentless blows dealt by Lin Chun. Buzz! At that moment, the Tower of Gods trembled, and a breathtaking figure emerged from its entrance. Upon seeing this stunning figure, all prodigious talents retracted their thoughts, their expressions tightening. The third on the talent leaderboard. From the falling sunset heaven state, the falling sunset sacred land, the ancient anomaly, Yin Luoxia. Has she failed to conquer the sub-tower of the Tower of Gods, or is she finally preparing to challenge the main tower? As this thought crossed their minds, anticipation surged in the expressions of all prodigious talents. They hoped Yin Luoxia would succeed in her challenge of the main tower, for such an achievement would prove that there remains someone capable of contending with Lin Chun. With a confident smile adorning her face, Yin Luoxia lifted her gaze to the pale golden leaderboard of the sub-tower. Talent leaderboard, sub-tower, rank 1. Falling sunset heaven state, falling sunset sacred land. Yin Luoxia conquered the 66th level of the sub-tower of the Tower of Gods. Upon seeing this ranking, her smile broadened even further. It was evident that her strength was commendable, having advanced to the 66th level of the sub-tower with relative ease. In contrast, her power had been significantly enhanced, even if her cultivation had not progressed. The depth of her foundation and combat prowess at the same rank had exceeded her previous capabilities. As a reincarnated empress, her pride compelled her to conquer at least one level of the main tower of the Tower of Gods. Lin Chun, I will catch up to you. With a strong sense of confidence, Yin Luoxia turned her attention to the dark golden leaderboard of the divine rankings. She wished to ascertain how far Lin Chun had progressed in the main tower of the Tower of Gods. Judging by his previous speed, he should be nearing the 10th level by now, right? In the next moment, her confident smile vanished without a trace, replaced by an expression of disbelief. How could this be possible? Am I under some illusion, unable to see clearly? How is it that Lin Chun has already conquered the 34th level of the main tower of the Tower of Gods? His name has ascended to the 66th position on the divine leaderboard. Instinctively rubbing her eyes, Yin Luoxia focused her gaze once more. Yet the result remained unchanged. Lin Chun's name was indeed fixed at the 66th position on the divine leaderboard. This meant Lin Chun had truly breached the 34th level of the main tower of the Tower of Gods. Unable to suppress her astonishment, Yin Luoxia retreated a couple of steps, her expression filled with shock and disbelief. How on earth did Lin Chun accomplish this? At most, she held a substantial degree of confidence in conquering the first level of the main tower, with only a slight chance for the second level. Yet Lin Chun had already traversed the 34th level of the main tower. The surrounding prodigious talents noticed the drastic shift in Yin Luoxia's expression and could not help but sigh. It seemed that even this formidable ancient anomaly, who had been a true prodigy within the sub-tower of the Tower of Gods, found it difficult to accept Lin Chun's accomplishments at that moment. The familiar and supreme decree of the heavenly Tao resonated once more. Son of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chun, has conquered the 44th level of the main tower of the Tower of Gods. Ranking 56th on the divine leaderboard, clop, clop, clop. She felt a pang in her heart and liver. Lin Chun, this pervert, is he even human? Among the greatest prodigies of all time, how has it become as simple as eating and drinking for him to surpass them? Chapter 37, The Divine Rankings, 16th place. Descendant Lin Chun. Please enlighten me, ancestors. In stark contrast to Yin Luoxia's display of emotions, the numerous prodigies who had endured multiple rounds of torment calmly raised their heads to the sound of the heavenly Tao's proclamation. They merely glanced at the dark golden divine rankings, confirming Lin Chin's position, and beyond that, there was not a flicker of emotion or movement. Moreover, they anticipated that this was far from over. Before long, the heavenly Tao's proclamation would sound again, announcing that Lin Chun had conquered the 54th level of the divine tower, ascending to the 46th position on the divine rankings. Such astounding words seemed to only shock her. With a long exhale, Yin Luoxia's expression turned resolute. Lin Chun had already cleared the 44th level of the main tower of the divine tower, and she too must rapidly pass the first level of the main tower. Success is the only option, failure is not permissible. After all, she is the reincarnation of a great emperor and will not allow herself to be unable to compete on the same stage as her contemporaries. Even if that contemporary prodigy has already triumphed over many terrifying entities that she could not rival in her past life. Under the gaze of the multitude, Yin Luoxia stepped forward and vanished into the portal of the divine tower, which radiated black and golden light. This time, she chose to challenge the main tower of the divine tower. As they watched Yin Luoxia's figure disappear, the faces of many prodigies could not help but reveal a hint of anticipation. Although they had grown accustomed to Lin Chin's prodigious feats, if someone could enter the true divine rankings and compete alongside Lin Chun, they would be more than willing to see it. Currently, the only ones with hope of achieving this were Yin Luoxia and a few other top talents still navigating the sub-dash towers. As the third on the talent rankings, Yin Luoxia's success or failure would nearly determine whether the other prodigies could conquer the main tower of the divine tower. In the 3,000 Tao states, among the various factions, many powerful beings and disciples who remained behind began to speculate on how long Lin Chun would take to summon the heavenly Tao's next proclamation. Among the common folk, due to the continual announcements of Lin Chin's name by the heavenly Tao, many who could not cultivate began to establish longevity altars for him, praying for his safety. To have one's name constantly recited by the heavenly Tao is no ordinary occurrence. If they could receive his grace, they would never have to worry about suffering in their lives, in the chaotic Holy Land. Xiao Fan stood atop the palace, his smile vanished, replaced by profound seriousness. He never expected that after cultivating for 3,000 years more than you, he would still feel such immense pressure facing you. Lin Chin, you truly are the one I once wished to follow. After 3,000 years, he once again experienced the pressure of competing with Lin Chin and his contemporaries. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan looked up at the dark golden divine rankings, his face revealing anticipation. So, to what heights will you ultimately reach? Comparable to the chaotic prodigies of the past? Or will you stand shoulder to shoulder with the ancestor of demons, the ancestor of Tao? Time passed swiftly, and soon half an hour had elapsed. Within this time, the heavenly Tao announced several proclamations once more. As expected, these announcements were all triggered by Lin Chan, declaring that he had once again conquered multiple levels of the divine tower. Now, at the summit of the heavens, Lin Chin's name had appeared prominently on the dark golden divine rankings. 16th on the divine rankings, floating light holy state. Scion of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chun. All beings across the 3,000 Tao states were in awe of this and this era. A being has been born who surpasses even the greatest emperors of yore. In terms of combat power within the same realm, even the ancient emperors could not compare. In just a short span of 1 or 2 hours, the scion of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chun, had surged from nothing to directly assault the 84th level of the divine tower. Such an achievement is unparalleled in history and destined to remain unmatched. Outside the divine tower, countless prodigies filled the skies, with nearly all the renowned figures from the 3,000 Tao states gathered here. They were all aware of Lin Chin's remarkable feats within the divine tower and had come to witness them together. Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and others from the ancient Lin family stood proudly, their gazes fixed on the divine tower. Their scion, even when vying against the strongest prodigies of ancient and modern times, remained the most radiant presence. Notably, Lin Shanhe and Lin Tingtao had already conquered the sub-tower of the divine tower, successfully claiming it. Their cultivation had transformed, giving them some confidence to challenge the first level of the main tower of the divine tower. However, they did not choose to challenge at this moment. They wished to witness the moment their scion ascended to the main tower of the divine tower. Nearby, other top prodigies from the talent rankings also stood according to their factions. Like Lin Shanhe and the others, they had also conquered the sub-tower of the divine tower, significantly enhancing their strength and cultivation. They, too, wished to see if Lin Shun could ascend the main tower of the divine tower. Meanwhile, the Saintess of Falling Sunset, Yin Luoxia, had already been inside the main tower of the divine tower for over half an hour and had yet to emerge. It remained uncertain whether she could successfully challenge the main tower and become the second contemporary prodigy to rank on the divine rankings. A young man with dragon horns and a handsome visage stood with his arms crossed, quietly observing the divine tower. Lin Shun, the crown prince of my lineage, I eagerly await our first formal meeting. Behind him stood prodigies from the White Tiger clan with white tiger heads, as well as towering figures from the Xuanwu clan, all exuding an air of nobility. They were true prodigies of the demon race. Powerful beings ranked among the top 10 in talent. They awaited Lin Chen's emergence from the divine tower. They sought to challenge Lin Shun. Yun Xinxiu, clad in a bright yellow martial robe, was filled with combat fervor in his eyes. Lin Chen, I am ready for a battle with you. Only a prodigy of your caliber can truly provide me with a satisfying fight. In an unnoticed corner, a man draped in a black robe bore a dispassionate expression, revealing a hint of interest only when the divine tower was mentioned. He was the 7th on the talent rankings, overlooked by all, hailing from an ancient and forgotten lineage, the Sanluo Ghostly Abyss. Once Lin Chen emerges from the divine tower, he would prove his strength and make the world aware of the existence of the Sanluo Ghostly Abyss. Within the divine tower, in the familiar blank space, Lin Chen exuded an unrestrained, powerful aura. His body was surrounded by the supreme essence of the blade, as well as the profound might of the fist. Faintly, a chaotic essence that encompassed all things and evolved all beings flickered in and out of visibility. Looking down at his tattered purple robe, Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. Battling the prodigies at the higher levels of the divine tower had yielded him great rewards. These ancient and modern prodigies were undeniably formidable. At that moment, a resounding voice echoed through the blank space. Challenger Lin Chen, do you wish to continue your ascent? As you have entered the top 20 of the divine rankings, should you choose to proceed, your subsequent challenges will be projected throughout the 3,000 Dao states. Lin Chen, hearing this, displayed no hesitation, grinning widely. I choose to continue my ascent, challenging the guardian of the 88th level of the divine tower. Lin Dong, the ascent being projected across the 3,000 Dao states? He did not care. What mattered to him was whether their ancestor Lin Dong could summon a congenital imperial weapon for battle. Thus, as he was being transported to the 88th level of the divine tower, good luck, challenger. The surrounding scenery shifted, and Lin Chen found himself in an inverted space, a contradictory world where up and down, left and right were indistinguishable. Ancient stars shattered, and exquisite, grand structures stood in reverse. Above a palace that stood in reverse, a towering figure had its back to Lin Chen. Finally, someone has reached this point? Worthy of challenging me, challenger, may I know your name? A somewhat domineering voice emanated from the majestic figure, resonating throughout the surroundings. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's battle intent surged, and he smiled widely. Descendant Lin Chen, please, enlighten me, ancestor. Chapter 38, the first prodigy since ancient times. Ancestor, I humbly accept your guidance. Lin Chen knew that the towering figure belonged to their ancestor Lin Dong of the ancient Lin family, the legendary figure who, in the early ancient era, soared through the shattered void, and whom none of the strong from the ancient Lin family had ever seen. In the golden age of the ancient era, there were multiple tiers, and each tier's golden age offered opportunities for emperorhood. Their ancestor Lin Dong was the prodigy who broke through the first tier to achieve the status of emperor. Now, Lin Chen should be the first person to see ancestor Lin Dong since the ancient era. It must be said that this name somewhat caught Lin Chen off guard. If he recalled correctly, in his past life on Blue Star, The protagonist of a wildly popular web novel bore this name. However, this was inconsequential. It was likely just a coincidence in names, with no other similarities. Oh? My descendant. Are you perhaps from the ancient Lin family? The voice emanating from the imposing figure once more resonated. Its previous dominance diminished by a hint of curiosity and gentleness. As he spoke, the tall figure shifted slightly, turning to reveal a youthful visage marked by resolute features and an innate aura of authority. At that moment, a glimmer of curiosity and inquiry graced his countenance. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen broke into a broad smile. Ancestor, indeed. I am a descendant of the ancient Lin family. Is this, then, the revered ancestor Lin Dong? He appears remarkably akin to the depiction in our family tree. The only notable difference is that the current Lin Dong exudes a greater air of dominance, while the unfathomable depth has notably diminished. Upon hearing this, a trace of wistfulness flickered in Lin Dong's eyes. Is the ancient Lin family faring well in these times? He understood that his current state was not his true form, but rather a semblance, a projection. It bore much of the memories and emotions of his original self, yet it was ultimately an illusion. I have come to visit you, my ancestor. Surely you can surmise the fate of the ancient Lin family? However, I am here to challenge you, my ancestor. I humbly request your guidance. With that declaration, a surge of power coursed through him, and aside from refraining from employing the 8 gates of Duanjia to amplify his might, he unleashed all his strength. In an instant, the entire inverted world was enveloped by an overwhelming pressure. Even Lin Dong, sensing this formidable force, raised an eyebrow, revealing a spark of battle intent. It seems a remarkable prodigy has emerged among the descendants of the ancient Lin family. If the ancient Lin family still thrives, I can rest assured and engage in a spirited battle with you. I hope you can surpass me and venture further. Come, let us fight. As his words faded, a potent aura, not inferior to Lin Chen's, erupted from Lin Dong's being. The two forces clashed in the inverted realm, a titanic struggle where neither could gain the upper hand. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled at this sight. This was the first time someone had managed to engage him in a contest of strength within the same realm without faltering. Truly, the ancestor of the ancient Lin family, naturally endowed with a perfected ancient holy body, had assimilated over 100 ancient holy bodies, subsequently shattering the constraints that prevented the ancient holy body from achieving the status of an emperor, thus successfully transcending into the emperor realm, an extraordinary figure dominating all beings. Ordinary prodigies would consider it a stroke of fortune to merge with a single skeleton of the same constitution. Top-tier prodigies might assimilate dozens, a feat indeed rare throughout the ages, like the ancestor of the sacred land of Fantion. However, to merge with over 100 skeletons of identical constitution is a feat beyond the reach of mere mortals. Such an ancient prodigy defies description. According to historical records, the ancestor Lin Dong of the ancient Lin family stands unrivaled in talent. The 11 figures preceding him are not documented in any historical texts belonging to the prehistorical era before the ancient times. Yet, with this realization, he could fully unleash his abilities and engage in a truly exhilarating battle. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chun summoned the principles of chaos and the essence of combat, delivering a thunderous punch. Chaos Fist. With this strike, he held nothing back, channeling 50% of his newly attained chaotic essence and 60% of his martial prowess. The resounding impact shattered everything in its path, overturned structures and directionless space, transforming all into ephemeral illusions before the might of his silver-gray fist. Lin Dong sensed the terrifying power within the silver-gray fist and, far from being alarmed, felt exhilarated, unleashing a triumphant roar. This is excellent. He possessed the ancient holy body, further enhanced by assimilating over 100 ancient holy bodies. His pride and strength lay in his physical form. Martial arts were his forte, and Lin Chen's assault struck at the very core of his being. He sensed that this would be a battle in which he could immerse himself, a thrilling clash of titans. Lin Dong advanced rather than retreating, smashing the palace beneath him as he propelled himself like a bolt from a crossbow towards the silver-gray fist. Midway, his body erupted with boundless golden light, his aura intensifying as he swung his fist, unleashing the ancient holy fist. The golden fist, radiating an aura of dread, coalesced in an instant, bursting forth with blinding brilliance that dared not be gazed upon directly. In the next moment, The golden fist collided with the silver-gray one, eerily silent. The two fists, in a seamless dance of annihilation, vanished without a trace in less than a heartbeat, leaving behind only a black hole in the space where they had met. A testament to the sheer ferocity of their clash, Lin Chen and Lin Dong paid no mind to this spectacle. After their initial exchange, they unleashed their fists in a relentless barrage, colliding repeatedly in the inverted realm. Boom, boom, boom. Each impact birthed a black hole that devoured all surrounding matter, manifesting throughout the inverted world. Each black hole signified yet another brutal confrontation between Lin Chen and Lin Dong. Half an hour passed. Yet their combat showed no signs of abating. Both figures bore the marks of their struggle, yet neither paid heed to the toll, instead wearing expressions of sheer delight. It had been far too long since they had engaged in such a liberating battle with a peer in the same realm. Since the inception of their cultivation, this was perhaps the sole instance, aside from their initial training, where they could savor such an experience. With a thunderous conclusion to their exchange, they finally parted ways. Each finding their place in the void, Lin Dong stretched his limbs, a broad grin illuminating his face. You are exceptional. You are the only one capable of matching me in a physical confrontation to such an extent among your peers. However, if we continue this way, we may never see an end to our battle. How about we settle this with a single strike? Lin Chen shook his tingling arms, a smile breaking across his face. This is precisely what I had in mind. Let us determine the victor with one decisive blow. With those words, Lin Chen began to compress all his power, coalescing it within his right fist. The already powerful and pure chaotic spiritual energy became increasingly formidable with each compression. All principles began a fleeting fusion under the guidance of chaotic essence, transforming into a mysterious and terrifying force. Lin Dong was not idle, his golden aura gradually dimming into a darkened gold, becoming ever more unfathomable. Even his pupils sparkled with golden light. Moments later, they locked eyes and spoke in unison. Holy body, battle heaven, chaos, return to one, boom. In the next instant, an unending cacophony and tidal waves of residual energy engulfed the entire inverted space, rendering everything indistinct. One could only perceive a dark golden humanoid silhouette colliding with a brilliant silver-gray luminescence. Soon, the energy waves receded, revealing a scene. One figure maintained the posture of a punch, while the other sat in the void, utterly devoid of form, breath barely perceptible. Ancestor, I concede. Simultaneously, in the external realm of the 3,000 states, all beings and powerful entities fell silent, gazing upwards at the immense luminescent screen that spanned the heavens, depicting the fierce battle between Lin Chen and Lin Dong. Every moment witnessed by all it was only now that they truly grasped Lin Chen's formidable strength, having clashed physically with such a powerful being and emerged victorious. It was nothing short of terrifying. Chapter 39. Ascending to the 12th position on the divine rankings, achieving the title of the first prodigy in recorded history. Outside the Tower of the Gods, the young master exclaimed, he has defeated the ancestor Lin Dong in a physical confrontation among equals, their ancestor of the ancient Lin family, a formidable prodigy who had assimilated over 100 ancient holy bodies, was indeed a true preeminent figure in the annals of history since the ancient times. Yet, even so, he had been decisively vanquished by the current young master of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chen, within the domain of his own unparalleled physical prowess. Overcome with emotion, the prodigious talents of the ancient Lin family could not help but erupt into joyous cheers. The young Master S might surpass the ages. The young Master S might surpass the ages. In that moment, even Lin Shanhe and other ancient anomalies felt a genuine sense of reverence for Lin Chen, fully acknowledging this younger generation. Lin Chen rightfully deserved the title of the strongest prodigy since the establishment of the ancient Lin family. The surrounding prodigies, upon hearing the jubilant cheers of the ancient Lin family's talents, bore expressions of mixed emotions. They felt the chasm between themselves and Lin Chen widening, recognizing him as an unequivocal, anomalous genius of the ages. The Dragon Emperor, Ao Tianjun, inhaled deeply, his expression turning solemn. Lin Chen will be the most formidable rival in this golden era, yet concurrently, he will be my most esteemed and admired opponent. As he spoke, a strikingly beautiful figure beside him, the prodigy Huan Jiuyao of the Undying Phoenix clan, nodded in agreement. Her pride diminished slightly as her cool voice rang out, Indeed, Lin Qin will be our formidable adversary, a beacon guiding our continued growth. He currently holds the lead, but the journey ahead remains long and uncertain. I shall strive to surpass him. The white-haired youth, Bai Gu, and the burly man, Xian Jun, exchanged glances, silent yet sharing subtle smiles. Indeed, the journey ahead remains long, and no one can foresee what the future holds. Presently, Lin Chun holds a temporary lead over them, yet they are resolute in their efforts to surpass him. As the most exceptional prodigies of the demon race, they shall not concede defeat easily. The words of the true Dragon Emperor Ao Tianjun and the immortal Phoenix Huang Jiu reached the ears of Yun Qianqiu and the inconspicuous cloaked figure, causing their pupils to momentarily flicker with light. They share the same sentiment. They acknowledge that Lin Qin currently outpaces them. However, as top-tier prodigies, they are all paragons, driven by their pride to strive vigorously until they surpass him. At that moment, the dark golden divine rankings in the sky shimmered, revealing a shift in the standings. Lin Qin's name surged from behind to claim the 12th position, displacing Lin Dong. The rankings of the other prodigies on the divine rankings fell by one place in unison. From the depths of the heavens, the majestic voice of the heavenly Tao resonated, echoing throughout the entire 3,000 Tao states. The son of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chun, has conquered the 88th level of the Divine Tower and ascended to 12th place on the divine rankings. Tower challenger Lin Chun has accumulated a fortune of 33,000 miles of luck and received 88 gifts from the heavenly Tao. The announcement reverberated, clear as day to every being in the 3,000 Tao states. Among the common folk who venerate Lin Qian with longevity tablets, they hurriedly rush to pray earnestly before the tablets. They have resolved that this son of the ancient Lin family, Lin Qian, shall be their eternal deity. Various factions, ancient traditions, and great teachings, all the once numb strong and disciples could only emit a long sigh of sentiment. Truly, Lin Qian of the ancient Lin family is a prodigy beyond compare. Lin Dong, the ancestor of the ancient Lin family, once suppressed all prodigies during the early era of the ancients, including those formidable beings who later became emperors. He was the first prodigy recorded in history throughout the ages. Yet now, that title has been transferred. The present Lin Qian is the true first prodigy recorded since the ancient times. They never anticipated that a title once circulated only in the 3,000 Tao states would one day be realized by Lin Qian. Now, with declarations proclaiming Lin Qian as the first prodigy in countless eras, no one dares to refute it, nor can they, for it is an undeniable truth. Beyond the great forbidden zones, many quasi-emperors, while exterminating monsters within the forbidden areas, lifted their heads to gaze at the dark golden divine rankings. They inhaled deeply upon seeing that conspicuous 12th name in their hearts. They increasingly felt that if Lin Qian were to become an emperor, perhaps the true looming threat over the 3,000 Tao states could be entirely eradicated. However, if Lin Qian were to achieve emperorhood, he would undoubtedly not be an ordinary emperor. He would possess the strength to completely pacify the forbidden zones, ensuring that the threats would vanish from the 3,000 Tao states. Yet, amidst this, the quasi-emperors of various factions found themselves in a quandary. They harbored selfish desires to vie for the position of emperor, to witness the grandeur of an emperor. Even knowing the difficulty of such an endeavor, the allure of becoming an emperor was irresistible. Most importantly, their own prodigies needed to compete for the imperial title. Supporting Lin Qian's ascension to emperorhood would be grossly unfair to those prodigious talents, and to themselves as well. Ultimately, the quasi-emperors of various factions could only sigh deeply. Well, let us take it one step at a time. As for the future, even they cannot glimpse into the corners of what lies ahead after the arrival of the Golden Age. They must simply accept whatever comes. Within the ancient Lin family, countless descendants looked skyward, their expressions filled with reverence. For them, this was akin to a divine miracle. Their contemporary son, Lin Chun, has triumphed over the legendary ancestor Lin Dong. This marks a transition between the old and the new. A legacy. The ancestor has passed the baton to their son, Lin Qian, in full view of all beings in the 3,000 Tao states. Hail to the ancestor, congratulations to the son. Hail to the ancestor, congratulations to the son. Unable to contain their emotions, the descendants of the ancient Lin family resonated in unison. Within the 88th level of the Divine Tower, amidst the inverted world, Lin Dong sat on the ground in a state of disarray. A wry smile upon his face. It appears I have been bested by you. Yet I find joy in this defeat. Why ancient Lin family has a worthy successor. Lin Chen, hearing this, smiled quietly without responding. There is no doubt about the strength of ancestor Lin Dong. Otherwise, he could not have founded their prosperous ancient Lin family. But now, the ancient Lin family has him. Lin Dong's body trembled slightly, beginning to gradually dissipate as he glanced at his fading hand. Lin Dong chuckled nonchalantly. Why time has come, Lin Chun. I look forward to our next encounter, and please, continue your challenges and give that fellow who shattered the rules of the 3,000 Dao states a good beating. Well then, Lin Chun, let this meeting come to an end. As his voice faded, Lin Dong's figure transformed into nothingness, as if he had never existed. Lin Chun, upon hearing Lin Dong's final words, wore an odd expression. It seems the ancestor, like him, desires to chastise that fellow named Luan. Very well, ancestor. I shall fulfill that wish for you. But when will their next meeting occur? Lin Chun shook his head. Be why that time? He would likely have departed the 3,000 Dao states and ascended to that unknown realm, right? Just then, the surrounding scene shifted once more, returning to a blank space, where a majestic voice followed suit. Congratulations, Challenger Lin Chun, on successfully conquering the 88th level of the Divine Tower, now ranking 12th on the Divine rankings. Your accumulated rewards from the Tower Challenge are substantial. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Lin Chen smirked, a faint smile gracing his lips. Having come this far, with only one final step remaining to reach that fellow, how could he possibly halt his progress? I choose to continue the Tower Challenge. To confront the guardian of the 97th level of the Divine Tower, Luan, are you prepared to be dealt a sound thrashing? Chapter 40. Are you Luan? I shall be the first to live stream your defeat. Yin Luoxia has cleared the challenge. Challenger Lin Chun continues his ascent, targeting the guardian of the 97th level of the Divine Tower, Luan. Since you have entered the top 20 of the Divine rankings, the entire process of your upcoming challenge will be publicly projected for all beings in the 3,000 Dao states to observe. Best of luck, Challenger Lin Chun. As the voice concluded, the surrounding scenery began to shift rapidly. Before the transformation was fully realized, Lin Chun felt an overwhelming aura of slaughter and a thick scent of blood. This prompted him to raise an eyebrow and survey his surroundings. This time, the Tower Challenge map appeared to be somewhat extraordinary. Previous scenes had been rather ordinary, yet this time he sensed the unmistakable scent of blood, an incredibly vivid one. Soon, the surrounding landscape completed its transformation, revealing an endless blood-soaked battlefield. The ground appeared crimson, stained as if by blood, while the sky mirrored this hue. Even the air carried a hint of sanguine essence. Within this blood-stained battlefield, countless skeletal remains lay piled high, with numerous monuments standing in various locations. Among the bones, there were human remains as well as the remains of colossal beasts. The massive bones of true dragons and phoenixes were not in short supply. Their divine might long dissipated, leaving only withered bones behind. The essence of time lingered around these skeletal remains, continuously eroding them. Yet, despite this, they still radiated a faint glow. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Chun could not help but hold his breath in awe. These bones must have belonged to incredibly powerful beings in life, for even after such an expanse of time, their remains remain uncorrupted. Yet, he wondered why these bones were amassed here, and what battlefield this once was. It seemed this great conflict spanned the entirety of the world. He now confirmed that the site of this battle was indeed an ancient battlefield. This battlefield is not recorded in any historical texts. Perhaps it was a war that occurred long before the ancients, thus giving rise to this ancient battleground. As a thought crossed his mind, Lin Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This time, he was challenging Luan, the one who shattered the rules of the 3,000 Dao states. This battlefield must be closely related to him. It is even highly likely that this very battle caused the fracturing of the rules in the 3,000 Dao states, rendering the path to becoming an emperor no longer accessible. However, amidst this ancient battlefield, where was Luan, the guardian of this level of the Divine Tower? In the far distance, Lin Chen spotted a sea of blood, within which appeared to be a figure, an exceedingly towering figure. Though described as human, he bore an appearance that was anything but ordinary, standing 3 zhang tall and radiating a blood-red glow. Despite his height, he did not seem cumbersome. Unlike the clumsy giants, he exuded an aura of divinity. Behind him hovered a blood-colored ring, emanating a perilous energy, as Lin Chen scrutinized the humanoid figure within the blood sea. His already narrowed eyes squinted even tighter. This figure, resembling a person, is Luan. The records on the divine rankings did not specify Luan's race, only his unparalleled accomplishments that prevent future generations from attaining emperorhood. Could it be that Luan belongs to a powerful race that has since become extinct in the 3,000 Dao states? Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen stepped forth, positioning himself before the blood sea. Tilting his head to glance at the seemingly oblivious towering figure, he spoke in a nonchalant tone. Are you Luan? The blood-soaked waters of the Crimson Sea were stirred, producing a symphony of sloshing sounds. Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, the towering blood-red figure ceased its movements, slightly turned, and gazed upon Lin Chen. A face of striking handsomeness emerged, and with a gentle smile, it spoke, "Indeed, I am Luan, and you must be the challenger. Correct? After countless eons, you are the first little one to stand before me." Lin Chen confirmed that the figure before him was indeed Luan, nodding in understanding. "If you are Luan, then that simplifies matters considerably. Rest assured, I am not merely the first to present myself before you. I shall be the very first to make you wail in front of all beings in the 3,000 Dao states." As he spoke, a silver-gray divine light erupted from Lin Chen's body, instantly donning him in the innate imperial weapon, the Chaos Battle Armor. A black battle knife, exuding a sharp aura, slowly materialized in his hand. Its keen edge slicing through the fabric of space, he did not hold back his 8 gates of escape, amplifying his combat prowess along with the already opened portals. In an instant, Lin Chen unleashed his full power, enveloping the entire blood sea area in a terrifying aura of pressure. Under this formidable weight, even Luan, who had previously appeared indifferent, felt his expression tighten. He sensed Lin Chen's strength, which was not merely equal to his own, but perhaps even superior. "You little rascal, you certainly have quite the fiery temperament." With that, he rose from the blood sea, and a storm of bloodthirsty pressure erupted. Buzzing, rending, the two forces clashed fiercely, causing the surrounding space to fracture under the strain. The revealed void seemed unable to withstand the violent fluctuations. In the outside world, within the 3,000 Dao states, all beings lifted their gazes to the vast celestial screen above, or rather, they fixated upon Luan within that screen. Every creature's eyes were filled with intense hatred and murderous intent. It was this very being who had shattered the rules of the 3,000 Dao states, causing a drastic decline in the world's spiritual energy, rendering cultivation infinitely more difficult, and even preventing the emergence of emperors. Now, witnessing his true form, they yearned to obliterate him into ashes. In the next moment, all beings began to pray fervently within their hearts, beseeching Lin Chen to deliver a thorough and merciless punishment to this loathsome creature. Just then, the voice of the heavenly Dao, imbued with supreme authority, resonated throughout the 3,000 Dao states. The saintess of the falling sunset sacred land, Yin Luoxia, has cleared the first layer of the divine tower, ranking 99th on the divine list. She has received a gift from the heavenly Dao, bestowing her with an enhancement of 300 miles. At long last, in this era, had a prodigy emerged after Lin Chen to clear a layer of the divine tower? Yin Luoxia of the falling sunset heaven state, the saintess of the Luo Tian sacred land. Outside the divine tower, numerous extraordinary talents were filled with astonishment as they gazed at the shimmering portal of the divine tower. Had Yin Luoxia, ranked 3rd on the talent list, truly passed the first layer of the divine tower? This meant she was the second individual of this generation to rank on the divine list, and the only one capable of competing with Lin Chen. Buzz. The divine tower trembled as Yin Luoxia's figure stepped forth from the portal, her face radiant with joy. Hard work had indeed borne fruit. She, Yin Luoxia, a reincarnated empress, had finally cleared the first layer of the divine tower. From this moment onward, she too would be counted among the most formidable prodigies of all time. Noticing the gazes of her peers, her smile grew even brighter. Instinctively, she looked up at the dark golden divine list in the skies, eager to see Lin Chen's current standing. After all this time, he must have advanced considerably, right? However, in the next instant, instead of finding the divine list, she was met with a colossal luminous screen. Within this screen was a blood-soaked ancient battlefield, featuring Lin Chen's figure alongside a tall, blood-red, strikingly handsome silhouette. They were locked in confrontation. Yin Luoxia's body trembled, her expression one of shock. Good heavens, has Lin Chen's challenge already begun to manifest as a projection? It appears to be taking place throughout the entire 3,000 Dao states. Just where has Lin Chen progressed to now, to provoke such a celestial phenomenon? Suddenly, the joy in her heart dissipated entirely. In comparison, her achievement of passing the first layer of the Divine Tower seemed rather insignificant. Chapter 41. The bewildered Yin Luoxia. Relentless blades. Upon noticing the stark contrast in Yin Luoxia's expression, the surrounding prodigies could only manage wry smiles. It seemed even the second individual to clear the Divine Tower's main layer. Yin Luoxia found it challenging to accept Lin Chen's current accomplishments. Yet, who could blame her? Who could possibly achieve such a feat as effortlessly defeating the most formidable prodigies throughout history within the Divine Tower, ultimately leading the heavenly Dao to establish a luminous screen for all beings in the 3,000 Dao states to witness his battles? No one. Only Lin Chen, the unequivocal and unparalleled prodigy in recorded history. They had to admit that Lin Chen was now stronger than any of them, yet they still refused to abandon their competitive spirits. As prodigies, having such an extraordinary opponent was indeed a fortunate circumstance. Due to the combat screen obscuring their view, Yin Biluo was unable to discern Lin Chen's current ranking on the divine list. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed the shock within her heart and turned to the surrounding prodigies. Inquiring, "Friends, do any of you know how many layers Lin Chen has cleared in the Divine Tower?" With that, she fixed her gaze upon the many prodigies around her, awaiting their responses. The prodigies exchanged glances. Unable to hold back their apprehension, at this moment, they feared that revealing Lin Chen's current standing would overwhelm Yin Luoxia. The expressions of the top talents on the talent list grew peculiar. Having just witnessed Yin Luoxia's astonishment at the luminous screen, they pondered whether revealing that Lin Chen was currently confronting someone would make her reaction even more exaggerated. Lin Shanhe and other prodigious youths from the ancient Lin clan exchanged glances. And Lin Shanhe chuckled, saying, "Our ancient Lin clan's divine son, Lin Chen, is currently challenging the 97th layer of the Divine Tower." The blood-red figure on the celestial screen was none other than Luan, ranked third on the divine list. His voice brimmed with pride and elation. This was their ancient Lin clan's divine son, their pride, 97th layer of the Divine Tower, currently challenging Luan, ranked third on the divine list. These two statements left Yin Luoxia, who had just managed to suppress her emotions, utterly bewildered. In an instant, a torrent of complex emotions surged within her heart. After all her efforts to clear the first layer of the Divine Tower, she felt confident she could conquer the second layer within 3 days. Yet, Lin Shanhe informed her that Lin Chen had already ascended to challenge the third rank on the divine list. At that moment, from the depths of the celestial expanse, the voice of the heavenly Dao, imbued with supreme authority, once again echoed. The saintess of the falling sunset sacred land, Yin Luoxia, has received a gift from the heavenly Dao, a set of exquisite divine armor and an enhancement of 300 miles. Buzz! A resonating sound echoed as a set of fiery red female armor materialized from thin air, radiating an aura of formidable divine power, unmistakably a piece of exquisite divine-grade armor. Simultaneously, a golden aura of fortune appeared in the celestial realm, extending for 300 miles. In the next moment, the fiery red female armor descended toward Yin Luoxia, while the golden aura of fortune began to flow into her body. She gazed at the floating fiery red divine armor before her and felt the extraordinary sensation of fortune filling her being. Yin Luoxia's expression grew somewhat dazed. This Lin Chen truly is an unparalleled freak. Even though I was an empress in my previous life and have reincarnated, I still find it challenging to keep pace with him during this golden era. However, Yin Luoxia was not one to concede easily. She vowed to double her efforts, striving to one day catch up to Lin Chen's strides. Suddenly, a prodigious youth noticed new movements from Lin Chen and Luan, who were previously locked in confrontation in the celestial realm, and could not help but exclaim, "Friends, the battle between Lin Chen and Luan has truly commenced." This declaration instantly captivated everyone's attention, as they collectively shifted their gazes toward the immense screen in the sky. Indeed, the two figures, once in a stalemate, were now engaged in a fierce battle. Even from behind the screen, they could sense the overwhelming might saturating their clash. Observing the colossal screen, all the prodigies felt compelled to pray once more within their hearts. "Lin Chen, You must deliver a thorough beating to that vile creature who shattered the rules of the 3,000 Tao states. It was precisely because of him that they were now limited to vying for the singular position of emperor. Had the rules of the 3,000 Tao states remained intact, surely this generation would have birthed no less than 10 emperor-level powerhouses. The architect of this chaos, Luan, must pay the price. Within the Divine Tower's 97th layer, the ancient blood-soaked battlefield erupted with the sounds of rending space as collisions reverberated throughout. Boom! The clash between the blood-red figure and the silver-gray visage rendered the surroundings into nothingness. Clad in silver-gray chaos battle armor and wielding the black sky-slaying blade, Lin Chen was enveloped in a shroud of unknown profound power. Through the fusion of his chaos profound and the profound of fist and blade, each of his strikes bore the weight of all profound powers combined. Buzz! A silver-gray blade of light cleaved through the air, shattering everything in its path. The first strike of the 9 cuts of primordial chaos. As the blade of light descended upon him, Luan's towering blood-red form radiated a brilliant scarlet glow. His expression grave. This diminutive figure exceeded his expectations in strength, marking the first time he encountered someone capable of overpowering him within their shared realm. In an age of incomplete rules, could such a prodigy truly exist? Faced with the silvery gray blade light, the figure known as Luan erupted in a riot of crimson radiance, coalescing into a sphere of blood-colored energy that surged forth to confront the deadly strike. There was no evasion possible. He could only absorb the blow head-on. Blood god bullet. Boom! The clash between the silvery gray blade and the blood-colored energy sphere resounded with a deafening roar. Powerful shockwaves radiated outward, shattering ancient and unyielding corpses into nothingness. The blood-colored energy sphere barely held for a moment before being cleaved by the silvery blade, its might dissipating like a fleeting illusion. The blade, unrelenting, continued its trajectory towards Luan. It seemed to transcend space itself, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Luan's expression shifted dramatically as he could not suppress a gasp of alarm. This was dire. Despite his earlier warnings regarding the blade's power, he had underestimated its ferocity. How could this seemingly feeble human possess such monstrous strength? In the next heartbeat, the full force of the blade erupted, enveloping Luan entirely. Lin Chun, wielding the black Zhan Tian Dao, bore an expression of chilling indifference. Without pausing, he unleashed several more formidable silvery gray blade strikes. Hongming 9 slashes, the second cut. Hongming 9 slashes, the third cut. Hongming 9 slashes. This wretch must be thoroughly annihilated to repay the debts of his past misdeeds. Thud, thud, thud. In the ancient battlefield stained crimson, blade lights soared to the heavens, rendering all things indistinct. Luan, located at the heart of the blade light, vanished from sight, but his diminishing aura was unmistakable. Chapter 42. A one-sided battle. A true annihilation. After unleashing a series of strikes, Lin Chun finally paused, standing atop the firmament, gazing at the location where Luan had once stood. That place had now transformed into a desolate ruin, devoid of all existence. Bones, regal inscriptions, blood-red mist. Everything had been obliterated. Only a black void, radiating an unknown aura, and the lingering power of the blade remained. Luan's figure had also dissipated within the silvery blade light. Obscured from view, however, Lin Chen's unparalleled dual pupils could discern the internal scene. Luan remained, unable to escape the range of the Hongming 9 slashes. In stark contrast to his previous composure, Luan now exhibited only endless disarray and humiliation. Jagged scars marred his body, the terrifying might continually eroding his remaining strength. His aura was chaotic, diminished by more than half compared to before. His face was a canvas of intense rage and humiliation, seemingly proclaiming to all that no one had ever rendered him so wretched. He was furious. Boom. Suddenly, the crimson light surged, shattering all silvery gray blades. In the black void, Luan, now radiating a rich blood-red glow, re-emerged, his grotesque visage fixated on Lin Chen, exuding a semblance of hysteria. Tio have been driven to such depths by you. I must admit, you are formidable indeed. Yet even so, before me, you remain insignificant. Today, you shall meet your end. I shall crush you slowly, subjecting you to countless agonies before delivering the final blow. Who is he? He is the ancient taboo that ended an era, a being that transformed the cultivation of the 3,000 Tao states. How could he be defeated by a descendant, falling within this illusory tower? Even if he were merely a projection, Lin Chen scoffed at these words. Had you not been utterly defenseless moments ago, I might have believed you, Luan. The sins you have committed are beyond absolution. Are you ready to be tormented? As he spoke, he summoned all his power, unleashing a formidable pressure once again. Previously, he had merely warmed up. Now, it was time to engage earnestly. Upon hearing this, Luan, in a fit of rage, laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, how utterly ridiculous. I am Luan, the one who renders the heavenly Tao helpless. I have slain an entire era's worth of beings, sacrificed countless lives, and left the very rules in tatters. You, a mere junior, dare to dream of defeating me? You are but an ant attempting to shake a tree. Before he could finish, the blood-red luminescence enveloping his form surged dramatically, stabilizing his previously chaotic aura and rendering it even more potent than before. His body began to swell, quickly transforming into a towering giant. The terrifying aura cast a shadow over the surroundings, compelling even the mightiest of beings to flee. Lin Chen's figure appeared diminutive before Luan's colossal frame, akin to an ant striving to shake a tree reaching the heavens. Having slain countless beings of an entire era and sacrificed them, was this battlefield not the very site of that era's demise? The prehistoric age before the ancient times was indeed the era in which Luan resided. The number of beings within an entire epoch is unfathomable. Yet he had slaughtered them all, driven solely by his extreme selfish desires. Lin Chen slightly raised his head, his pupils glimmering with a chilling light. Today, I can only slay your projection, but one day, I shall seek out your true form and annihilate it. He vowed a grand promise. He must eradicate the true Luan to quell the hatred in his heart. Boom! On the blood-red firmament, dark clouds suddenly gathered, exuding an aura more terrifying than that of the heavenly Tao itself. Luan sensed this and a flicker of amusement crossed his face. How intriguing! It seems that my presence has provoked the will of the great Tao. You certainly harbor an intense hatred for me. Yet, you remain blissfully unaware of my true strength. With that, Luan's colossal fist, akin to a mountain, shattered everything in its path as it descended upon Lin Chen. Lin Chen observed this spectacle, remaining utterly still. The violent gusts generated by the descending fist obliterated everything around him, reducing it to nothingness. Even so, Lin Chen maintained his icy demeanor, unyielding and motionless. It was only when the fist was upon him that he slowly raised his left hand, delivering a heavy strike. Chaos, fist. In that moment, he unleashed all his strength without reservation. It was the most powerful punch he had ever thrown in his life. Lin Chen's fist appeared minuscule against the backdrop of the colossal blood-red fist, seemingly overreaching. Bang boom! In the next instant, the disparate fists collided, shattering the heavens, in the ancient battlefield. A vast expanse of land crumbled to dust, leaving no trace behind, save for the lingering impressions of the two fists. Crack! Boom! To everyone's astonishment, Lin Chen's diminutive fist merely held its ground against the blood-red giant's fist for an instant before unleashing a torrential rain of blood. A deluge of crimson liquid cascaded from above, staining Lin Chen's silvery gray armor a deep red. This was the blood of the giant fist, utterly defenseless and shattered, spewing forth fresh blood from within. No. How could this be possible? The sinister grin on Luan's face faded, replaced by an expression of pain and disbelief. He had utilized all his trump cards, even manifesting his true form, yet still fell short. How could this human possess such a formidable physique? Gazing at his now bare arm, Luan staggered backward, desperate to escape Lin Chen's relentless assault. His power surged, attempting to restore his hand, but the aura of the fist's imprint was eroding him from within, making it impossible. Luan retreated rapidly. But regrettably, Lin Chen was faster still, delivering another devastating punch that struck him with full force. Simultaneously, the Zhan Tian Dao in his right hand swung forth, releasing a terrifying silver-gray blade light. Splat! Splat! Boom! Even so, Luan did not perish. He sought to regenerate his body and continue the fight. Lin Chen stood poised in the heavens, his voice echoing with indifference. Now, do I finally possess the qualification to torment you? Chapter 43. A True Annihilation. Ascending to the third position on the divine rankings. How infuriating. How utterly infuriating. I am the unparalleled talent that ended an era, the most formidable prodigy of the epoch. How can I be defeated? How can I be bested by a descendant? His shattered form trembled, striving to coalesce and restore itself. But under Lin Chen's relentless power, all his struggles were in vain. The strongest? Do you even deserve to call yourself the strongest? Before you, there were two other magnificent beings. You are merely the third, nothing more. Oh, no. Soon you shall be the fourth, a title that suits you well. For after you, I shall assuredly bring about your demise. At the mention of his imminent downfall, Luan's remnants froze in disbelief. The next moment, an incredulous roar erupted from the depths of his soul. How am I merely the third? I ended an era, sacrificed an entire epoch, transforming them into my own power. When the heavenly Tao sought to obstruct me, I shattered its very rules. How can I be reduced to a mere third? No, I refuse to believe it. You must be deceiving me. Yes, that must be it. Ha ha ha, you will not trick me. Yet, despite his bravado, anyone could perceive the wavering confidence in his voice. Lin Chun, with a mere thought, withdrew the chaos armor and Zhan Tian Dao into his Dantian and sea of consciousness. Lowering his gaze, he looked down upon Luan, unable to suppress a shake of his head. But I never anticipated that once I began to take this seriously, you would falter so quickly. I must say, you are exceedingly weak. This was the unvarnished truth of his thoughts. Having merely concluded his warm-up, Luan had already crumpled. The third on the divine rankings, is this truly all there is? Upon discovering your existence, I contemplated delivering a thorough thrashing. However, it appears that engaging in battle with you is exceedingly tedious. Boom. Silver-gray flames instantaneously engulfed the entire ancient crimson battlefield, incinerating everything, including the chaotic flesh and souls. As Luan attempted to retort, he was enveloped by the silver-gray flames, emitting anguished howls of torment. Lin Chan observed this spectacle with an utterly indifferent expression. This was merely the beginning. As he matured, he would undoubtedly seek out Luan's true form and obliterate it. If Luan's essence had perished, he would extract him from the river of time and space and slay him once more. Only in this manner could he assuage the resentment in his heart. Regardless of how dire Luan's ultimate fate may be, it is wholly deserved. Rumble, crackle. The silver-gray flames continued to scorch for several hours before dissipating, during which Luan's wretched cries never ceased for a moment. This cacophony, which would have been discordant to many, sounded exquisite to Lin Chen's ears. If this were cruelty, he would ensure to follow through. As the flames receded, the blood-red battlefield transformed into a desolate expanse of charred earth, with only Luan, clinging to the last vestiges of life through sheer vitality. His body still yearned for restoration. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not achieve this. The enigmatic power at the wound's edge thwarted his efforts. Lin Chen's figure descended upon the location of Luan's head, speaking with a tone of indifference. You claim to be the strongest prodigy of the era, yet your current state is utterly disgraceful, though. I neglected to inform you. This entire scene is being broadcasted across the 3,000 Tao states. This implies that all beings within the 3,000 Tao states have witnessed your torment by flames for several hours. At this juncture, Lin Chen's lips curled into a playful smile. I suppose they are now vociferously applauding, declaring you deserving of such fate. Great genius, how do you feel now? Are you on the verge of death? Or shall I assist you in recovery and provide another round of fiery roasting? As he spoke, a surge of silver-gray chaotic spiritual energy emanated from his hand, seemingly poised to heal Luan's wounds. Luan's charred visage was suffused with humiliation. He had never endured such treatment, nor had he experienced such disgrace. He is Luan, after all, born as the future of an era, destined to be the strongest prodigy. Who dares to treat him thus? He had sacrificed a being from an era to further his own cultivation, believing those who served as his nourishment were fortunate beyond measure, and they ought to be grateful. Their aim was to see him attain greatness, and in the end, he succeeded. What fault lies with him? Lin Chen, perceiving Luan's expression, nodded slightly to it. Seems you remain unrepentant. However, that is of little concern to me, for my intention is merely to derive amusement from you. Now that the entertainment has concluded, it is time for you to depart. Your true form will soon join you in your journey." As he spoke, a hand imbued with silver-gray spiritual energy descended, striking Luan's forehead. In an instant, the divine light in Luan's eyes extinguished, and he was utterly devoid of life. The soul within his head was obliterated by a single strike. Simultaneously, the surrounding charred battlefield began to dissolve, and a solemn voice echoed, "Congratulations, Tower Challenger, you have successfully cleared the 97th level of the Divine Tower. Ranking third on the Divine Rankings, you have accumulated 97 blessings from the Heavenly Tao, with an augmentation of 500,000 miles of fortune. Challenger Lin Shun, do you wish to continue your ascent in the tower?" Upon hearing the long-awaited voice, Lin Shen exhaled a breath of relief. Having spent several hours tormenting Luan with chaotic flames may seem like a waste of time, yet to him, it was indeed worthwhile. At the very least, he now felt a sense of clarity within, free from previous entanglements. Regaining his composure, Lin Shen displayed no hesitation, smiling gently as he declared, "I choose to continue my ascent in the tower." No sooner had he spoken than the authoritative voice resonated from all directions in the void. "Given that your ranking on the Divine Rankings has entered the top 3, you must now proceed in order of ranking. Choosing to continue your ascent will transport you to the 98th level of the Divine Tower, where you shall challenge the second-ranked ancestor of the demons. Challenger Lin Shun, do you wish to continue your ascent in the tower?" Lin Shen chuckled, waving his hand. "There's no need for me to recuperate. Simply transport me to the 98th level." Without needing to be reminded, he was unwilling to skip levels to challenge. He must face both the ancestor of the demons and the Tao ancestor. Two great existences, and learn from them. As you wish, transporting to the 98th level of the Divine Tower. Chapter 44. Confronting the Ancestral Dragon. Outside the Divine Tower, Yin Luoxia and a multitude of prodigious demons gazed at the gradually dissipating light curtain, feeling somewhat reluctant to part. What a thrilling battle it was, or rather, what a delightfully refreshing slaughter it has been. That fellow Luan, upon his emergence, was exceedingly arrogant, utterly disregarding Lin Shun. Yet, when the battle turned against him, he stubbornly claimed Lin Shen was inferior, merely that he hadn't taken it seriously. Ultimately, he paid a grievous price for his past actions. Not only was his body severed into pieces beyond restoration before the eyes of all beings in the 3,000 Tao states, but he was also scorched by flames for several hours. In the end, Lin Shen ruthlessly extinguished his soul, conclusively ending everything. Anyone felt that Luan did not deserve this fate, nor did anyone consider Lin Shen's actions excessively cruel. On the contrary, they believed Lin Shen was entirely justified, the only regret being that they were not the ones to enact it present. They felt that the divine opportunities within the Divine Tower had become somewhat disconnected from them. It seemed as if the appearance of the Divine Tower was solely to allow Lin Shen to challenge its depths, to witness his limits. The other prodigious demons merely served as a backdrop to his grandeur. At that moment, a voice of unparalleled authority from the heavenly Tao resonated from the depths of the heavens, echoing throughout the 3,000 Tao states. The divine son of the ancient forest clan, Lin Shen, has cleared the 97th level of the Divine Tower, ranking third on the Divine Rankings. You have accumulated a total of 97 blessings from the heavenly Tao, with an augmentation of 500,000 miles of fortune. At this moment, even the ancient powerhouses of various sects no longer exhibited jealousy towards the ancient forest clan. Instead, they expressed admiration. Luan was an enemy to all beings within the 3,000 Tao states, having altered the cultivation environment and rendering it impossible for supreme beings to emerge. Lin Shen's ability to utterly ravage Luan before all beings was a source of unprecedented satisfaction, even if it were merely a projection. Now, however, they felt a sense of unparalleled relief. Third on the Divine Rankings, truly well-deserved. Within the various forbidden zones, the expressions of many prospective emperors grew increasingly conflicted. The degree of Lin Shen's prodigiousness made it exceedingly difficult for them to reach a decision. Should they contend with Lin Shen, or should they support him in attaining the status of emperor, thereby relying on him to pacify all forbidden zones? To confront him might not guarantee success. But if they supported him and he became an emperor, what would become of their own factions? This posed an immensely challenging dilemma for them, the ancient forest clan. All the members of the ancient forest clan rejoiced, celebrating with exuberant shouts. Their divine son remains as invincible as ever, effortlessly crushing even the strongest prodigies of ancient and modern times. Luan, the being who shattered the rules of the 3,000 Tao states, ranked third among the strongest prodigies of all time. Yet before their divine son, he was utterly inconsequential, easily crushed. Their divine son has now achieved a monumental feat, the foremost prodigy beneath the ancestor of the demons and the Tao ancestor. Furthermore, their divine son Lin Chun would continue to challenge ahead. Perhaps he would have the opportunity to defeat the ancestor of the demons and the Tao ancestor in battles of equal standing, achieving the title of the strongest in the history of the 3,000 Tao states. The Holy Square. Yun Qing grew nestled in Lin Howren's embrace, gazing up at the dark golden divine rankings in the heavens, her expression brimming with pride and joy. That is their son, their pride, Lin Chun. Lin Mieshing observed the unabashed couple and suddenly began to long for his long-lost wife, who had perished many epochs ago. If she were still here, she would undoubtedly be filled with pride and joy, for the ancient forest clan has birthed a truly extraordinary and unparalleled prodigy. At that moment, the light curtain that had just vanished from the heavens re-emerged. Lin Chen's figure was prominently displayed, yet this time the scene shifted from the ancient crimson battlefield to a desolate realm of chaos. Upon seeing the light curtain reappear, all beings held their breath. Focusing intently, now, Lin Chun was to challenge the ancestor of the demons, the ancestral dragon. Was he not? Demon God Continent. Countless demon powerhouses wore tense expressions, fearing the revelation of events that might shatter their worldview. They were aware of the existence of the ancestor of the demons, the being they held in the highest regard within their inherited memories. In their understanding, the ancestral dragon, the ancestor of the demons, was invincible, an entity beyond defeat. Yet now, for reasons unknown, they felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. An inability to suppress it was as if they feared witnessing their revered ancestor of the demons being vanquished by the divine son of the ancient forest clan. Lin Chun, in a battle of equals. Such a sentiment was utterly absurd. How could their exalted ancestor of the demons be defeated by a mere human in the same realm, no matter how absurd it may seem? This sensation continues to resurface, growing ever more intense in the Tower of the Gods. At the 98th level, Lin Chun surveyed his surroundings, raising an eyebrow. The place he found himself in resembled a primordial universe, one devoid of life. Everything appeared in its most nascent form, yet to undergo the true transformation into a genuine world. Is this truly the birthplace of the ancestral dragon, the second-ranked being on the divine beasts list? Suddenly, a thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the boundless chaos, capturing Lin Chen's attention. He could distinctly discern that this roar was unlike any he had previously encountered. While it sounded familiar, the differences were profound. This particular roar was more pure, more natural, as if it were meant to be so, unlike other roars that felt forced and contrived. Before the echo of the roar faded, a colossal silver-gray dragon, stretching for miles, soared towards him, sprawling across the chaotic expanse. The majestic dragon's head turned, gazing down at the infinitesimal Lin Chun, its voice emanating a natural nobility. "You are the challenger who dares to confront me?" Its body was immense yet remarkably agile, exuding unparalleled strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Chun took a deep breath and slightly cupped his hands in respect. "I am Lin Chun. Greetings to the ancestral dragon." As the progenitor of all demons, the first ancestral dragon deserved the utmost reverence. This was no mere ruffian. This was a truly magnificent entity. The ancestral dragon lowered its head, scrutinizing Lin Chun with keen interest, and remarked, "Lin Chun, I can see your remarkable strength. Your foundation in this realm is unparalleled. Even I cannot find any faults in you. You are indeed qualified to challenge me." Its tone was filled with pride and an undeniable sense of entitlement. Yet it evoked no irritation. Much like its roar, it seemed as though it were simply meant to be. Lin Chun grinned, his chaotic battle armor manifesting instantly, while the heavenly slashing blade appeared in his grasp, his internal spiritual energy surging forth. Then, "Esteemed ancestral dragon, please enlighten me." Chapter 45. Confronting the ancestral dragon. A battle of equals. "Esteemed ancestral dragon, it is time to determine a victor." As the words left his lips, an overwhelming pressure erupted from Lin Chen's form, capable of instilling dread in even the most powerful of beings at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. In an instant, this pressure spread throughout the chaotic surroundings, enveloping the colossal figure of the ancestral dragon as well. Under this oppressive weight, the dragon felt its immense body suddenly grow heavier, as if a tremendous force bore down upon it. Yet, the ancestral dragon exhibited no sign of concern. Rather, an expression of exhilaration graced its features. Indeed, in this realm, you can exert such formidable pressure upon me. Very impressive. It seems that this time, I may truly find the thrill of battle. With that, a pure dragon's roar erupted. Resonating for miles, within the roar, Lin Chen's pressure shattered, establishing a balance of power. He had never before felt such intensity from a being of equal standing. Never? Lin Chen was the first, as he sensed the destructive potency within the dragon's roar. He could not help but smile with excitement. Undoubtedly, the ancestral dragon was far more powerful and terrifying than the likes of anyone else. While others may boast of their innate talents, in truth, they often overestimated themselves, blinded by arrogance. Just from this single dragon's roar, the distinction in strength was palpable. Compared to the ancestral dragon, who ascended long before the likes of others, they were mere children. Without hesitation, Lin Chen connected his chaotic spiritual energy to the gates within him that had been opened. In the presence of the ancestral dragon, he held nothing back. This was a sign of respect not only for the dragon but for himself as well. In an instant, Lin Chen's pressure surged dramatically, achieving a transformative leap. Sensing Lin Chen's growing aura, the ancestral dragon ceased its observation and initiated its assault. Its authoritative voice resonated. Its massive body coiled. Lin Chen, I hope you can provide me with a true challenge. With a surge, silver-gray chaotic energy erupted from the dragon's body, and its tail descended with tremendous force. Though it was merely a tail strike, the sheer size of the ancestral dragon rendered all spaces around Lin Chen sealed off, obscuring his vision. Even within the boundless chaos, the space was torn apart by the overwhelming might of the dragon's tail, revealing rifts that exuded an unknown essence. Lin Chen gazed up at the descending dragon's tail, reminiscent of a towering pillar, and smiled. Fear not, esteemed predecessor. I will not only entertain you, but I shall defeat you. As he spoke, he advanced rather than retreating, stepping forward to launch an attack, slicing upwards at the colossal tail. The first slash of the primordial 9 cuts, with a hum, a silver-gray blade of light, imbued with the power of unknown principles, sliced through everything in its path, directly striking the dragon's tail. Present, Lin Chen could only execute the first 5 slashes of the primordial 9 cuts, as he lacked the cultivation to perform the latter 4 due to insufficient spiritual energy. However, these initial 5 slashes were more than adequate for the current battle. Clang, 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 boom. In the next moment, a series of metallic clashes echoed through the chaos. The silver-gray blade of light, spanning 100 feet, still fell short against the enormity of the dragon's tail. Upon striking the equally silver-gray tail, only a series of reverberations and sparks emerged. Even as the blade's power waned, it merely left a few white marks on the dragon's scales, failing to breach its defenses. Yet, the ancestral dragon seemed to have anticipated this entirely, using the residual force to pivot its massive body, its claws tearing through the chaos as they lunged at Lin Chen. The force of this claw strike guaranteed only one outcome for any celestial realm peak expert: death. Like the ancestral dragon, Lin Chen harbored no expectation that his first strike would yield results. After delivering the blow, he swiftly maneuvered to another position, striking again. The second slash of the primordial 9 cuts. This slash bore significantly greater power than the previous one. Boom! The clash between the dragon's claw and the blade of light resulted in a thunderous explosion, still yielding an equal outcome. Witnessing this, Lin Chen and the ancestral dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Their bodies danced, engaging in a series of exchanges. Boom, bang, bang, boom. Within the boundless chaos, the figures of Lin Chen and the ancestral dragon continually shifted positions. With each location they occupied, the space would be torn apart, leaving it irreparable for an extended period. Despite their disproportionate sizes, Lin Chen did not find himself at a disadvantage in their clash. Almost every encounter concluded in a stalemate, with neither party yielding ground. Only occasionally did one gain the upper hand, marking victories and losses in their exchanges. Initially, Lin Shen relied solely on his blade techniques for combat, but as the battle progressed, he gradually unleashed his most adept fist techniques. Gradually, visible scars began to appear on both Lin Shen and the ancestral dragon, their energies starting to waver. Yet, neither Lin Shen nor the ancestral dragon paused. Both bore expressions of exhilaration as they continued their fierce exchanges. They had never before encountered such formidable opponents within the same realm. This time, they sought the thrill of battle. Even Lin Shen, in the present moment, had forgotten about victory or defeat, lost in the excitement of the struggle. Oblivious to the fact that he was merely facing an illusion within the Tower of the Gods. He only knew that he was fighting, battling against an adversary of equal standing, engaging in a contest with a peerless prodigy. Boom! An hour passed, and the boundless chaos bore witness to the traces of Lin Shen and the ancestral dragon's fierce conflict. Throughout this hour, neither Lin Shen nor the ancestral dragon paused for even a moment. Clashing nearly every instant. Even with their immense reserves of power, their current states began to wane. Yet, despite this, the fervor of their battle remained undiminished, even more intense than at the outset in one clash. Lin Shen's form was sent retreating several dozen miles. Steadying himself, he wore a look of sheer exhilaration. Visible to the naked eye were the marks of claws that had torn at him and the impacts of the dragon's tail, leaving him looking quite battered. This was his first true battle of exhilaration against an equal in the same realm. No one had ever compelled him to fight with such intensity, leaving him momentarily unable to secure victory. Even against previous foes, he had barely begun to take the battle seriously when it was over. Now, aside from the power of his unmatched dual pupils remaining unactivated, he had employed every combat technique and mystical art at his disposal. Yet, even so, he stood on equal footing with the ancestral dragon. In the distance, the colossal form of the ancestral dragon also recoiled, adjusting its position within the endless chaos, and then called out, "Lin Shen, you are formidable, extremely formidable. My physical form is unparalleled, stronger than any constitution. Yet, you have endured this prolonged confrontation without your body shattering, merely sustaining minor injuries. You stand as the most impressive prodigy I have ever encountered." The unabashed praise echoed throughout the vast chaos. At this moment, some of the dragon's scales had fallen away, revealing flesh beneath. For the ancestral dragon, it was merely a trickle of blood, yet it coalesced into a stream within the boundless chaos. This illustrated that even after their recent clash, the ancestral dragon bore wounds. Lin Shen, upon hearing this, felt an inexplicable sense of astonishment. Though be so lauded by the progenitor of all demons, he surely must be the first in history. Yet, he harbored no false modesty. This commendation, he Lin Shen, was deserving of. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shen grinned. "Thank you, esteemed Zulong, for your kind words. However, Zulong, it is time for us to determine the victor." With that said, the unparalleled dual pupils that had been refined re-emerged, exuding waves of terrifying power, as if numerous celestial bodies were about to descend upon this realm. Chapter 46. A battle without reserves, a joyous confrontation. Esteemed predecessor, prepare to be enlightened. The awe of all beings was palpable. At that moment, Lin Shen's imposing presence surged to its zenith. Everything around seemed to buckle under the overwhelming force of Lin Shen's explosive state. Zulong sensed the renewed might emanating from Lin Shen, and for the first time, a look of gravity graced his features. In the face of an adversary of equal standing, he had just regarded Lin Shen's state as supreme. Now, this pinnacle had once again ascended, transforming into a formidable sense of trepidation. Throughout this battle, he had not anticipated that Lin Shen still held back. He had already unleashed his full strength. It was only through exerting all his abilities that he had managed to match Lin Shen evenly. Now, with Lin Shen revealing yet another hidden card, did it not imply that Lin Shen's overall strength had surpassed his? At this moment, Zulong genuinely regarded Lin Shen as his greatest foe. Previously, he had viewed Lin Shen merely as a rival of equal footing, never contemplating that this equal opponent might surpass him. Steeling himself, Zulong's authoritative voice resonated through the boundless chaos. "Lin Shen, I did not expect you to have such a hidden advantage. You truly excel at creating surprises for others." Lin Shen, wielding the celestial blade, smiled faintly. "Esteemed Zulong, this is not a surprise. I had stated before the battle commenced that my challenge was not solely for your enjoyment, but to defeat you. Esteemed predecessor, prepare to be enlightened. Buzz. The myriad realms rise and fall. Within the unparalleled dual pupils, celestial bodies no longer appeared as mere illusions, but manifested as substantial stars. Boom, boom, boom. Celestial bodies, nearly the same size as Zulong, descended, firmly locking him in place. Simultaneously, Lin Chun swung the celestial blade, unleashing the mightiest strike he could muster. The 9th slash of primordial chaos, the 5th slash. To execute such formidable divine abilities, one requires not only spiritual energy but also a powerful physique. At present, Lin Chun could only summon the strength to perform the 5th slash, whether in terms of physical prowess or spiritual energy, coupled with the unknown essence derived from the fusion of various profound powers. The force of this strike was sufficient to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Moreover, his idle left hand was not at rest. As the celestial blade descended, it simultaneously delivered a punch towards Zulong, who was ensnared by the stars. Chaotic fist, boom. At this moment, Lin Chun truly unleashed the most potent threefold divine abilities he had ever wielded in his life. Sensing the immense power carried by these three divine abilities, Zulong's colossal dragon form tensed instantly. He recognized that any one of these three techniques could not be underestimated. Taking even a single hit would result in severe injury. He had to fend off all three simultaneously, or he would perish. The sensation of life and death hanging in the balance was refreshingly novel for Zulong. Indeed, he had never experienced such a feeling before. Since his birth in the boundless chaos, he had always been invincible. Whether against foes of the same realm or those who transcended it, he had been indisputably the strongest. Yet now, facing a cultivator of equal standing, he felt an unprecedented and enormous threat. The threat of death. Under the immense pressure of life and death, Zulong's emotions became increasingly exhilarated, almost frenzied. Ha ha ha. Excellent. What a novel sensation. It is truly, ineffably delightful, boundless, pure chaotic energy erupted from Zulong's form, enveloping everything around him. This chaotic energy was the purest manifestation of his power, the very essence of his strength in battle. He typically derived ordinary chaotic energy from this primordial chaotic force. Yet now, he directly summoned this primal chaotic energy. If Lin Chun was giving his all, then he would spare no effort to ensure that this unprecedented battle reached a glorious culmination. Rumble, bang, bang, bang. The clash of endless pure chaotic energy with the three divine abilities produced resounding explosions akin to the birth of the cosmos. The terrifying aftershocks rippled for thousands of miles, devastating everything in their wake. The figures of Lin Chun and Zulong vanished amidst the silver-gray energy waves generated by the collision, leaving their whereabouts unknown. Outside the Tower of Gods, all the prodigious talents gasped in unison, their eyes fixated on the luminous screen in the heavens, awaiting the revelation of the outcome. The recent fierce battle had left them breathless, rendering them oblivious to everything else. It was exhilarating. Even though they were not the ones fighting, they felt a profound exhilaration. Such a battle was the epitome of a true clash of titans. Powerful beings like Yin Luoxia, Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and Ao Tianjun wore expressions of deep admiration. Although they had not abandoned the thought of pursuing or challenging Lin Chun, their sentiments now were filled solely with profound respect. Such an existence was indeed a prodigy of heaven-defying caliber, an unparalleled genius unseen since ancient times. Not only were these prodigies in awe, but countless powerful figures from various factions across the 3,000 realms were equally astonished. To battle Zulong to such an extent, and even seemingly gain the upper hand towards the end, was a feat beyond belief. What was supposed to be a confrontation at the level of the ninefold cataclysm surpassed all battles in the heavenly realm. This encounter had truly opened their eyes. In the demon god continent, silence reigned. Countless demon clan powerhouses wore expressions of bewilderment. The mighty Lord Zulong, an invincible presence among his peers, was actually locked in a stalemate with Lin Chun. In the final moments, he had even resorted to unleashing his primordial power. Could it be that their supreme ancestor of the demon clan was about to be defeated? Chapter 47. Defeating Zulong, ascending to second place on the divine rankings. Preparing for battle, the Dao ancestor. In the past, the powerful beings of various demon clans had never considered that the first progenitor of the demon race, birthed by the heavens and earth, Lord Zulong, could be defeated by another in the same realm. The first being of creation, the inaugural demon progenitor, how could he ever be vanquished by someone of equal standing? Absurd. Yet now, before the very eyes of all demon clan powerhouses, it seemed he truly was on the verge of defeat, to be vanquished by Lin Chun, who had recently broken his seal after 3,000 years in a confrontation of equals. Although they were not entirely certain of the final outcome within the Tower of Gods, they understood that the Lord Zulong, who had unleashed all his primordial might to engage in battle, would surely suffer grave injuries, if not worse. As long as Lin Chun maintained his superior state, he could still defeat their once invincible Lord Zulong. Within the hearts of all demon clan powerhouses, an indescribable emotion emerged. The descendants surpassing the ancient champions should be a cause for celebration among all beings in the 3,000 realms. Yet the one being surpassed was their progenitor, the exalted Zulong. The nature of this sentiment was one only they could comprehend. Within the luminous screen, the boundless silver-gray energy waves continued to spread. The entire screen was awash with a silver-gray glow, rendering the internal scene completely obscured. In the 3,000 realms, whether mortals, powerful cultivators, or quasi-emperor guardians stationed in forbidden zones, all awaited. They awaited the dissipation of the energy waves within the screen, yearning for the restoration of clarity to the images depicted. As time flowed, finally, after a brief interval, the images within the screen gradually came into focus. Amidst the endless chaos, now in a state of ruin, the initial beauty had long since vanished. Yet no one took notice of this. The attention of all beings across the 3,000 realms was solely fixated on the two figures, one large and one small. Within the shattered chaos, upon Zulong's massive silver-gray dragon form, the once resilient scales were nearly stripped away, surrounded by a crimson luminescence. That was his blood, so plentiful that it had converged into a sea of crimson within the boundless chaos. His once mighty aura had become disordered, verging on extreme weakness. Only the oppressive presence of being Zulong allowed him to remain standing proudly within the unbounded chaos, concealing any signs of degradation. Not far from Zulong's head, Lin Chen's diminutive figure stood, having sheathed his blade. In stark contrast to Zulong's dismal condition, Lin Chen appeared significantly better off. The silver-gray chaotic armor radiated a dazzling brilliance, while the black celestial blade retained its enduring dark glow. His form remained unscathed, limbs intact, with only his long hair, now freed from constraints, dancing wildly in the residual waves. Lin Chen's aura, though slightly disordered, showed no signs of diminishing. The disparity in their conditions was evident. Observing the scenes within the luminous screen, beings across the 3,000 realms shared a singular thought. The outcome was determined. Lin Chun was on the verge of creating a miraculous legend, defeating the second-ranked ancestor of all demons. Zulong, within the same realm, in the demon god continent, numerous demon clan powerhouses, who had harbored a flicker of hope, found themselves compelled to extinguish their final expectations upon witnessing the unfolding scene. All demon clan powerhouses involuntarily uttered a mournful cry. Lord Zulong is about to be defeated. The morale of the entire demon clan plummeted to a chilling low in an instant. Tower of the Gods, 98th floor. Lin Chun, gripping the heaven-slaying blade and adorned in silver-gray chaotic battle armor, continued to exude an aura of enhanced combat power. As he opened the door, he gazed ahead, observing the somewhat weakened visage of the Ancestor Dragon, and broke into a smile. Ancestor Dragon, how did you find those divine abilities just now? It appears that a remarkable figure has emerged in the later generations. I admit my defeat. Within the same realm, you surpass me in strength. Those three divine techniques earlier could sweep through the same realm with a single strike, effortlessly toppling even stronger beings. Yet you wield three simultaneously and can unleash them with ease. Go be bested by you. I bear no resentment. His voice carried no trace of bitterness, only profound admiration. The praise from the Ancestor Dragon made Lin Chen's smile grow even more radiant. This was indeed a formidable being, the true progenitor of all demons. Receiving such commendation from him was exceedingly rare. Even he felt an involuntary sense of joy. You flatter me, Ancestor Dragon. The Ancestor Dragon shook his head earnestly. I do not flatter. I speak the truth. Your innate combat prowess surpasses even the unparalleled emperors of my era. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the challenge. No sooner had he spoken than the ancestor dragon's aura seemed to shatter, rapidly diminishing. Even his colossal form began to waver between illusion and reality, continuously dissipating. Witnessing this, Lin Qin took a deep breath, stowed away his chaotic battle armor and the heaven-slaying blade, and released the state of 8 gates of Duanjia. Steadying himself, he solemnly clasped his hands in salute to the dissipating ancestor dragon. Junior Lin Qin, bid farewell to ancestor dragon. Upon hearing Lin Qin's words, the ancestor dragon smiled with satisfaction. Lin Qin, I look forward to our next meeting. I hope we can have another battle then. As the words barely left his mouth, the ancestor dragon's vast form, stretching for thousands of miles, completely vanished into the boundless chaos. Lin Qin could not help but sigh softly at this scene. He wondered when he would meet Ancestor Dragon again. It was evident that the Ancestor Dragon was a magnanimous powerhouse, one who bore no ill will for his defeat. Such a formidable being was truly worthy of being his comrade. Rest assured, Ancestor Dragon, in the future, we shall have another chance to battle. At that moment, the fragmented chaos transformed into a blank space, reminiscent of the previous scene. Simultaneously, an awe-inspiring voice resonated throughout the empty space, announcing the results of the challenge. Challenger Lin Qin, congratulations on successfully passing the 98th floor of the Tower of the Gods, securing the second position on the Divine ranking. You have accumulated a total of 98 blessings from the Heavenly Tao, gaining an additional 1 million miles of fortune. May I ask, Challenger Lin Qin, do you wish to continue your ascent in the tower? Lin Qin raised an eyebrow at this, surprised. If his memory served him correctly, he previously had only 50,000 miles of fortune. How was it that after successfully clearing one floor of the Tower of the Gods, it had doubled to 1 million miles? Was it true that the 98th floor alone granted him a reward of 500,000 miles of fortune? This reward was rather excessive. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lin Qin smiled widely without hesitation. I choose to continue ascending the tower, challenging the guardian of the 99th floor of the Tower of the Gods. Tao Ancestor, however, before that, I require a half-hour to recuperate. I shall commence the challenge after that. The battle against the Ancestor Dragon had drained him significantly, necessitating a proper recovery. More importantly, in that evenly matched confrontation, he had garnered many new insights into combat. He believed that once he digested these insights, his combat power would experience another elevation. The spatial passage to the 99th floor of the Tower of the Gods has now opened. Challenger Lin Qin, please enter within half an hour. Chapter 48. In the ocean of lotus flowers, Tao Ancestor sits cross-legged on a cyan lotus platform. The authoritative voice resounded. A black spatial passage materialized beside him. Lin Qin cast a glance at it before disregarding it, choosing instead to sit cross-legged on the spot. With a thought, he summoned numerous top-grade spirit stones and rare treasures from his storage ring, beginning to recover his depleted state. Concurrently, he multitasked, digesting the combat insights gleaned from his earlier battle with the Ancestor Dragon. In the external world, within the 3,000 states, at the deepest part of the sky, the supreme voice of the heavenly Tao rang out as the enormous light curtain dissipated. The scion of the ancient forest clan, Lin Qin, has cleared the 98th floor of the Tower of the Gods, ascending to the second rank on the divine ranking. The blessings of the heavenly Tao have accumulated 98 times, granting an additional 1 million miles of fortune. Buzz. No sooner had the announcement concluded than the dark golden divine ranking trembled high above, causing the rankings to shift. Lin Qin's name, previously in third place, suddenly moved forward, pushing the Ancestor Dragon down a position. The Ancestor Dragon fell from second to third place on the divine ranking. At this moment, the rankings displayed: first on the divine ranking, Tao Ancestor; second on the divine ranking, Ancient Forest Clan, Lin Qin. Countless powerful beings and myriad creatures, upon hearing the proclamation of the heavenly Tao and witnessing the new changes on the divine ranking, fell into a profound silence. They were not devoid of emotional fluctuations. Rather, the intensity of their emotions rendered them speechless. This was the Ancestor Dragon, the progenitor of all demons, a powerful entity who established the cultivation system of the demon race. To witness him defeated, right before their eyes, by the scion of the ancient forest clan, Lin Qin, was unfathomable. At that moment, the most profound silence enveloped the entire state of demon god. Powerful beings from various demon clans bore the same sorrowful expressions. The ancestor dragon had fallen. He had truly fallen. Even the proclamation of the heavenly Tao could not quell their disbelief. Within the forbidden zone of the demon god state, thunderous roars erupted. Boom, bang, bang. Rumble, numerous quasi-emperor-level demon beings erupted with all their might, launching frenzied assaults on the forbidden zone. Each time those forbidden zone creatures failed to emerge, they were obliterated from within. Even though many were powerful beings of the divine realm, they remained feeble in the presence of quasi-emperors. After a while of venting, the quasi-emperor beings felt slightly relieved. They did not blame the ancestor dragon for his loss. Rather, they blamed themselves for their inability to accept the reality. The ancestor dragon was undoubtedly strong. But Lin Chun, that monstrous youth, was even more so. It was simply unreasonable, an unworldly freak. Who among them at the third level of the ninefold catastrophe could unleash the power to annihilate peak divine realm beings? No, not merely peak divine realm beings. Even ordinary sage realm experts would likely find it challenging to contend with Lin Qian at the third level of the ninefold catastrophe. Across the 3,000 states and within various forbidden zones, the quasi-emperor level human beings differed from those of the demon race. They did not unleash their frustrations upon the forbidden zones, but remained in quiet contemplation. Occasionally, they would act to eliminate any forbidden zone creatures that emerged, preventing them from wreaking havoc in the world. They were torn, grappling with how to make a choice. Should they invest the full strength of humanity in cultivating Lin Chen, enabling him to achieve the status of an emperor before eradicating the forbidden zones? This appeared to be the best decision, the most beneficial choice for humanity and the entirety of the 3,000 states. However, such a course of action would necessitate persuading the demon race, urging their quasi-emperors to join in. This was one aspect. The second was that such a choice would be profoundly unfair to the other prodigious talents. Among them were ancient freaks who had secluded themselves since the end of the ancient era, as well as those from the distant, ancient, and recent eras. They had chosen seclusion in anticipation of a golden age, waiting for the opportunity to achieve emperor status. Now that they had finally awaited this chance, they were to be told that they could no longer compete, that the opportunity must be relinquished to another. Even if this decision was advantageous for the entire 3,000 states, it remained exceedingly unfair to these prodigious talents. Amidst the turmoil of the quasi-emperor beings, time passed swiftly, and soon half an hour had elapsed in the Tower of the Gods. Within the blank space, as the half-hour mark approached, Lin Chun slowly opened his eyes. After the passage of time, not only had he fully restored his state, but he had also digested his combat insights. Should he engage in another battle with the ancestor dragon now, he would likely find victory much easier. With that thought, Lin Qian directed his gaze toward the black spatial passage, a glimmer of light flickering in his pupils. Then let us continue ascending the tower. The creator of the human cultivation method. The unparalleled freak, Tao ancestor. As the Tao ancestor of humanity, I presume, he must be remarkably strong, right? Though he mused this, he hesitated not a moment, stepping forward and vanishing into the black spatial passage. Concurrently, in the heavens above the 3,000 states, a new colossal light curtain materialized. The scene within depicted an ethereal ocean of lotus flowers. Countless pristine white lotus flowers adorned the endless ocean, and at the very center of this lotus sea stood a cyan lotus platform, upon which sat a man dressed in a cyan robe, meditating with his eyes closed. Surrounding the man, everything appeared serene and natural, imbued with exquisite beauty. He appeared as though he had become one with nature. Nature was him, and he was the embodiment of all laws of nature. The myriad beings of the 3,000 realms gazed upon the figure of a man clad in a cyan robe, seated in meditation upon a lotus pedestal, their expressions becoming solemn. This individual was none other than the foremost among the divine rankings, the ancestral master of the human race. Buzz. Not far from the lotus pedestal, Lin Chen's figure materialized out of thin AI. In an instant, Lin Chen noticed the presence of the man in the cyan robe and fixed his gaze upon him. The man in the cyan robe seemed to sense Lin Chen's arrival as well, opening his eyes and offering a subtle smile. You are the tower challenger, are you not? Chapter 49. Aligning with the heavenly Tao. To master the heavenly Tao, one merely needs to think, and the Tao moves. His voice was gentle, akin to a soothing balm for the soul, evoking an involuntary fondness. Even the endless lotuses bloomed more vibrantly in response. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen adjusted his robe and solemnly cupped his hands in greeting towards the robed figure. I am Lin Chen of the future, honored to meet the Tao ancestor. The robed man paused, momentarily taken aback by Lin Chen's words, and echoed, Tao ancestor? You address me as Tao ancestor? He could not recall ever possessing such a title. While he was indeed remarkable, having become the leader of the human race across the 3,000 realms at a tender age, he distinctly remembered not being known as the Tao ancestor. Lin Chen continued, somewhat puzzled. Before you, no one among the 3,000 realms was capable of true cultivation. At most, one could temper their body using beast blood, resulting in a mere crude enhancement. The strength derived from such methods could only contend with wild beasts and was utterly inadequate against the myriad races. As for authentic methods of qi refinement, there were none to be found. Was it not you who pioneered the true cultivation method for humanity, leading to our flourishing? Indeed, I am called Tao Ancestor. For you have established the cultivation methods for our people, Lin Chen declared. You have enabled humanity to thrive, to stand tall, and even dominate the 3,000 realms. The Tao ancestor differed from the ancestor of demons. The latter was the progenitor of the demon race, while the former deserved greater reverence from humanity. Without the cultivation methods bestowed upon humanity by the Tao ancestor, in ages long past, the human race would have remained weak, relegated to being mere prey among the myriad races. It is no exaggeration to say that it was the Tao ancestor who truly allowed humanity to rise within the 3,000 realms. The robed man was now fully attentive, nodding in understanding that I see now. You call me Tao ancestor for this reason. However, as the ancestor of all paths, I am unworthy of such a title. While I did indeed establish the methods of qi refinement for humanity, your current cultivation practices diverge from those I originally created. They appear more refined. It seems that, in the future, there will be formidable individuals who will further enhance the cultivation methods of humanity. This is splendid. If I am to be called Tao Ancestor, then those who perfect the methods of cultivation are equally deserving of the title. With that, the robed man slowly rose, his countenance reflecting satisfaction. Lin Chen could not help but feel a deep respect for this great being who had established the cultivation methods for humanity. Allowing them to truly stand tall, yet remain so humble point, one could not help but affirm that the title of Tao Ancestor was truly well-deserved. Without waiting for Lin Chen's response, the robed man waved his hand. Smiling, by the way, you have come to challenge me, seeking to surpass me, yes? Well, I too wish to test the strength of the newly refined cultivation methods of humanity. However, I would prefer if you refrained from calling me Tao Ancestor. Since we are to engage in battle, let us be friends on this path. My name is Li Er. You may simply call me by my name. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's brow danced in astonishment. What did you say? Did I hear that correctly? Li Er. Is this not the Tao Ancestor himself? What brings him here? Li Er? The robed man, Li Er, nodded in delight. That sounds much more agreeable. Lin Chen, shall we begin? As he spoke, an aura emanated from Li Er's form, one that seemed to embody nature itself. This aura was immensely powerful, enough to instill fear in any peak cultivator of the heavenly realm. Yet, despite its strength, it was not oppressive. Rather, it harmonized with the heavens. The ebb and flow of his presence infused with the essence of the Dao. It was as if the Tao was Li Er. And Li Er was the Tao. Is this what it means to be the Tao Ancestor? The methods of cultivation he possessed were ancient, lacking the refinement and power of contemporary practices. Yet, the sensation Li Er exuded was akin to confronting the very rules of existence. This feeling transcended mere strength. To engage in battle with him would be tantamount to opposing the heavenly Tao itself, to stand against the entirety of the world. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen set aside all thoughts irrelevant to battle. What he ought to do now was to unleash his full potential and engage in a duel with Tao Ancestor Li Er. At the same level, then, Tao friendly Er, let us fight. No sooner had he spoken than, with a mere thought, the chaos battle armor enveloped him, the blade of heaven appearing in his grasp. Simultaneously, he connected his spiritual energy to the 8 gates of transcendence. Amplifying his combat prowess in an instant, Lin Chen unleashed his full strength, reaching a state of peak power, in stark contrast to Li Er's harmonious nature. Lin Chen's aura was forceful and imposing, exerting pressure upon the heavens as though he alone constituted a realm unto himself. Rending, as the two auras collided, the surrounding space fractured continuously, revealing gaping, menacing rifts of blackness. The lotuses in the sea of flowers swayed in response to the ripples of energy, shielded by Li Er's aura. Otherwise, the entire expanse of lotus flowers would have been obliterated. Noticing this, Li Er frowned slightly, raising his gaze to the sky. Lin Chun, let us battle above. We would not want to ruin these lovely lotuses. I have quite an affection for this sea of flowers, he added. Lin Chen smiled in response. Why not? As he spoke, he took the lead, soaring toward the heavens. His aura erupted, extending for thousands of miles without causing any harm to the lotuses. Perfectly dissipating his power, Li Er observed this with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. You are indeed a commendable ally. Before he could finish speaking, Li Er vanished from his position, leaving no trace. Whoosh, high above, the sea of flowers appeared no larger than a fist. With only the roaring winds remaining, buzz, 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 Lin Chen and Li Er stood thousands of miles apart, their auras no longer restrained, tearing apart the space within a vast radius. Everything was rendered non-existent under the oppressive weight of their energies. Li Er smiled, expressing his admiration. Your Tao is formidable. The intensity of your spiritual power is the strongest I have ever witnessed. It seems the cultivation practices of the future have indeed reached a pinnacle. However, though my methods may seem a bit crude, they encompass the essence of the Tao, allowing for the empowerment of heavenly forces. Your Tao establishes itself within the heavens, while my Tao commands the heavens. Rumble. As he concluded, the gentle pressure emanating from Li Er transformed into a violent tempest. The very rules of the surrounding heavens became unruly in that moment. Lin Chun felt as if the very fabric of existence was pressing down upon him, attempting to expel him from this realm. Or rather, it felt as though it sought to erase him. It was as if he were anathema to the heavens, marked for annihilation. This sensation tightened Lin Chen's heart immediately. So this is the true essence of Li Er's Tao. His path is not merely to align with the heavens, but as he stated, to master the heavens. The heavenly Tao conforms to my will. And it can also become tumultuous, imbued with a murderous intent. Lin Chen realized that the cultivation methods pioneered by Li Er and passed down through the generations had likely been simplified. For the overwhelming force Li Er now unleashed was far beyond the ancient methods of humanity. Even the practices of their current era paled in comparison. Of course, this was not due to Li Er's withholding of knowledge, but because the essence of his Tao was too challenging to cultivate, rendering it inaccessible to most. Thus, he had simplified his own teachings for the benefit of humanity, tightening his grip on the blade of heaven. Lin Chen's expression grew serious, revealing an unprecedented determination. Tao-friendly air, let us engage in battle, buzz. A melodious chime of the blade echoed throughout the heavens. Chapter 50. The ability to comprehend all, true mastery of the power of rules. Battle. The silvery gray blade light, imbued with the essence of unknown principles, traversed the void, swiftly approaching Li Er. Standing casually in the skies, Li Er merely smiled at the impending blade light. This strike is commendable, but it possesses an excess of power, resulting in a significant reduction of its efficacy. More critically, there lies a fatal flaw with that. Just before the silvery gray blade light could descend upon him, he extended a finger and lightly tapped a specific point on the blade light. Clang! With a sound reminiscent of metal clashing, the formidable energy of the silvery gray blade light abruptly faltered. In an instant, it deflated like a punctured balloon, losing all its power. Ultimately, the now powerless blade light descended upon Li Er, failing to even ruffle the fabric of his robe. The entire exchange was executed with effortless grace, devoid of any semblance of panic, exuding an air of complete control. Lin Chun prepared for his next assault. He beheld this scene. Truthfully, deep within, he felt a twinge of astonishment. For had he been in Li Er's position, he would not have been able to maintain such calmness in that moment, though he did not employ any supernatural techniques. He infused all the power of the profound principles into his strike. Normally, such a blow would possess the might sufficient to obliterate a peak expert of the heavenly realm in an instant. Yet, this formidable strike was effortlessly countered by Li Er with merely a thread of spiritual energy. However, the shock lasted but a fleeting instant. Soon after, Lin Chen grasped the underlying reason. exhaling a breath of turbid air. Lin Qin did not hesitate to express his admiration. Truly, he is the Tao ancestor. In the realm of spiritual energy manipulation, I find myself lacking. He has become one with the Tao, mastering the heavens and the earth. Perceiving the attacks of his foes through the lens of cosmic principles, indeed, he discerned that Li Er had utilized the power of these principles to uncover the soul flaw in that strike. A seemingly casual attack, imbued with the essence of the profound principles, possessed only a singular flaw, which is already a remarkable feat, yet it was precisely this solitary flaw that enabled Li Er to achieve the recent spectacle. Li Er, unperturbed by Lin Qin's discerning eye, merely smiled. My friend Lin Qin possesses keen insight. Shall we continue? With that, he remained casually poised, seemingly awaiting Lin Qin's next assault. Observing this, Lin Qin smiled knowingly. I, Lin Qin, shall not fall into the same trap twice. Be cautious, my friendly heir, for my next offensive shall be formidable. Without hesitation, Lin Qin stepped forward and once more wielded his celestial slashing blade. This time, he did not strike carelessly but employed his innate blade technique. The primordial 9 slashes first form a resounding hum. A silver-gray blade aura, infused with the essence of the primordial, soared forth from the celestial slashing blade, swiftly traversing dozens of miles to reach Li Er. Since Li Er could unveil the flaws in his opponent's strikes through the mastery of cosmic principles, Lin Qin resolved to ensure his attack bore no flaws, with no vulnerabilities to exploit. Let us see how Li Er intends to unravel the situation. Initially, Li Er bore a calm smile, but as he beheld Lin Qin strike, that smile vanished instantaneously. There were no flaws. He sensed not a single imperfection in Lin Qin's current assault. This was, indeed, a flawless display of supernatural prowess. Li Er dared not ponder further. Energy surged around him, and in an instant, he conjured an invisible shield of cosmic principles before him. Boom! In the next moment, the flawless silver-gray blade aura collided with the colorless shield of principles. Unleashing a thunderous roar, crack, with the sound of shattering, the shield of principles crumbled into nothingness. The power within the silver-gray blade aura was entirely expended in the mutual annihilation of their forces. The residual shockwaves sent Li Er's Tao robe fluttering wildly. Yet, Li Er paid no heed to this. His gaze was fixed intently upon Lin Qin, his eyes finally aflame with fervent battle intent. Excellent, remarkable, to wield a perfectly flawless strike with mere gestures. Surely, you can now unleash such impeccable attacks at will? He spoke, eagerly awaiting Lin Qin's response. Standing resolute with his blade, Lin Qin smiled with delight. Indeed, that previous attack was flawless. As long as I desire it, every subsequent strike in our duel shall be executed without a single flaw. For 2.5 years, he had diligently honed this ability. After enduring such rigorous training, he had finally mastered the capacity to deliver supernatural attacks with complete fluidity and devoid of any vulnerabilities. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. I have awaited the arrival of a true adversary, and today, that wish has been fulfilled. Until now, all his foes had been riddled with flaws, rendering their defeats decidedly unexciting. Today, he could finally engage in a genuine battle with one of such caliber. Li Er's hair and robe danced wildly, resonating with a majestic sound, exuding an extraordinary bravado. The aura emanating from him was more potent and ferocious than before, causing the surrounding space to become tumultuous, stirring the very fabric of the cosmos. Before his words had fully settled, Li Er ceased his laughter, stepping into the void with purpose, initiating his first offensive against Lin Qin. Why, friend Lin Qin, let us engage in a true battle. A punch was unleashed, accompanied by myriad principles of the universe, as though an entire realm surged forth, radiating immense power. Lin Qin, enveloped by this formidable pressure, displayed no hint of trepidation, but rather a beaming smile of exhilaration. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us relish this battle. He could distinctly perceive that Li Er had transformed the mastery of cosmic power from a gentle observation of his adversary's flaws into a genuine combat form. Harnessing the power of principles, he infused the very essence of the universe into himself to confront his opponent. As one moved, the principles of the heavens and the earth stirred in unison. This formidable opponent was undoubtedly the mightiest presence Lin Qin had faced within the same realm. Even the illustrious ancestor dragon seemed somewhat lacking. Fight! the two exclaimed in unison, transforming into streaks of light. Colliding with breathtaking intensity in an instant, the heavens themselves were ravaged, as if the very firmament were fracturing, rendering all laws non-existent. Chapter 51. The unexpected. The supreme being of the forbidden zone is awakening. The entire space, save for the untouched expanse of white lotus flowers below, had been utterly annihilated. The heavens above endured a cycle of destruction and reconstruction, and destruction and reconstruction, just as the space had begun to restore itself under the operation of world principles. It was once again torn asunder by the residual shockwaves from Lin Chun and Li Er's clash. An endless expanse of black void loomed, enveloping the entire world, as if the apocalypse were upon them. In this void, the silver-gray radiance of Lin Chun collided with the formless radiance of principles emanating from Li Er, neither yielding an inch, a true balance of power. Once both had fully unleashed their states, they remained locked in this combat form, unchanging, and it seemed as though they could continue this battle until the end of time. Beyond, in the 3,000 Dao provinces, ancient Dao lineages and formidable clans, countless powerful beings remained transfixed, observing the immense spectacle in the heavens, rendered speechless. Was this truly a battle between two cultivators of the 9th layer of catastrophe? Why did it feel as though the might of this combat surpassed that of ordinary Saint Realm experts? The imagery within the luminous screen projected by the heavenly Dao was extraordinarily profound. Any cultivator who immersed themselves in it could almost be said to be witnessing the battle firsthand. It was precisely this immersive sensation that left them utterly speechless. Such terrifying might, such cataclysmic collisions, were beyond the capabilities of even a 9th layer of catastrophe cultivator. Even those of the heavenly realm would find it impossible. Only those who had attained the saintly Dao, completely transcending the mundane, could achieve such a level. This meant that, in terms of power, the clash between Lin Xin and the Dao ancestor was akin to a battle between two Saint Realm experts. So terrifying, so extraordinary, so unfathomable. The Dao ancestor was one who had pioneered the cultivation methods for humanity, elevating the human race in its truest sense. With the cultivation of the 3rd layer of the 9th catastrophe, he possessed the combat prowess of the Saint Realm, a fact that, while outrageous, could still be begrudgingly accepted. After all, he was the Dao ancestor. That title alone explained everything. Yet what of Lin Xin? He was but an extraordinary talent of a later generation. Even though the powerful beings of the 3,000 Dao provinces had begun to accept Lin Xin's terrifying prowess, the sheer magnitude of it left them bewildered and struggling to comprehend. Outside the Tower of the Gods, even the most gifted individuals among the talent rankings gazed at Lin Xin with eyes filled with admiration and fervor. Indeed, fervor. They considered themselves exceptional prodigies, the very best among the best. Yet, facing Lin Xin, their hearts harbored not only the desire to challenge but also a deep-seated fervor. To battle alongside the Dao ancestor at the same level. Such a notion was beyond their wildest imaginations. No, more accurately, they would not dare to even consider such a thing. The Dao ancestor. He is the Dao ancestor, the very being who enabled humanity to cultivate. To engage him in battle would be akin to showing off one's skills in front of a master. After all, the entirety of the cultivation method was his creation. Yet now, Lin Xin had accomplished what they would not even dare to dream, and of course, it was not merely that Lin Xin had achieved this. It was that he was equally matched against the Dao ancestor in their battle. This was the very reason behind the profound fervor they now felt for Lin Xin. Moreover, a rather audacious thought began to take root in their hearts. Perhaps Lin Xin could, in this contest of equals, defeat the Dao ancestor and ascend to the top of the Tower of the Gods. This thought was exceedingly bold, verging on blasphemy. Yet it had taken root in their minds, proving impossible to shake off, only growing stronger. Previously, when Lin Xin faced the ancestor dragon, they had not even entertained the notion of Lin Xin winning. And yet, Lin Xin triumphed, defeating the ancestor dragon and claiming the position of second on the Tower of the Gods. Now, as Lin Xin faced the Dao ancestor, they still could not discern any advantages he possessed, let alone envisioning a victory. Yet it was precisely this mindset that heightened their urgency regarding Lin Xin's potential to overcome the Dao ancestor. Much like his battle with the ancestor dragon, Lin Xin might very well create yet another miracle, a new myth. Meanwhile, within the various forbidden zones, the quasi-emperor experts, already ensnared in their own dilemmas, found themselves even more conflicted. Such a choice was proving exceedingly challenging. Regardless of the choice made, it would be inequitable to the other party. Within the hearts of several quasi-emperor powerhouses, a notion began to take root. Since they found themselves entangled in indecision, believing that any choice would be flawed, why not allow Lin Chun to make the decision himself? This would not only grant Lin Chun the opportunity to voice his own will, but also relieve them of their inner turmoil. However, before they could solidify this idea, the quasi-emperors guarding the various forbidden zones simultaneously realized that the frequency of monstrous appearances within their domains had dramatically increased. It was not just one forbidden zone, but all 3,000 states seemed to have conspired, exhibiting the same phenomenon. Moreover, the strength of the emerging monsters had also escalated. Even some peak quasi-emperors could faintly sense a formidable aura awakening deep within the forbidden zones. That was the supreme of the forbidden zone. Were the supremes of the forbidden zone truly on the verge of awakening? This revelation prompted the quasi-emperors to cast aside all distractions and focus intently. If a supreme from the forbidden zone were to awaken, their duties would become urgent, and it was likely that the quasi-emperors stationed there would incur losses. At the archaic Lin clan, within the Holy Square, Lin Houran and Yun Qingru remained nestled together, their expressions filled with pride as they gazed at the battle unfolding on the luminous screen. Their son, Chun'er, was engaged in a fierce confrontation with a Dao ancestor of equal standing. Suddenly, Lin Mieshing, standing nearby, changed countenance and could not help but exclaim, "This is bad. The supremes of the forbidden zones are about to awaken." Before he could elaborate, he vanished in an instant. Only Lin Houran and Yun Qingru remained, exchanging grave glances. Were the supremes of the forbidden zone indeed beginning to awaken? Could it be that Chun'er's fierce battle with the Dao ancestor had instigated a sense of threat, prompting them to awaken prematurely? Previously, while the supremes had been gradually stirring, they were still years away from full revival. The sudden acceleration of their awakening could not be without reason. Perhaps their suspicions held the true answer. The early awakening of the supremes was indeed due to their son, Lin Chen. Chapter 52. A fight to claim a piece of flesh. A full-throttle strike. Steadying himself, Lin Houran took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. It appears that following the arrival of the Golden Age, those old codgers can no longer restrain themselves. Yun Qingru nodded in agreement but added, "While that may be true, my husband need not worry excessively. After the recent events, the various factions have devised their own countermeasures against the awakening of these so-called supremes, so there should not be too much chaos." She could not deny, however, that the current situation had indeed begun to spiral into chaos. Initially, the announcement of the talent rankings had seemed manageable, merely a review of contemporary prodigies, without arousing the attention of the supremes. But now, the circumstances were markedly different. This was a clash of the strongest prodigies across the ages, and their Chun'er was locked in a battle of equals with a Dao ancestor. Among the contemporary prodigies, there now existed one capable of contending with a Dao ancestor, and the battle was evenly matched. In such a moment, those eager to break through to the Emperor realm, viewing the Emperor's fruit as theirs for the taking, could hardly contain their impatience. They had originally planned to awaken only at the end of the Golden Age to contend for the Emperor's Dao fruit. But circumstances had forced their hand to awaken prematurely. Previously, the Supremes had only stirred slightly, sending forth forbidden zone monsters to disrupt the situation. But now, they had begun to awaken in earnest. It had been an inconceivably long time since a Supreme had last awakened in the 3,000 states. That time, it had only been one Supreme, roused by the need to avenge his offspring, who had been slain by a prodigy of an ancient lineage. Yet, even the awakening of a single Supreme had caused near total upheaval across the 3,000 states. At the onset of the ensuing conflict, the Supreme had nearly annihilated the ancient lineage responsible for his progeny's death. Now, with nearly all the Supremes awakening, even with prior lessons learned and preparations made, the potential for chaos remained uncertain. The joy that once resided in the hearts of Lin Houran and Yun Qingru had long since dissipated. They were acutely aware that the Supremes were drawn to their son. The early awakening of the Supremes was a desperate attempt to eliminate their Chun'er, a threat that could disrupt their pursuit of the Emperor's fruit. Exchanging resolute glances, a glimmer of determination shone in their eyes. They hoped that day would never come, that the Supremes would remain confined within the forbidden zones, unable to jeopardize their son's safety. Otherwise, even if it cost them their lives, they would ensure that the so-called Supremes would pay dearly. At the Tower of the Gods on the 99th floor, a tremendous rumble echoed as space fractured, creating a jagged fissure. Lin Chen was thrust backward by an invisible ripple, while opposite him, Li Er was struck by a falling star. Plummeting downward. Ha ha ha! This is exhilarating. This battle is a true contest, Lin Chen declared, standing amidst the shattered space, laughter spilling forth. His body bore numerous wounds, each marked by the essence of the laws of heaven and earth. These injuries could not heal swiftly, even penetrating the defenses of his chaos battle armor. His realm was still too weak to fully harness the armor's power. Otherwise, such injuries would not have manifested. Nonetheless, Li Er's strength was evident, proving him worthy of his title as a Dao ancestor. To be able to engage in battle with a fellow Daoist like you is truly a delight. I can unreservedly say this is the first time I have encountered an opponent of equal caliber at this level. Li Er's face lit up with unabashed joy. They were indeed matched opponents. Lin Chen was the first genuine rival he had faced in his lifetime. His Dao robe, governed by the Tower of the Gods' principle of fairness, bore the same formidable defensive capabilities as Lin Chen's innate imperial armor. Yet, even so, he bore visible marks of battle, dents from fists and imprints from strikes, wounds that could not be quickly mended with spiritual power. The profundity of Lin Chen's abilities was beyond anything he had previously encountered, leaving him with injuries that defied recovery. Every one of your attacks is impeccably flawless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen released a sigh of relief. Daoist Li Er, that last battle was immensely satisfying. Why not conclude it with a final decisive strike, much like I did with my ancestors and the dragon ancestor? During his encounters with his forebear Lin Dong or in battle with the ancestral dragon, it had always come down to a final decisive blow. Otherwise, with their disparity in strength, they might fight indefinitely without resolution. Hearing Lin Chen's suggestion, Li Er did not hesitate, responding with a faint smile. Why not? I happen to have a trump card that requires all my strength to unleash. A single strike to determine the victor holds an advantage for me. But beware, Daoist Lin Chen, if you lose, do not blame me, Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly. The same applies to me. A decisive strike favors me as well. If I unleash my full power without regard for the consequences, I need not worry about the aftermath of our battle. My strongest blow will undoubtedly astonish you. Li Er cast a glance around, a hint of wistfulness crossing his features. After this decisive strike, regardless of the outcome, we shall have to part ways temporarily. It was indeed a pity to encounter a worthy opponent for a thrilling battle at equal standing only to have to separate so soon. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Chen grinned broadly. Rest assured, Daoist Li Er, I shall break through the void and seek you out in your current world in the near future. Be why then. One can only hope you do not disdain my lower cultivation. The passage of ancient epics would undoubtedly witness Li Er's strength reaching unfathomable heights. Even if Lin Chen were to break through to the Emperor realm, he would likely pale in comparison. Upon hearing Lin Chen's promise, Li Er's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a promise from you, Daoist. When that time comes, you must come to find me, Lin Chen smirked. Then shall we engage in our decisive strike? Li Er exhaled softly, nodding. Let it be so, boom. Even as the words hung in the air, an extraordinary aura erupted from Li Er, and the surrounding laws of heaven and earth surged violently, more tumultuous than ever before. It felt as if a world was on the cusp of its end, the internal laws of existence poised to collapse and unleash their pent-up fury. Waves of formidable and terrifying energy spread forth amidst the chaos of the laws of heaven and earth. Sensing this aura, Lin Chen hesitated not for a moment, summoning his strength with all his might. Buzz! The full power of the chaos battle armor surged forth, the might of the sky-slashing blade erupted, and all the profound powers converged into a singular point. Within his unparalleled dual pupils, ancient stars appeared in a continuous stream, as if poised to annihilate the very world. All forces converged, and then, with a sweeping motion, the sky-slashing blade was unleashed, while his left hand executed the chaos fist. Ancient stars soared forth from his dual pupils, manifesting in all directions, bearing down upon Li Er's location. The ninth slash of chaos, the chaos fist, the turbulence of all realms. At this moment, all of his spiritual energy had been completely drained, expended in the execution of the 3 divine techniques. The 6th strike of the Hongming 9 slashes, which had originally been beyond his reach, was successfully unleashed at the cost of exhausting all his inner strength. In response, Li Er smiled with exhilaration, his lips parting. The heavens collapsed, boom. The rules of all things were overdrawn in that instant, coalescing all their might into a 3-foot-long sword of rules, striking against Lin Chen's 3 divine techniques. In the next moment, the world lost all its luster and imagery. Everything succumbed to the void. Boom! Chapter 53. Defeating the Tao Ancestor, ascending to the top of the divine rankings. The entire world was shrouded in the terrifying aftershocks of power. Even the previously tranquil sea of white lotuses below was affected. One by one, the pristine white lotuses soared into the air, swiftly converging into a white tornado. Yet, under the explosive force of the aftershocks, it was instantly reduced to nothingness, just like the myriad existences and spaces. The rules of the world appeared to perish alongside the continuous diffusion of the aftershocks, losing their most fundamental operational capabilities. Everything was left in a state of void, with nothing else remaining. This situation persisted for a full quarter of an hour. Only after this duration did the power of the colliding aftershocks gradually weaken and dissipate. In the distance, at the corner of the horizon, 2 figures could be seen standing apart in the air. Apart from them, there was nothing else in the world. Amidst the still lingering aftershocks, Lin Chen's body stood precariously, his hand gripping the Tiandao knife, trembling incessantly. He was utterly drained, truly drained. His physical body, soul, and spiritual energy all nearly depleted. In his current state, forget comparing it to before. Even an ordinary cultivator at the 9th layer of tribulation could easily take his life. This was the worst condition he had ever experienced since his cultivation began, and it was the first time he had completely exhausted all his strength. Ha! Breathing heavily, Lin Chen paid no mind to his own condition, instead fixating his gaze unblinkingly on the indistinct figure in the distance. The aftershocks still clouded his vision, preventing him from seeing clearly. Compared to his own state, he was far more concerned about Li Er's condition, for it directly pertained to their victory or defeat. Whether Tao Ancestor Li Er would retain his position at the top of the divine rankings, or be defeated and replaced by him, depended on Li Er's current state. Lin Chen could distinctly sense that Li Er's aura still existed, not dissipated, but compared to before, it had weakened significantly. However, his own condition was too dire. His soul's power had been overdrawn, making it impossible to perceive Li Er's situation in detail. He would have to wait until the aftershocks completely dissipated to see clearly in the distance. Li Er stood quietly, just as before, a faint smile still gracing his face. Yet, on various parts of his body, hideous cracks had emerged, with crimson blood gushing uncontrollably from within. Not only that, but dark red blood also oozed from his 7 orifices, appearing dreadfully ominous. With great effort, he lowered his head to glance at his nearly shattered form. And Li Er couldn't help but smile wryly. It was indeed the first time he had found himself in such a disheveled state in a battle of the same realm. Nonetheless, this battle had been immensely enjoyable. Though he felt himself burning out, on the verge of bodily collapse and soul disintegration, his heart held no regrets, only profound satisfaction. To encounter such a formidable opponent as Lin Chen was a stroke of fortune in his life. Finally, the aftershocks completely dissipated, no longer obscuring their vision. The rules of heaven and earth began to operate again, mending the fractured spaces caused by their recent clash. Lin Chen and Li Er once more beheld each other as forms. Both were equally disheveled, equally weak, and equally stripped of their former grandeur. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Upon seeing each other's miserable appearances, both erupted into hearty laughter, entirely unconcerned with the blood that continued to flow from their wounds. After a bout of laughter, Li Er, clad in a blood-red robe, cupped his hands in congratulations towards Lin Chen. Dao friend Lin, this battle has been immensely enjoyable. Congratulations, this time, you have emerged victorious, however, I must say. When we next spar, the outcome may not be so certain. Let it be known, I shall show no mercy. He perceived that Lin Chen still possessed the strength to fight, even if it was but a trace. Yet, even so, that was far superior to his current state, for he had completely lost his combat ability. His body was frail, his soul teetering on the edge of collapse. It would be no exaggeration to say that a mere mortal with a magic weapon could easily end his life. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, broke into a grin. By no means. If you show no mercy, I shall not hold back either. However, as for when our next battle will take place, that remains uncertain. The result of this encounter did not disappoint him. He had fought until the end and emerged victorious. After this, he would ascend as the new number 1 on the divine rankings. At this moment, Li Er surveyed his surroundings and sighed. My condition cannot be sustained for much longer. Ultimately, we must part ways. Lin Chun, I look forward to our next meeting. With that, he cast a glance at the devastated sea of white lotuses below, shaking his head regretfully. This expanse of blossoms is destined to return to dust. As his words trailed off, Li Er's body, unable to withstand the burden, shattered apart. Even his internal soul extinguished like a candle in the wind, losing all semblance of life. Lin Chun watched all of this, his smile fading as he solemnly cupped his hands. Farewell, Tao Ancestor. His voice reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth, in the outside world. Across the 3,000 Tao states, many powerful humans watched as Li Er's form dissipated. Their expressions somber as they reverently bid farewell. We bid farewell to the Tao Ancestor. The human Tao Ancestor, the great being who had established the cultivation methods for their race, was defeated today by the divine scion of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chun, in a battle of the same realm, relegating him to the second position on the divine rankings. Yet, even so, the Tao Ancestor would forever remain the Tao Ancestor of humanity, eternally revered in their hearts. In the depths of the celestial vault, the supreme decree of the heavenly Tao resounded, echoing across the 3,000 Tao states. The divine scion of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chun, has defeated the guardian of the 99th floor of the divine tower and successfully ascended to the pinnacle of the divine tower. Ranking first on the divine rankings, accumulating the heavenly Tao's favor 99 times, he was granted an endowment of 500,000 miles of fortune. Due to Lin Chen's unprecedented miraculous achievement, he was particularly bestowed an endowment of 500,000 miles of fortune. Just as the resounding voice echoed, Lin Chen's name, which had previously held the second position on the divine rankings, ascended to the very top. Meanwhile, the Tao Ancestor's name was pushed down to the second position. Divine rankings first place, floating light sacred state, ancient Lin family, Lin Chun. At this moment, throughout the 3,000 Tao states, myriad powerful beings of the demon race, along with numerous ancient human lineages and noble families, could not help but unleash their auras. The scion of the ancient Lin family, Lin Chun, had truly ascended to the apex of the divine tower, becoming the first on the divine rankings. This signified that Lin Chun was now the most formidable prodigy across the 3,000 Tao states, both ancient and modern, and that endowment of 99 times the heavenly Tao's favor, totaling a staggering 1 million miles of fortune, was indeed astonishing. In various forbidden zones, many quasi-emperors wore grave expressions as they gazed into the depths of the forbidden zones. At present, no monstrous beings had appeared within any of the forbidden zones, rendering them eerily tranquil. Yet, the more serene it became, the more tense their emotions grew. They could sense that within the forbidden zones, the aura belonging to the supreme beings of the forbidden zones was growing increasingly potent. This indicated that the supreme beings of the forbidden zones were about to awaken in earnest. Chapter 54. The Alliance of Attack and Defense in the Forbidden Zone. The Unknown Secrets of the Outside World. The quasi-emperors guarding the forbidden zones had already heard the decree of the heavenly Tao and were aware of Lin Chen's ascension to the top of the divine rankings. It was precisely due to this that their grave emotions had reached a peak. They had surmised the true reason behind the early awakening of the supreme beings of the forbidden zones. The supreme beings had awakened not for any other reason, but due to the emergence of the divine rankings. To be precise, it was because of Lin Chen. Because Lin Chen had successfully challenged many of the most powerful prodigies throughout history, he had ascended to the forefront of the divine rankings. With such capability, Lin Chen's prodigious talent had drawn the particular attention of the supreme beings of the forbidden zones, prompting them to awaken ahead of time. These supreme beings sought to eliminate Lin Chen, a potential threat of the future, thus diminishing a formidable competitor. Previously, Lin Chen had merely occupied a position at the forefront of the divine rankings, yet now he had surged to the very top of the divine tower, becoming the new number 1. Even the Tao Ancestor had been defeated by Lin Chen in a battle of the same realm. It would not be an exaggeration to say that, had Lin Shun not fallen midway, it would have been nearly impossible for those supreme beings in the Forbidden Zones to seize the Great Emperor's Dao fruit and achieve the status of Great Emperor. Therefore, given the current situation, the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones had no choice but to awaken ahead of time. The 3,000 Dao states were on the brink of erupting into a grand conflict that would sweep across the entire realm. Numerous ancient lineages, powerful families, and quasi-emperors of the demon race prepared to confront the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones. In the Burial Immortals Forbidden Zone, Lin Miexing wore a grave expression, taking the opportunity that the supreme beings had yet to truly awaken to gaze up at the dark golden divine rankings above. He had never considered that sometimes, having a prodigy too extraordinary in one's own family could also be a bad thing. In the past, no matter how remarkable the prodigies of the ancient Lin family had been, they had always managed to protect and nurture them, allowing them to grow. However, the current situation is an exception. Lin Chen's talent has reached such an extraordinary level that even the ancient Lin family lacks absolute confidence in retaining him, unless they expend all their resources and sacrifice everything to summon their ancestors to descend upon the 3,000 Tao provinces. Yet that is the last card the ancient Lin family possesses, and it is best not to use it unless faced with the crisis of annihilation. Let us hope that day never arrives. Beside him, the unremarkable-looking man, Lin Luoyu, patted Lin Miexing on the shoulder and smiled faintly. Miexing, with us here, the supreme of the Burial Immortals cannot escape the Burial Immortal Forbidden Zone, so do not worry. Around them, the other formidable figures nodded in agreement, their expressions calm. Indeed, with all 12 quasi-emperors of the ancient Lin family present, including 6 at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor strength guarding the Burial Immortal Forbidden Zone, such overwhelming combat power could at least restrain the supreme of the Burial Immortals, preventing his escape. Fourth brother, I am not concerned about our side, but rather the other Forbidden Zones. From what I recall, the guarding forces of 2 Forbidden Zones have significantly weakened and are nowhere near their former strength. I fear they may not hold out, allowing the supreme of the Forbidden Zone to infiltrate the 3,000 Tao provinces. Upon hearing this, the expressions of all the powerful figures grew serious. This was indeed a pressing issue. While the Burial Immortal Forbidden Zone could be secured, the same could not be said for the others. Even those ancient paths that were slightly weaker had far smaller Forbidden Zones to guard, and the strength of the Supreme within them was relatively lacking. However, a Supreme was still a Supreme. Even the weakest required at least 2 pinnacle quasi-emperors, or over 5 quasi-emperors to restrain them. Otherwise, the only outcome would be annihilation and the Supreme's escape. The many quasi-emperors of the ancient Lin family exchanged glances and fell silent for a moment. A striking young man with black hair inhaled deeply and spoke solemnly. We must establish communication with the various Forbidden Zones. In these extraordinary times, we need to support one another. If any force cannot withstand the awakening of a supreme, they should send out a call for help. Allowing the quasi-emperors of other forces to assist, as his voice fell, all the quasi-emperors of the ancient Lin family, including Lin Miexing and Lin Luoyu, adjusted their expressions and responded in unison. Yes, elder brother. Indeed, elder brother Lin Xiaoji was correct. They could only hope for mutual assistance among the forces guarding the Forbidden Zones. Otherwise, if any Forbidden Zone was breached, it would spell disaster for the entire 3,000 Tao provinces. Having said this, the quasi-emperors began to emanate their spiritual powers, initiating contact with the quasi-emperors guarding the other Forbidden Zones. If possible, the ancient Lin family would also provide support to those areas. Soon, the quasi-emperors from the various Forbidden Zones received the message and responded unanimously. Without exception, all agreed to the request. In fact, they had been contemplating the same issue. The ancient Lin family had proposed the optimal solution. Since it was indeed the best course of action, there was no reason to hesitate. In the current 3,000 Tao provinces, mutual support and sincere cooperation were paramount. In an instant, an alliance led by the ancient Lin family, dedicated to resisting the supremes of the various Forbidden Zones, was declared established. Should any Forbidden Zone face difficulties, others would immediately rush to provide assistance. Within the empty space of the Tower of Gods, he had already reached the peak of the Tower of Gods. Should he not be teleported out? He remained utterly unaware of the impending events in the various Forbidden Zones. At this moment, all he desired was to exit the Tower of Gods to receive the blessings of his fortune and the gifts from the heavenly Tao. Of course, He also needed to face the tribulation that awaited him after breaking through to the first level of the celestial realm. Challenger Lin Shen, you have successfully reached the pinnacle of the Tower of Gods and may learn of a secret unknown to the outside world. May I inquire, Challenger Lin Shen, do you wish to hear this secret? The commanding voice suddenly resonated from all directions, echoing in Lin Shen's ears. Upon hearing the familiar authoritative tone, Lin Shen raised an eyebrow. It seemed they had not directly teleported him out to grant his reward because there was a secret to share? Yet, what could this secret be that warranted such mystery from the heavenly Tao? To be honest, he felt a twinge of curiosity. Lin Shen, I am all ears. After a full 3 breaths of time, the commanding voice reverberated once more within the empty space. Challenger Lin Shen, the shattered rules of the 3,000 Tao provinces can indeed be repaired. Chapter 55. The conditions for repairing the shattered rules. The Tower of Gods, Lin Shen's body trembled, his expression a mixture of incredulity and delight. The heavenly Tao stated that the shattered rules of the 3,000 Tao provinces could be mended. Did this imply that if the rules were restored, the 3,000 Tao provinces could regain the grandeur of the prehistoric era? In such a time, there would be no such thing as a golden age. For every moment would be a golden age. The powerful beings of the 3,000 Tao provinces would no longer be trapped at the pinnacle of quasi-emperor due to incomplete rules, but could ascend to the emperor realm, shattering the void and soaring. This prospect was a tremendous boon for countless generations within the 3,000 Tao provinces. Lin Shen exhaled a long breath, forcibly suppressing the surge of emotions within. How can it be repaired? He could surmise that repairing the shattered rules of the 3,000 Tao provinces would be a formidable challenge. Otherwise, it would not have remained unresolved until their era. However, as long as there was a chance, he would strive to attempt it. This aligned perfectly with his previous desire to elevate the prodigies and strong figures of the ancient Lin family to the emperor realm. As soon as Lin Shen's words were spoken, the commanding voice did not hesitate but promptly provided an answer. Repairing the shattered rules of the 3,000 Tao provinces is not something ordinary individuals can accomplish, nor can even those above the emperor level. However, you can. With your unique chaos divine demonic body and dual pupil, you can. Lin Shen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Others cannot do it, yet I can? While he was aware that he was no ordinary individual, a true genius, such flattery from the heavenly Tao was a bit overwhelming. Why can I? Clearing his throat, Lin Shen inquired curiously. He was genuinely interested in the reasoning behind it. The chaos divine demonic body possesses chaotic attributes that can nurture chaotic rules and pure chaotic power. And these chaotic rules and power encompass all things, giving rise to other rules and entities. The dual pupil can open the heavens and temporarily simulate the power of all rules. Combining these attributes with the chaos divine demonic body and chaotic rules allows for the completion of the incomplete heavenly rules. Of course, the prerequisite is that Challenger Lin Shen must break through to the emperor realm and comprehend the chaotic rules. Otherwise, all of this is mere talk. The commanding voice resounded from all directions, conveying the answer to Lin Shen. Upon hearing these words from the heavenly Tao, Lin Shen frowned slightly. The message seemed somewhat ambiguous. It appeared to clarify yet simultaneously left much unsaid. The chaos divine demonic body, chaotic rules, chaotic power, dual pupil, simulating the power of all rules. Most importantly, he had to first break through to the emperor realm, meaning he must seize the emperor's position in this golden age. After digesting this information, Lin Shen raised his head and softly spoke. So, I need to first break through to the emperor realm and comprehend the chaotic rules, developing my dual pupil to temporarily simulate the power of all rules. Then, using the characteristics of my chaos divine demonic body, I can generate chaotic power and combine it with the simulated power of the dual pupil to use the chaotic rules to complete the incomplete rules of the 3,000 Tao provinces. In summary, I will use my own rules to restore the rules of the 3,000 Tao provinces, precisely. The individual characteristics of the chaos divine demonic body and chaotic rules alone are insufficient to fulfill the conditions for completing the incomplete rules. The combination with the dual pupil's ability to simulate all rules is essential to meet the standard and truly restore the shattered heavenly rules. Thus, until now, no one has been able to accomplish this feat. Because you, Challenger Lin Shen, are the only being in the 3,000 Tao provinces to possess both the chaos divine demonic body and the dual pupil. The voice resonated powerfully, as if imbued with excitement. The heavenly Tao, devoid of emotions, Nonetheless, had Lin Chen's brow furrowing deeper. So, you were just deceiving me earlier? What reward for reaching the pinnacle of the Tower of Gods could grant me a secret unknown to the outside world? I suspect that even if I had not reached the pinnacle, you would have found another reason to disclose this information. When did the heavenly Tao become so cunning? What happened to the most basic trust between individuals? Ah, perhaps the heavenly Tao is not human after all. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen calmed all the emotions within him. Now that he understood how to restore the incomplete rules of the 3,000 Tao provinces, he would strive to move forward. First, he would set a small goal, to seize the emperor's position and become an emperor. Once he achieved that, everything would improve. As for the forbidden zones, by then, they would no longer exist, and if he could not break through, he would simply consider himself a failure. At this moment, the commanding voice resounded once more. The Tower Challenger Lin Chen, you have ascended to the pinnacle of the Divine Tower's main spire, accumulating 99 celestial blessings, bestowing upon you an extraordinary fortune of 10 million miles. You are now about to be transported from the Divine Tower, where your rewards for this trial shall be granted. May fortune favor you, Tower Challenger Lin Chen. Before the echo of the voice faded, without allowing Lin Chen a moment to comprehend, a dazzling light flickered, and in the void, no figure remained. Outside the Divine Tower, numerous prodigious talents, including Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and Yin Luoxia, all figures of exceptional aptitude, awaited with bated breath. All eyes were fixated on the portal of the Divine Tower, which shimmered with a black and gold radiance. Lin Shan had indeed reached the summit of the Divine Tower. Surely, he would emerge soon. He was the new champion of the Divine Rankings, having defeated the Tao ancestor within the same realm. The mindset of those present towards Lin Chen was now profoundly altered, hinting at a burgeoning reverence. Suddenly, the Divine Tower trembled, and the black and gold light flickered. A statuesque figure, amidst the radiant glow, stepped forth from the portal of the Divine Tower. Upon seeing this figure, excitement radiated from the faces of all the prodigies. Lin Chen had emerged from the tower. Chapter 56. The Heavenly Tao Withdraws a Calamity. As Lin Chen stepped out of the portal, he immediately sensed the fervent gazes directed towards him. Raising an eyebrow, he scanned the crowd, recognizing both familiar and unfamiliar prodigious figures. Among them were the talents of the human race and various demon clans, many exuding an aura of formidable strength, rivaling the invincible within their realm. These were undoubtedly the elite of the aptitude rankings. Yet, why were they all gathered outside the Divine Tower? Had they not attempted the trial themselves? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and nodded towards Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and the other prodigies of the ancient Lin clan, acknowledging their perseverance in waiting for his trial to conclude. The faces of Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and the other elite members of the ancient Lin clan were alight with excitement, nearly speechless. Their clan had birthed an existence more extraordinary than the Tao ancestor himself. It was none other than Lin Chen, the divine scion of the ancient Lin clan. In the next moment, the gathered prodigies, as if sharing a silent understanding, simultaneously offered their congratulations to Lin Chen. They hailed the divine scion of the ancient Lin clan for ascending the main spire of the Divine Tower, claiming the top position in the divine rankings, heralded as the most extraordinary being of past and present. The resounding voices echoed throughout Floating Light City. Many powerful beings and cultivators within the city were jolted by the congratulatory shouts emanating from the direction of the Divine Tower. Could it be that the divine scion of the ancient Lin clan, Lin Chen, had emerged from the Divine Tower? This was the new champion of the divine rankings, a being who had triumphed over the Tao ancestor within the same realm. Without a moment's hesitation, numerous powerful figures within Floating Light City transformed into streaks of light, racing towards the location of the Divine Tower. Previously, they had visited the Divine Tower to observe and revere the prodigious talents. Now that Lin Chen had emerged victorious, they felt compelled to witness firsthand the splendor of the new champion of the divine rankings. Even those who had previously encountered Lin Chen recognized that he was no longer merely the scion of the ancient Lin clan. He was now the foremost figure in the aptitude rankings and the divine rankings. Outside the Divine Tower, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at the chorus of congratulations ringing in his ears. When had he become so well regarded? Upon their first meeting, they were already showering him with accolades. He distinctly remembered that most of these prodigies were strangers to him, their faces unfamiliar from prior encounters. Boom! At that moment, the assemblage of prodigious talents suddenly noticed dark calamity clouds materializing in the sky. Within the depths of these ominous clouds, deep purple lightning crackled and rolled, emitting a series of thunderous roars. A terrifying aura emanated from within, instilling dread in the hearts of all present. Sensing that he had been locked onto by the purplish lightning within the black clouds, Lin Chun took a deep breath. It appeared that his physical tribulation had arrived. Once his physical cultivation broke through to the heavenly realm, he would inevitably face the tribulation. Only by successfully overcoming it could he truly claim his breakthrough. Earlier, within the divine tower, the tribulation had been temporarily suppressed, but now that he had emerged, it was time to confront the impending challenge. Whoosh! Lin Tingtao approached Lin Chen with a curious expression. "Your Highness, is this the tribulation you have summoned?" He could sense that the power of the tribulation far exceeded the 9 levels of calamity. Among all the prodigies present, only Lin Chun could have summoned such a formidable challenge. Lin Shanhe and the other elite members of the ancient Lin clan also drew closer, their expressions mirroring curiosity. Was Lin Chun about to face his tribulation immediately after emerging from the tower? Did this imply that he had experienced yet another breakthrough during his trial? Contemplating this, the gathered prodigies exchanged glances, their mouths agape. Truly, as the champion of the divine rankings, the speed at which his power had escalated was nothing short of astonishing. The challenge to surpass him had escalated to an entirely new level. Lin Chen shrugged, revealing no intention to conceal the truth, and chuckled lightly. Indeed, my physical cultivation has broken through to the heavenly realm, necessitating a tribulation. With that, Lin Chen surveyed his surroundings, his brow furrowing slightly. Before he could finish his thought, he took a decisive step forward, soaring towards the heavens above. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words and watching him ascend, Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and the other elite members of the ancient Lin clan, along with the other prodigies, stood momentarily stunned. Lin Chen's casual demeanor was perplexing. This was the physical tribulation of the heavenly realm, specifically designed to challenge the body. Such a unique tribulation could only be countered with physical strength, as employing other forms of power would only exacerbate its might. Even when they eventually broke through to the heavenly realm, they would have to exercise caution in facing the physical tribulation. Suddenly, a voice of supreme authority resonated from the depths of the heavens. The ancient Lin clan's Lin Chun has received a total of 99 celestial blessings from the heavenly Tao. And now, rewards shall be dispensed in one go. At that moment, even the calamity clouds and lightning in the sky ceased their tumultuous movements, and the overwhelming aura dissipated entirely. Subsequently, the black calamity clouds parted, revealing a colossal, golden visage of unparalleled majesty. The face radiated an aura of supreme authority, exuding an immense and unrestrained power, akin to confronting an entire realm. Lin Chen stood resolutely beneath the black clouds, gazing intently at the golden visage behind them. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao had emerged once more, pausing the descent of the tribulation. Did this imply that rewards would be issued before he faced the tribulation? As expected of the heavenly Tao, the entity governing all within the 3,000 realms, even the tribulation could be temporarily halted. In floating light city, numerous prodigious talents and powerful beings, hastening towards the divine tower, raised their heads to witness the spectacle. The tribulation had been delayed, and 99 celestial blessings were forthcoming. What treasures would accompany this latest bestowal? They had an inkling that Lin Chun was about to reap bountiful rewards. Simultaneously, throughout the 3,000 realms, countless powerful beings lifted their gazes towards the golden visage in the sky. Though it appeared above floating light city, it was visible from every corner of the 3,000 realms. Like those within the city, they were equally curious about the rewards Lin Chun would receive this time. Previously, the finest reward from the heavenly Tao's bestowal was a congenital imperial weapon, which Lin Chun had rightfully claimed. This time, with a total of 99 celestial blessings, what astonishing rewards awaited him? Chapter 57. Abundant rewards from the heavenly Tao. Would the heavenly Tao bestow yet another imperial talisman that could provoke Lin Chen's ire? Would a congenital imperial weapon re-emerge among the rewards? Such questions took root in the hearts of all powerful beings present. If another congenital imperial weapon were to be granted, Lin Chun would undoubtedly possess at least 2. This was merely the dawn of the Golden Age. With Lin Chen's already formidable power augmented by these treasures, who could rival him? Within the various forbidden zones, numerous quasi-imperial experts felt increasingly aware that the auras of the supreme beings within the depths of the forbidden zones were nearly indistinguishable from their awakened states. They understood that although the supreme beings had not truly awakened, their return was imminent in no time. They would awaken fully, marking the moment for the quasi-imperial experts of the 3,000 realms to defend their territory. However, while remaining on high alert, these quasi-imperial beings also kept a watchful eye on the external circumstances, pondering in their hearts. Would this round of celestial rewards yield the appearance of a new congenital imperial weapon? If such were the case, it would be a tremendous boon for the 3,000 realms. The power to confront the supreme beings from the forbidden zones would be significantly enhanced. Amidst the collective anticipation, the golden visage proclaimed with supreme authority, spreading its declaration throughout the 3,000 realms. From the 99 celestial blessings, a total of 33 superior divine weapons, 18 extraordinary divine weapons, 10 million-year-old herbs, and 5 imperial-level cultivation techniques have been awarded. Each name of the rewards was unveiled, each one a rarity beyond compare. As the announcement echoed, powerful beings across the 3,000 realms were left astounded. They had prepared themselves for the knowledge that the heavenly Tao's bestowals were indeed treasures of immense value. However, at this moment, they were still overwhelmed with astonishment. If they were not shocked by this, it would imply a derangement of their faculties. The mere presence of 33 superior divine weapons was a rarity that even the most ancient sects struggled to produce. Only the more formidable ancient imperial powers could amass such a significant collection of superior divine arms. If the superior divine weapons were already so astonishing, one could only imagine the impact of the subsequent 18 extraordinary divine weapons. The million-year-old elixirs, and even the 5 imperial cultivation techniques. In the realm of the 3,000 Tao states, each extraordinary divine weapon represents a strategic treasure, one that only quasi-emperors can possess, some fated ancient sects. Despite housing quasi-emperors within their ranks, may not even have a single extraordinary divine weapon at their disposal. 18 extraordinary divine weapons are indeed a testament to the grandeur of the heavenly Tao, unparalleled in its generosity. And then there were those million-year-old elixirs, which could be described as elixirs capable of resurrecting the deceased. Even a quasi-emperor at the pinnacle, suffering from profound injuries to their foundational essence, would find that a million-year-old elixir could restore them to their former glory. It is no exaggeration to assert that 10 such elixirs equate to 10 lifelines for a quasi-emperor. If that is the case for quasi-emperors, one can only imagine the implications for other cultivators. As for the imperial-level cultivation techniques, they are powerful methods crafted solely by the mightiest of emperors. Each emperor, upon ascension, can forge their own imperial technique based on their unique path and insights. Referred to succinctly as the emperor's canon, future generations can utilize this technique to traverse the path of cultivation all the way to the pinnacle of quasi-emperors, serving as a formidable guide along the cultivation road. Most ancient sects typically possess only one imperial technique, yet now, they have astonishingly been granted 5 in a single instance, such a terrifying reward. While the powerful figures from various factions were still reeling from their astonishment, the resplendent voice of the heavenly Tao echoed once more, announcing several heart-stirring rewards: 14 imperial weapon embryos, 5 half-step imperial weapons, 5 sets of emperor-level formations, and 9 imperial talismans. The aforementioned rewards constituted the entirety of the 99th bestowal from the heavenly Tao. Imperial weapon embryos, half-step imperial weapons, emperor formations, imperial talismans. The repeated emergence of these 4 terms was enough to leave countless powerful figures nearly ascending on the spot. Good heavens, a total of 14 imperial weapon embryos. Has the natural order ceased to exist? And 5 half-step imperial weapons, which can only be refined by supreme beings on the brink of the imperial realm, require significant time and effort to forge into formidable artifacts. Their power surpasses even that of extraordinary divine weapons. Living up to their name as half-step imperial weapons, the subsequent emperor formations were somewhat acceptable. Ancient sects typically possessed some form of protective formations. However, the imperial talismans, could they possibly contain the might of an emperor's strike? 9 imperial talismans would imply that Lin Chun currently wielded the power of 9 emperor-level strikes. With such a formidable trump card in hand, even quasi-emperors would likely hesitate to provoke him. Should Lin Chen take offense, a single imperial talisman hurled his way would be enough to incapacitate anyone, regardless of their quasi-emperor status. All the powerful figures were rendered utterly dazed, their minds clouded. This time, the heavenly Tao's bestowal lacked the presence of innate imperial weapons, which brought them a slight sense of relief. Yet, the emergence of imperial talismans was something they struggled to accept. They pondered that if only Lin Chen had been granted an innate imperial weapon instead of these imperial talismans. While innate imperial weapons are formidable, they cannot be wielded to their full potential in Lin Chen's hands. Imperial talismans, on the other hand, are terrifying artifacts that Lin Chen can unleash with merely his spiritual power. In the City of Floating Light, outside the Tower of Gods, Lin Chen, hearing the resounding announcement of the heavenly Tao, wore a look of astonishment. He had not anticipated such a bountiful reward from this bestowal. With these treasures, he could almost arm himself to the teeth. He could also share some of the imperial weapon embryos with other prodigies in his family, empowering them further. When they eventually ascend to become emperors, they too would possess their own imperial weapons. Indeed, Lin Chen's current ambition is no longer solely to become an emperor himself. He aspires to ensure that all beings have the opportunity to ascend. He intends to become an emperor first, to restore the incomplete rules of the 3,000 Tao states, providing all souls with an equal chance, including the ancient Lin family. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of resonant sounds echoed from deep within the heavens, as golden light swirled, revealing divine weapons and rare elixirs. These are the treasures bestowed by the heavenly Tao, meant for Lin Chen, perhaps due to the previous incident where the imperial weapon embryos were seized. The power of the heavenly Tao in this reward was especially potent. Attempting to replicate the previous heist and evade the forces of the heavenly Tao to seize these treasures would be nearly impossible. Under the gaze of all living beings in the 3,000 Tao states, numerous treasures cascaded from the heavens, descending towards Lin Chen. Ultimately, these treasures pierced through the tribulation clouds and settled before him. Even Lin Chen could not suppress a smile of delight upon witnessing the multitude of treasures hovering before him. His foray into the Tower of Gods had unexpectedly provided him with so many opportunities, not only for a thrilling battle but also such a rich harvest. This venture into the tower was indeed a bountiful success. Below, many prodigies gazed with envy, but none dared to harbor any other thoughts. These treasures were solely Lin Chen's, and none could seize them. They could only lament that not a single treasure among them belonged to them, just as the beings of the 3,000 Tao states thought it had concluded. The golden visage of authority once more echoed a solemn proclamation. Lin Chen of the ancient Lin family is about to receive a blessing of luck, 10 million miles. Chapter 58. Blessing of Luck Bestowal. Awakening of the Supreme Beings of the Forbidden Zones. A blessing of luck, 10 million miles. It dawned on them that Lin Chen's tower climbing rewards had only initially dispensed one portion. Another reward remained unannounced. Once the heavenly Tao's bestowal concluded, it was time for the blessing of luck. Upon realizing this, all beings were once again left in stunned silence. A full 10 million miles of luck bestowed upon Lin Chen. Who could possibly contend with him henceforth? The power of luck is ethereal, shrouded in mystery. It may appear non-existent, yet it holds immense significance for cultivators. Generally speaking, the fortune of a being is a manifestation of their luck. Those with formidable luck can survive dire straits, seizing opportunities to advance even further. The typical occurrences of discovering treasures upon venturing out or stumbling upon great fortunes along their path are trivialities, mere indicators of ordinary luck. Generally, gifted beings possess a certain degree of luck, which serves as a significant aid in their cultivation journey. However, even the most exceptional prodigies, those at the forefront of talent, would not possess luck exceeding a mere 10,000 miles. Now, with this blessing of 10 million miles of luck, should this immense power be conferred upon Lin Chen, it is likely that he would find opportunities and treasures seeking him out effortlessly. As for breakthroughs in cultivation, Lin Chen might uncover insights in just a few days. Experiencing rapid advancements in his prowess, it is no exaggeration to claim that even if the power of luck does not immediately enhance his strength, it bestows an augmentative effect upon the recipient. In other words, divine protection from the heavenly Tao. With such a vast reservoir of luck, Lin Chen would receive exceptional favor from the heavenly Tao in all his endeavors. Should Lin Chen desire misfortune, the heavenly Tao would not allow it to occur. Boom. Pure golden clouds abruptly appeared in the depths of the heavens, and as time passed, they multiplied in no time. The entire celestial expanse was adorned with golden clouds. These golden clouds emanated an extraordinary aura, as if they contained all the wonders of the world, captivating all who beheld them. The beings of the 3,000 Tao states watched in envy. Even the quasi-emperors from various forbidden zones were no exception. They had witnessed golden clouds of luck before, but never had they encountered such an abundance. Everywhere they looked, golden luck enveloped the realm, obscuring everything else. If they could acquire even a fraction of this immense luck, their chances of seizing the fruits of the emperor's path would significantly increase. Regrettably, those stationed in the forbidden zones understood that this was not the time for them to indulge in greed. The crisis engulfing the 3,000 Tao states demanded their unity and cooperation to weather the storm. The various forbidden zones represented the tribulation facing the 3,000 Tao states. Lin Chun possessed the genuine capability to surmount this tribulation, but he still required time to grow. Their current task was to secure that time and navigate through the imminent crisis. Under the watchful eyes of all beings in the 3,000 Tao states, the golden clouds of luck began to converge rapidly towards one location. The entire scene was breathtaking, as golden clouds billowed and descended directly toward a specific area in the city of Floating Light. In Floating Light City, the skies were filled with golden clouds, completely obscuring the black tribulation clouds, rendering them nearly invisible. This may very well be the most undignified tribulation in the history of the 3,000 Tao states. Barely having made an appearance, it was forcibly put on pause by the heavenly Tao, while the tribulation challenger had already claimed numerous treasures before it. Now, the challenger was receiving the baptism and blessing of luck right before its eyes. Amidst the cascade of golden luck, Lin Chen's figure was entirely enveloped by the clouds formed from this golden luck. At this moment, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease, his thoughts clearer than ever before. The prowess he possessed had not seen any enhancement, yet the sensation it imparted was even more exhilarating than that experienced during his breakthrough, in comparison to the liberation from the shackles of the earthly realm that accompanied such a breakthrough. This feeling surpassed it in magnitude. In summary, one word encapsulated it all: delightful. The mental fatigue that ensued from conquering the tower dissipated into thin air, washed away by the baptism of this fortuitous power. Boom! Amidst Lin Chen's indulgence in the pleasure afforded by this fortuitous power, a monumental incident transpired within the various forbidden zones scattered across the 3,000 states. All quasi-emperors braced themselves for what was to come. For a supreme being of the forbidden zone had awakened. In Qingzhou, within the Qingying forbidden zone, several quasi-emperors wore expressions of horror, their eyes fixated unblinkingly on the depths of the forbidden area. An overwhelming force erupting from their bodies. Despite this, a profound sense of insecurity enveloped them, prompting them to huddle closely together. It seemed that only in such proximity could they derive a semblance of safety. In the depths of the forbidden zone, which the quasi-emperors were intently observing, an enchanting figure began to ascend slowly into the air. This figure was breathtakingly beautiful, embodying a perfection that seemed to defy the existence of the mortal realm. The dark hues of the forbidden zone were overshadowed by the pink aura radiating from her, transforming the entire Qingying forbidden zone into a realm of pink, akin to a lavish feast of decadence. Despite her diminutive stature, her presence rendered the entire world as if only she existed. This captivating woman was none other than the master of the Qingying forbidden zone, the Qingying Supreme. Chapter 59. The Awakening of the Forbidden Zone Sovereigns. War commences. The Qingying Supreme may not possess the most formidable strength among the sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones, yet she undoubtedly ranks as one of the most troublesome. The path she cultivates is one that all beings in the world possess, yet find difficult to forsake: the path of desire. To confront her is to be inevitably drawn into the depths of one's most primal desires, leading to degradation and ruin. Ultimately, those who succumb to this path become mere puppets, devoid of independent thought, manipulated at will by the Qingying Supreme. Even quasi-emperors, when faced with the Qingying Supreme's path of desire, risk becoming her marionettes if they are not exceedingly cautious. This very reason instilled a sense of dread among the quasi-emperors guarding the Qingying forbidden zone. They were unafraid of a straightforward battle, yet faced with such a formidable adversary as the Qingying Supreme, they could not afford the slightest carelessness. with such a prodigious little creature appearing in the outside world. Why was I not awakened sooner? Have you all forgotten about me after my lengthy slumber? At that moment, a melodious laughter emanated from the enchanting woman's position. Her voice was devoid of seduction. As pure as that of a neighborly girl, it possessed a peculiar charm that softened the entire atmosphere, causing the ominous aura of danger within the forbidden zone to vanish entirely. However, this seemingly innocuous sound sent shivers down the spines of the vigilant quasi-emperors, tightening their nerves in an instant. Although it appeared that all threats had dissipated, the true peril lay concealed within the guise of this seemingly delightful voice. The quasi-emperors were acutely aware that should they allow their guard to lower due to this seemingly harmless sound, they would undoubtedly fall prey to the Qingying Supreme, one by one, becoming puppets devoid of free will. Ignoring the words of the Qingying Supreme, one quasi-emperor, whose cultivation had reached the 6th stage, spoke solemnly. "Fellow Taoists, have we transmitted the news from this location?" As his voice faded, the only peak quasi-emperor present nodded gravely. "The message has been dispatched. All powerful beings across the 3,000 states are now aware. However, our current strength is sufficient, and no reinforcements have arrived yet. The Qingying Supreme has just awakened, and her power has not fully recovered. We 5 should be able to contend with her. Moreover, the other forbidden zones have also begun to awaken. Their sovereigns will likely be preoccupied with their own matters." Upon hearing this, all quasi-emperors present inhaled deeply. The 5 of them hailed from the various major factions of Qingzhou, representing the entirety of the quasi-emperor level combat power currently available. If they were to falter and allow the Qingying Supreme to escape the forbidden zone, then all of Qingzhou would be doomed. Countless lives would serve as nourishment for the Qingying Supreme's resurgence, and blood would undoubtedly flow like rivers across the land. Thus, they must contain the Qingying Supreme and keep her confined within the forbidden zone, for themselves and for Qingzhou. In the skies above the forbidden zone, the Qingying Supreme noticed the indifference towards her, and her smile faded, her expression growing cold. "It seems my prolonged slumber has led you to underestimate me." Before her words could fully leave her lips, an aura surpassing that of a peak quasi-emperor enveloped the entire Qingying forbidden zone. Within the depths of the forbidden zone, monstrous beings radiating a sinister energy surged forth. In an instant, the Qingying forbidden zone transformed into a den of peril. The 5 quasi-emperors from Qingzhou exchanged glances, each breaking into a grin. "Let us engage in battle." With that, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from their forms, the strongest they had ever manifested. They were uncertain whether they would survive this confrontation, but they knew they had no choice but to fight. In the next moment, the aftermath of quasi-emperor level combat began to ripple through the Qingying forbidden zone. Not long into the conflict, in the other states' forbidden zones, similarly powerful auras began to emerge, heralding the awakening of the forbidden zone sovereigns. In the time it took Lin Qian to bask in the power of fortune, they all awakened consecutively. Their singular goal was clear: to breach the forbidden zones, slaughter beings, restore their strength, and eliminate Lin Qian. Lin Qian had proven capable of defeating the Tao ancestor within the same realm. Should he be allowed to grow and ascend to the quasi-emperor level, when the Emperor's Tao fruit emerged, they would undoubtedly be unable to contend with him. They were all too aware of their limitations compared to the Tao ancestor. Hence, they resolved to eliminate him before he could fully develop. In a sudden eruption, a cataclysmic battle engulfed the 3,000 states, igniting without a soul in the mortal realm to witness. Outside the Tower of the Gods, Lin Qian absorbed the last remnants of fortuitous power. A satisfied smile gracing his face. The infusion of 1,000,000 miles of fortuitous energy had not enhanced his cultivation, yet the sensation was beyond words. He felt that if he were to engage the Tao ancestor once more within the same realm, he would undoubtedly emerge victorious with even greater ease. Suddenly, Lin Qian sensed something, retrieving a communication talisman from his storage ring. He perceived a message arriving, and it was none other than his father, Lin Howren. For him to reach out at this moment indicated that something of great importance was at hand. As spiritual energy flowed into the talisman, Lin Howren's voice resonated from within. "Qian, the sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones have awakened. Their target is likely you." "The sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones have awakened?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qian's body trembled violently. How astonishing! All the Forbidden Zone sovereigns had awakened simultaneously. It was well known that previously, such awakenings had been rare, even when they sought to claim the Emperor's Dao fruit. Furthermore, they were targeting him. Lin Shen furrowed his brow in realization. Could it be due to his ascent to the top of the Tower of the Gods? It made sense. Having defeated the Dao ancestor within the same realm, he would surely be regarded as a thorn in the side of those aspiring to become emperors, if the Forbidden Zone sovereigns truly broke free from their confines. With his current strength, he would be ill-equipped to oppose them. With a long exhale, Lin Shen's expression turned one of resignation. Strength? Even though he now ranked first on the Tower of the Gods, he was still far from the pinnacle of power. He needed to continue enhancing his abilities. His true enemies were no longer the prodigious talents of his generation, but rather these Forbidden Zone sovereigns. At that moment, above the black catastrophe clouds, the golden visage of authority gradually dissipated. The black clouds began to swirl once more, as if gathering momentum. Below, countless prodigious talents observed this spectacle, all inhaling deeply. With Lin Shen's triumph over the tower concluded, it was now their turn to embark on their own trials. After conquering the Tower of the Gods, their strength had significantly increased, yet they had yet to attempt the main tower. This time, they must challenge themselves to strive for their place on the Tower of the Gods. Boom! A resounding roar echoed as the black catastrophe clouds once again enveloped the heavens. The ominous purple lightning surged and churned within the clouds. Lin Shen secured the communication talisman and raised his gaze to the darkened sky. It was time to face the tribulation. He needed to accelerate his strength, for only then could he safeguard himself against the threat posed by the Forbidden Zone sovereigns while preparing for retaliation. Chapter 60. What is this? Has the heavenly tribulation undergone a transformation? I'm weary. Let it be obliterated. Boom, bang. The catastrophe clouds seemed to have been abruptly paused by the will of the heavens, brimming with pent-up energy. Just as they began to shift, and the thunder had barely coalesced, a terrifying bolt of purple lightning erupted from the black clouds, hurtling directly toward Lin Shen. In that instant, Lin Shen felt as if his physical form had been locked onto by an overwhelming terror, rendering him unable to evade. This sensation was all too familiar, reminiscent of his experience when he traversed the 9th level of tribulation during his breakthrough. The force of the heavenly tribulation is inescapable. One can only choose to endure. With a grin upon his face, Lin Shen advanced instead of retreating, propelling himself skyward solely through the sheer force of his physical strength. If the intent was to strike his corporeal form, then he would embrace the storm in its entirety. He was eager to witness whether his body was more formidable or if the power of the tribulation lightning would prevail. Just moments ago, he had been suffocating with pent-up frustration in the presence of the supreme being of the Forbidden Zone, and now he seized this opportunity presented by the corporeal lightning tribulation to vent it all. Within the confines of Floating Light City, numerous exceptional talents and formidable beings gazed in astonishment. Was this how Lin Shen faced the tribulation? It was crucial to note that this was not the typical spiritual lightning tribulation. This was a corporeal tribulation of at least tenfold difficulty. Many prodigies present could confront the spiritual tribulation with ease, some even disregarding it entirely. However, none dared to attempt the corporeal tribulation in such a reckless manner. To do so would be akin to courting death. Boom! Just as Lin Shen's body collided with the violet tribulation lightning, an unexpected roar emanated from within the storm. In the next instant, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The once menacing violet lightning suddenly lost all its destructive power. Inside the violet lightning, only the purest and most refined lightning energy remained. Then, under the watchful eyes of all in Floating Light City, the sky was filled with pure violet lightning energy that crashed into Lin Shen. Enveloped within the violet energy, Lin Shen wore a bewildered expression. Wait, I was prepared to be struck by lightning, and this is what I get. Isn't this supposed to be a tribulation? Shouldn't it be striking me? Why am I being rewarded instead? He could feel his body being tempered within the cocoon of violet lightning energy, growing increasingly resilient and powerful. Even his recently achieved first level of the celestial realm was visibly enhanced by this violet lightning energy. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying rumble resonated from the dark tribulation clouds above. Without hesitation, the violet lightning descended upon Lin Shen once more, just as before. Confused by the current situation, he recognized that perhaps this was an excellent opportunity to elevate his strength. What was originally a test seemed to have transformed into a boon, aiding him in enhancing his corporeal cultivation. Of course, whether his suspicions held true would depend on the next bolt of lightning and whether it mirrored the previous one. Lin Chen remained stationary, allowing the violet lightning energy to envelop him, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the descending bolt. The answer was about to be revealed. Boom. Just as the violet lightning approached within 10 feet of Lin Chen, a familiar roar erupted from within the lightning, as anticipated. The power of the violet lightning dissipated in an instant, leaving only the purest lightning energy to fall. Wrapped in this new, refined energy, Lin Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. It appeared his conjecture was correct. This time, the tribulation had undergone a remarkable transformation, shifting from a trial to a reward. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Chen seated himself in the sky, beginning to circulate the chaotic divine demon scripture. Actively refining the lightning energy was far more effective than passively allowing it to temper his body. If this was a reward, then he would graciously accept it, elevating his corporeal cultivation to unprecedented heights. As Lin Chen commenced the active refinement of the lightning energy, the speed at which his corporeal cultivation increased surged exponentially. In nearly every instant, Lin Chen's physical pressure intensified, propelling him toward a new realm. In mere moments, his corporeal cultivation reached the pinnacle of his current realm, on the verge of a breakthrough. Below, within Floating Light City, the numerous prodigies and strong individuals exchanged incredulous glances. What were they witnessing? Lin Chen was cultivating? He had begun to meditate during the descent of the corporeal tribulation. The most absurd aspect was that they could sense something was amiss with this corporeal tribulation. What was intended as a test for Lin Chen had inexplicably transformed into a bestowal of refined lightning energy to enhance his strength. With the aid of such terrifyingly pure lightning energy, Lin Chen would undoubtedly emerge from this tribulation with even greater corporeal prowess. Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and the other prodigies of the ancient Lin clan bore expressions of astonishment. Despite their near worship of Lin Chen, they struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. When had tribulation lightning begun to voluntarily dissipate its power to bestow strength upon the tribulator? Suddenly, Lin Tingtao seemed to have an epiphany. Exclaiming in realization, could it be that these changes were a result of the divine fortune bestowed upon the young master, who had recently acquired 1,000,000-mile worth of luck? Such immense fortune might indeed explain the aberration of the tribulation. Upon hearing this, Lin Shanhe and the other prodigies of the ancient Lin clan trembled in agreement. This hypothesis was well-founded and likely held a kernel of truth, if that were the case. Did it not imply that their young master would no longer face tribulations as trials, but rather as similar rewards? The tribulations would no longer be perilous, but rather opportunities for further enhancement of strength. Around them, the prodigious talents of various factions and races turned their attention to Lin Tingtao's exclamation, their expressions grave. With such a fortuitous ability, Lin Chen had once again placed himself ahead of them. It could be stated without exaggeration that Lin Chen was the true embodiment of divine fortune, favored by the heavens. Even the tribulations had altered in his favor, transforming from trials into rewards. Boom, bang, bang, boom, boom, boom. As the multitude of prodigious talents stood in stunned silence, the terrifying violet tribulation lightning continued to descend from the dark clouds above. Yet, as time passed, the expressions of the onlookers shifted to one of numbness. They realized that with each resounding thunder of the lightning, Lin Chen was experiencing yet another enhancement of his corporeal cultivation. By the end of this tribulation, one could only wonder how elevated his strength would become. The moment many prodigies had felt emboldened to challenge the master of the divine tower, that notion was swiftly extinguished once more. They were weary. Let destruction come. Chapter 61. The tribulation concludes. Body cultivation reaches the 7th level of the celestial realm. Bold thoughts. Before the divine tower, Yin Luoxia gazed at Lin Chen, seated cross-legged and enveloped in violet lightning energy, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. How could this fellow be so monstrous? During the tower challenge, his combat prowess at the same realm was already extraordinary, but how could he also overshadow others while transcending a tribulation? Tribulation, does it not mean to overcome adversity? Where, she wondered, was Lin Chen's adversity? It was likely that for Lin Chen, his tribulation lay in the inability to refine all the lightning energy into his corporeal cultivation. The energy that dissipated during the refining process was probably what he considered his tribulation. As time flowed on and the thunder rolled, the sounds of descending tribulation began to wane. Seated in the sky, Lin Chen exuded a corporeal pressure that had magnified several-fold compared to before. This was a clear manifestation of his explosive growth and strength. The unceasing downpour of pristine lightning energy served as the greatest nourishment for Lin Chen's body, allowing him to refine his cultivation without restraint. Boom! Finally, the last bolt of violet tribulation lightning descended from the dark clouds. Just as it neared Lin Chen, a mere 10 feet away, it suddenly dissipated its power, yielding only the purest lightning energy. This energy cascaded down, merging into the massive sphere of violet lightning energy below. Lin Chen's figure was unmistakably centered within this colossal sphere. With all the tribulation lightning having fallen, the reluctant dark clouds trembled twice before gradually dispersing. Its mission was complete. It was time to depart. Soon, the sky returned to clarity, save for a gradually shrinking sphere of violet lightning energy that continued to hover high above In floating light city. Thousands of exceptional talents and formidable beings beheld this scene in silence, unwilling to disrupt the spectacle. For the other prodigies aspiring to surpass him, the difficulty had escalated another level. The number 1 on the divine rankings. The strongest prodigy across the epochs of the 3,000 states, truly deserving of the title. As time elapsed, the sphere of purple lightning energy vanished without a trace, leaving only Lin Chen's figure seated in the high air. Boom! A new thunderous sound erupted, followed by a sudden surge in Lin Chen's corporeal pressure. The surrounding space was torn asunder by this overwhelming force, revealing the inky void within. With a deep exhale, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a broad smile blooming upon his lips. The 7th level of the celestial realm. He had not anticipated that the energy from this tribulation would bolster his corporeal cultivation to such heights. Now, he could confidently assert that his physical combat prowess alone could easily contend with those at the celestial realm level, and perhaps even challenge the might of saint-level beings. With that thought, Lin Chen rose to his feet, stretching his physique. This singular tribulation had catalyzed a qualitative transformation in his strength, leaving him immensely satisfied. He had also surmised the reason behind the recent aberration of the tribulation. It was likely due to his overwhelming fortune, which had compelled even the tribulation itself to spare him, seeking instead to forge an alliance. Seizing this opportunity, he now possessed an additional method to enhance his strength. Tribulation. As long as a tribulation was on the horizon, his strength would inevitably be elevated. Lin Chen cast a glance at the numerous prodigious talents below, unable to suppress a contemplative stroke of his chin. He now harbored an audacious idea that he was eager to put into practice. Just moments ago, he had faced the tribulation alone, and the thunder of calamity had refrained from striking him. But what if it were the heavenly tribulation of another being? Would the bolts of that tribulation still dare to strike him, or could he perhaps harness the thunder of others' tribulations to enhance his own strength? This notion was undeniably audacious, yet Lin Chen felt a thrill of anticipation. At that moment, a chorus of voices rose from below, followed by brilliant streams of light soaring into the sky. Your Highness. The Divine Sun. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the bold thoughts swirling within him. He resolved to seek an opportunity to explore this method further at a later time. The supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones had awakened. Even though there were quasi-emperor powerhouses guarding each major forbidden zone, one could never be too certain that unforeseen events wouldn't occur. As the light approached Lin Chen, it dissipated to reveal the figures of Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and other prodigies from the ancient Lin clan. Each face bore an expression of profound amazement. Lin Chen's earlier display had astounded everyone, and they were no exception. Who undergoes tribulation to merely enhance their strength? Even the thunder of calamity had willingly diminished its might. Their divine son, now the divine son of the ancient Lin clan, had become a figure that even the thunder dared not confront. Lin Chen nodded slightly, casting a glance at the crowd before speaking solemnly. If you wish to remain here and continue challenging the tower, then do so. Those fellows are likely targeting me and will not deliberately seek you out. Though he was proud, he was not arrogant. To contend with the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones, he still required time to consolidate his strength. Just as the special places within his clan had yet to be fully explored, perhaps he could unlock opportunities for sign-ins and undertake a thorough investigation. A significant matter? Upon hearing this, Lin Shanhe, and the other prodigies from the ancient Lin clan's expressions turned serious. Unable to contain himself, Lin Tingtao inquired, "Your Highness, what is this significant matter?" Lin Shanhe and the other prodigies also revealed curiosity at this question. The supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones have awakened. Chapter 62. The challenge of the prodigies at the forefront of the talent rankings. Take a step back, and you win. The supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones have awakened? Like Lin Chen before, upon hearing these words, Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and the other prodigies from the ancient Lin clan were taken aback. They fully understood what the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones entailed. Being disciples of the ancient Lin clan, they had also caught the key word in Lin Chen's statement, have awakened. This indicated that the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones were not just a solitary entity, but rather a multitude. In fact, all the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones had awoken. They distinctly remembered the records in ancient texts, the last time the golden era of the ancient times arrived. The awakening of the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones had not occurred so swiftly. Those supreme beings were supposed to awaken only during the later stages of the golden era when the Emperor's Tao fruit began to manifest, emerging to seize the Emperor's Tao fruit, weren't they? Yet now, it was still merely the early stages of the golden era. It hadn't been long since its onset, so how could the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones collectively awaken? Taking a deep breath, Lin Tingtao forcefully suppressed the tumult of emotions within him and spoke gravely. "Your Highness, you just mentioned that they are targeting you. Do you perhaps know why they have awakened early?" Hearing this, Lin Shanhe and the other prodigies exchanged glances, unable to resist the intriguing conjecture that formed in their minds. Could it be that the extraordinary talents of their divine son had provoked the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones into action? This thought was somewhat absurd, yet they found it highly plausible. After all, their divine son had been the one to defeat the Tao ancestor among those of the same realm. Lin Chen, upon hearing Lin Tingtao's query, shook his head slightly. It is merely speculation. Nothing has been confirmed. Why, father, just conveyed the news that the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones have awakened. Perhaps it is due to the god rankings and the projection of light. Considering the earlier commotion was quite substantial, just as I have concluded my challenge of the tower, remaining here holds little significance. Floating Light City was not far from the ancient Lin clan, and with his current cultivation, he could reach it in no time. As he finished speaking, Lin Tingtao, Lin Shanhe, and the other prodigies nodded in understanding. Indeed, the commotion caused by their divine son had been considerable. Under the watchful eyes of all beings across the 3,000 Tao states, he had defeated a formidable array of prodigies, ultimately overpowering both the demon ancestor and the Tao ancestor, ascending to the pinnacle of the god rankings and earning the title of the most formidable prodigy in history. Since the clan leader indicated that the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones might be targeting their divine son, it would not be shameful to temporarily avoid the spotlight in the presence of such entities. In unison, Lin Tingtao, Lin Shanhe, and the other prodigies performed a respectful bow to Lin Chen. "Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall endeavor to challenge the main tower of the god rankings and uphold the esteemed reputation of the ancient Lin clan." Lin Chen, upon hearing this, nodded with satisfaction. In these next 2 days, even if you cannot successfully challenge the tower to enter the god rankings, you must challenge as much as possible. Engaging in battles against the guardians of the tower of the same realm will be beneficial for you. It may even grant you new insights into your cultivation. Lin Tingtao and the other prodigies nodded earnestly at Lin Chen's words. Their divine son had already ascended to the top of the god rankings. As fellow disciples of the ancient Lin clan, they naturally could not fall behind. Below, numerous prodigies were stirred by Lin Tingtao and the others' declarations. What was happening? Otherwise, Lin Shanhe and the others would not have deemed it appropriate to mention the importance of the ancient Lin clan's reputation at such a moment. Yin Luoxia, Ao Tianjun, Yun Xinxiu, and other prodigies at the forefront of the talent rankings exchanged glances. It seemed that a challenge had to be initiated swiftly. In the next instant, the figures of the prodigies almost simultaneously vanished from their original positions, reappearing not far from Lin Chen. They had long wished to challenge Lin Chen, and even now, their desire remained undiminished. They yearned to personally experience the might of the one who topped the god rankings. Lin Chen, sensing the approach of the prodigies, smiled faintly. "Dear friends, do you have any matters to discuss?" Yin Luoxia composed herself and her clear voice resonated through the heavens. "Lin Chen, we wish to battle you." Ao Tianjun, Huang Jiuyao, Yun Qinqiu, and the other top prodigies echoed in unison, Lin Chun, we wish to battle you. Their voices brimmed with intense combativeness, reverberating throughout floating Light City. The gathered prodigies below were taken aback. Prodigies at the forefront of the talent rankings had actually set aside their pride to simultaneously challenge Lin Chun. The most crucial aspect was that they considered this entirely natural, without a hint of discomfort. Clearly, the prodigies who ranked among the best in the talent rankings were extraordinary beings capable of suppressing the most formidable prodigies in ordinary times. Now, multiple exceptional prodigies were challenging a single individual. Such an occurrence had scarcely happened throughout history. Yet, an instinct told them that Lin Chun was worthy of such attention from these prodigies, for he was Lin Chun, the one who stood at the pinnacle of the god rankings. In the next moment, they spoke in unison, Your Highness, we wish to battle you. They too wanted to discern the extent of the gap between themselves and the divine son, Lin Qian, Lin Huangxian, Lin Zhou, and other prodigies from the ancient Lin clan shrugged and retreated below. They understood that the skies above were likely to become a battleground of devastation. As for who would ultimately emerge victorious? That was hardly in question. Even if all the top 10 prodigies in the talent rankings joined forces, they firmly believed that their divine son would surely triumph. Lin Chen glanced toward the direction of the ancient Lin clan, resting one hand upon his back and smiling slightly. Very well, you may all come at once. I am pressed for time. With his physical cultivation having soared to the 7th level of the celestial realm, his gaze no longer rested upon prodigies of his generation. They had lost their qualifications to compete with him. His goal was to restore the fractured rules of the 3,000 Tao states. This golden era was just beginning and would not conclude. The years following the 3,000 Tao states would all be part of the golden era. Come at me together. I am pressed for time. Lin Chen's words were audacious, even tinged with an air of disdain. However, the prodigies at the forefront of the talent rankings did not perceive any offense. Rather, they looked profoundly serious. They understood that this was not mere arrogance from Lin Chun. His strength warranted such a statement. The prodigies inhaled deeply, exchanging glances once more, and spoke solemnly. Then, Lin Chun, we shall not hold back. As soon as the words left their lips, an overwhelming aura erupted from the prodigies at the forefront of the talent rankings. Each of these auras was potent enough to instill trepidation in ordinary 9th-level tribulation realm powerhouses. They had gained immense strength within the minor tower of the god rankings, and now it was time to test their combat prowess. Boom, boom, boom. Under the pressure of their formidable auras, the space above, which had just recovered, was once again torn apart. The black void nearly enveloped the entire sky. Lin Chen stood in the void, seemingly unfazed by the oppressive aura weighing upon him. He raised a hand and beckoned to the prodigies with a casual gesture. Come, if any of you can force me to take a step back, then you shall win. Chapter 63. The multitude of divine powers descend. All shall perish with a wave of my hand. Take a step back, and you win. The calm voice resonated, causing the prodigies at the forefront of the talent rankings to stir. From the outset, they had never entertained the thought of genuinely defeating Lin Chen. Even if all the prodigies at the forefront of the talent rankings joined forces, it was not a realistic expectation. Not only was Lin Chen stronger than them in the same realm, but his cultivation level had far surpassed all of theirs. While some prodigies might match him in spiritual power, none could compare in physical cultivation. Their challenge to Lin Chun was simply to gauge the extent of the gap between themselves and him. Yet now, Lin Chun had declared that if they could make him take a single step back, they would be deemed victorious. Thus, with these words, their weariness is dispelled. They lack the confidence to truly vanquish Lin Chen. Yet their pride compels them to ensure that he takes a step back, a feat that must be accomplished. An unconventional victory. Ao Tianjun shifted his form, revealing a magnificent golden dragon body against the heavens. And a voice imbued with authority resonated. Lin Chen, my friend, if you insist on such words, I, Ao Tianjun, shall not hold back. Before his voice faded, the colossal golden 5-clawed dragon surged forward, charging towards Lin Chen. As a 5-clawed dragon, he possessed the highest bloodline of the dragon clan, being the direct descendant of an emperor, endowed with pure imperial blood. Today, he stakes everything to compel Lin Chen to retreat. The massive golden dragon body thrashed, shattering the recently restored space and creating a vast black abyss. There was no flourish, only the raw power erupting forth. The dragon's tail descended, firmly locking onto Lin Chun, freezing that section of space. The other prodigies at the forefront of the talent rankings, witnessing this, wore expressions of solemnity and hesitated no longer, unleashing their most formidable attacks. Lin Chun, be cautious. Yin Luoxia's expression was grave, her ethereal and resplendent spiritual energy summoned. In an instant, a dangerous aurora of energy blossomed, silently approaching Lin Chun with the essence of annihilation. Everything in its path was obliterated, reduced to nothingness. With a cry, Huang Jiuyu transformed into the immortal phoenix. Its cry echoing as torrents of scorching flames engulfed the sky, akin to a conflagration, manifesting as a true phoenix striking across the expanse. Roar, Baigu of the White Tiger clan morphed into his true form. Embodying the god of slaughter and war, he howled skyward, the aura of death entwined with the power of metal forming a sonic attack that pierced through space, directly aimed at Lin Chen's brow. As Xian Jun of the Black Tortoise clan appeared in the heavens, he descended without hesitation, crashing towards Lin Chen's location. Everything in that space was crushed, even the void itself growing stagnant. Lin Shanha's body erupted with rich spatial power, manipulating the space within a radius of thousands of miles to form a strangling force, enveloping Lin Qian entirely, and no matter where Lin Qian attempted to retreat, he would be assailed by the suffocating might of space. With no avenue for escape, in his pupils, a golden divine light flickered, and a beam of terrifying energy shot forth. The destruction divine light. This was his innate divine ability of the void-breaking divine eye. A radiance capable of vanquishing even deities. A man clad in a black cloak bore a sinister expression, an endless stream of eerie black energy surging forth. Hee hee, ha ha ha, in an instant, a realm of terrifying specters coalesced, shrouding Lin Qian in an ominous aura in another location. Lin Tingtao radiated an overwhelming intent of slaughter, his blade, Qing Yao, brimming with a sharp aura. Fixating on Lin Qian in the distance, he hesitated not. Swinging Qing Yao and unleashing the most powerful strike of his life, in that moment, it seemed as if the entire world had been cleaved asunder, with only that singular blade of light remaining. Yun Xinqiu's body vibrated with deep yellow energy, and with a decisive step, his fist plummeted towards Lin Chen's position. A brilliant yellow fist materialized, shattering everything in its path, as if even the laws themselves recoiled. All the prodigies within the top 10 of the talent rankings struck simultaneously. In an instant, every direction surrounding Lin Chun was sealed off, leaving him with no means of evasion or escape. At present, Lin Chun had no choice but to endure the combined might of 9 top-tier prodigies' most potent attacks. In the heart of the explosive power, a chaotic realm emerged, as if the laws of heaven and earth had abandoned that space entirely. It is no exaggeration to assert that had another mid-stage celestial realm expert been ensnared within, the sole outcome would be annihilation. Amidst the enveloping divine abilities, Lin Qian remained unperturbed, a single hand resting at his side. His demeanor utterly calm. Sensing the terrifying potency radiating from the surrounding abilities, he smiled with delight. The power is commendable, yet alas, your realms are somewhat lacking. Indeed, these abilities surpass those of ordinary practitioners of the same realm, rendering the typical cultivator destined for defeat. However, those practitioners were not he, Lin Qian. The moment the divine abilities were about to descend, they merely stirred Lin Qian's robes, producing a rustling sound. Inhaling deeply, he exhaled a long breath, and with a casual wave of his hand, uttered a single word, dissipate. No fluctuations of spiritual energy emanated, only the eruption of pure physical strength. Yet, with that simple gesture, everything in the surrounding realm seemed to retract. All laws retreating. Even the impending divine abilities aimed at Lin Qian were caught in the tremor, obliterated until they transformed into nothingness. Boom. With a mere wave, the heavens fell silent, all traces of divine power dissipating. Everything, including space itself, was annihilated, leaving only Lin Qian's silhouette amid the boundless black void. The residual force rippled outward, and all the top 10 prodigies bore expressions of shock, involuntarily spilling blood, as they raised their heads once more to gaze upon that figure. Their eyes were filled with terror. Their combined strike, their strongest attack, had proven so utterly ineffectual. Lin Chun had casually waved his hand and extinguished their onslaught. Was the chasm between them and Lin Chen truly this vast? The world fell into silence. The many prodigious talents below stood in a daze, their bodies motionless. Having witnessed the events unfold, their minds momentarily froze. Was this still a human? Was this still one of their contemporaries? Such a terrifying might, extinguishing everything with a mere gesture. Within Floating Light City, all who beheld the recent spectacle were similarly entranced, their expressions blank, eyes wide with disbelief. It was only today that they realized a cultivator could possess such monstrous prowess. With the sparring concluded, fellow friends, I take my leave. Before his words could fully settle amidst the myriad expressions of the prodigies, Lin Chen vanished into the void. His demeanor was exquisitely graceful, devoid of any hesitation. Akin to how he had just triumphed over the top 10 prodigies. Chapter 64. Return to the ancient Lin clan. Investigating the mystical lands. Until Lin Chen departed, Floating Light City remained shrouded in silence. All prodigious talents and experts had yet to regain their faculties. Some even quietly questioned the despair within their hearts. Do they truly stand a chance at seizing the Emperor's Tao fruit in competition with such a monstrous being? Should Lin Chen ever take them seriously, he could easily obliterate them all. Indeed, this Lin Chen was far more terrifying than the tales that circulated throughout the 3,000 Dao states. As the many prodigies fell into dejection, Lin Shanhe, Lin Tingtao, and Lin Huangxian of the ancient Lin clan converged, their expressions somewhat steadied. They understood the might of the divine son Lin Chun and had never entertained thoughts of surpassing him. Acknowledging the gap between them and Lin Chun, they resolved to cultivate diligently, at the very least. They could not disgrace their ancient Lin clan. Exchanging glances, all the prodigies of the ancient Lin clan bore a look of determination. In the next moment, they transformed into streaks of light, plunging into the God Tower, emanating black golden radiance. They aimed to continue their trials within the tower, challenging the main tower of the gods. Just as the divine son had asserted, even if they could not enter the god rankings, they must engage the tower guardians in combat. This would greatly benefit their own combat comprehension. Perhaps through battling the tower guardians, they might glean insights that would enhance their strength. Moreover, Lin Shanhe and Lin Tingtao already possessed a modicum of confidence in successfully navigating the tower. What they needed now was to persistently try. Having calmed the emotions within their hearts, they wore expressions of resolute determination. They were no ordinary individuals, but the most elite prodigies of the 3,000 Dao states. Although their resolve had indeed faltered momentarily, that did not signify their true surrender. Regardless of what lay ahead, they now had to strive. Even if they ultimately could not triumph over Lin Chun, they must not squander this golden era, nor betray themselves. Whoosh, 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 one by one, the prodigies transformed into streaks of light, vanishing into the entrance of the black golden god tower. They too sought to continue their trials, not wishing to waste this opportunity within the god tower. Above the ancient Lin clan, Lin Chen emerged from the void, exhaling a long breath. He remained oblivious to the thoughts of those prodigious talents and had little desire to comprehend them. What occupied his mind was the urgency to elevate his strength, at least to a level where he could ensure his own safety. The sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones were his most significant adversaries. Within the ancient Lin clan, there existed numerous mystical lands, many of which he had not thoroughly explored due to time constraints during his previous visit. Now that the sovereigns of the Forbidden Zones had awakened and caused turmoil, the outside world was perilous. He would seize this opportunity to thoroughly investigate all the mystical lands within the ancient Lin clan. He believed that among the remaining mystical lands, there would surely be locations capable of activating the system's signing-in opportunities. The conventional pace of cultivation was utterly insufficient to address the current situation. As time passed, half an hour swiftly elapsed. During this half hour, Lin Chen explored several locations, each one relatively mystical within the ancient Lin clan. However, regrettably, upon entering these places, the invincible signing-in system exhibited no response. This indicated that these locations did not meet the criteria for unlocking signing-in opportunities. In a bustling square, an ancient golden hall stood tall. Disciples of the ancient Lin clan streamed in and out of the grand hall. Lin Chen enveloped his form with spiritual power, standing before the golden hall, and took a deep breath. He hoped that this place would unlock a signing opportunity. If not, he would have to venture to the ancestral land and try his luck there. Coincidentally, what he lacked the most at this moment was time. With that thought, Lin Chun stepped into the Golden Hall without any hesitation. This magnificent hall was none other than the repository of powerful spiritual techniques and divine abilities belonging to the ancient Lin family. The Hall of Divine Techniques. If this place could not grant him a signing opportunity, he feared that only the ancestral land, the burial ground of the formidable ancestors and kin of the ancient Lin family, might hold such a chance. That place was, in every sense, the most extraordinary and significant location of the ancient Lin family. Upon entering the Golden Hall, Lin Chun found himself amidst a scene reminiscent of a starry sky. Stars twinkled above, radiating a mysterious aura. Observing this spectacle, a hint of nostalgia appeared on Lin Chun's face. It had been a long time since he last visited the Hall of Divine Techniques. The stars above symbolized various spiritual techniques and divine powers, which could be selected simply by attuning one's spirit to the heavens. Just as Lin Chun was lost in reminiscence, a familiar, melodious prompt sounded in his mind. Detection complete. Host is in the Hall of Divine Techniques of the ancient Lin family. Unlocking signing opportunity. May I ask the host if they wish to proceed with the signing now? Indeed, hard work pays off. He had finally unlocked another signing opportunity. Chapter 65. Signing at the Hall of Divine Techniques. Incredible signing rewards? He noticed that many clan members of the ancient Lin family were closing their eyes, selecting spiritual techniques and divine abilities. Clearly, signing here was not feasible. He needed to find a more secluded place to do so. He remained uncertain about the rewards of this signing. With so many eyes present, it was prudent to be cautious. The Hall of Divine Techniques consisted of 9 levels, and with his authority, he could teleport to any floor at will. Since the first level was crowded, he decided to ascend directly to the 9th level. That level was accessible only to the family patriarch, elders, and ancestors, truly the upper echelon of the family. Ordinary elders of the Sacred King realm did not possess the privilege to enter the 9th level casually. It was a foolproof plan for Lin Chun to sign at the top of the Hall of Divine Techniques. As he entered the 1st level, the many members of the ancient Lin family remained oblivious to the ethereal aura that surrounded him. Lin Chun had concealed his presence with spiritual energy, making him undetectable even as he vanished into thin art in what appeared to be a normal hall. Lin Chun's figure gradually materialized. The hall was empty, save for a jade platform emanating a mysterious aura at its center. Above the jade platform lay exquisite and extraordinary jade slips, seemingly conveying their uniqueness to the world that in truth. Each jade slip was a treasure of the ancient Lin family, containing not only imperial scriptures but also formidable divine techniques, an unspoken secret of the clan. The rich spiritual energy enveloped Lin Chun, causing him to involuntarily take a deep breath. The concentration of spiritual energy here was comparable to that of his sacred palace. During his time away from the family in Floating Light City, he had not experienced such a dense atmosphere in ages. Scanning his surroundings, Lin Chun silently commanded, "System, initiate the signing." He felt a flicker of anticipation within. Previous signings had yielded excellent rewards, ranging from innate imperial artifacts to divine techniques. The most recent signing had even granted him a significant boost in physical cultivation. What rewards awaited him this time in the Hall of Divine Techniques? Request from the host received. Initiating signing at the Hall of Divine Techniques. Signing successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an opportunity to break through one major cultivation realm of your choice. May I ask the host if they wish to utilize this breakthrough opportunity now? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Lin Chun's body trembled with disbelief. Had he heard correctly? An opportunity to break through one major realm of any cultivation? This signing reward seemed extraordinarily overpowered. It allowed him to directly elevate any of his cultivation levels by an entire major realm. This meant that if he wished, he could instantly boost his spiritual cultivation to the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of the heavenly realm. Thoughts swirled in Lin Chun's mind, rendering him momentarily speechless. It was no wonder he found it hard to accept. This signing reward was simply too astonishing. It felt even more incredible than receiving an innate imperial artifact as a signing reward. After a while, Lin Chun managed to steady his emotions. Collecting his thoughts, he inquired inwardly, "System, are there any restrictions on this signing reward? In other words, what cultivation level must I be at to use it?" While the signing rewards were enticing, he still retained a modicum of rationality. Such an extraordinary opportunity required careful consideration. If there were no restrictions, he would prefer to save it for later when his cultivation was higher. It was well known that the higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it became to improve. Using it during the 9 layers of tribulation would yield different effects compared to utilizing it at the heavenly realm, the sage realm, or even the great sage realm. The reward from this signing can be utilized at any time below the sage realm. Should the host wish to elevate a cultivation level beyond the sage realm, the effects of this signing reward will be rendered ineffective. Lin Chun felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this, so the opportunity could only be used below the sage realm. This meant that the only cultivation realms he could choose to elevate were the 9 layers of tribulation and the heavenly realm. Fortunately, his current cultivation satisfied the prerequisites for this elevation. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen's expression became conflicted. He pondered whether to use the cultivation elevation reward now. His physical cultivation had already reached the 7th layer of the heavenly realm. If he applied the breakthrough opportunity to his physical cultivation, he would immediately ascend to the sage realm, achieving sainthood. At that point, he could traverse freely across the 3,000 states, a sage realm expert. Even within sacred-level forces, could serve as a respected elder, a true powerhouse. Yet, Lin Chen also realized that if he did so, his spiritual and soul cultivations would lag significantly behind his physical cultivation. Such an imbalance could hinder his future path of cultivation. After much deliberation, Lin Chen exhaled deeply, a resolute glimmer in his eyes. He had made his decision. He would use the cultivation elevation opportunity, specifically to enhance his highest cultivation level, his physical cultivation. He was not oblivious to the immense threat posed by the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone looming over him. He was uncertain if those supreme beings could breach the defenses of the quasi-emperors and emerge for their ascension. However, enhancing his strength was paramount at this moment. While he could wait until his spiritual cultivation improved and then use this opportunity to elevate it, that approach would take time. And, regrettably, what he lacked the most right now was time. First, he would achieve sainthood in his physical form, granting him greater means of survival. At the very least, he needed to ensure that he could wield imperial talismans in the presence of the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone. Lin Chun was acutely aware that, even with an imperial talisman, his current strength would likely be insufficient to confront the supreme beings. Perhaps, by the time he harbored such thoughts, he would already have been slain by them. He resolved to elevate his physical cultivation to the sage realm, so that in moments of potential crisis, he would be qualified to utilize imperial talismans for his survival. System, I choose to elevate my physical cultivation. Chapter 66. The physical body breaks through to the sage realm. The heavenly tribulation of the sage realm's physical body emerges. Lin Chen's expression was resolute as he voiced his choice within his mind. His thoughts had been somewhat contradictory. He feared that uneven cultivation levels would affect his future training and considered waiting until his cultivation was higher to use the opportunity. Yet, even at a higher level, it could only be used below the sage realm, and delaying would yield diminishing returns. After thorough consideration, elevating his physical cultivation now presented the greatest benefit. Request from the host received. Initiating elevation of physical cultivation. Note: this elevation will not affect the host's foundation, and the physical cultivation achieved after the breakthrough will be indistinguishable from what the host could achieve through self-training. A clear prompt resonated in his mind. And before the sound had fully faded, Lin Chun felt a torrent of profound, pure energy manifest around him. In the 9th level of the Hall of Divine Techniques, waves of intangible energy materialized, swiftly enveloping Lin Chen's form. The overwhelming nature of this energy filled the entire 9th level with an aura of mystery. Wrapped in this ethereal energy, Lin Chun felt an unparalleled sense of ease, devoid of any discomfort. His physical cultivation surged visibly within this state of comfort. The speed of this enhancement rivaled, if not surpassed, that experienced within the Tower of the Gods. Boom. In mere moments, Lin Chen's physical cultivation transcended a minor realm, advancing from the 7th layer of the heavenly realm directly to the 8th layer of the heavenly realm. Even so, this astonishingly rapid enhancement showed no signs of slowing down. Lin Chen perceived everything around him. Without any hesitation, he promptly sat cross-legged and began to circulate the chaotic divine demon scripture, actively cooperating with its flow. This time, he aimed to make a decisive breakthrough in his physical cultivation, striving to ascend to the 7th level of the saint realm. As time gradually passed, Lin Chen's physical cultivation soared incessantly. Soon, a brief moment equivalent to the time it takes to brew a cup of tea had elapsed, and Lin Chen's physical prowess reached the zenith of the celestial realm. His physical cultivation stood at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. At this peak, he was already half a step into the saint realm. The pinnacle of the celestial realm. At a certain moment, Lin Chen's mind focused intently, and he felt a transformation in the tier of his life. The various shackles on his body vanished in an instant, and in their wake came a tremendous surge in his physical cultivation. Buzz, crackle, a formidable pressure emanated from his physical form, enveloping the surroundings, tearing apart the very fabric of the space within the 9th level of the divine palace into intricate fissures. His physical cultivation broke through to the 1st level of the saint realm. With a surge of exhilarating power coursing through him, Lin Chen, who was persistently operating the chaotic divine demon scripture, felt a thrill of excitement within. At last, his physical cultivation had ascended to the level of the saint realm. He could distinctly sense that as his physical cultivation broke through the saint realm, so too did the tier of his life undergo a transformation. Even the limits of his comprehension seemed to rise considerably alongside this metamorphosis. Vaguely, he found a new understanding of the second portal of the 8 gates of escape. Amidst Lin Chen's whirlwind of thoughts, his physical cultivation continued to ascend, advancing toward higher realms. Not only that, but above the divine palace, ominous black calamity clouds began to materialize quietly in the sky in no time. They obscured the entire expanse of the heavens for thousands of miles, rendering the view a mere canvas of black clouds. Despite this, the black calamity clouds continued to spread, seemingly intent on shrouding the entire firmament. Boom! Within the black calamity clouds, deep purple lightning rolled ominously, emitting a deafening and terrifying rumble. On the plaza outside the divine palace, numerous members of the ancient Lin family, witnessing this scene, looked up toward the heavens with expressions of curiosity. Which powerful family member had broken through their cultivation? Observing the might of the lightning within the calamity clouds, it was clear that this tribulation was likely at least at the level of the great saint realm. Did the ancient Lin family have a strong individual breaking through to the great saint realm within the divine palace? Contemplating this, the faces of many members of the ancient Lin family revealed expressions of congratulations and prayer. If another great saint realm powerhouse were born within their family, it would indeed be a tremendous boon. Yet, they were left puzzled as to who among their ranks had achieved this breakthrough. However, the members of the ancient Lin family in the plaza were baffled, as a full quarter of an hour had passed. Yet no figure had emerged to face the tribulation eye in the sky. Only the black calamity clouds continued to churn, enveloping the heavens for 30,000 miles, due to the appearance of the calamity clouds. The strong guardians of the ancient Lin family station nearby began to appear in the void outside the divine palace one after another. They too were curious about who had broken through to the great saint realm at this moment. A powerhouse at the great saint realm level could be considered a formidable expert within the ancient Lin family. As chaos loomed, an additional powerhouse meant more strength to resist it for them. Inside the divine palace, on the 9th level, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, a powerful pressure emanating from his physical form. This pressure, as time passed, continued to intensify, almost escalating by a level with each fleeting moment. Unbeknownst to him, he was not aware of the external circumstances. He only knew that the enhancement of his physical cultivation was nearing its conclusion. Currently, his physical cultivation had reached the 6th level of the saint realm. Only one final minor realm remained before this enhancement would come to a close. Boom! A resonant hum echoed within Lin Chen's body, as if breaking through some form of restraint. His formidable physical pressure surged suddenly, reaching an unprecedented level. His physical cultivation broke through to the 7th level of the saint realm. Exhaling softly, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. The mysterious energy had been fully refined, vanishing completely, transformed into his physical cultivation. Lowering his gaze, he glanced at his palm and tentatively reached forward. Crackle! Though he merely waved his hand gently, the space seemed to tear apart like ragged cloth. Rending a gashed it was noteworthy that this was the reinforced space within the divine palace. A realm where even ordinary powerhouses of the saint realm would find it challenging to shatter with all their might. Yet now, this fortified space was torn apart effortlessly by Lin Chen's mere gesture. Observing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile faintly, revealing a satisfied grin. His investment in a precious opportunity for cultivation enhancement had not been in vain. With such a level of physical strength, he was now adequately equipped for self-defense. Moreover, he had not forgotten that after breaking through to the Saint Realm, he still needed to face the physical tribulation of the Saint Realm. For ordinary cultivators, tribulations were fierce obstacles to be avoided at all costs. However, for him, endowed with the support of 1,000,000 miles of fortune, this tribulation of the physical body in the Saint Realm would serve as a tremendous boon for his cultivation. Rising to his feet, Lin Chen gazed through the divine palace, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps, with the aid of this physical tribulation of the Saint Realm, he could attain the pinnacle level of the Saint Realm. Indeed, it might even propel him to the great Saint Realm. Before the words faded from his lips, Lin Chen took a step forward, vanishing from the 9th level of the divine palace. He intended to witness to what extent this physical tribulation could elevate his cultivation. Chapter 67. The unsophisticated members of the ancient Lin family, shocked, utterly astonished, on the plaza outside the divine palace. An increasing number of members from the ancient Lin family gathered. They all observed that the calamity clouds had originally appeared from the location of the divine palace. This indicated that a powerful family member had broken through to the great Saint Realm within the divine palace. The members of the ancient Lin family had come here to witness the birth of a new great Saint Realm powerhouse within their ranks. Yet, one matter left them exceedingly puzzled. Why? Despite nearly a quarter of an hour passing since the appearance of the calamity clouds, had no figure emerged? The purple lightning within the calamity clouds was remarkably patient, refraining from striking down until the one undergoing the tribulation made their appearance. Merely rolling within the depths of the clouds, producing a series of roars, boom. Another rumble echoed as the purple lightning surged within the black calamity clouds, creating ripples. The dazzling flashes of electricity caused the heavens to brighten momentarily. The members of the ancient Lin family in the plaza paid little heed to this sound of thunder. It had echoed countless times before, and after the flash of lightning, it was likely that the sky would remain void of any figures. However, just as this thought crossed their minds, amidst the rolling thunder and flashes of lightning, a blinding bolt of electricity dissipated, revealing a tall, youthful silhouette hovering in the sky. In that instant, all members of the ancient Lin family in the plaza trembled in shock. Was this the one undergoing the tribulation? Yet, they felt an uncanny familiarity with that figure. It seemed to be the Divine Sun. Most importantly, wasn't the Divine Sun's cultivation only at the 9th level of the Calamity Realm? How could he attract a tribulation of the Great Saint Realm? In the void, numerous elders at the Saint King Realm and powerful figures at the Divine Realm, upon seeing that silhouette in the sky, displayed expressions of realization. So it was. The tribulation in the sky was not a Great Saint Realm tribulation, but rather the Saint Realm tribulation of the Divine Sun. Their words were filled with disbelief and astonishment. They had already sensed that Lin Chen's physical cultivation had broken through to the 7th level of the Saint Realm. The speed of this cultivation enhancement left them utterly bewildered. Even though the tribulation he attracted was not from the Great Saint Realm, the Saint Realm tribulation was no less astounding. They vividly remembered that the Divine Sun had only recently undergone a tribulation in Floating Light City. At that time, the Divine Sun's physical cultivation had comprehended insights from the Master Tower of the Divine Tower, breaking through to the 7th level of the Celestial Realm. How long had it been since then? Surely not even a day. From the 7th level of the Celestial Realm to directly breaking through one large realm to the 7th level of the Saint Realm. Throughout the annals of the 3,000 Tao states, such an absurd occurrence had never taken place. In the eyes of the multitude, Lin Chen stepped through the air, glancing down at the densely packed figures in the plaza. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It appeared his tribulation had once again drawn a considerable number of family members to witness. Well, after this tribulation, he had another idea he wished to reveal, with the gathering of family members at this moment. It was an opportune time to present it, however. For now, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the deep purple lightning, Lin Chen couldn't help but grin widely. Judging by the situation, this time it truly seemed possible to elevate his physical cultivation to the level of the Great Saint Realm. If that were the case, he might just extend the tribulation and undergo another physical tribulation of the Great Saint Realm. The terrifying aura emanating from the deep purple lightning informed him that even ordinary powerhouses at the pinnacle of the Saint Realm would face certain death. Yet, such formidable lightning would soon transform into nourishment for his physical cultivation, becoming part of his strength. Boom, bang. Sensing Lin Chen's arrival, the deep purple lightning, which had been brewing for quite some time, merely rolled twice before crashing down in an instant. The space where Lin Chen stood was locked in by the robust deep purple lightning, rendering it stagnant. In response, Lin Chen made no attempt to shield himself. He simply ignored the descending deep purple lightning and sat cross-legged on the spot. Having gained experience from the last tribulation, he now understood that his current heavenly tribulation was markedly different from those of the past. This time, as he faced the tribulation, it was an opportunity to enhance his cultivation. With a mere thought, Lin Chen began to activate the Chaos Divine Demon Scripture, awaiting the arrival of the tribulation lightning energy. In the square, numerous members of the ancient Lin family were taken aback as they witnessed Lin Chen sitting cross-legged without hesitation. What was happening? Shouldn't the Son of God be exerting all his strength to resist the heavenly tribulation? Why was he sitting down, seemingly cultivating under the tribulation of a saintly body? Wasn't the Son of God's heart a bit too audacious? However, they soon found themselves ensnared in a renewed sense of shock. They could not comprehend why the Son of God would choose to face the tribulation in such a manner. Those from the ancient Lin family, unaware of Lin Chen's circumstances in Floating Light City, felt the monumental impact brought by the protector of the heavenly way to boom. Under the worried gazes of the ancient Lin family members, a thick, deep purple lightning bolt trembled as it approached within several zhang of Lin Chen. Immediately after, to the utter astonishment of all present, the formidable power of the deep purple lightning vanished without a trace. What remained was an endless purity of lightning energy, devoid of any threat. Subsequently, all the pure lightning energy surged forth, enveloping Lin Chen's figure. In that moment, the members of the ancient Lin family understood. They realized why their Son of God had chosen to disregard the lightning and sit down to cultivate. It appeared that the Son of God had anticipated this outcome all along. Chapter 68. The tribulation concludes. Half-step, Great Saint Realm, Lin Haoran and Yun Qingro's resolve. The deep purple lightning, powerful enough to annihilate peak saint-level experts, inexplicably dissipated as it approached Lin Chen. Such an extraordinary event was beyond anything they had ever witnessed or could have imagined. Yet now, this bizarre and preposterous occurrence unfolded right before their eyes. Suddenly, the members of the ancient Lin family recalled that there had been rumors earlier that the Son of God was undergoing a physical tribulation in Floating Light City. Could it be that he had foreseen the tribulation's transformation? Otherwise, why would he remain so calm and choose to sit down to cultivate at the moment the lightning struck? Only this explanation could account for Lin Chen's recent behavior. With this realization, the members of the ancient Lin family fell into collective silence. Thus, it turned out that the Son of God had undergone 2 tribulations in just 1 day's time, both being physical tribulations. This indicated that the Son of God's physical cultivation had ascended 2 major realms within a single day. Not merely 2 minor realms, but 2 significant ones, spanning from the 9th level of tribulation to the saint realm, reaching the 7th level of sainthood. Such feats made the bodies of the ancient Lin family's members tremble uncontrollably. They were well aware of their Son of God's formidable talent, having defeated the Tao ancestor in the same realm to become the number 1 on the divine rankings. Yet, to possess such monstrous and defiant prowess was beyond their comprehension. Boom. The tribulation lightning continued to strike, yet each bolt exhibited the same peculiar pattern, as it approached within several zhang of Lin Chen. It shed all its power, leaving only pure tribulation lightning energy. At this moment, Lin Chen was entirely enveloped by the deep purple lightning energy. The pure and overwhelming lightning energy continuously tempered his body, enhancing his physical cultivation. Compared to before, his physical pressure had nearly doubled, and his cultivation level was rapidly approaching the pinnacle of the 7th level of sainthood. He activated the Chaos Divine Demon Scripture. Lin Chen felt immense satisfaction from the pure lightning energy surrounding him. This time, the energy was worlds apart from the last, even though his physical cultivation was not on par with before. With such abundant lightning energy assisting him, advancing to the pinnacle of sainthood was nearly a certainty, and breaking through to the great saint realm held significant potential. As time passed, Lin Chen's physical pressure rapidly intensified under the watchful eyes of the ancient Lin family members. Eventually, the entire square outside the divine hall was filled with a terrifying pressure. Some of the lower cultivating members of the ancient Lin family simply sat down, surrendering to the overwhelming force in such a state of pressure. Standing was an impossibility. Kneeling was hardly dignified. Witnessing the tribulation of their Son of God while on their knees was hardly an acceptable sight. Thus, they opted to sit on the ground, gazing up in reverence at their Son of God as he faced the tribulation. This way, they preserved their dignity while simultaneously showing respect to the Son of God. Truly a win-win situation. Atop a grand hall, Lin Howren stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a profound sense of gratification adorning his face. The pinnacle of the 7th level of sainthood. No, that was not quite right. Given the current circumstances, Lin Shan was about to break through to the pinnacle of sainthood, or even the great saint realm. How long had it been since he awakened from the source of the gods? His son had already become a formidable saint-level expert. Beside him, Yun Qingru gazed at Lin Shan, enveloped in the lightning energy above. Her face radiant with pride. That was her son, the pride of her life, and the continuation of her existence. Should anyone dare to bring harm to him, she would risk everything to ensure that those with malicious intent understood the severe consequences of offending a mother's protective instincts. Taking a deep breath, Lin Howren's gaze shifted towards the distance, towards the direction of the burial of a mortal's forbidden zone. He spoke solemnly. I wonder how the other forbidden zones are faring. Our ancient Lin family's burial of a mortal's forbidden zone has temporarily restrained the supreme beings within. But can the hundreds of forbidden zones across the 3,000 Dao states all manage to contain them? Even if the quasi-emperors of the 3,000 Dao states have communicated and established temporary teleportation arrays for support, I still feel a sense of unease. He was well aware that once those supreme beings emerged, their first course of action would be to slaughter living beings and absorb their life force to restore their depleted states. Following that, their focus would inevitably turn to harming their son, Lin Chun. At present, Lin Chun had become a target in the eyes of all the supreme beings, viewed as a thorn in their sides, a timeless prodigy they all sought to eliminate. Upon hearing his words, Yun Qingru's expression shifted, and she comforted him by patting his arm. Oh, not worry. My husband, Chun'er, possesses unparalleled talent, and now he has the backing of 1,000,000 miles of fortune and the protection of the heavenly way. I believe the collective awakening of the supreme beings will only result in a thunderous roar with minimal action. Perhaps they will choose to negotiate with US for the conditions. I cannot speculate. Hearing her words, Lin Howren narrowed his eyes. Indeed, with the unity of the entire 3,000 Dao states, they were more united than ever. The human and demon races had set aside their grievances. Working together in earnest, the supreme being should not be able to stir up too much chaos in the end. He realized he may have been overly concerned. If the situation unfolded without surprises, it would likely result in a stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand. Yet this process was destined to be arduous and challenging. It all depended on whether the supreme beings were willing to sit down and negotiate. As long as negotiations could occur, everything would become considerably easier. The Golden Age was not just an opportunity for the beings of the 3,000 Dao states. It was also a moment for these supreme beings to fulfill their ambitions. He hoped that the future of the 3,000 Dao states would not be submerged beneath the ambitions of the Forbidden Zone's supreme beings. Boom, bang, boom. At that moment, the final, terrifying deep purple lightning bolt descended from the heavens, bearing down upon Lin Chun with crushing force. Despite this last bolt being several times more powerful than those preceding it, Lin Chun remained unperturbed, fully immersed in the operation of the Chaos Divine Demon Scripture. Lin Howren collected his thoughts and raised his head to gaze at the deep purple lightning. A hint of regret flickering in his eyes. It seemed that Lin Chun would not be able to break through consecutively and reach the great saint realm in terms of physical cultivation. However, even taking a half step into the great saint realm was an impressive feat. At the very least, he would possess some measure of self-protection, as Lin Chun now resided within the ancient Lin family. With him present, any incursions by the supreme beings would be met with defeat. Yun Qingru's gaze also turned towards the sky, her expression filled with determination. No one could harm her son, not even the supreme beings. If they sought to bring harm to Lin Chun, they would have to step over her dead body. In the heavens, Lin Chun's body radiated a terrifying devouring power, greedily consuming the surrounding deep purple lightning energy. Boom! As the last wisp of energy was absorbed and refined, Lin Chun's aura surged once more. This aura surpassed the ordinary pinnacle of sainthood, yet did not quite reach the great saint realm. He found himself in a delicate state, perched between the pinnacle of sainthood and the great saint realm. It could be termed a half step into the great saint realm in terms of physical cultivation. Exhaling a breath of impure air, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, displaying a hint of regret. It appeared that, in the end, he still fell short. With that, Lin Chen rose to his feet, stretching his body and offering a faint smile. Nevertheless, this remaining shortfall would likely resolve itself naturally within half a month, even without actively cultivating. Next, it was time to investigate the last location within the family that could potentially unlock the opportunity for a sign-in. Alas, it has been 3,000 years since I last visited my ancestral homeland to pay respects to my forebears. It seems fitting to address this matter now. High above, in the vast firmament, the dark clouds of calamity trembled momentarily before swiftly dissipating. The rosy hues of the twilight sky gradually emerged in the next instant, as if sharing a silent connection. All members of the ancient Lin clan below reverently and fervently clasped their hands and called out to Lin Chen above. We humbly congratulate your highness, the divine son, on successfully transcending the tribulation and achieving sanctity, ascending to the heavenly talent rankings, standing first on the divine list. Your highness reigns supreme throughout history. Chapter 69. Arrival at the ancestral land. Averse to becoming the past, unlocking the sign-in opportunity. Upon hearing the voices from below, Lin Chen gathered his thoughts and smiled gently downwards. Thank you all for your congratulations. With the advent of the Golden Age, we must seize this precious opportunity to devote ourselves to cultivation. His voice, calm yet resonating with spiritual power, echoed throughout the entire ancient Lin clan. This time, his physical prowess had soared to new heights, truly elevating him above his contemporaries. Next, his gaze should shift towards the elder generation of formidable beings, towards those sovereigns of the forbidden zones. Across the ancient Lin clan, many clan members, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, were momentarily taken aback, then promptly replied, "We shall faithfully adhere to your highness's decree." Within their hearts, every member of the ancient Lin clan held Lin Chen in the highest esteem. With such extraordinary talent, if he could toil diligently in his cultivation, how could they do otherwise? For the sake of the ancient Lin clan, and for themselves, they too must strive to cultivate. In the next moment, Lin Chen did not linger in the heavens. He stepped forward and instantly vanished from sight. It was time to head to the ancestral land, firstly to fulfill his filial duty by paying homage to his ancestors, and secondly, to see if he could unlock the sign-in opportunity. He believed that the ancestral land would likely unlock such an opportunity, for it was indeed the most significant place for the ancient Lin clan. At the pinnacle of the Grand Hall, Lin Haoran and Yun Qingru noticed Lin Chen's gaze and exchanged smiles. This young man had become remarkably perceptive since breaking through to the pinnacle of the Sage realm. Despite the considerable distance, their cultivation levels allowed them to remain undetected by ordinary eyes. Yet, Lin Chen effortlessly sensed their presence. Such acuity was a rarity, even among the vast majority of Sage-level experts. It seemed Lin Chen's true strength had now far surpassed that of most Sage-level beings. What was even more astonishing was that their Chun'er was merely 16 years old, not yet 17. Such terrifying talent was indeed befitting of their son. In the square outside the Tower of the Gods, numerous members of the ancient Lin clan savored the moment, returning to their previous state. They understood that with his physical cultivation elevated to the Sage realm, the divine son was truly invincible among his peers. No room for provocation or doubt. Invincible. The coveted position of the Soul Emperor's Tao fruit was but a mere step away from their divine son. As the divine son had stated, they, as members of the ancient Lin clan, must also diligently cultivate to uphold the clan's dignity. After a brief moment, deep within the ancient Lin clan, in a desolate area, a sound echoed. The space tore open, revealing a gaping void of darkness. In the next instant, Lin Chen emerged from the void, surveying his surroundings. All around him lay desolation, devoid of any vitality, save for a solitary, ancient black portal standing silently. This ancient portal exuded a rich aura of antiquity, evoking a sense of being transported back to a primordial era. Aside from that, the ground was strewn with yellow sand. Such a scene did not resemble the ancient Lin clan. Rather, it felt akin to a barren wasteland. Gazing at the eerily familiar surroundings, Lin Xin couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. 3,000 years had passed, and the clan had not seen fit to restore this place. After all, it was the burial ground of their ancestors. Yet at that moment, he suddenly recalled that the ninth ancestor had once mentioned that the desolation surrounding their ancestral land was by design. The ancestors decreed that as members of the ancient Lin clan, they must always remember that the current beauty was earned through relentless struggle. In possessing beauty, one must not forget the hardships of the past. An overly extravagant ancestral land would only serve to distract the eye. Preserving its original state was the truest form of authenticity. Contemplating these thoughts, Lin Qian fell silent. It seemed the seemingly fiery and charismatic ancestor Lin Dong had a penchant for such reminiscences of hardship and sweetness. Was it the tribulations faced by ancestor Lin Dong that had led to such a profound change in character? Otherwise, the ancestor Lin Dong from the Tower of the Gods would not engage in such practices. These considerations mattered little. What was paramount was to fulfill the two purposes for which he had come. The ancient portal appeared as ordinary as any other doorway, allowing one to glimpse another scene beyond. However, when Lin Qian stepped through the black, ancient portal, a miraculous event unfolded. The once unremarkable portal suddenly radiated with a rich spatial aura. In that moment, the entire ancient portal took on a peculiar and extraordinary quality. Under the influence of this spatial aura, Lin Qian's figure, as he passed through the black ancient portal, mysteriously vanished without a trace. Buzz. When Lin Qian's form was entirely engulfed by the black ancient portal and disappeared from sight, the portal reverted to its prior ordinary state, devoid of any extraordinary characteristics. The ancestral land of the ancient Lin clan. Only those possessing the bloodline of the ancient Lin clan could traverse the gate to the ancient realm and reach the small world of their ancestral land. Furthermore, only elders of the Sage King realm or those of higher status were permitted to enter and exit this barren land of yellow sand at will. The ancestral land of the ancient Lin clan, while appearing unremarkable, was, in fact, a critical stronghold for the entire clan. Anyone who dared to desecrate the ancestral land would invite relentless vengeance from the entire ancient Lin clan. In this solitary space, the black ancient portal stood tall, mirroring the exterior, while towering black tombstones dotted the landscape. These imposing black tombstones filled the entire desolate space, and wherever one looked, they were surrounded by the silhouettes of these grand monuments. The sky above was shrouded in darkness, seemingly devoid of any light. Paradoxically, the entire spatial realm could still be seen with the naked eye. Before the black ancient portal, Lin Qian emerged from within. Just as he steadied himself, a long-forgotten sense of solitude washed over him, rendering him momentarily silent. The tombstones surrounding him belonged to the members of the ancient Lin clan. They had either passed away naturally, fallen due to misfortune, or died heroically for the clan. Regardless of how they met their end, they now lay peacefully in this desolate ancestral land. They represented the past of the ancient Lin clan, and he did not wish to become a part of that past. Thus, he must strive earnestly in his cultivation to fully seize control of his own destiny. Lin Qian steadied his thoughts and prepared to pay homage to the deceased ancestors of the ancient Lin clan. However, at that moment, a clear prompt echoed in his mind. Detected that the host is in the ancestral land of the ancient Lin clan. Sign-in is available. Would you like to proceed with the sign-in? Lin Qian, upon hearing the system's notification, felt a slight stir within him but was not overly surprised. He had prepared himself mentally upon entering. It was highly probable that the ancestral land would unlock a sign-in opportunity. After 3,000 years without paying homage, it was only fitting that he take action now that he was here. Having spent over a decade in this world, he was a true member of the ancient Lin clan. Born into it, not merely a wandering soul. As a member of the ancient Lin clan, it was only natural to honor the ancestors. After a brief period, Lin Qian concluded his commemorations for all the ancestors of the ancient Lin clan and moved to an open area. Confirming that no one else was present, he silently murmured within his heart, "System, let us sign in." Chapter 70. Ancestral Land Sign-in, bestowing divine level comprehension. With all matters settled, it was time to proceed with the sign-in for the ancestral land. What reward awaited him this time? Received host request, initiating sign-in for the ancestral land of the ancient Lin clan. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received divine level comprehension enhancement for 3 hours. Would you like to utilize this enhancement? Please note, Once the divine level comprehension enhancement begins, it cannot be interrupted midway. Kindly choose the timing wisely. Divine level comprehension enhancement? Just a mere 3 hours. Lin Shan raised an eyebrow. This sign-in reward seemed rather lackluster. His innate comprehension was, without boasting, nearly divine level. Now, what use was a mere 3 hours of divine level comprehension enhancement? Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Shan inquired inwardly, System, how does this divine level comprehension enhancement compare to my innate comprehension? Or rather, just how formidable is this so-called divine level comprehension enhancement? Having finally unlocked a sign-in opportunity, he could not afford to squander it. The host's innate comprehension is extraordinary. Theoretically, it could be referred to as an alternative divine level comprehension. However, the divine level comprehension enhancement just acquired is not the conventional divine level comprehension, but rather the true comprehension of divinity. The true comprehension of divinity. Upon hearing this, Lin Shan's face lit up with intrigue. This certainly sounded promising. Let me see just how divine this comprehension truly is. After a brief contemplation, Lin Shan began to ponder which divine techniques and arts he would delve into during the divine level comprehension enhancement. As for the techniques, he had already perfected all he knew, including those acquired through sign-ins. The only deficiency in the Hongming Ninth lies in its spiritual foundation. With sufficient spiritual depth, it could effortlessly unleash the Ninth. Thus, the only remaining challenge is the 8 gates of Duanjia. Among these 8 gates, only the first gate has been opened. During the tribulation, there were some insights gained regarding the second gate, yet it remains unbroken. If the divine level comprehension were applied to grasp the 8 gates, it is certain that the second gate could be understood and opened. At that time, his combat prowess would receive a significant enhancement, and his ultimate strength would be amplified. The first gate of the 8 gates merely doubles the overall strength, while from the second gate onward, the strength is increased by 2-fold sequentially, in other words. Upon opening the second gate, the enhancement from the 8 gates would reach 2-fold. The overall strength would witness a dramatic exponential growth. Moreover, a deeper understanding of Duanjia would correspondingly increase the distance of instantaneous movement. Previously, Lin Shan had set the teleportation point at the Divine Sun's palace. However, the current range of movement is rather limited, making long-distance trips seem futile. In an instant, Lin Shan made a resolute choice to apply his divine-level comprehension to the study of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shan solemnly declared in his heart, System, activate divine-level comprehension. With that, Lin Shan settled into a meditative posture, awaiting the effects of the divine-level comprehension. The system's claims were so extraordinary that he was eager to witness the tangible results. Believing that anything produced by the system is bound to be exquisite, a spark of anticipation flickered within him. Request from the host received. Activating divine-level comprehension. Chapter 71. The second gate of the 8 gates. The rest gate, open. The Duanjia divine ability, 1,000,000 miles of instantaneous movement. The system's crisp notification echoed, and Lin Shan's body quivered slightly. He felt an unprecedented clarity in his mind. Without extensive contemplation, all the previously perplexing cultivation issues were unraveled. In that moment, he comprehended what it meant to possess divine-level comprehension, to truly grasp the essence of divine insight. This is a height unattainable by ordinary beings. Perhaps only upon reaching the Emperor realm could one potentially possess such elevated comprehension. Yet, beneath the Emperor realm, no being could transcend the shackles of life's myriad levels to attain such supreme insight. Even peak quasi-emperors and the supreme beings of forbidden zones have no opportunity. Divine-level comprehension is not merely a figurative expression. It is an authentic understanding that only the divine can possess and achieve. If one were to say that the comprehension of ordinary cultivators ascends from the low to the high, then divine-level comprehension allows cultivators to perceive the lowly from a lofty perspective. This is a genuine disparity of levels. Amid the wondrous effects of divine-level comprehension, Lin Shan dared not waste a moment. Instantly plunging into the insights of the 8 gates of Duanjia, he did not forget that the duration of divine insight is a mere 3 hours. He must maximize the benefits within this limited time frame. Now, he had completely shed any disdain for divine-level comprehension. Indeed, his innate understanding is exceptionally profound, rivaling divine-level insight. Yet compared to this higher-tier supreme comprehension, the gap is akin to a grain of rice foolishly attempting to compete with the brilliance of the sun. During the duration of divine-level comprehension, Lin Chen's primary objective is to comprehend and break through to the second gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, while also deepening his understanding of the Duanjia divine ability to increase the distance of instantaneous movement. His secondary goal is to grasp all the profound powers of comprehension, particularly the essence of the blade's power, striving to achieve the foundational force of the blade in one vigorous effort. Originally, Lin Chen had gained new insights regarding the second gate. With the arrival of divine-level comprehension, countless new understandings surged forth. Among these revelations, he drew ever closer to fully comprehending the intricacies of the second gate. Time flowed swiftly, and soon a quarter of an hour had passed. During this brief period, Lin Chen remained utterly focused, immersing himself entirely in the understanding of the second gate. At a certain moment, powerful, invisible waves of energy began to emanate from Lin Chen's body, radiating outward. Within him, potent chaotic spiritual energy was striking against a certain barrier. Each impact generated a wave of invisible force that slightly tore the surrounding space, revealing strands of black fissures. Fortunately, the spatial integrity of the ancestral realm is remarkably solid. Even ordinary great sage-level beings find it challenging to breach it. Under such robust spatial stability, although these invisible waves of energy tore through the space, the extent of their destructive power was insufficient to significantly impact the entirety of the ancestral realm. The black tombstones scattered throughout the ancestral realm mark the resting place of the ancient Lin family ancestors and are crafted from powerful divine materials used solely in the forging of divine weapons. Here, they merely serve as the primary material for the black tombstones. Crafted from divine materials, these tombstones are impervious to destruction, even by the might of great sage-level powers or the forces of holy king-level beings. It is precisely for this reason that Lin Chen dared to recklessly strike against the new gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia within the ancestral realm. Indeed, after a quarter of an hour of divine-level comprehension, he had thoroughly grasped the second gate of the 8 gates. What remained was merely to shatter the barrier guarding the second gate, to truly unlock the rest gate. Boom, boom, boom. With unwavering determination, Lin Chen relentlessly struck, unleashing torrents of pure silver-gray chaotic spiritual energy that even seeped from his skin. The invisible waves of energy spreading outwards began to intensify gradually. The frequency of black spatial fissures appearing and the size of the tears all increased rapidly. Yet, Lin Chen paid no heed to this. He sensed that the barrier of the second gate, the rest gate, was weakening, and it would not be long before it was truly breached. For this reason, he quickened the pace at which he summoned his chaotic spiritual energy, striving to break through the barrier at an accelerated rate. Not only that, but while attacking the second gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Lin Chen was also multitasking, deepening his understanding of the Duanjia divine ability. Previously, the Duanjia divine ability could only teleport a distance of 10,000 miles, but now, after his insights, this distance had doubled. 30,000 miles. Merely during the time spent breaching the barrier, he expanded the teleportation range of the Duanjia divine ability to 30,000 miles. Moreover, this distance continued to grow as time elapsed, increasing rapidly. Sensing the gradual fracturing of the rest gate's barrier and the increase in the teleportation distance of the Duanjia divine ability, Lin Chen's heart swelled with joy. This time's reward, seemingly unimpressive, had proved monumental for enhancing his overall combat strength. He was confident that by the end of the 3 hours of divine-level comprehension, he would be able to achieve a transformation in his perfected blade's power, culminating in the foundational force of the blade. Boom, crack, bang. Finally, after a quarter of an hour of relentless impacts from chaotic spiritual energy, the barrier of the second gate of the 8 gates, the rest gate, shattered. Buzz. A formidable and terrifying aura erupted from Lin Chen's body, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. The entire space was shrouded by Lin Chen's overwhelming presence. This aura exuded immense pressure from his physical strength, spiritual essence, and spiritual energy. Under the trifold oppression of his cultivation, even great sage-level beings present would bow in submission, daunted to entertain any rebellious thoughts. Yet, in an instant, this terrifying pressure vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Reigning in his internal power, Lin Chen shifted his focus from breaching the barrier to comprehending the Duanjia divine ability. Although he was elated by the opening of the second gate, he knew now was not the time for celebration. What he needed to do was immerse himself fully in the insights, utilizing the remaining time to its fullest. Now, the Duanjia divine ability's instantaneous teleportation distance had advanced further, reaching 50,000 miles. However, for Lin Chun, this was still inadequate, far from sufficient. A mere 50,000 miles, while it may sound distant, is but an insignificant span for true powerhouses. He had set the target for the instantaneous teleportation distance of the Duanjia divine ability at 100,000 miles. Only by achieving this distance could he venture out of the family with peace of mind. As all of Lin Chen's mental faculties delved into comprehending the Duanjia divine ability, the speed of growth for the teleportation distance skyrocketed exponentially. Within the divine level comprehension, quickly, a quarter of an hour passed. Coupled with the initial comprehension time, the duration of divine level comprehension had now lasted a full half hour. Fortunately, the gains from this half hour were indeed remarkable. Huff! Amidst his insights, Lin Chen exhaled deeply, a slight smile gracing his lips. The goal of achieving a 100,000-mile instantaneous teleportation distance with the Duanjia divine ability had been accomplished. Next, it was time to delve into the comprehension of his profound powers, the essence of the fist, the essence of chaos, and the essence of the blade. Chapter 72. The transformation of the blade's essence. The foundational force of the blade. With a thought, Lin Chun reigned in his inner joy and immersed himself once more into new insights. His primary focus now was to attain the perfected realm of the blade's essence. As soon as the profundity of the blade reaches its metamorphosis, transcending into the realm of the blade's essence, Lin Chen's overall combat prowess will experience a monumental leap forward. Soon, Lin Chen's mind delved deeply into the transformation of the blade's profundity. Countless insights regarding the way of the sword surged forth, propelling him closer to the pinnacle of the blade's primal power. The profundities of the fist and chaos were concepts Lin Chen had already grasped. Among these, his understanding of the fist's profundity was more profound, reaching a comprehension level of 60%. The chaos profundity lagged slightly behind, but had also seen advancement during his trials in the Tower of the Gods, achieving a comprehension level of 50%. The chaos profundity, being exquisitely intricate, possesses the ability to evolve all forms of profundities and can suppress any profundity of equivalent understanding. To label it as the most formidable of powers would not be an exaggeration. Undoubtedly, its greatest aid to Lin Chen lies in its capacity to amalgamate all the profundities he currently commands, creating a singular, indescribable, yet immensely powerful unknown profundity, nearly devoid of weaknesses. After transcending the understanding of the blade's profundity and completing its metamorphosis, Lin Chen's next objective is to comprehend the chaos profundity. As long as the chaos profundity continues to strengthen, perhaps one day he will wield it to master the myriad forces of the Tao. This is Lin Chen's long-term aspiration, and he is steadfastly advancing towards this goal. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A series of resonating sounds echoed as he immersed himself entirely in the essence of the blade's primal power. Powerful and sharp energies of the blade manifested around Lin Chen's body. These energies incessantly cleaved through the surrounding space. Even though the space within the ancestral realm's miniature world was exceedingly stable, it was still torn apart by the consummate level of the blade's profundity. In the depths of his profound comprehension, enhanced by his godly insight, time slipped away once more in the blink of an eye. Half an hour passed. During this interval, Lin Chen remained oblivious, completely absorbed in the metamorphosis of the blade's primal power. After half an hour, his mastery over the blade's profundity advanced further, achieving a genuine state of perfect comprehension. Yet, he was still a step away from completing the transformation into the realm of the blade's essence. Lin Chen felt no emotional upheaval regarding this. He continued deepening his understanding of the blade's profundity, resolutely pursuing the path of metamorphosis. With 3 hours of godly insight aiding him, only a third of the time, 1 hour, had elapsed. He firmly believed that the remaining 2 hours would suffice to complete the transformation of the blade's profundity, breaking through into the realm of its essence. Even if the realm of the blade's essence is a height only attainable by divine beings, a prerequisite for transcending divinity, he held immense confidence in the enhancement provided by his godly insight. He was convinced that within even a single hour, he could achieve the metamorphosis of his consummate level blade profundity into the realm of the blade's essence. Time swiftly passed again, and another half hour slipped by. At this point, the space surrounding Lin Chen was saturated with an intense aura of the way of the sword. The space imbued with this sword energy vanished entirely, with only the black void capable of withstanding its might. Even the ancestral realm's rules, attempting to mend the fractured space, proved utterly futile. Just as it began to recover, it was instantly torn apart, remaining impossible to heal. A profound sense of gravity etched itself onto Lin Chen's face. The metamorphosis of the blade's profundity was now at a crucial juncture. He was a mere step away from breaking through, attaining the loftier realm of the blade's primal power. He must summon all his strength to complete this genuine metamorphosis. In a pivotal moment, Lin Chen's expression sharpened, his entire essence coalescing into a singular focus, surging towards a certain shackle boom. In that instant, everything around Lin Chen was obliterated. Even the black void trembled incessantly. The aura that belonged to the blade's profundity began an astonishing reversal, evolving towards a higher dimensional power. That was the primal power of the blade. Amidst the transformation of the blade's profundity, a sincere smile graced Lin Chen's lips as he kept his eyes tightly shut. At last, his consummate realm blade profundity broke through, ascending to the realm of the blade's essence. Thus, even if he were to rise to divine status now, there would be no limitations. He could directly utilize the primal power of the blade to transcend into the divine realm. Of course, to break through the divine realm, one requires not only the comprehension of a primal power, but also a vast reservoir of formidable energy. Lin Chen had merely achieved a prerequisite condition, and the path to truly transcending the divine realm remained arduous. The time granted by his godly insight had now surpassed an hour and a half, leaving him with less than half of the allotted time. He needed to make the most of this remaining time. His next objective was to elevate his comprehension of chaos profundity to a consummate level. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen's spirit, in an instant, plunged back into a new realm of comprehension. This time, he focused not on anything else but on his chaos profundity. The chaos profundity, more enigmatic than the blade's profundity, posed a greater challenge for comprehension and breakthrough. Fortunately, he did not aim to metamorphose the chaos profundity into the chaos's primal realm. Rather, he sought to refine his understanding within the chaos profundity itself. With the blessing of godly insight, even with less than an hour and a half remaining, it should be sufficient to elevate his understanding of chaos profundity by several levels. The process of comprehension was exceedingly monotonous, yet Lin Chen reveled in it. The sensation of power enhancement captivated him, making him yearn to remain immersed in that feeling indefinitely. Alas, the blessing of godly insight was not eternal. This exhilarating sensation of power could only be experienced within this brief window of time. Before long, an hour had passed. During this hour, Lin Chen, as before, remained unwaveringly devoted to comprehending chaos profundity. Diligence bore fruit, and the chaos profundity reached an impressive comprehension level of 99%. Just a final sliver remained before he could attain the consummate state of chaos profundity. At this moment, Lin Chen's experience was remarkably extraordinary. He felt as though he could substitute chaos profundity for any form of profundity, wielding an even greater and more exquisite power than the original profundity. He need not delve deeply into those profundities. Merely catching a glimpse would allow him to evolve them perfectly for combat. Boom. Finally, within this extraordinary experience, Lin Chen's chaos profundity advanced further, truly stepping into the realm of consummation. Lin Chen's eyes fluttered open, and he couldn't help but glance at his palm, disbelief flooding his gaze. He had not anticipated that comprehending profundity could become so effortless. Chaos profundity, so swiftly elevated from 50% comprehension to a consummate level. With less than half an hour of godly insight remaining, what should Lin Chen focus on next? Chapter 73. The blessing of godly insight concludes. The comprehension of fist profundity advances significantly. In a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen made a decision within his heart. Having comprehended 3 forms of profundity, with the blade profundity now metamorphosed into the blade's primal power, and chaos profundity having soared from 50% comprehension to a consummate level, the remaining profundity could not be neglected. The profundity of the fist. This particular profundity was one Lin Chen had specifically grasped to wield techniques such as the chaos fist and chaos palm. For him, comprehending the fist profundity was not particularly challenging. In fact, it could be deemed quite simple, as he had reached 60% comprehension 3,000 years prior. Perhaps, with the remaining time granted by the godly insight, he could elevate the fist profundity to consummation. Lin Chen resolved to test whether this new goal could be achieved. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen exhaled a breath of stale air and closed his eyes once more. Immersing his spirit in the process of comprehension, wasting not a single moment, the comprehension of fist profundity, enhanced by godly insight, commenced. Buzz! A heavy and powerful aura quietly manifested at Lin Chen's surface, remaining confined to his body without extending outward. This aura was immensely profound, imparting a sense of stability. Unlike the all-encompassing and intricate chaos profundity, or the sharp and piercing essence of the blade profundity, it exuded only weight and steadiness, appearing quite ordinary. Devoid of any extraordinary attributes, however, to underestimate its strength would be a grave mistake. Although the fist profundity seemed unremarkable, its power was inwardly restrained, lacking any ostentatious display. Yet, once it was truly activated, its might would become apparent. As time flowed, the heavy aura radiating from Lin Chen's body grew increasingly pronounced. Eventually, it began to reveal faint traces of a chilling essence. This was the purest form of destruction, the epitome of annihilation. Forming a stark contrast to its original weightiness, this was the deepening understanding of the fist profundity, heralding a new breakthrough. Buzz! In a resonating surge, the aura of the fist profundity escalated, advancing from 60% comprehension to 70%. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, his emotions as tranquil as a placid lake, continuing to delve into the fist profundity. The time granted by godly insight dwindled, yet the aura of the fist profundity grew increasingly formidable. The sensation of weightiness had vanished, and the essence of steadiness had also faded away. The current essence of the fist's profound truth resembles a blade of battle, radiating its formidable power unreservedly. No longer concealed, a resonant hum echoed once more as Lin Chen's comprehension deepened, reaching an impressive 80%. Yet, as before, Lin Chen remained emotionally unperturbed, fully utilizing the remaining time granted by his divine-level insight. Just 15 minutes remained. The time for this divine insight was dwindling, and at this moment, his comprehension of the fist's profound truth had merely advanced from 60% to 80%. Lin Chen could not ascertain whether this remaining quarter of an hour would enable him to achieve a complete understanding of the fist's profound truth. But he could only do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. Ultimately, the extent to which he could grasp the fist's profound truth would depend on the outcome that followed. As time slipped away, the 15 minutes elapsed, and at last, the 3-hour period of divine insight came to an end. The sensation of boundless realizations that had previously surged forth with minimal contemplation quietly faded. He understood that the time for divine insight had concluded, and the divine understanding had dissipated. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, a hint of regret flickering in his gaze, and he sighed wistfully, reflecting that had he been afforded a bit more time, his comprehension of the fist's profound truth might have reached a perfect state. In the end, however, his understanding did not attain a complete pinnacle. It merely progressed from 80% to 90%, still some distance from perfection. Rising to his feet, Lin Chen shook his head and stretched his body. His time in the ancestral grounds had concluded, and the enhancements gained from the divine insight were substantial. Now, it was time to pursue other endeavors. This session of insights had significantly advanced his 8 gates of Duanjia, unlocking the second gate, the rest gate, which doubled his overall combat prowess. The Duanjia divine ability had evolved from an instantaneous movement of 10,000 miles to an astonishing 1,000,000 miles. Furthermore, the 3 types of profound powers had undergone remarkable elevation and transformation. Among them, the blade's profound truth had transformed into the essence of the blade, allowing him to harness the unique abilities of the essence when wielding it in battle, augmenting his combat through the domain of power. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Chen resolved to seek out another location, one that could unlock opportunities for divine insights. The looming threat of the supreme beings of the forbidden zones compelled him to rapidly enhance his strength. And seeking insights was the shortcut to such swift elevation. Without delay, Lin Chen respectfully bowed to the numerous black tombstones before him and strode forth, departing from the ancestral grounds. The chaotic sacred land might be worth a visit to see how that fellow was faring now. In a desolate expanse of yellow sand, Lin Chen emerged anew from the ancient black portal. Casting a final glance at the familiar surroundings, he smiled faintly and, without lingering, set off towards Lin Howren's palace. After his recent visit to the ancestral grounds, he had explored all significant mystical locations within the ancient Lin family's domain. Every conceivable place that could unlock opportunities for divine insights had been visited, yielding rewards. Next, he needed to venture to a different locale to attempt unlocking further opportunities. The destination he had in mind was none other than the long-lost chaotic sacred land. Xiao Fan, that prodigy from 3,000 years ago who sought to follow him, had now reached the 9th level of the Sacred King Realm. It was no surprise, given that he had trained for 3 millennia. Even without the advantages of the Golden Era, his cultivation still outstripped that of his peers. It was indeed a pity that Xiao Fan would not be participating in this Golden Era contest, as Lin Tingtao and the other prodigies were deprived of a formidable competitor. 3 hours passed. The sun had completely set, and the moon began its ascent into the heavens. Before a resplendent golden palace, the space shimmered slightly, and Lin Chan emerged from within. Just as he settled, a warm and resonant voice echoed from behind him. "Chunner, what brings you here at such a late hour? Is there something of great importance?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chan became aware of the dark night sky above. He had departed for the ancestral grounds at dusk. And indeed, it was rather late now. Slightly turning, Lin Chan sheepishly scratched his head and replied softly, I just went to the ancestral grounds to pay respects to our ancestors and lost track of time. However, I did come here to inform you of something, or rather, to make a request." Ahead, Lin Howren clasped his hands behind his back and raised an eyebrow at Lin Chen's words. "Oh? You visited the ancestral grounds? Well, it seems you are quite considerate, taking the time to honor our ancestors. Good for you. It appears your timing is fortuitous. I also have matters I wish to discuss with you." Lin Chun touched his nose. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he had not gone specifically to pay homage. The primary aim had been to see if he could unlock opportunities for insights. However, his father Lin Howren had matters to address with him. Curiosity piqued, Lin Chan inquired, "What is it that you wish to discuss?" With his hands clasped behind him, Lin Howren gazed up at the starry sky and spoke solemnly. In this moment of calm across the 3,000 Tao states, what the beings of this world do not realize is that the battles in the various forbidden zones have yet to cease. However, overall the situation remains relatively stable. The quasi-emperor powerhouses of the 3,000 Tao states are managing to restrain those supreme beings from the forbidden zones, albeit with great difficulty. This is largely due to their recent awakening, leaving them in a weakened state with barely half of their original strength. What I must convey to you is that in the time to come, you must do everything within your power to elevate your cultivation. The current restraint is merely a temporary measure. Even if we negotiate terms with the supreme beings from the forbidden zones to momentarily halt hostilities, it is but a stopgap solution. Once those supreme beings regain their strength, they will inevitably strike again, and their first target will be you, Lin Chun, the foremost on the divine rankings. Relying on others for protection is ultimately not a sustainable plan. Chenner, you must grow stronger yourself. His voice was imbued with deep concern and encouragement. As these words fell, Lin Chun felt a tremor within. He had never witnessed his father, Lin Howren, display such a lack of composure. The supreme beings from the forbidden zones indeed posed a significant threat, and he could sense Lin Howren's genuine worry for him. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen's expression grew serious as he assured, "Father, do not worry. I will ensure my own safety. With the imperial talismans bestowed by the heavenly Tao, along with the divine abilities I have acquired, I am confident that even if the supreme beings from the forbidden zones were to ambush me, I could retreat unscathed." At these words, Lin Howren's brow furrowed slightly. This young man, such unwavering confidence. Even against an ambush from the supreme beings, he believed he could escape unscathed. Yet, he understood that Lin Chun was not the type to jest about such matters. Thus, what Lin Chun stated reflected his true capabilities at present. Contemplating this, Lin Howren's face broke into a warm smile of appreciation. "Indeed, you are my Chunner. To possess such resolve at a young age is commendable. Knowing you have the means to protect yourself brings me much relief. In fact, your mother and I intend to enter seclusion for a period to strive for the quasi-emperor realm. I am currently too weak to adequately protect you. And I hope you can forgive us, Chunner. Your mother has already gone ahead to prepare the retreat. I must join her shortly, seclusion, to break through to quasi-emperor." Lin Chen's expression shifted in surprise. He distinctly recalled that his father had previously planned to master a few more sources of power before considering a breakthrough to quasi-emperor. Now, Was this decision prompted by his own circumstances? Had they chosen to abandon their previous plans to expedite their breakthrough due to him? As for his mother, Yun Qingru, he remembered she had no intention of pursuing the quasi-emperor realm for the time being. A tumult of emotions surged within Lin Chun, difficult to articulate. Noticing the shift in Lin Chen's emotions, Lin Haoran placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, smiling gently. You are likely concerned that your mother and I's choice to break through will affect our cultivation plans. But rest assured, there is no need for such worries. Even if I choose to advance to quasi-emperor now, my strength will be unlike that of ordinary quasi-emperors. Without delving into quasi-emperor late stages, I can at least reach the mid-stage of quasi-emperor upon my breakthrough. At that point, should the supreme beings from the Forbidden Zones target you, they will have to seek my consent first. After all, I was once ranked 99th on the divine rankings. You must trust in me. As Lin Haoran spoke those final words, he couldn't resist teasing Lin Chun. The latter opened his mouth in response, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, it came down to his own inadequacies that had disrupted his parents' cultivation plans. Strength. It all came down to strength. He needed to elevate his power swiftly. He must make it clear to those troublesome supreme beings from the Forbidden Zones that to provoke Lin Chun would only lead to their demise. At that point, such situations should cease to occur. Right? Regaining his composure, Lin Chun suppressed the complexity of his emotions and nodded earnestly, Father, you and Mother must exercise caution. The journey to Quasi-Emperor is no trivial matter. Moreover, the tribulation for Quasi-Emperors must be approached with the utmost care. Seeing Lin Chun regain his focus, Lin Haoran let out a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. Rest assured, shortly, both your mother and I shall ascend to the realm of Quasi-Emperors. At that time, your role will merely be to cheer us on. At this moment, Lin Haoran seemed to recall something, his brow twitching slightly. By the way, what were you about to tell me? Speak, I am eager to hear. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to disclose the truth. Father, to be candid, I have come to seek your permission to venture to the Chaos Sacred Land. It has been 3,000 years since I last saw that fellow Xiao Fan, and I wish to reminisce with him. Furthermore, I would like to ascertain the extent of his current strength. The Chaos Sacred Land. At this juncture, even though the Chaos State, where the Sacred Land resides, is not far from our ancient Lin family's floating light sacred state, the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones have been temporarily restrained and will not emerge to harm the living. Nonetheless, a sense of unease lingers within him, for the current turmoil across the 3,000 states is overwhelming. Observing this, Lin Chun chose not to interrupt, patiently awaiting Lin Haoran's response. After a prolonged silence, Lin Haoran fixed his gaze upon Lin Chun and spoke solemnly. You may go to the Chaos Sacred Land, but you must allow the elders of our clan to protect you from behind. In such extraordinary times, we must adopt extraordinary measures. Chapter 75. Tallying the gifts of the heavenly Tao. Comprehending the Emperor's scriptures. A voice resonated, and Lin Chun smiled, proposing, Father, there is no need to burden the clan elders with following closely behind. Simply communicate directly with the Chaos Sacred Land, expressing that our ancient Lin family wishes to pay a visit to that time. We can have the elders accompany me to the Sacred Land. This approach will not only strengthen the ties between our ancient Lin family and the Chaos Sacred Land, but I believe it is also essential during these extraordinary times. Listening to Lin Chen's words, Lin Haoran stroked his chin thoughtfully. This notion indeed warrants consideration. Our ancient Lin family had previously established relations with the Chaos Sacred Land, and the rapport was amicable. With the arrival of the Golden Age and the awakening of the supreme beings from the Forbidden Zones, it is a commendable idea to rekindle ties with the Chaos Sacred Land during such times. Sending the Divine Sun alongside numerous clan elders on a diplomatic mission to the Sacred Land would surely bring honor to them. In chaotic times, it is prudent to band together for warmth. In an instant, Lin Haoran made his decision, striking his palm with a fist to finalize his resolve. So be it. I shall send a message to the clan elder to make arrangements. However, as night has fallen, we shall set forth at dawn. Lin Chen did not object, nodding in compliance with that. He cupped his hands in respect towards Lin Haoran. Lin Haoran waved his hand with a gentle laugh. After all, he is the divine son of our ancient Lin family. He cannot simply fly there on his own. Lin Chen chuckled in response, nodding in agreement, and without lingering further, stepped forward and vanished into the void. Lin Hauren watched Lin Chen depart, his smile fading as he exhaled deeply. What a tumultuous season this is, however. Once I break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, things will improve significantly. With that thought, Lin Hauren too did not linger. The space around him shimmering slightly before he vanished from sight, he was confident that upon breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, with his profound foundation, he would be able to contend with even the supreme beings from the Forbidden Zones. Even if he were to fall short, he could still hold them at bay, and at that time, it would not be so simple for those individuals to deal with his son. Inside the Divine Sun's palace, Lin Chen emerged from the void, settling onto a meditation mat. After a moment of closed-eye contemplation, he opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of anticipation. Now is an opportune moment to tally the rewards he previously received. The gifts from the Heavenly Tao had only been stored in his storage ring while in Floating Light City, and he had yet to examine them. Now, with some free time, it would be prudent to assess the rewards from his venture into the main tower of the God Tower. With a thought, Lin Chen summoned all the gifts from the Heavenly Tao that he had previously collected within his storage ring. Buzzing sounds filled the air. In an instant, the Divine Sun's palace was flooded with formidable treasures exuding immense power. These divine weapons came in various forms: swords, spears, halberds, staffs, hammers, and armor, each more impressive than the last. The lowest grade among them was of the upper-grade divine weapon level, with dozens of such items present. The number of exquisite divine weapons was fewer, yet still exceeded 10, constituting a luxurious collection. However, even among the exquisite divine weapons, they were not the pinnacle of these treasures. Amidst the crowd of upper-grade and exquisite divine weapons stood 5 powerful artifacts emanating a faint imperial aura. Standing silently, these were half-step imperial weapons. 5 half-step imperial weapons. Not quite imperial weapons, yet powerful artifacts that approached that level. Beside these 5 half-step imperial weapons, there were also several indistinct metal orbs, appearing rather unremarkable. Yet Lin Chen understood that they were no ordinary items. They were the embryos of imperial weapons. According to the thoughts of the wielder, they could be gradually shaped into the desired form. Ultimately, when the wielder breaks through to the Emperor realm, these embryonic weapons would undergo a transformation, becoming true imperial weapons. Lin Chen surveyed the numerous divine weapons, nodding in satisfaction. With these resources at hand, he need not overly concern himself with equipment. He had previously considered bestowing a half-step imperial weapon or an imperial weapon embryo upon his father and mother. However, he ultimately set aside this plan. As within their ancient Lin family, there were already several genuine imperial weapons. As the clan leader, Lin Hauren had the right to wield one of them, and after breaking through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, he could unleash a significant portion of the imperial weapon's might. At that time. With an imperial weapon in hand, Lin Hauren's combat strength would undoubtedly surpass that of wielding an imperial weapon embryo or half-step imperial weapon. Hence, with a true imperial weapon at his disposal, he would naturally have no need for half-step imperial weapons or embryonic weapons. Nevertheless, after Lin Hauren and Yun Qingru break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm, Lin Chen decided to present each of them with an imperial weapon embryo. With an imperial weapon embryo, they would be able to cultivate their own imperial weapons in the future. This would serve as a celebratory gift for their breakthroughs into the Quasi-Emperor realm. Of course, if they wished for another half-step imperial weapon, he would not refuse. After all, possessing these items himself held little practical use. Regaining his composure, Lin Chen's gaze shifted to the side, where, apart from the divine weapons, there were also several precious herbs exuding rich aromas. Among these herbs, some Lin Chen recognized while others were unfamiliar to him. Yet there was no doubt they were all extraordinary herbs aged over 1,000,000 years. In total, there were precisely 10 exceptional herbs. Gazing upon these remarkable herbs, Lin Chen could not help but narrow his eyes. Should his father and mother successfully break through to the Quasi-Emperor realm and face the Quasi-Emperor heavenly tribulation, he must gift each of them one exceptional herb beforehand, as these would be life-saving treasures for them. Aside from these, the remaining exceptional herbs would also serve as invaluable treasures to save his own life in critical moments. Exhaling a deep breath, Lin Chen's gaze shifted once more to an inconspicuous spot. There, 5 exquisite jade slips floated in the air, radiating an aura of mystery and otherworldliness. Below the jade slips lay a stack of similarly enigmatic golden talismans densely inscribed with intricate symbols. along with 5 seemingly unremarkable wooden array plates. Upon seeing these items, Lin Chun could not resist raising his hand to draw them closer. The jade slips contained the Emperor's scriptures, the golden talismans were Imperial Realm talismans, and the wooden array plates were Imperial Realm formation plates. Holding a golden talisman in his hands, Lin Chun examined it for a while but found nothing of particular interest. The inscriptions upon it were beyond his comprehension, far too profound. Yet, he could sense the immense power contained within. One such talisman, when deployed, could potentially obliterate a quasi-emperor in an instant. You shall serve as one of my current lifelines, carefully returning the golden talisman to his storage ring. Lin Chun's gaze fixed upon the 5 exquisite jade slips, brimming with eagerness. With some time left before dawn, why not take a moment to study these 5 Emperor's scriptures? Perhaps he might glean some insights and experience new revelations. Having made this decision, Lin Chun took a deep breath, picked up one of the jade slips, and pressed it against his forehead. These exquisitely inscribed jade slips containing the Emperor's scriptures could be viewed repeatedly, their content not vanishing after a single glance. Thus, he could first comprehend the mysteries within, and later, he could store the jade slips within the family's divine arts pavilion. As the jade slip made contact with his forehead, torrents of profound and mysterious information began to surge into Lin Chun's mind. In response, Lin Chun immersed himself completely, beginning to unravel the intricacies of the Emperor's scripture. This particular scripture was named the Tai Heart Sutra. Chapter 76, Harvesting the Emperor's Scriptures, a Bounty of Rewards, Preparing to Depart for the Chaos Sacred Land. The Tai Heart Sutra, a technique of the Imperial Realm, its origin unknown, whether created by a certain emperor or birthed from the heavenly Tao. Its overall attributes embody the doctrine of moderation, balancing both offense and defense without excelling particularly in either. However, this does not imply it lacks advantages. Its unique path of balance captivated Lin Chun, drawing him into its depths. The equilibrium of moderation brings order, where no force can transcend the mundane. This absolute control, somewhat at odds with the doctrine of moderation, yet contained within it, is profoundly intricate. Moreover, Lin Chun felt that this absolute control could be understood from another perspective. If one were to possess such absolute control, the degree of mastery over one's own power would experience a tremendous surge. At that time, the strength and total amount of power would remain unchanged, yet one could unleash up to 200% or even over 1,000 times the might. As time flowed, an hour passed. Within the span of a single hour, Lin Chun immersed his entire being in the profound understanding of absolute mastery. By the end of this hour, he had made significant strides. While he had not yet fully grasped it, he was tantalizingly close. With just a bit more self-validation, he could achieve that state of absolute control. Exhaling deeply, Lin Chun opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of astonishment within his pupils. With his level of comprehension, he could indeed decipher the imperial scriptures, yet he had yet to reach the requisite realm to enhance or recreate them. Observing the Tai Heart Sutra, he could only describe it with one term: exquisite perfection. Truly, it was worthy of being an imperial scripture. Placing the finely crafted jade slip containing the Tai Heart Sutra into his storage ring, Lin Chun took a moment to digest his recent insights. He attempted to validate his understanding once more, only to realize that he still lacked a bit of refinement. Reluctantly, he chose to temporarily set aside this validation, as he had several other imperial scriptures to explore. The endeavor of truly mastering them could wait until he arrived at the Chaos Sacred Land. He believed that once he achieved absolute control over his own powers, he would undergo yet another transformation in combat prowess at the same realm. With his mind steadied, Lin Chun once again picked up a delicately crafted jade slip, placing it upon his forehead and closing his eyes in contemplation. The imperial scripture, the Annihilation Heart Sutra. The principles of this particular scripture were entirely different from those of the Tai Heart Sutra, embodying complete slaughter and utter destruction, purely offensive in nature. The best defense is annihilation, an active assault. In an instant, Lin Chun found himself deeply engrossed in this new enlightenment. His self-awareness, while not on par with that of divine beings, could still be deemed a form of divine-level comprehension. It is no exaggeration to say that, in terms of sheer understanding, he surpassed even those at the peak of the divine realm, regardless of their tier. Soon, over an hour had passed, and the sky seemed poised to brighten. Setting down the jade slip from his forehead and storing it away, Lin Chun opened his eyes with a gentle smile. With his new discoveries and insights, he vaguely felt he had gained an understanding of the powers of slaughter and destruction. Much like absolute control, he believed that with a little more introspection, true mastery was within reach. Having reaped substantial rewards, he pressed on. Glancing at the sky and noting that time was still on his side, Lin Chen did not hesitate to pick up another exquisite jade slip. Diving once more into contemplation, after repeating this cycle twice, more than 2 hours had elapsed, nearing 3. The sky had brightened considerably, with the great sun soon to ascend into the zenith. At this moment, a slightly aged yet gentle voice resonated from above the divine forbidden peak. Your Highness, we must set forth to the chaos sacred land. Within the divine sun palace, Lin Chen's pupils widened as he awoke from his reverie. Feeling a sense of lingering desire, is it time already? Then let us proceed to the chaos sacred land. Saying this, he carefully stored away the jade slip in his hand and rose slowly to his feet. After a night of observation and contemplation, his gains were nothing short of bountiful. With a bit more immersion, he was confident that not only would his spiritual power break through, but his mastery over his own strength would also see a significant enhancement. Most importantly, he would gain further insights into several new realms of power. This would be immensely beneficial for his future breakthroughs in the divine realm. Adjusting his robes, Lin Chen stepped forward and vanished into thin air within the divine sun palace. Xiao Fan, I wonder what expression will grace your face when you see me once more? Chapter 77. The 9 Dragons Flying Heavenly Chariot. Arrival at the Chaos Sacred Land. Above the heavens of the divine forbidden peak, numerous powerful figures stood quietly, their expressions adorned with faint smiles. The opportunity to accompany the divine sun on a mission to the chaos sacred land filled their hearts with a subtle joy. The divine sun had recently claimed the honor of being first on the divine ranking, further bolstered by 1,000,000 miles of fortune. He was no longer the same as before. To interact with such a fortuitous prodigy promised to enhance their own luck as well. They were also aware that the initiative for this mission to the chaos sacred land had originated from the divine sun himself. In the midst of this chaotic situation, his calmness and strategic thinking gave them hope for the bright future of the ancient Lin clan. The divine son Lin Chun was not only extraordinarily gifted but also possessed top-tier strategies, truly the hallmark of a genuine prodigious talent. At that moment, a ripple in space signaled Lin Chen's appearance. Upon seeing him, the smiles on the faces of the clan elders grew even more pronounced, and they all bowed slightly in respect. We have seen the divine sun, Lin Chen responded with a smile and a slight bow. I am grateful to all the elders for your protection on this journey. He recognized all the elders present, yet he could tell that not all had come. Those who had gathered were exclusively powerful beings at the late and peak stages of the divine realm, exactly 20 in total. With such formidable guardians, their journey to the chaos sacred land would undoubtedly be safe. The elders chuckled, shaking their heads. It is our duty. It is no trouble at all. Your Highness is the future of our ancient Lin clan. We are obliged to ensure your safety, one elder, slightly hunched and with snow-white hair, spoke with a smile. Your Highness, are you ready? If so, we shall set forth. Lin Chen pondered momentarily before nodding slightly. Elder, I am prepared. Let us depart for the chaos sacred land. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the elder, Lin Kaishan, smiled with delight. Then let us be on our way. With a swift motion, he tore open a rift in space, revealing a vast expanse of black void. The elders and Lin Chen exchanged glances, and without hesitation, they transformed into streaks of light, soaring into the void, their destination. The Chaos Prefecture, the Chaos Sacred Land. Though the ancient Lin clan maintained a cordial relationship with the Chaos Sacred Land, they had not yet established a true alliance. The two-way spatial transmission arrays could only be constructed by genuine allies, and thus, they had no such means at their disposal for this journey. Fortunately, the distance from the ancient Lin clan to the Chaos Sacred Land was not overly vast, merely several 100,000 miles. With the speed of late-stage divine beings, they would reach their destination in a matter of moments. In the void, Lin Chun, enveloped by Lin Kaishan's robust spiritual energy, advanced swiftly. Based on his estimations, even with Lin Kaishan assisting him, they would arrive at the Chaos Sacred Land in roughly the time it would take to brew a cup of tea. The ancient Lin clan lay in the southern part of the floating light sacred prefecture, while the Chaos Prefecture was situated further south. The Chaos Sacred Land, in turn, was rooted in the northern region of the Chaos Prefecture, making them neighboring entities. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Shen lightly closed his eyes, channeling his spiritual energy into his storage ring. His father, Lin Howren, had specifically instructed him that while traveling to the Chaos Sacred Land, he must not simply fly but also utilize his flying chariot. This flying chariot, in fact, had been a long time since he last used it, the last occasion being over 3,000 years ago in a nondescript corner of his storage space. A silver-gray flying chariot stood quietly. This chariot radiated a shimmering silver-gray light, dazzling yet not blinding, exuding an extraordinary aura. At the front of the silver-gray chariot, there were 9 golden dragon-like statues that were remarkably lifelike, appearing as though they were real creatures. Each of these golden dragon statues bore a silver-gray divine chain around their necks, linking them to the chariot. Both the silver-gray chariot and the golden dragon statues embodied an understated divine essence, showcasing their extraordinary nature. Indeed, this true dragon chariot was once his personal carriage, the 9 dragons flying heavenly chariot. It was a genuine, superior divine weapon. Not only could it carry passengers like a simple chariot, but the 9 golden dragon statues would also awaken when infused with spiritual energy, transforming into actual golden dragons. Each golden dragon was equivalent to a peak Holy Realm powerhouse, and together, they could contend with those in the Saint King realm. Of course, given Lin Chen's prior and current level of spiritual power, he was not yet capable of reaching such heights. Nevertheless, the 9 dragons flying heavenly chariot would still serve to showcase the authority of the divine son of the ancient Lin clan. After all, superior divine weapons were rare, especially for a chariot, a resource-intensive artifact that was exceedingly difficult to elevate in rank. As Lin Chen's spiritual energy surveyed the 9 dragons flying heavenly chariot, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. He had acquired this chariot from an ancient relic, a heritage item of an old sect. It had been somewhat damaged but was subsequently restored by the 9 ancestors using various divine materials, becoming his exclusive vehicle. Now, 3,000 years later, he would once again ride the 9 dragons flying heavenly chariot to the Chaos Sacred Land. Your Highness, we are nearing our destination, Lin Chen's thoughts stirred, and he slowly opened his eyes, smiling. Are we approaching? With that, he glanced around at the surrounding black void and spoke softly. Let us halt here. I will use the chariot for the remainder of the journey. As his voice echoed, Lin Kaishan and the other elders gradually came to a stop. Lin Shen took a deep breath and summoned the 9 dragons flying heavenly chariot with a melodic resonance. The moment it was summoned, a series of majestic dragon roars filled the air. 9 golden dragons, each spanning approximately 100 miles, gracefully undulated their bodies, radiating a brilliant golden light, embodying unparalleled majesty. Behind the 9 golden dragons, the silver-gray chariot exuded an enigmatic and extraordinary aura. The 9 dragons flying heavenly chariot had re-emerged after 3,000 years. Lin Chen moved his body, taking his place at the forefront of the silver-gray flying chariot, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the direction of the Chaos Sacred Land, and a voice imbued with a subtle authority resonated. Continue forward. With a resounding dragon's roar, 9 golden true dragons pierced through the void, swiftly propelling the silver-gray chariot onward. Observing this, numerous clan elders smiled and followed suit. One could only wonder if the Chaos Sacred Land was prepared to receive the Divine Sun. Meanwhile, within the Chaos Sacred Land, it stood apart from the ancient and colossal cities, instead nestled within the Chaos Mountains. Chaos Prefecture revered the Chaos Sacred Land. Although not one of the 10 strongest prefectures, its power was on par with the hegemonic forces among them. Notably, the existence of the Chaos Sacred Land has endured far longer than most forces, as it has been established since the early epochs of the primordial era, making it one of the oldest powers among the 3,000 Dao prefectures. The Chaos Mountains, renowned for their rich spiritual energy, house the entirety of the Chaos Sacred Land. The main peak, before the Chaos Divine Mountain, a gathering of formidable beings, each radiating powerful auras, almost filled the entire firmament. Among these, the weakest possessed the strength of sages, all deserving the title of powerful. At the forefront stood a formidable presence, whose aura reached the pinnacle of divine realm. He was the current holy master of the Chaos Sacred Land. Hong Yuanzi. It is noteworthy that upon being elected as the holy master, one adopts the title Hong Yuanzi, a designation exclusive to the leaders of the Chaos Sacred Land. The resolute middle-aged Hong Yuanzi, with one hand behind his back, glanced at the young elder Xiao Fan beside him and offered a faint smile. Xiao Fan, you are about to meet Lin Chen once more. What are your thoughts? Standing beside him was Xiao Fan, the youngest elder of the Chaos Sacred Land. Upon hearing the question, Xiao Fan shrugged. What can be done? That monstrous fellow has become even more formidable than before. I fear my 3,000 years of early cultivation will soon be eclipsed. With that, a bittersweet smile graced his lips. He felt that all his plans would be rendered moot upon encountering Lin Chen. Just as it had been in the past, Hong Yuanzi, upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, merely shook his head and smiled, saying nothing further. Indeed, that divine son of the ancient Lin clan, Lin Chen, was undeniably a true prodigy of unparalleled talent. He had even learned that those quasi-emperor powerhouses intended to cultivate Lin Chen into an emperor, aiming for him to ultimately pacify all forbidden zones in the future. The mere thought of such intentions from the quasi-emperor powerhouses speaks volumes about Lin Chen's prodigious nature. Here, they had gathered all the sages and above from the entire Chaos Sacred Land, all in preparation to welcome Lin Chen and the numerous elders from the ancient Lin clan. Moreover, the Chaos Sacred Land was festooned with celebratory decorations, with all disciples and powerful beings preparing for a grand celebration. This level of ceremony surpassed even that of welcoming quasi-emperor powerhouses. Yet, Hong Yuanzi felt it was necessary. After all, this individual was indeed an extraordinary existence. At a certain moment, Hong Yuanzi's expression shifted, and he took a deep breath, solemnly announcing, "They have arrived." As his voice fell, Xiao Fan and the multitude of powerful beings from the Chaos Sacred Land focused intently. In the next instant, the space nearby was torn apart, revealing a great rift. With a resounding roar, the majestic dragon's cries echoed in all directions. A sight unfolded before them. 9 golden true dragons, each stretching 100 miles long, drew a silver-gray chariot through the void. An astonishing spectacle. Following the chariot were numerous powerful figures radiating divine auras. Witnessing this scene, Hong Yuanzi and the many powerful beings of the Chaos Sacred Land shared a moment of silent understanding and raised their voices in unison. We humbly welcome the Divine Son's arrival. Chapter 78. The Grand Welcoming Ceremony. 3,000 years later, the reunion of Xiao Fan's relief. As Xiao Fan bowed in greeting, he also scrutinized Lin Chen atop the silver-gray chariot. The moment he laid eyes on Lin Chen, a fleeting look of bewilderment crossed his face. This sight reminded him of the past when Lin Chen had also arrived aboard a 9-dragon flying chariot, traversing vast distances from the ancient Lin clan to the Chaos Sacred Land. However, that visit 3,000 years ago was not one of diplomacy but rather a challenge, and he, Xiao Fan, was the one deemed the eternal prodigy by the Chaos Sacred Land and the 3,000 Dao prefectures. The very target of Lin Chen's challenge, he would never forget that battle, nor the events that followed in that confrontation. Despite being of the same realm, he fell within mere 10 exchanges and subsequently requested Lin Chen to accept him as a follower, only to be met with the reply, "You wish to be my follower? You are not yet worthy." Xiao Fan was acutely aware of his past feelings of confusion, defiance, and distress regarding this. Yet, ultimately, he came to terms with it. Lin Chen was indeed on a different level altogether. This individual stood apart from all the prodigies of the 3,000 Dao prefectures, both ancient and modern. For he was a genuine anomaly. As they met again after 3,000 years, these memories stirred a sense of nostalgia within Xiao Fan. Gone were the feelings of defiance and anxiety. All that remained was a gentle reminiscence. The voices of the many powerful beings of the Chaos Sacred Land resonated, filling the air around the Chaos Divine Mountain. Within the confines of the Chaos Sacred Land, countless disciples and powerful beings, who had long awaited, focused their minds. Just as the voices of the sages faded, they collectively proclaimed from various points in the Chaos Mountains, "We humbly welcome the divine son of the ancient Lin clan." The sound reverberated, soaring to the heavens, seemingly scattering the clouds above. Amidst the fervent cheers, several disciples and powerful beings with keen eyesight glimpsed the majestic 9-dragon flying chariot. The extraordinary chariot and the golden true dragons left them awestruck at first sight. Was this the aura of the divine son of the ancient Lin clan? This chariot must surely be of at least high-grade divine weapon caliber. To ride upon such a treasure is indeed extravagant. Upon hearing the thunderous cheers resonating from the Chaos Mountains, Lin Chun was somewhat taken aback. The scale of the welcome from the Chaos Sacred Land exceeded his expectations. Such grandeur was absent during his previous visit 3,000 years ago, when he was greeted only by the Holy Master and a few elders. Regaining his composure, Lin Chen descended from the chariot, offering a faint smile. "Thank you, dear friends." Lin Chun expresses his gratitude here. His calm voice echoed across the Chaos Mountains, reaching the ears of all disciples and powerful beings of the Chaos Sacred Land, in the spirit of reciprocity, as they had welcomed him with such fanfare. He too should extend due courtesy. As he spoke, Lin Chun waved his sleeve, storing the 9-dragon flying chariot within his storage ring. The figures of the many clan elders came to a halt behind Lin Chun, remaining silent. Their sole task this time was to protect Lin Chun. There was no need for them to concern themselves with other matters. It was also a means for the Divine Son to engage with these affairs in advance, preparing him for what lay ahead. With a firm step, Lin Chen approached Hong Yuanzi and Xiao Fan, raising his palm slightly in a gesture of respect. "I pay my respects to the Holy Master." Upon saying this, Lin Chen turned to Xiao Fan, grinning widely. "Xiao Fan, it has been a while." Indeed, it had been a long time since they last met, over 3,000 years ago. Although he had secluded himself within the divine source, he did not feel that much time had passed. However, for Xiao Fan, it was a different story. He had truly endured the passage of 3,000 years. It seemed that this prodigy of the Chaos Sacred Land had reminisced about past experiences. After all, that battle had left a lasting impact on Xiao Fan. "Lin Chun, it has been a long time," Xiao Fan said, having envisioned their reunion but never anticipated it would occur in such a manner. Lin Chen regarded Xiao Fan, taking in his appearance, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. "I had heard you've reached the 9th level of the Saint King realm. It appears to be true." He continued, "At this point, I cannot even sense your precise cultivation level, let alone engage you in battle." In his perception, Xiao Fan seemed akin to an ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation. Yet everyone knew that such a scenario was utterly impossible. The only explanation for this was the vast chasm in their current strengths, rendering it impossible for him to discern Xiao Fan's true capabilities. Upon hearing Lin Chen's genuine praise, Xiao Fan felt a surge of joy. In the past, Lin Chen had never offered him such compliments. At that time, he had simply declared him unworthy, without any accolades. Yet, as he reflected on the 3,000 years he had cultivated, that joy swiftly dissipated. He could sense that Lin Chen's physical cultivation had reached the threshold of the great sage realm. How long had it been since his last unsealing? Lin Chen was on the cusp of breaking through to the great sage realm. This fellow was indeed as monstrous as ever. Those contemporary prodigies competing with him must once again find themselves distanced by Lin Chen, just as it had been 3,000 years ago. Coming back to reality, Xiao Fan could only manage a bitter smile. "There is no comparison. You are first on the divine rankings, having defeated the Dao ancestor in the same realm. How impressive!" Lin Chen merely smiled in response, choosing not to speak. At this moment, Hong Yuanzi glanced at Lin Chen and the numerous elders of the ancient Lin clan, offering a gentle smile. "Everyone, let us not linger outside any longer. Let us proceed to the Grand Hall, where a banquet awaits your esteemed presence." Lin Chen exchanged glances with the clan elders, nodding with smiles. "Very well, we appreciate the Holy Master's hospitality." Hong Yuanzi waved his hand, gesturing lightly. "It is no trouble at all. Divine Son, esteemed friends, please." Without hesitation, Lin Chen and the clan elders led the way toward the palace atop the Chaos Divine Mountain. Xiao Fan, along with Hong Yuanzi and numerous formidable beings from the Chaos Sacred Land, followed closely behind Lin Chen and his companions. What lay ahead was the true matter of significance, the specifics of their connection with the ancient Lin family. Chapter 79. Getting to the point? Forming an alliance. Within the grand palace atop the Chaos Divine Mountain, Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the leftmost seat, with several clan elders seated beneath him. Opposite him stood Xiao Fan, flanked by a multitude of powerful figures from the Chaos Sacred Land. The table before them was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, releasing a rich aroma, while fine jade bottles emitted the robust fragrance of fine wine. At the head of the table, Hong Yuanzi sat, his face adorned with a broad smile. "Esteemed friends from the ancient Lin family, It is indeed a great fortune for us in the Chaos Sacred Land that you have traveled such a distance to join us. First and foremost, I would like to raise a toast to His Highness the Divine Sun, congratulating him for ranking first on the talent list at the dawn of the Golden Era. As he spoke, he lifted a cup filled with fine wine and drank deeply, refilling it immediately to continue. Secondly, I toast to His Highness the Divine Sun for securing the top spot on the God list. Defeating the Tao ancestor within the same realm, truly a talent unmatched throughout history. Most importantly, he has avenged us by decisively vanquishing that scoundrel, bringing us great satisfaction. With that, he downed another cup of fine wine, his face radiating delight. Upon hearing Hun Yuanzi mention the scoundrel, a wave of righteous indignation and mirth spread across the faces of all the formidable beings within the palace. This brought to mind the scene of Lin Chen ruthlessly defeating that scoundrel during his trial at the Tower of Gods. Even now, the memory stirred a sense of vindication within them. That wretch had shattered the rules governing their 3,000 territories, making it nearly impossible to give rise to emperor-level experts. Only with the advent of the Golden Era could there be a rare opportunity to achieve that coveted status. For such an utterly despicable and unpardonable individual, merely killing him was too lenient. Lin Chen's actions, while somewhat brutal, were precisely what they wished they could do themselves. For this alone, Lin Chen had earned their unreserved goodwill. The numerous powerful figures from the Chaos Sacred Land couldn't help but voice their admiration. Indeed, what His Highness the Divine Sun did at that time ignites our fervor even now. Such a scoundrel deserves no less. To His Highness the Divine Sun, we raise a toast. With that, the powerful figures of the Chaos Sacred Land drained their cups in unison. A satisfied smile graced Xiao Fan's face as well. If it weren't for that scoundrel, would those ancient aberrations have dared to seal themselves away? Would they have fought to the death for that singular chance to become an emperor? Countless talented individuals had perished across the 3,000 territories due to this turmoil, all stemming from that very same scoundrel who Lin Chen had ruthlessly defeated in their realm. Not only did the powerful figures of the Chaos Sacred Land wear expressions of satisfaction, but the elders of the ancient Lin family also exhibited smiles of contentment. They vividly recalled the Divine Sun's might. The tragic end of the scoundrel at the Tower of Gods was indeed a consequence of his own actions. Lin Chen, hearing the abundant praises echoing around him, smiled broadly. You flatter me, my esteemed friends, that I merely did what was necessary. Speaking of which, let us get straight to the point. We have come to propose the establishment of an alliance with your esteemed sacred land. Surely, you are aware that the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone have awakened, and chaos looms ahead. A single force, even one of our stature, faces imminent danger, he continued. Only through mutual alliance can we safeguard ourselves in this turbulent era and perhaps even advance further. As his words fell, silence enveloped the palace. Hun Yuanzi and the other powerful figures from the Chaos Sacred Land were expressions of surprise. They had not anticipated Lin Chen to be so direct, skipping the customary pleasantries and diving straight into the matter at hand. Nevertheless, Lin Chen was correct. All the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zone had indeed awakened. Although they were currently restrained, the chaotic situation across the 3,000 territories had already begun to reveal ominous signs. On the main seat, Hun Yuanzi furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. However, this pondering did not last long. As Lin Chen finished speaking, Hun Yuanzi's brow smoothed as he rose to his feet. Gazing intently at Lin Chen, he spoke gravely, Your Highness the Divine Sun, our Chaos Sacred Land is willing to form an alliance with the ancient Lin family. With Lin Chen in the ancient Lin family, the future is bright. Allying with him is a boon. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen stood and flashed a grin. Master, may our collaboration be fruitful. With the alliance successfully established, their next step was to visit their newfound allies' territory. They sought to uncover potential opportunities for collaboration, and perhaps some surprises. Chapter 80. The Hidden Sanctum of the Chaos Sacred Land, the Spirit Crystal Caverns. As the numerous powerful figures of the Chaos Sacred Land processed the continuous praises ringing in their ears, their expressions reflected a hint of bewilderment. Had they truly formed an alliance? Was this not rather hasty? Although they had previously resolved to discuss the matter of alliance upon the arrival of the ancient Lin family, the speed at which it had transpired surpassed their expectations. They had anticipated that at least several rounds of drinks and pleasantries would precede such a proposal. Yet, Lin Chen, upon merely one drink, had bypassed all intermediaries and plunged directly into the heart of the matter in less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. An alliance had been forged between the Chaos Sacred Land and the ancient Lin family. Unlike the other powerful figures of the Chaos Sacred Land, Xiao Fan wore a knowing smile. Lin Shun had always been straightforward, never one to beat around the bush. The elders of the ancient Lin family chuckled, their gazes fixed on Lin Shun, filled with satisfaction. The divine son Lin Shun not only excelled in cultivation, but also surpassed all other prodigies in his role as a decision-maker. With such decisiveness, they had swiftly accomplished their purpose for coming, securing a formidable ally for the ancient Lin family. Indeed, a commendable feat. Han Yuanzi regarded Lin Shun with a mixture of admiration and astonishment. This divine son of the ancient Lin family was astonishingly extraordinary. If it were merely exceptional talent in cultivation, it would be one thing. But Lin Shun was powerful in every regard. With such a progeny, the ancient Lin family was on the brink of producing another emperor-level powerhouse. Noticing the change in expressions among the crowd, Lin Shen chuckled and turned his gaze to Lin Kaishan, who sat cross-legged beside him. We should also prioritize the establishment of a bidirectional teleportation array between our two forces to facilitate mutual assistance in the future. Given his status as a senior elder, Lin Kaishan surely possessed greater insights into the family's affairs. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, he rose and offered a slight bow. Yes, Your Highness the Divine Son. As an elder of the family, it was indeed his duty to undertake such matters. With that, Lin Kaishan's gaze shifted to Han Yuanzi seated at the head. Might we relocate to another venue for a more detailed discussion? Upon hearing Lin Kaishan's proposal, Han Yuanzi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. That sounds reasonable. I apologize for any oversight on my part. Your Highness. Lin Shen smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I would also like to catch up with Xiao Fan. Master, please proceed. With his words, Han Yuanzi nodded and, alongside Lin Kaishan, tore through the fabric of space, vanishing from sight. Watching the two depart, Lin Shun approached Xiao Fan and glanced outside the palace with a gentle smile. Shall we step outside and converse? Xiao Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded with a grin. Let us go outside and chat. After exchanging a few words, the two left the palace together. As soon as they departed, the elders of the ancient Lin family and the powerful figures of the Chaos Sacred Land began to celebrate. Raising their cups in camaraderie, the alliance between the two families necessitated that the powerful figures foster goodwill amongst one another, and this banquet presented an ideal opportunity. Outside the palace, at the edge of the cliff, Lin Shen gazed down at the breathtaking scenery, exclaiming in admiration. From the heights of the Chaos Divine Mountain, the view of the entire Chaos Sacred Land is truly magnificent. Countless enchanting peaks dotted the landscape below, with numerous celestial cranes soaring through the sky, and occasionally, disciples of the Chaos Sacred Land could be seen traversing the air. Most importantly, the abundance of spiritual energy within the Chaos Sacred Land was remarkably rich. Rivaling that of the ancient Lin family, the Chaos Sacred Land was indeed a venerable and powerful force that had thrived since the ancient era. Xiao Fan, upon hearing the praise, felt his smile broaden. While I cannot assert that the overall strength of our Chaos Sacred Land surpasses that of the ancient Lin family, I am confident that our scenery can easily outshine yours. His voice brimmed with pride. Lin Shun, upon hearing Xiao Fan's somewhat boastful remark, raised an eyebrow. While the sentiment was perhaps not entirely agreeable, it certainly held some truth. The ancient Lin family, established within a city, could not possibly rival the breathtaking vistas of the Chaos Sacred Land. However, should you speak so boldly, I shall not hold back. With a glint in his eye, Lin Chen suggested, why don't you share with me the extraordinary locations within the Chaos Sacred Land? Noting Lin Chen's unfamiliarity with their territory, he was eager to learn of any willing to share such knowledge. If you could guide me, that would be even better. Xiao Fan sensed something amiss in Lin Chen's tone, but couldn't quite pinpoint what was off. Shaking his head, he suppressed the peculiar thought and began to elaborate. When it comes to the extraordinary locales within our Chaos Sacred Land, there are simply too many to count. To start, right here on the Chaos Divine Mountain, there exists a particularly remarkable place. On the Chaos Divine Mountain, Lin Chen's expression shifted with curiosity. Where might it be? Xiao Fan responded with a mysterious smile. Right beneath our feet, to be more precise. It lies at the base of the chaotic Divine Mountain, where a naturally formed Lingjing cave exists. The abundance of spiritual energy within is comparable to the richness of spiritual energy in the external world before the arrival of the Golden Era. Now, it has intensified 100-fold, rendering it so dense that ordinary cultivators cannot endure for even a moment inside and must retreat, lest they face certain death. At this point, Xiao Fan glanced around and cautioned. Lin Xin, you must not disclose this information to anyone. It is one of the secrets of my chaotic sacred land, and must remain confidential. Even some elders within the sacred land are unaware of this matter. If it weren't for our alliance, I would not have shared it with you so readily, despite my belief in your character. Lingjing Cave? Lin Chen's expression was one of surprise. Such a place, housing a Lingjing Cave? More importantly, it existed even before the Golden Era arrived, boasting a spiritual energy density akin to that of the present world. This location undeniably qualifies as a realm of marvel. Taking a deep breath, Lin Shun nodded with assurance. Of course, rest assured, I will not divulge this. It is no wonder that news of the Lingjing Cave has never circulated outside. It must indeed be a closely guarded secret within the chaotic sacred land. It was evident that Xiao Fan genuinely trusted him. Otherwise, he would not have revealed such a significant secret. Lingjing is a cultivation resource of even higher quality than top-grade spiritual stones. Generally, an entire vein of spiritual stones might yield only 1 or 2 Lingjing. Yet here, beneath the chaotic divine mountain, lies a cave entirely composed of Lingjing. Such a feat and its wondrous nature can only be described as astonishingly terrifying. Regaining his composure, Lin Chun rubbed his hands together. Eager to explore, Xiao Fan, my friend, might you take me to observe this Lingjing Cave? My spiritual power is on the verge of a breakthrough, and perhaps I could utilize the energy within to achieve it. In response to Lin Chen's suggestion, Xiao Fan merely smiled. Certainly, having mentioned it, I would not let you know without purpose. However, you must remember, the spiritual pressure within the Lingjing Cave is formidable. If you find it overwhelming, do not hesitate to retreat immediately. I cannot bear the thought of you suffering any detrimental effects to your foundation. At the end of his warning, Xiao Fan added a teasing remark. Lin Chun shot a glance at Xiao Fan. Grinning. You rascal, after cultivating for 3,000 years, you've become so cheeky. Fear not. Once my cultivation improves further, I shall ensure you relive the delightful experiences of the past. Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan instinctively waved his hand. Better not. Time is of the essence. With the powerful figures gathering in the sacred land, let us proceed. With that, he stepped forward, descending towards the chaotic divine mountain. Lin Chun, seeing this, did not hesitate and followed closely behind. The Lingjing Cave, a naturally formed wonder and a secret of the chaotic sacred land, surely holds the potential to unlock a signing opportunity, one would think. Chapter 81. Yin Luoxia clears the second level of the Divine Tower's main tower. Lin Shanhe ascends the divine rankings, beneath the chaotic divine mountain, within an unremarkable courtyard. Lin Chun and Xiao Fan came to a halt. Lin Chun surveyed his surroundings, filled with curiosity. Where is this? He sensed that the courtyard was exceedingly ordinary, the kind that would not attract a second glance. Yet, since Xiao Fan had brought him here, it must possess some extraordinary quality that he could not perceive. Perhaps, a certain spot here serves as the entrance to the Lingjing Cave. Xiao Fan chuckled at his words. This place is designed to be inconspicuous and serves as the entrance to the Lingjing Cave. Come, I shall lead you there. With that, he walked towards a house within the courtyard. Lin Xian, eager to uncover the mystery, was about to follow when, from the depths of the heavens, a long-awaited voice of the heavenly Tao resonated. Yin Luoxia of Luoxia Heavenly State has cleared the second level of the Divine Tower's main tower. Ranking 98th on the Divine Rankings, received a gift from the Heavenly Tao, with a fortune boost of 1,000 miles. The voice echoed throughout the realm of the 3,000 Tao states. Upon hearing the proclamation, Lin Xun and Xiao Fan exchanged astonished glances. Yin Luoxia has succeeded in the tower again. Previously, she had already conquered the first level of the Divine Tower's main tower, being the only prodigy among all to achieve such a feat aside from Lin Chun. Unexpectedly, she had taken the lead again among the many prodigies, clearing the second level of the Divine Tower's main tower. Lin Xin recalled that during their earlier sparring, Yin Luoxia's attacks had indeed been the most troublesome. Other divine attacks shattered at his hand's wave, but the radiant glow emitted by Yin Luoxia had persisted for a moment before dispersing. Gazing at the shifting rankings of the dark golden divine rankings in the heavens, Xiao Fan could not help but exclaim, "This generation of prodigies truly flourishes, indeed worthy of the golden era." It was not just Lin Chen and Xiao Fan who were astonished. All beings within the 3,000 Tao states, upon hearing the heavenly proclamation, were equally taken aback, even shocked. The announcement had come so abruptly that they scarcely had time to absorb it. The heavenly Tao proclaimed that the prodigy from Luoxia heavenly state had successfully cleared another level of the divine tower's main tower. This individual could certainly be considered a peer capable of competing with Lin Chen. That unfathomable prodigy! The entirety of Luoxia's sacred land rejoiced, countless disciples cheering in celebration. Such an event warranted their exuberance. Their saintess, Yin Luoxia, now stood at the forefront among all prodigies, aside from Lin Chen. That monstrous talent! No one else had succeeded in the tower, let alone clearing the second level. Just as the beings of the 3,000 Tao states believed that only Yin Luoxia could compete with Lin Chen. Another authoritative voice of the heavenly Tao emanated from the deepest reaches of the heavens. Lin Shanhe of the ancient Lin clan has cleared the first level of the divine tower. Ranking 99th on the divine rankings, received a gift from the heavenly Tao, with a fortune boost of 300 miles. At that moment, the entire 3,000 Tao states fell into silence. The beings, who had only just been astonished, found their minds momentarily paralyzed, unable to process the information. What was happening? The ancient prodigy Lin Shanhe of the ancient Lin clan had also succeeded in the tower. 2 prodigies clearing the divine tower's main tower in one go. Such a sight was unprecedented. What was more staggering was that Lin Shanhe had achieved this shortly after Yin Luoxia cleared the second level of the divine tower. This indicated that he must have defeated the Tower Guardian, who was none other than the recently successful Yin Luoxia. After all, clearing the tower requires a significant amount of time. It is not as if everyone could achieve success as effortlessly as Lin Chen. This revelation suggested that Lin Shanhe's actual strength might surpass that of Yin Luoxia. Therefore, it should not be Yin Luoxia ranked 98th on the divine rankings, but Lin Shanhe instead. What stroke of luck had the ancient Lin clan encountered? Having won Lin Chen was already remarkable, a prodigy of unparalleled stature, even capable of eclipsing the Tao ancestor within the same realm. But now, another Lin Shanhe had emerged. While Lin Shanhe ranked second on the talent rankings, the presence of such prodigies all within the ancient Lin clan was almost too much for them to accept. Countless ancient sects and powerful clans fell silent. Their own prodigies, whom they had high hopes for, aside from achieving some recognition on the talent rankings, had almost no participation in this second celestial opportunity. Some prodigious talents had indeed made it onto the rankings of the Divine Tower's subtower. Yet those rankings paled in comparison to the prestige of the divine rankings. The ancient Lin clan in this generation seems poised to ascend to the highest peak, trampling all other forces in their path. Within the Luoxia sacred land, the celebration that had just begun abruptly came to an end, leaving all strong figures and disciples in a state of shock. Lin Shanhe of the ancient Lin clan? In the courtyard, upon hearing the heavenly proclamation, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The ancient Lin clan has now given birth to another formidable prodigy, alongside him, one of the most powerful prodigies among the top 99. He wondered if this was Lin Shanhe's limit or if he could further ascend the rankings. Lin Chen was deeply intrigued. After waiting a moment longer, the heavenly Tao remained silent, and the beings within the 3,000 Tao states collectively exhaled in relief. Had another prodigy succeeded in clearing the tower, their hearts could not bear it. 1 Lin Shanhe was already enough to astonish them. How could such an extraordinary prodigy appear so easily? Congratulations to the ancient Lin clan for adding another prodigy to the divine rankings. Lin Chen mused, feeling a mixture of emotion. In this golden era, 3 prodigies had ascended to the divine rankings, 2 of whom hailed from the ancient Lin clan. Lin Chen chuckled at the news. Lin Shanhe's talent was indeed formidable. It was expected that he would ascend to the divine rankings. However, where his journey would ultimately lead, Lin Chen could not foresee. With that, Lin Chen exhaled deeply and said, Xiao Fan, we must not delay any further. Let us proceed to the Lingjing cave. I sense that my cultivation is restless and yearning to break through. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Fan merely smirked, remaining silent but leading the way ahead. Moments later, within a house in the courtyard, a flash of light suddenly flickered. Immediately thereafter, the breaths of Lin Chen and Xiao Fan vanished into thin air within the courtyard. Chapter 82. The Extraordinary Spirit Crystal Cave. Unlocking Sign-in Opportunities. In the unknown land, irregular stones of a celestial blue hue, exuding a rich spiritual aura, were scattered haphazardly across the ground. The entire surface appeared to be carpeted with these azure stones, radiating a dazzling blue light. The abundant spiritual energy emanating from these azure stones was even more refined and overwhelming than that found in the finest spirit stones, ranking at an even higher grade. They were, in fact, more precious than the finest spirit stones, spirit crystals. The entire unknown realm was suffused with the rich heavenly and earthly spiritual energy that overflowed from the spirit crystals, almost viscous, transforming into droplets of spiritual rain. Buzz! A resonant hum echoed as Lin Qian and Xiao Fan's figures materialized out of thin air, landing on the ground paved with spirit crystals. And no sooner had they steadied themselves than Lin Qian felt the terrifying, pure spiritual energy emanating from all directions. This pure spiritual energy, of exceptionally high quality, seemed to permeate every pore, continuously surging into his body. His spiritual power, already on the brink of a breakthrough, was on the verge of shattering its constraints and reaching a higher realm under the influx of this energy. Feeling this wondrous sensation, Lin Qian's body involuntarily trembled. The overwhelming purity and high quality of this spiritual energy were even more intense than that within his divine palace. He sensed that if he were to remain here to cultivate, it would take no more than a quarter of an hour for his spiritual power to achieve a genuine breakthrough, ascending to the 4th level of the ninefold calamity realm. Suddenly, Lin Qian spotted a cave-like dwelling ahead, shrouded in darkness, rendering its interior indistinct. Upon seeing this cave, a bold thought surged within Lin Qian's heart. Could it be that he had not truly reached the spirit crystal cave yet, but was merely outside its entrance? For until now, the sign-in system had yet to alert him to the unlocking of a sign-in opportunity, and there was no reason such a place could not activate the sign-in system. Beside him, Xiao Fan, sensing Lin Qian's fluctuating emotions, could not help but smile with pride. This was the hidden, unspoken realm of their chaos-sacred land, the spirit crystal cave, known to few. Even a prodigy like Lin Qian would surely be astonished upon arriving here. Lin Qian, my friend, let us proceed. We have not yet truly entered the spirit crystal cave. The cave ahead is where we must go to reach our destination. There, you may immerse yourself in your cultivation. But remember what I previously said. If the duration is too long and you cannot withstand the spiritual pressure within, you must exit promptly. Otherwise, damaging your foundational cultivation would be a grave loss. During the ninefold calamity realm, he could only cultivate in the spirit crystal cave for at most half an hour. Lin Qian's endurance would undoubtedly surpass his, yet he too could not remain inside indefinitely. Lest his foundation be compromised, at the sound of these words, a flicker of shock flashed in Lin Qian's eyes. It seemed his guess was not mistaken. They had yet to arrive at the true spirit crystal cave. The area they occupied, with its more abundant heavenly and earthly spiritual energy than that found in the divine palace, was merely the periphery of the spirit crystal cave, with such a remarkable treasure. It was no wonder the chaos-sacred land had thrived from ancient times to the present. Possessing such a miraculous domain, it would be difficult for the sacred land not to give rise to quasi-emperors. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qian suppressed the emotions within his heart and remarked to Xiao Fan, I have never encountered such a profound place. Today has certainly broadened my horizons. Yet, the increasingly vibrant smile at the corner of his mouth was impossible to conceal. Steeling himself, Lin Qian followed closely behind Xiao Fan, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He believed that in such a wondrous place, his invincible sign-in system would undoubtedly unlock a sign-in opportunity, allowing him to embark on a new signing endeavor. As he stepped into the pitch-black cave, where the interior was obscured, Lin Qian's vision was abruptly transformed. A magnificent, intricately designed cultivation cave came into view. Dozens of cushions radiating mysterious energies were neatly arranged, accompanied by separate stone tables and stools. What captivated Lin Qian most was that everything in the cave, aside from those cushions and stone furniture, was constructed from spirit crystals. The azure crystalline glow illuminated the entire cavern, and boundless, pure heavenly and earthly spiritual energy surged through every inch of space. In his mind, the system's crisp notification sounded at the perfect moment. detected that the host is in the spirit crystal cave of the Chaos Sacred Land. Sign-in is now available. May I ask, host, if you wish to sign in now? Chapter 83, Breakthrough in Cultivation. Sign in at the Spirit Crystal Cave. Unexpected sign-in rewards the clear system notification resonating in his mind solidified Lin Chen's resolve. Indeed, such a wondrous and mysterious place could indeed activate the invincible sign-in system, unlocking the opportunity to sign in. However, what rewards could be obtained from signing in at such a location? Lin Chen's heart brimmed with curiosity and expectation. At that moment, a voice filled with mirth emerged from Xiao Fan's direction. Lin Chen, my friend, you may cultivate here. What I lack now is other accumulations. The pure spiritual energy holds little benefit for me. Are you yet to comprehend the source power, or do you wish to understand multiple source powers, or perhaps deepen your understanding of the source you have already grasped to forge a stronger foundation in the divine realm? To break through the divine realm, one only needed to comprehend a single source power to utilize spiritual energy to impact the realm and achieve the breakthrough. Yet, such a breakthrough would only yield an ordinary divine realm foundation. And even with exceptional talent, one would lag behind in the early stages. However, if one comprehended multiple source powers before breaking through the divine realm, or deeply understood a single source power, this situation would not arise. Just as mastering more complete source powers was essential when breaking through to Quasi-Emperor, so too was it necessary to comprehend more source powers or deepen one's understanding of a singular source power when breaking through the divine realm. Only then would the foundation of the divine realm be stronger, allowing one to become a standout in the early stages of the divine realm. Lin Chen felt that, given Xiao Fan's talent and comprehension, it was impossible for him not to have grasped any source power over the span of 3,000 years. Thus, he likely sought to comprehend multiple source powers or wished to deepen his understanding of the source power he had already grasped. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xiao Fan's expression shifted slightly, and he smiled. You understand me well. Indeed, I wish to deepen my understanding of the source power of destruction. I do not wish to be inferior after breaking through the divine realm. After all, I must maintain my current ability to battle above my level. Lin Chen nodded in understanding it was true. With Xiao Fan's talent and comprehension, he would never settle for being inferior after breaking through the divine realm. Rather than breaking through, he would choose to delay his breakthrough, taking time to accumulate his foundation. Feeling the increasingly intense urge to break through within him, Lin Chen took a deep breath. Then I shall not be polite. I will take advantage of the sacred land's precious location to cultivate for a while. After finishing my cultivation, I will seek you out to explore other areas of the sacred land. With that, Lin Chen eagerly approached a cushion and sat cross-legged. If he did not actively cultivate and break through, he feared that the high-quality heavenly and earthly spiritual energy surrounding him would directly facilitate his breakthrough. Xiao Fan, seeing this, waved his hand with a smile. No need. I will wait for you outside. I am also curious how long you can cultivate here with your ninefold Calamity Realm cultivation. As he spoke, he chose not to disturb Lin Chen and turned to leave the cave. Remaining in such a spiritually rich environment might overwhelm him, triggering an unwanted breakthrough. This was not favorable for him. Waiting outside the cave was his best option. Lin Chen paid no heed to Xiao Fan's departure. Having just settled into a cross-legged position, he began to operate the Chaos Divine Demon Sutra, actively refining and absorbing the rich and pure heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Buzz! In mere moments, the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy rapidly converged towards Lin Chen, forming a small vortex of spiritual energy. The suction generated became increasingly formidable, nearly drawing all the spatial spiritual energy within the cave. An unending stream of high-quality, pure spiritual energy was refined and absorbed, causing Lin Chen's cultivation aura to grow ever stronger. Boom! After merely a short time, a muffled sound resonated from within Lin Chen's body. Accompanying it was an involuntary surge of powerful spiritual pressure emanating from his form. His spiritual power had successfully broken through to the 4th level of the ninefold Calamity Realm. Though it was the 4th level of the ninefold Calamity Realm, the pressure it exerted was even greater than that of beings in the Celestial Ascension Realm. Having completed the breakthrough in spiritual power, Lin Chen did not cease his cultivation. He felt that with the heavenly and earthly spiritual energy converging around him, he could still elevate his cultivation further. Time passed, and soon another quarter of an hour slipped by. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath as a joyful smile graced his lips. His spiritual power had reached the pinnacle of the fourth level of the ninefold calamity realm. In just a brief moment of cultivation, he had elevated an entire minor realm. From the previous pinnacle of the third level of the ninefold calamity realm, he had ascended to the current pinnacle of the fourth level. Surveying his surroundings, Lin Chen's eyes still shimmered with awe. He could sense that the spirit crystals within this cave were not merely those visible to him. It was likely that behind the visible spirit crystals, even more lay hidden. Otherwise, the quantity of visible spirit crystals alone would not be sufficient to condense such overwhelming and pure heavenly and earthly spiritual energy. Upon confirming that the outside world could not perceive the cave clearly, Lin Chen harbored no further doubts. He silently intoned within his heart, "System, initiate the sign-in for the spirit crystal cave." No sooner had his voice faded than the crisp chime of the system echoed in his mind once more. Request from the host received, proceeding with the sign-in for the chaotic sacred land spirit crystal cave. Sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received a 100-fold cultivation speed boost for 12 hours. Do you wish to utilize the 100-fold cultivation speed boost? A 100-fold cultivation speed boost? 12 hours. Lin Chen's expression reflected a hint of surprise upon hearing the system's announcement. This sign-in reward had not been foreseen by him. The reward this time was neither a supernatural power, nor a magical artifact, nor an enlightenment of cultivation, but rather a boost in cultivation speed. Over the span of 12 hours, which amounts to a full day, he could attain a remarkable 100-fold increase in his cultivation speed. This sign-in reward sounded quite promising. After a brief contemplation, Lin Chen inquired within, "System, what is the reference point for this 100-fold cultivation speed boost?" It was imperative for him to clarify this. Differing reference points could yield vastly disparate results. The 100-fold cultivation speed boost is referenced against the host's individual cultivation speed. Should the host choose to utilize this boost, he will receive a cultivation speed that is 100 times his original speed. Host, do you wish to immediately activate the 100-fold cultivation speed boost? Chapter 84. Activation of 100-fold cultivation speed boost. The surge of spiritual energy and soul cultivation skyrockets. Using oneself as the reference point, the host gains a 100-fold cultivation speed boost. Lin Chen's body trembled with excitement. With an entire day's time to benefit from a 100-fold cultivation speed boost, and in the spirit crystal cave no less, it seemed this would allow him to compensate for the deficiencies in his spiritual and soul cultivation, truly enabling him to catch up with his physical cultivation. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen smiled broadly and commanded, "System, activate the 100-fold cultivation speed boost for me." Having spoken, he closed his eyes, awaiting the arrival of the cultivation speed enhancement. Request from the host received, activating the 100-fold cultivation speed boost. Congratulations, host. The 100-fold cultivation speed boost has been successfully activated. Please proceed with your cultivation. Before the system's clear voice could fully dissipate, Lin Chen felt a remarkable transformation within his body. Even before he began to channel the chaotic divine demon technique, he sensed the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rapidly converging towards him. The speed of this gathering was even swifter than when he had previously cultivated actively. His recently elevated spiritual cultivation was once again ascending under this rapid influx of spiritual energy. This extraordinary sensation filled Lin Chen with exhilaration. He wasted no time and actively commenced the operation of the chaotic divine demon technique. In an instant, the speed at which spiritual energy gathered multiplied by dozens, creating a tumultuous wave within the entire spirit crystal cave. Boom! The pure and immense spiritual energy of heaven and earth rolled continuously, producing a resonant, thunderous sound. Lin Chen's form vanished amidst the swirling spiritual energy, leaving behind only a tangible vortex of spiritual essence. Within this corporeal vortex, one could faintly discern a figure intermittently appearing and disappearing. Boom! In the span of a mere 3 breaths, Lin Chen's cultivation experienced yet another breakthrough. From the 4th peak of the ninefold calamity realm, he surged directly into the 5th level. The tribulations that had once been arduous to surmount were effortlessly traversed under the nurturing of this rich, pure, and high-quality spiritual energy. Yet this was not the end. Following the breakthrough in his spiritual cultivation, the growth did not cease. This indicated that his spiritual cultivation continued to ascend rapidly, pressing towards even higher realms. Within the tangible vortex of spiritual energy, Lin Chen felt the continuous surge of power within him, while his mental state gradually regained tranquility. This was merely the beginning. Over the next day, his spiritual cultivation would maintain this rapid ascension. Moreover, as his spiritual cultivation advanced, his soul cultivation was likewise propelled upwards. Previously at the 8th level of the ninefold calamity realm, his soul cultivation now reached the pinnacle of the 8th level. Just a step away from breaking through to the final minor realm of the ninefold calamity realm. As time flowed, an hour swiftly passed. This hour of cultivation permitted Lin Chen's spiritual and soul cultivation to achieve a tremendous leap. No longer was his spiritual cultivation at the 5th or 6th level of the ninefold calamity realm, but rather it had reached the pinnacle of the ninefold calamity realm. The same was true for his soul cultivation, which also ascended to the pinnacle of the ninefold calamity realm, taking a crucial step towards the celestial realm. He could now be referred to as half a step into the celestial realm. Even with this progress, Lin Chen showed no inclination to cease his cultivation. The advancements he had made were the result of his own efforts. After each breakthrough, he had solidified his foundation, ensuring that his realm was devoid of any superficiality. Furthermore, since the duration of the hundredfold cultivation speed boost was 12 hours, only a mere hour had elapsed thus far. His journey of cultivation ascension was far from over. Within the spirit crystal cave, the once abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth had nearly been exhausted, leaving only the azure spirit crystal surrounding him, which continuously emitted streams of pure spiritual energy. Lin Chen was no longer relying on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for cultivation, but instead drawing upon the spirit crystals within the cave. Outside the spirit crystal cave, Xiao Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, having sensed that more than an hour had passed, chuckling as he shook his head. Indeed, for this fellow, an hour was likely just an appetizer, he wondered. What would be the extent of Lin Chen's ultimate limits? The quality of the spiritual energy within the spirit crystal cave was exceedingly high and immensely pure, far beyond what cultivators below the Saint Realm could casually endure. Each session of cultivation necessitated withstanding tremendous spiritual pressure. While the speed was rapid, it could not be sustained for too long. No one was exempt from this. Filled with curiosity, Xiao Fan closed his eyes, continuing to comprehend the fundamental powers while waiting patiently. Time swiftly passed, and soon 5 additional hours had elapsed, with the earlier hour accounted for. Half a day had gone by. Xiao Fan, sensing the passage of time, opened his eyes to glance at the cave entrance, his expression tinged with astonishment. Half a day had passed, and Lin Chen still had not emerged? Had he not yet reached his limits, or had he perished within? As soon as he entertained this thought, Xiao Fan shook his head, dismissing the somewhat absurd notion. He knew Lin Chen well. He was neither reckless nor foolish. If he were unable to endure any longer, he would surely have chosen to exit the spirit crystal cave. Since Lin Chen had yet to emerge, there could be only one explanation. He had not yet reached his limits. Even though Xiao Fan was aware of Lin Chen's extraordinary capabilities, he could not help but feel a twinge of shock. This individual, while indeed extraordinary, should not be able to endure to such an extent. It had been a full half-day. After all, gazing at the dark entrance of the spirit crystal cave, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Fan's face. He pondered whether he should enter to check on Lin Chen's current state. Ultimately, however, he refrained from rising to investigate. Having previously stated that he would wait outside, he could not go back on his word. Moreover, entering at this juncture might disrupt Lin Chen's cultivation, resulting in a counterproductive outcome. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan calmed the emotions within him, suppressing the impulse, and closed his eyes once more. He attempted to continue comprehending the fundamental powers, yet this time, he found it impossible to settle his mind. A single thought incessantly echoed within him. When would Lin Chen finally emerge from the spirit crystal cave? Within the spirit crystal cave, Lin Chen's aura was unprecedentedly powerful, an overwhelming spiritual pressure enveloping the entire cave. After 6 hours had passed, his spiritual cultivation had now reached the 6th level of the celestial realm. His soul cultivation surged as well, breaking through to the 9th level of the celestial realm. It is worth mentioning that as his spiritual and soul cultivations aligned and ascended to the celestial realm, Lin Chen, in anticipation of his soul's strength being inadequate to fully master his newfound spiritual cultivation, temporarily set aside his spiritual cultivation to focus on enhancing his soul cultivation through the soul section of the chaotic divine demon technique. It was precisely for this reason that his soul cultivation now surpassed his spiritual cultivation. The formidable soul cultivation ensured that his spiritual power did not spiral out of control due to its overwhelming strength, allowing him to wield it at will, amidst the expansive and tangible vortex of spiritual energy. Lin Chen's expression remained as placid as a deep well. Initially, the dual surge of both his spiritual and soul cultivations had caused his mental state to fluctuate dramatically. However, by now, he had grown accustomed to the ascent of his cultivation, to the sensation of being filled with an even more formidable power. Moreover, he understood that this feeling would persist until the conclusion of the hundredfold cultivation speed boost. As for the remaining time of the hundredfold cultivation speed boost, Lin Chen planned to seize the momentum and elevate both his soul and spiritual cultivations to the Saint Realm. Chapter 85. Cultivation concludes. Physical body breaks into the Great Saint Realm. Spiritual power and soul transcend into the Saint Realm. After a brief moment of contemplation in his mind, Lin Chen's spirit became wholly immersed in profound cultivation. During the previous 6 hours of practice, he had not actively tempered his physical body to enhance its cultivation, resulting in his physical cultivation still being at half a step into the Great Saint Realm, without having truly completed the breakthrough. Even though Lin Chen's spiritual power cultivation had improved, resulting in a corresponding enhancement of his physical prowess, the extent of this advancement was ultimately too gradual. It would be far more effective to engage in independent training. Moreover, the breakthrough from the Sage Realm to the Great Sage Realm represented a formidable obstacle. This ebb and flow led to a significant breakthrough in spiritual power, yet his physical cultivation remained stagnant at the Great Sage Realm. Lin Chen felt that only when his spiritual power reached the Sage Realm would the impetus for his physical cultivation increase. At that point, his physical prowess should be able to surge forward, achieving the true Great Sage Realm. For his spiritual power to break through to the Sage Realm, his soul cultivation would certainly need to precede it. Otherwise, he would struggle to fully control his own strength. In the end, Lin Chen's 3 forms of cultivation would consist of 2 at the Sage Realm and 1 at the Great Sage Realm. With such a level of cultivation, he would truly enter the ranks of the powerful, rather than merely the younger generation. At that moment, Lin Chen was confident that even an ordinary Sage King would not stand a chance against him. Time continued to flow, indifferent to anyone's presence. Lin Chen's emotions remained stable as he continuously operated the chaotic divine demon scripture, devouring the immense and pure spiritual energy that surged around him. He was drawing ever closer to reaching the 9th heavenly layer, with only a small distance remaining to his predetermined goal. Boom! A tremendous wave of soul pressure erupted, signifying that Lin Chen's soul cultivation had finally reached the pinnacle of the heavenly layer. Barely breaking through in soul cultivation, an even stronger wave of spiritual pressure surged from within his body. His spiritual power had broken through to the 8th heavenly layer. At this moment, the hundredfold cultivation speed enhancement had only passed a mere 8 hours. With just 4 hours remaining, the consecutive breakthroughs in both forms of cultivation enveloped Lin Chen's mind, and his emotions remained unchanged. His aspirations were far greater. Such an improvement was still insufficient. Lin Chen's mind was as calm as a still lake. Yet someone else was deeply shaken. Outside the spirit crystal cave, Xiao Fan opened his eyes with a hint of annoyance, fixating on the pitch-black entrance of the cave, unable to discern its internal situation. 8 hours had passed. Why had Lin Chen not yet emerged? How could one sustain the 9th heavenly tribulation realm for such an extended period? Even if he were Lin Chen, this was simply extraordinary. Based on his experience, to endure for 8 hours, one would need their spiritual power to reach the Sage Realm. In the 9th heavenly tribulation, 1 hour was already quite lengthy. He had previously convinced himself during the 6 hours that it was Lin Chen who was different. But now, Xiao Fan felt that he could no longer find any justification to reassure himself. Within his heart, a rather audacious thought emerged. Could it be that Lin Chen intended to cultivate for an entire day within the spirit crystal cave? This was undeniably a preposterous and unreasonable notion. Yet as time passed, Xiao Fan's internal acceptance of this idea gradually solidified. That freak Lin Chen was likely serious about cultivating for a full day inside the spirit crystal cave. Soon enough, a full 10 hours had elapsed since Lin Chen entered the cave. At this point, Xiao Fan had ceased pacing and stood motionless before the entrance point. 10 hours had passed. 10 whole hours. To cultivate within the spirit crystal cave for 10 hours was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Sage Realm expert. Only those with profound backgrounds, particularly mid to late-stage Sage Realm practitioners, could achieve such a feat. How could Lin Chen, merely at the ninth heavenly tribulation realm, possibly endure for such a length of time? Xiao Fan's expression was filled with confusion. He felt as though his 3,000 years of cultivation had been squandered. Yet now, he realized he had overthought the situation. That freak Lin Chen, that extraordinary individual, was indeed on an entirely different level. Meanwhile, outside the Spirit Crystal Cave, above the chaotic divine mountain, dark tribulation clouds spread across the sky. With deep purple tribulation lightning swirling within, thunder rumbled. The disciples and experts of the chaotic sacred land regarded the dark clouds above with curious gazes. They had no idea who had summoned these clouds. The most critical point was that these clouds had been present for several hours. Moreover, just a short while ago, they had suddenly increased in potency, with the aura of deep purple tribulation lightning intensifying by tenfold. This situation was unprecedented in their experience. It was the first time they had witnessed tribulation lightning appearing and subsequently growing stronger during their years of cultivation. The summit of the chaotic divine mountain. Numerous clan elders from the ancient Lin family and powerful figures from the chaotic sacred land emerged from their palace, gathering together to gaze up at the dark tribulation clouds. They speculated about the appearance of this tribulation lightning, but at present, they were uncertain if it was indeed the person they suspected. They would only know for certain once the individual undergoing the tribulation made their appearance. Time passed swiftly, and soon 2 more hours had elapsed. Inside the Spirit Crystal Cave, Lin Chen was oblivious to the happenings outside. Just as 12 hours arrived, that terrifying cultivation speed abruptly vanished without a trace. The influx of spiritual energy within the cave rapidly diminished. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. This 12-hour cultivation session had indeed been extraordinarily gratifying. Now, he had achieved his initial goal. With both his spiritual power and soul cultivation having breached into the Sage Realm, his spiritual power was at the pinnacle of the first Sage Realm. His soul cultivation was at the third Sage Realm. Most importantly, as his spiritual power broke through to the Sage Realm, his physical cultivation had also successfully advanced, achieving the Great Sage Realm. Rising to his feet, Lin Chen exuded a sense of confidence, a faint smile gracing his lips. It was time to move on to the next location. Chapter 86. Is it my fault that the cultivation speed is too fast? Glancing around the Spirit Crystal Cave, Lin Chen's expression shifted slightly, becoming one of astonishment. What was happening? Wasn't the Spirit Crystal supposed to autonomously restore the spiritual energy of the world? Why did it look so much paler now? Previously, the spirit crystals within the cave radiated a brilliant sky-blue light. Not blinding, but certainly impossible to overlook. The entire Spirit Crystal Cave was illuminated by the brilliance of the crystals. Yet now, he could only see a faint glow, the sky-blue hue having faded to a light blue. As a result, the entire Spirit Crystal Cave had become somewhat dim, even appearing nearly black. Witnessing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling a bit awkward. Surely the chaotic sacred land wouldn't require him to compensate? Given the extent of the depletion, it might take years for the spirit crystals to fully recover. As for Xiao Fan's previous warning about being unable to withstand the spiritual pressure of the cave, he felt absolutely no impact from it. What was spiritual pressure? Coughing lightly, Lin Chen nonchalantly placed his hands behind his back, walking out of the Spirit Crystal Cave as if nothing had happened. If anyone inquired about the condition of the cave, he would simply say he was unaware. Indeed, he truly had no idea that the 100-fold cultivation speed enhancement could be so absurd, rendering the entire cave's spirit crystals insufficient to supply the consumption of his training. If it were any other place, it would likely have completely drained the spiritual energy. Outside the Spirit Crystal Cave, just as Lin Chen stepped out from the dark entrance, he was immediately met with a face displaying 3 parts confusion, 3 parts shock, and 4 parts disbelief. He recognized the owner of this face. It was none other than Xiao Fan, who had said he would wait for him outside the cave. Xiao Fan's expression left Lin Chen astounded. What had this guy experienced to wear such a countenance? Xiao Fan, what happened to you? Gazing at Lin Chen's surprised expression, Xiao Fan managed a weak smile. Yet no words escaped his lips. How could you still ask me what is wrong? You've been in the Spirit Crystal Cave for an entire day, a full day. How could someone at the ninth heavenly tribulation realm possibly achieve such a feat? The ninth heavenly tribulation. Wait! As if realizing something, Xiao Fan's spirit surged, and he quickly fixed his gaze intently on Lin Chen. Lin Chen's current cultivation was the Sage Realm? Feeling Lin Chen's cultivation, Xiao Fan's body trembled violently, and his pupils constricted sharply. Surely, he couldn't be hallucinating due to his shock? Otherwise, how could he perceive that Lin Chen's spiritual power had transformed into the Sage Realm? In just one day, he had jumped from the ninth heavenly tribulation realm to the Sage Realm? How was this possible? Even Lin Chen, even within the spirit crystal cave, shouldn't have been able to achieve such a miraculous feat. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan closed his eyes to regain his composure, then reopened them to scrutinize Lin Chen. He needed to ascertain precisely what realm Lin Chen's spiritual power had reached. However, in the next instant, Xiao Fan's body and mind were rocked, causing him to stagger back several steps. How could this be possible? How could it be that Lin Chen's cultivation was indeed the Sage Realm? Lin Chen had spent an entire day within the Spirit Crystal Cave, breaking through from the ninth heavenly tribulation realm directly to the Sage Realm. At this revelation, Xiao Fan was utterly perplexed. He felt as though his 3,000 years of cultivation had been utterly wasted. 3,000 years to ascend from the ninth heavenly tribulation realm to the ninth Sage King realm. He had thought that was fast enough. Yet now, compared to Lin Chen, what was that worth? Lin Chen watched Xiao Fan's series of reactions and expressions, his brow furrowing slightly. What had this guy gone through? One moment he was listless, the next he appeared invigorated, only to revert to disbelief a moment later. Was it due to the excessive length of his cultivation time? Indeed, as previously mentioned by Xiao Fan, the duration of one day's cultivation at his level is rather excessive. However, even with an extended time frame, given Xiao Fan's composure, one would not expect him to be in such a state, would one? Lin Chen approached Xiao Fan, gesturing in front of his eyes and saying, "Wake up! It has been 3,000 years since we last met, and yet your mental fortitude has diminished to this extent. I recall that in the past, even after being defeated by me, you would quickly come to terms with it. Have poor mental fortitude?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's remarks, Xiao Fan's lips twitched in agitation. So now, it has become my mental fortitude that is lacking? Who could possibly accept your terrifying progress? Spending an entire day cultivating in the Spirit Crystal Cave was astonishing, yet I could barely come to terms with it. But you, after spending a day in the ninth layer of tribulation, breaking through to the Saint Realm, I can hardly wrap my mind around it. Wait, how did your cultivation ascend to the Saint Realm? Unable to contain himself, Xiao Fan forcibly suppressed the turmoil within and inquired of Lin Chen. How on earth did this fellow achieve such a feat? Lin Chen, understanding the situation, realized that Xiao Fan's bewilderment stemmed from his cultivation's transformation. It made sense. His advancement was indeed extraordinary, and no wonder Xiao Fan's mental fortitude had faltered. It was merely a consequence of Lin Chen's accelerated cultivation speed. Chuckling, Lin Chen remarked, "The Spirit Crystal Cave is abundant with spiritual energy of exceptional quality. It's only natural for one to break through after practicing there. The Spirit Crystal Cave of your Chaos Holy Land is truly remarkable. I shall return whenever I have the opportunity." He secretly added to himself, provided, of course, that the spiritual energy within the Spirit Crystal Cave fully replenishes first. "So, you merely practiced and broke through?" Xiao Fan's expression turned crestfallen upon hearing this. "Did you not consider that beside you stands an elder who has cultivated for an entire 3,000 years? He has spent 3,000 years more than Lin Chen and has only reached the ninth layer of the Saint King realm. At your pace, Lin Chen, you might surpass him in less than 3 months." "Right." Sensing Xiao Fan's disquiet, Lin Chen hastily changed the subject, as it was indeed a delicate matter to discuss. 100-fold cultivation speed is simply incomprehensible. "Well then, Taoist Xiao Fan, shall we step outside? I have tribulations to face." Having successfully broken through to the Saint Realm in both his spiritual and soul powers, and achieving the great Saint Realm in his physical cultivation, he needed to undergo 3 layers of tribulation after leaving the Spirit Crystal Cave to proceed with his plans. He was also curious about how much strength these 3 layers of tribulation would grant him. The physical tribulation ought to enhance his physical cultivation, while the spiritual tribulation, being a form of lightning, should also be beneficial, right? As for the soul-powered tribulation, the special tribulation targeting the soul should help refine the strength of his soul, right? Hearing this, Xiao Fan gave Lin Chen a complex glance and nodded. It is time to leave. Once you have completed your tribulations, I shall take you to explore other places within my chaos holy land. With that, he waved his hand, conjuring a spatial passageway for departure. He wished to linger here no longer. It was far too disheartening. Observing Xiao Fan's eagerness to leave, Lin Chen shrugged innocently. Is it my fault that my cultivation speed is so rapid? Buzz. A resonating sound echoed as Lin Chen and Xiao Fan vanished into the spatial passage. Meanwhile, in the Chaos Holy Land, above the Chaos Divine Mountain, a resounding rumble of thunder reverberated, louder than any previous instance. Deep within the dark tribulation clouds, two distinctly different auras of thunder coiled together. Exuding a terrifying and intimidating presence. One form of thunder was deep purple, while the other was purplish-black. The combined might of these two types of thunder was such that even ordinary Saint King realm practitioners would face annihilation. At the peak of the Chaos Divine Mountain, numerous ancient clan elders and powerful figures from the Chaos Holy Land sensed the situation, their expressions becoming graved. A tribulation bearer has emerged. Chapter 87. The terrifying fusion tribulation. The shock of the disciples and experts of the Chaos Holy Land. At the bottom of the Chaos Divine Mountain, in an unremarkable courtyard, Lin Chen and Xiao Fan stepped out from a house. Their expressions starkly different. Xiao Fan appeared somewhat dazed, still struggling to comprehend how Lin Chen achieved such a staggering level. The Saint Realm. He had directly broken through two major realms in just one day. In contrast, Lin Chen wore a light smile, seemingly filled with anticipation. He was genuinely looking forward to this triple tribulation, which would serve as another significant avenue for enhancing his strength. Boom. Just as they steadied themselves, a violent rumble of thunder rolled from the heavens above. An overwhelming sensation of being locked onto enveloped Lin Chen. Upon sensing this, he lifted his head to gaze at the sky, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This tribulation felt rather extraordinary. From the sensation of being locked onto, he realized that both his physical and spiritual cultivations were now secured. This indicated that the tribulation above was not a singular ordeal, but rather a fusion of both physical and spiritual tribulations. As he perceived the power of the thunder within the dark clouds, his expression grew serious. Was this thunder truly summoned by Lin Chen's breakthrough to the Saint Realm? Why did it seem as though these thunders possessed such formidable power that even ordinary Saint King realm practitioners would risk annihilation? Most importantly, this thunder was not ordinary. It appeared to be a combination of two different attributes. After keenly sensing the situation, Xiao Fan's pupils constricted in shock. This was indeed a fusion tribulation. No wonder its power was so terrifying. Thus, Lin Chen had not only broken through his spiritual cultivation but had simultaneously enhanced his physical cultivation. This detail had previously escaped his notice. If that were the case, Lin Chen's physical cultivation had genuinely reached the Great Saint Realm. The fusion of the Great Saint Realm's physical tribulation and the Saint Realm's spiritual tribulation had resulted in the formidable fusion tribulation above, capable of obliterating ordinary Saint King realm practitioners. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Fan fixed his gaze on Lin Chen and could not help but speak solemnly. Taoist Lin Chen, your tribulation is exceedingly formidable. You must prepare thoroughly before confronting it. He was unaware of Lin Chen's previous tribulation circumstances, yet he understood that even with the physical cultivation of the Great Saint Realm, facing the tribulation above would pose significant risks. Even for Lin Chen, upon hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Chen expressed his gratitude with a slight bow. Thank you for your concern, Taoist Xiao Fan, but it is merely a tribulation. What preparations are truly necessary? As he spoke, he stepped forward, heading straight toward the heavens above. Objectively speaking, he and Xiao Fan should be rivals. Yet, Xiao Fan's words revealed him to be a true gentleman, a worthy adversary. Such extraordinary talent deserves to ascend as an emperor. He would undoubtedly seek to restore the fragmented rules of the 3,000 Tao states. Now, he was determined to take another monumental step toward that goal. Xiao Fan was caught off guard by Lin Chen's actions, his mouth opening in surprise, yet he had no time to utter more. He could only sigh, watching with a hint of concern as Lin Chen approached the looming thunder. The heavenly Tao had truly locked onto Lin Chen. He could no longer evade and must confront the thunder's baptism. He hoped that Lin Chen would successfully navigate this trial. Otherwise, should such a prodigious talent fall beneath the thunder, it would be a tremendous loss for the entirety of the 3,000 Tao states. In the heavens, Lin Chen traversed the void, facing the ominous black clouds of thunder. At this moment, all disciples and powerful figures of the Chaos Holy Land felt Lin Chen's presence, plunging them into shock. Previously, they had speculated on which formidable figure within the Holy Land had summoned the thunder and clouds that had persisted for several hours. They could never have imagined that the source of this ominous phenomenon was none other than Lin Chen, the scion of the ancient Lin clan, who had come to visit the Chaos Holy Land. After all, the power of the thunder above was so formidable that, given Lin Chen's cultivation level, he should not possess the qualifications to summon it. Yet, reality revealed that the terrifying thunder capable of obliterating Saint King realm practitioners was indeed summoned by Lin Chen, the son of the ancient Lin clan. Gazing at the imposing figure of the young man in the sky, the disciples and experts of the Chaos Holy Land could not help but question internally, is the first on the divine rankings and the first on the talent rankings truly this monstrous? At the summit of the Chaos Divine Mountain, many elders of the ancient Lin clan and top experts of the Chaos Holy Land wore expressions of pride and satisfaction. It was likely that the scion of the ancient Lin clan, who had recently visited the Chaos Holy Land, had indeed summoned this phenomenon. Upon closer inspection, it was evident. The elders of the ancient Lin clan could not help but display expressions of pride and elation. This is their prince, the first on the divine rankings, the first on the talent rankings. Even though they sensed Lin Chen's cultivation had already reached the Saint realm, they were utterly unfazed, for this was Prince Lin Chen. No matter what he accomplished, they would never be surprised. The foremost powerhouses of the chaotic Holy Land, though adorned with smiles upon their faces, concealed a hint of astonishment within their eyes. Could it be that the scion of the ancient Lin family was truly so extraordinary? It had only been a day since he arrived at their chaotic Holy Land. Even under the guidance of Xiao Fan, as they entered the Spirit Crystal Cave for cultivation, such rapid advancement, breaking through 2 major realms in a single day, seemed unfathomable to them, much like it did to Xiao Fan himself. Yet, amidst their confusion, a sense of relief began to swell within their hearts. With such a prodigious talent at the helm of the ancient Lin family, their alliance with this family proved to be an exceedingly astute decision. Beneath the sprawling black calamity clouds, Lin Chen surveyed the depths of the storm, nodding in satisfaction. Then, under the astonished gazes of many disciples and powerhouses of the chaotic Holy Land, he seated himself cross-legged in the sky. This posture suggested he intended to cultivate amidst the heavens. At that moment, all within the chaotic Holy Land were left in a state of bewilderment. What was Lin Chen up to? Was he not meant to be transcending tribulations? Why had he chosen to sit in meditation instead? Chapter 88. Absurd. Utterly absurd. The chaotic Holy Land stood in a daze.